lashed out with his tail, green chi rising from his skin to envelop him whole. She dodged the tail and met his sword swing with equal ease. He advanced, and she met every one of his attacks with her sword. It struck her just how easily she was doing all this, when just a little while ago she had been close to his strength. Now her chi surged through her bottomless core barely even tapped. The man was no match for her now. She saw him looking at her with confusion, and then she started to push back, attacking and forcing the Demacy to defend. Her sword lashed out and made small cuts on his body, making shallow cuts on his unarmored areas. She didn't want to kill the man, just make him understand that the town behind her wasn't as weak as he thought. Their swords met, and she felt him struggling to push her back. Onrush took a step forward and then pushed, her superior stats letting her do so easily. Giroux stumbled back and lost his footing, then fell to the ground and rolled until he got back up to his feet. Onrush didn't follow. Instead, she looked at him from the distance. You are in the Lord realm," he said as his eyes widened. "But there was no one close to breakthrough with young Master Fier. Who are you?" Onrush Kesh, former warrior of the Black Viper sect, now second in command of the Twilight Woods territory, she told him. "Second in command?" Giroux asked, his eyes looking back at the people behind her. "Go back to the sect and tell your masters that this territory is claimed. We do not want conflict with them, but we will defend ourselves if they seek it," Onrush said. Giroux didn't answer, but the look in his eyes was enough to let her know that there was little chance of the sect leaving them alone. She knew that they would send another force with stronger fighters in order to take the territory back. Their town had no backing from a powerful sect, no protection from invasion. They only had Ryun, and he was nowhere to be seen. Even with him, Onrush didn't know if they could survive what the sect could do. If the sect leaders decided to come themselves, but she hoped that they wouldn't, not at the start at least. They would send their lords, and Ryun would be able to kill them. Onrush believed that the sect wouldn't want to risk more against someone who could kill lords so easily. They would wait, and give them even more time to get stronger. "Who is in charge? Did you sell out to another sect?" Giroux asked. Onrush didn't know how to explain their situation. Even now, many in the town believed that Ryun had backing from another sect. Before she had the chance to answer, however, someone cleared their throat loudly. Her head swiveled up, and there above them was Ryun, sitting on one of his chi cubes. "The one in charge would be me," Ryun said, and only then did Onrush start to feel his presence. She didn't know how he'd hid himself before then. He felt frightening. She had grown used to being in his presence, but seeing those cold eyes looking down on them made her shiver. A moment later he jumped down, and his body slowed until he gently touched the ground. She still didn't know how he was doing that, but it was eerie to look at. Ryun looked at her and smiled. "Thank you, Onrush. You've done well." His words made her feel embarrassed, but also glad. She gave him just a nod, not trusting herself to speak. Everyone around her was frozen. "You are in charge?" Giroux managed to get out. Ryun glanced at him and then walked over to stand in front of the injured commander. "I am Ryun Nacht, and yes, this is my town and my territory. The former leader of these people decided to stand in my way, and so I killed him and claimed what was his, as was my right. As Onrush has so clearly told you, this is our territory now. Go back to your people and let them know. If your leaders wish to discuss matters in peace, I am of course open to that. But should they decide to oppose me and mine, I will end them and all others who stand in my way. This I promise." Giroux looked at Ryun as if he didn't understand a word of what he had said. The commander had to know that Ryun was incredibly powerful, far more than Onrush herself, but she could see the defiance in his eyes. It was brave, but stupid. Ryun sighed, and then a force billowed out of him. It hit Onrush straight in the chest, and she barely managed to stay upright, even though it wasn't pointed at her, and even though she had felt it before. Now, seeing his aura of dread hit the sect warriors, she felt pity for them. Giroux dropped to his knees, his breath leaving his lungs, and the weaker warriors behind him bent over, and half of them vomited violently. The effect lasted for only a second, but it was enough to bring the entire sect group to their knees. Onrush looked on at the casual demonstration of power. In an instant, he had defeated the entire group of warriors in front of him. It was more than impressive, but the way he looked, completely at ease, was what was truly frightening. They were nothing to him, just pebbles in his way. Ryun walked among them as they tried to compose themselves, and stopped near the first wagon filled with supplies. These wagons were meant to reinforce Fier, had he succeeded, or allow you a new attempt at claiming the territory, had he failed. I believe that we can still make use of them, Ryun said. And in the spirit of future peaceful relations between us and your sect, I believe that a trade is in order. Ryun walked back to the kneeling Giroux and pulled out a crate filled with cycled essence. Take this back to your masters, and tell them that we are willing to trade. But should they force a conflict, the sun will set, or, rather, the sun will turn on their lives. Onrush looked at him standing there above the Demacy commander, calm and appearing completely in control. She remembered him telling her that he would kill anyone who got in his way, but she didn't actually think that he would send such a clear and direct threat to the sect leaders. She didn't know how they would respond to that, but his offer for trade and the essence he offered might be enough to make them consider leaving them alone. She hoped that it was enough because no matter how strong Ryun was, she didn't know if he could survive several monarchs coming after him. In the end, she had made her choice to stand next to him, and she could do nothing but trust that he would honor his promise and keep them all safe. Chapter 89. Present. Onrush. Trust me. Onrush walked into the mansion, now her home, and closed the door behind her. She leaned back on the door and shut her eyes, releasing a long sigh. She had spent the better part of the day talking and assuring people of their town's safety. The arrival of the sect's people had been expected, and a few of the townspeople had seen familiar faces in the caravan, but it wasn't like they were close with them. They had been sent here along with their families, and the sect was large enough that there were people who didn't know one another. Still, their arrival had reminded them of the sect and shattered their little illusion of ordinary life. They had betrayed their sect, joined with a person who had murdered their former master, a member of the ruling family. They might not have had much choice in the matter, but that did not mean that they escaped all responsibility. Onrush hoped that Ryun was able to protect them, that his words would be carried back, and that the sect would realize that removing Ryun would cost them more than they could afford to pay. But the people were afraid regardless. Ryun had disappeared as soon as the caravan left, leaving her to deal with the fallout. In a way, what had happened had been a good thing. Ryun had shown to the town that he was powerful. They had seen him force the sect's warriors to their knees without lifting a finger. But on the other hand, they were now reminded of the threat that the sect posed to their lives, and not all of them were confident that Ryun could protect them from the sect's full power. The people were afraid, and as much as she had tried to reassure them, she knew that she hadn't done a good job. They respected her strength, and being a lord was something few of them could even dream of achieving in their lifetime, but compared to the power of the monarchs that the sect had, she was nothing. They needed Ryun's words, but he was not a person who would try to reassure them. That much, at least, she was certain of. She pushed herself off the door and headed down the hallway before going up the stairs. She had seen Ryun sitting on the roof of the mansion, and she needed to talk with him. They had problems, and they needed to act as quickly as possible. Onrush had been speaking with those who were the most unsure about their path forward, and she knew that there were many who were doubting their decision. Jish and his warriors, for one. Onrush knew that Ryun had shared some of his knowledge with the commander and his subordinate, that he had raised their power. She had thought that that would have bought him loyalty, yet she couldn't shake the feeling that Jish and his closest warriors weren't as sure of their decision as Onrush herself was. True, Onrush had never really wanted to join the sect in the first place. She had only followed where her husband led. And she knew that her and Kree's future would be bleak in the sect, even if she somehow managed to betray Ryun without dying. Not that she wanted to do so. She hated the way things were done in the sects and had no desire to go back, but the others were a different story. Jish had never come right out and said that he wanted to go back to the sect, but Onrush got the feeling that he was wavering. That was to be expected, as Ryun wasn't a present leader. He didn't inspire loyalty, and he wasn't even there most of the time. When he was, he barely interacted with anyone other than Onrush. She knew that he was different, and she had hoped that that difference would make him a better leader than Fier had been. In some ways it had, considering he had put her in charge, but as much as she was grateful about the changes in her life, the power that he had given her, she knew that in order to get the sect to leave them alone, they needed their town to be united in that purpose first. And so she made her way up the stairs, heading to the top floor. The last main residence didn't have an easily accessible route to the roof. Ryun might be able to just jump up there whenever he wanted, but not everyone was as strong as he was. The new mansion had rooms in the attic and a window that opened to the roof. She walked across the room and opened the window, exiting outside and into the moonlight. Carefully, she crossed over to the other side of the roof and found Ryun standing at the edge, his eyes locked onto something in the distance. She turned her head and looked in the same direction, but her eyes saw nothing but darkness beyond the town. "What are you looking at?" Onrush asked. "A little mouse. He is running down the hill and toward the forest." "A pity," Ryun said as he shook his head, his eyes never moving from something far in the distance. Onrush looked back, but again she saw nothing. She wondered just how large the range of his ability to monitor his surroundings were. If it extended beyond the town, well, that would only again show how terrifying he truly was. She shivered and then turned to look at him again. "I need to talk with you." "You are always welcome to do so, Onrush." She took a deep breath, gathering her thoughts. "We have a problem." "We have many problems. You will need to be more specific." He turned to look at her and gave her a small smile. She tried hard not to quake at the look in his eyes. "Jish and his warriors, they are—" "I know," Ryun said. She waited for him to say anything else, but he just kept looking at her. "And what are you planning to do about it?" "Nothing," Ryun answered. "Nothing," she echoed. "Nothing. Yes, that is what I said." She closed her eyes in frustration. She didn't think that she would ever get used to his way of talking, of communicating. He took everything just so literally. "The things they are talking about, you need to show them that you can protect them from the sect to earn their trust." Ryun tilted his head as he gazed at her. "Why?" "Because they won't remain loyal if they don't think that you can protect them." Ryun's eyes hardened and she flinched. "I have given them my word, and they had given theirs in kind. To disbelieve what I had promised is the same as to call me a liar, and I am nothing of the sorts. I do not break my word, my promises. I do not care about what they say." I know everything that everyone in this town has whispered when they believed themselves in private, unable to be overheard. Words are not crimes. Thoughts are not crimes. They do not break their word with doubts, but only with true decisions, actions. They can do and say anything that they want, as long as they keep their word. She forced herself to meet his eyes. There she saw an unmovable will, an unflinching resolve. She had never met anyone like him. She had told him that a part of the people under him might be disloyal, and if he had been able to listen to everyone in the town, then he knew even more than she did. Yet he didn't care. She knew that few, if any, sect leaders would have let something like this slide. Absolute loyalty was the only way to them. But to Ryun, what they plotted against him didn't matter, and if she understood him well enough, it wouldn't matter until they actually acted on those plots. I don't agree. I think that you should at least try to reassure them, to make them see that you can protect them. Can I? Ryun asked. Didn't you tell me that the sect has more than one monarch, that I couldn't fight them alone? Onrush's eye twitched. I still think that the sect is too powerful to fight head-on, and I have taken your advice. Instead of killing all the sect's warriors, I gave them a gift, and asked them to relay to their leader my desire for trade. Is that not what you wanted? Onrush blinked at him. She hadn't realized that he'd planned on just killing everyone before. She felt a shiver pass through her. Would he have just killed all the warriors from the sect if she hadn't spoken to him? If she hadn't tried to tell him that the sect leaders were powerful? She couldn't even imagine what the response would have been if he had done that, but they would have had no chance of resolving this peacefully. She hoped that the sect leaders would see that there was no need for further bloodshed. After all, the people sent here had been outcasts. The one obstacle she saw was Fier. He had been the sect head's nephew, and even though he had fallen out of favor, he was still a blood relative. She knew that the Black Viper sect wasn't in a state where it could survive suffering more losses, however, and going against an unknown force would probably be too much of a risk. At least that was what she thought. What I wanted was to live in a safe place where I could raise my daughter in peace. You promised to protect us as well as the town. And so I shall. I understand your fears, and I even understand the fears of the others as well as their doubts. I do not hold those against them. My word holds as long as theirs does. I do not know how powerful their monarchs are, but they don't know anything about me either. And I have faced greater odds, Ryun said, his face contorting into a bitter smile. If they force this into a conflict, I will carve my way through them. There were so many things that she wanted to say, but she knew that none would change his mind. Ryun was so different from anyone she had ever met. He had the same arrogance that the powerful in the sects had, the same belief in his own power, but the difference was that most of those in the sect had been gifted that power, had grown up in powerful families with many advantages. Ryun was a ranker. He had clawed through a falling world to get to where he was. Onrush couldn't even imagine what he had gone through in order to stand here before her now. She might not have known him for long, but she had learned a few things about how to manage him. She couldn't change his mind. She could only offer advice and hope that he listened. We should be trying to do everything in our power to secure a peaceful resolution with the sect, Onrush told him. Ryun nodded gravely. Violence is never my first response. If they do not act against me and those in my charge, I will not act against them. But I am not going to bend to let them cross lines as I seek peace. To do so would be to show them weakness, and I am most certainly not weak. There is more to power than just levels and realms. It is about the way you react to the world, about your convictions and the set of rules you live by. She had noticed how he had changed since she first met him. He spoke more and for longer periods of time, rather than answering with just grunts or single-word answers. But still, she saw the same man before her now as the one she had met long ago. Ryun never spoke anything that he didn't completely believe in, but his convictions were unlike any she had encountered before. She wondered what kind of events had shaped a man like him. No matter how powerful you are still just a single man. Even if you were powerful enough to fight off all the sect's monarchs together, they still have an army filled with capable warriors, Onrush told him. Ryun gave her a strange look and a glimpse of a smile, but then he sobered. Perhaps you are right. Fighting is what I am good at, but I cannot be at many different places at the same time. Yet I have given my word to protect these people. He hummed to himself, and then he put his hands together over his stomach. A moment later she felt his chi moving, and then glowing energy bounced between his palms. In the center a crystal was starting to form, and she realized that he was cycling essence. She had suspected that he had spent most of the essence he had cycled before for the town and to raise Jish, Enka, and her powers, but he clearly had some left unassigned. She couldn't even imagine how he could have so much. It took a while for the crystal to fully form, and then when he was done, he grabbed it and took a long look. A moment later, he offered it to her. With this, you should be able to advance one more stage in your path, Ryun told her. She swallowed hard. She had been telling herself that what he had already given her was a gift without measure, and he himself had told her that he wouldn't give her any more essence, that she would need to advance further by herself. Now it seemed like he had changed his mind. "Didn't you say that you wouldn't be giving me any more essence?" she asked, not taking the offered crystal. "I did," he admitted. "But you are right. In order to keep my word and protect this town, I need someone strong enough to fight by my side. The next stage is the one where I gained much of my power, and this will truly be the last time I will offer you essence." She knew what the mid-lord stage brought with it, of course, a true body, for many the pinnacle of advancement. To have a true body was a mark of strength, of prestige, and of power. Until she had met Ryun, she had believed that all true bodies had a physical mark, an alteration that clearly showed their ascension. But Ryun had no physical mark, or none that she could see. She had no idea what his true body even did, but she was incredibly curious. She looked at the essence crystal and then reached out for it. "You want me to advance here?" she asked. If she did so, everyone in the town would be able to feel it. Ryun looked thoughtful for a moment, and then he shook his head. "No, I know a better place." Before she could even react, he reached for her and picked her up, one hand behind her shoulders and another behind her knees. It took a lot of restraint on her part to not react. If it was anyone else, she would have done so, violently, but Ryun had never shown any interest in her, and she knew that he had his peculiarities. A moment later he jumped, and it took everything from her not to scream. The wind pushed down on her as they soared, and then slowed before starting to fall. A moment later his chi moved, and they landed on a chi cube. She didn't have much time to adjust before he jumped again, leaping through the air. The very act of it made her feel dizzy, but she managed to keep her cool. A couple of jumps later she was collected enough to look around. She saw the barely visible treetops below them, and the shining moon above them, with the stars surrounding it and declaring their territory. Even though she couldn't see much, it was an awe-inspiring sight. She was soaring through the air, almost flying. She had never felt anything like it. She noticed that they were headed toward the mountains, and belatedly realized where they were going. The trip took them less time than she imagined, considering the distance involved. Ryun dropped down onto the mountain plateau, high up and close to the peak. Illuminated by moonlight, she could see the snow and the small shrine in the distance. She felt the cold hit her skin, but her stats were high enough to keep her safe. Ryun let her down and took a step back. "Advance," he told her simply. She took a moment to collect herself and looked at the crystal. It had enough essence for her to finish her 6 cycles. She took a deep breath and did as he said, suppressing her former belief that cycling was wasteful. Once done, she filled her core for the last time and then triggered the advancement. Her chi surged through her core, compressing and changing it, making it stronger. The transformation was quick, and a few notifications appeared in front of her. Her eyes turned to the most important one: 3 choices of a true body. She couldn't help but feel excited. This had been beyond a dream for most of her life. She knew that true bodies depended on many factors, the person's race among them, but her choices were all incredible. "Show me," came Ryun's voice from next to her, and she snapped out of her thoughts. She looked at him and hesitated. Showing private stats was frowned upon in the infinite realm, though one might ask advice of a master or a teacher, but Ryun was neither to her. Although, in some ways, perhaps he was something like a mentor. She would hesitate to call him a friend, yet he had named her as much once before. She didn't know what friendship meant to a person like him, but she was grateful for his nonetheless. She did as he asked, and a window she had been looking at became visible. Path perk available. True body. True body Mithridatic. Your body has been reforged into your true self, adopting attributes to reflect your path. Your path is that of resilience. Your body has been exposed to poison chi, and as such has gained incredible resistance to poisons. You gain a 90% resistance to all poisons. You only need to survive a poison once to become immune to it. Your body is adapted to your poison chi, and it no longer damages your body. If chosen, physical changes will manifest themselves. True body enduring. Your body has been reforged into your true self, adopting attributes to reflect your path. Your path is that of the ultimate survivor, and as such your body is forged in that image. You gain a second heart. Pain tolerance is doubled. Lung capacity is doubled. Stamina effectiveness is doubled. And all stamina-draining effects have reduced impact on you. If chosen, physical changes will manifest themselves. True body overwhelming. Your body has been reforged into your true self, adopting attributes to reflect your path. Your path is that of overwhelming power, and as such your body is forged in that image. Your physical size is doubled, and for every point of strength you will gain in the future, you gain half of a point for free. Effectiveness of dexterity reduced by 20%. If chosen, physical changes will manifest themselves. Ryun looked at her choices, not saying anything as he focused on reading. She did the same. She hadn't ever dreamed that she would reach this high, but now that she had, she actually felt a bit disappointed. Her choices were all incredible, but there was only one choice that she could make. The nature of her path demanded it. "The Mithridatic body is the only choice," Onrush told him. Ryun turned and looked at her. "No, you should pick the enduring body. It synergizes better with your combat style and path." Onrush blinked at him. "I have the poison chi aspect, and even now I can feel it harming my body every time I use a technique. The more powerful I get, the worse the effect will be. It could kill me. Enduring body is good, but it will not save me from poison." Ryun tilted his head and smiled. "Trust me, your poison chi will not be an issue." Onrush looked back at her choices. His words didn't make sense to her, but he hadn't steered her wrong so far. He had given her incredible power, and she had a debt toward him that she could never repay, but she still wasn't sure about his advice. She wanted to believe him, to trust in him, and so she made her choice. She felt herself, her body, widen and grow. She did not double in size, as her last choice had offered, but she changed enough to accommodate changes in her body. There was no pain, but it was a unique experience. She didn't know how long the transformation took, but when it was over, she found herself on her knees. She blinked a couple of times, feeling her new body. The changes weren't obvious to her, at least not at the moment, but she felt more powerful. She looked at her palm and frowned. Something didn't look right about her skin, but she couldn't tell in the pale moonlight. A moment later she saw Ryun take out something from his storage, a small vial. He shook it lightly, and a pale light blossomed from it, illuminating them. She blinked at the light, and then looked down. Her skin had changed color. She no longer had the green skin she had been born with, but instead it was now a deep blood red. She remembered stories that her parents told her of people with red skin, rankers who had achieved such level of power. It had to be a universal change for her iteration when they gained a true body. She straightened and looked at herself. Her clothes were tight, and she could tell that her muscles were more pronounced. She wasn't all that different, but she was slightly taller. Then she frowned as she noticed her braid. She pulled on it and looked at it. "It's," she started. "White," Ryun finished for her. More changes, but somehow she was happy to have them. She turned to look at Ryun. "This body is incredible, but my chi—" "Do not worry," Ryun told her, and then he pulled out another vial from his storage and offered it to her. She took it, and her eyes widened as she read what it was. A core-purifying elixir. She had never even heard of such a thing, but she knew immediately that what she had in her hands was worth more than the entire Black Viper sect. What fortune would someone farther along their path give to be able to change their aspect, someone who had gained incredible strength and now could afford the best? Onrush was at a loss for words. "It is for you," Ryun said, and pulled out a clear glass globe. "Take it. With your bottomless core, the loss will not hurt you much. And then we can see about giving you a new aspect, one better suited for you." He gestured behind her, and she turned. The shrine stood there, at the edge of the plateau. "You have done so much for me, more than I could have even dreamed. But this is a debt that will put me in your service forever." He tilted his head. "I do not require such things. I've told you once before, I do what I want when I want, because I want to do it. There is no other reason behind my actions. I believe in simple things. Wealth and influence do not interest me. I want only to be allowed peace to advance as I will. Giving you enough power is serving that goal. You are my hands and voice. You keep the world and their wretched agendas away from me so that I do not need to be bothered by them. I need you powerful so that I do not need to step in. It is as simple as that." She looked at him, the man who had saved her life and that of her daughter from a terrible fate. He who could have asked anything from her and had instead given her more than anyone else in her life ever had. He didn't even ask for her to swear loyalty to him, nor for her to prostrate herself before him. He had never spoken to her as anything other than an equal, even though she was far from it. He didn't need such things, oaths and promises. He gave them to the town because they needed them, not him. His word was the only thing he held as valuable. She was amazed by him, in awe even. It was like he was a figure out of stories, a legend that she was read to about when she was a child, a force of nature, a being that followed a different set of rules than anybody else. Onrush opened the vial and drank it all. Chapter 90. Present. Onrush. Absolute cold. The elixir hit her stomach, and Onrush felt a searing sensation spread from there. Her core was on fire, and she fell to her knees. It was painful, far more than she expected it to be, and she wondered just how it would have felt without her new true body. She didn't know for how long her core was on fire, but eventually the heat started to move, going through her chi conduits and burning any remnant of her aspect out. And then, in what seemed like an instant, the heat was gone, and she gasped. A notification appeared in front of her, informing her that she had lost her aspect, and she could feel that her core was just a tiny bit smaller, that it had less chi capacity. She had a bottomless core, so the 10% reduction that was the price for the use of the elixir wasn't much to her. She gathered herself and stood, seeing Ryun standing in the same spot and just looking at her. He hadn't offered any words of encouragement, nor did he try to help her. It wasn't like she had expected him to. She knew that he wasn't prone to such actions. Yet the look in his eyes made her wonder what their relationship really was. They weren't a master and a student. She was technically in his service, yet he didn't really treat her like that. He mentored her without really teaching her much, and he had been a kind of a sponsor. He had invested wealth into her advancement, but he didn't ask for much in return. He had called her friend once before, but she didn't know if she could call them that. She knew very little about him, and he knew less about her. And yet, he had been more of a friend to her than all of the people she had ever considered friends. She wondered if that was what they were, friends. She didn't know how to classify their relationship, not really, but seeing him standing there before her, a clear globe in his extended hand, she couldn't help but feel close to him. He had done so much for her in return for so little. "Take it," Ryun said, snapping her out of her thoughts. She reached over and took the globe, looking at it and the low-tier aspects available around them. Ryun turned his head, looking at the shrine. "Go as far as you can. The power of the aspect you will gain will depend on your own power." Onrush turned and took a step. She wanted to tell him so much, to thank him and to... She didn't even know how to translate her own feelings into words, and in a way that made them similar. She glanced back, seeing him watching her. He knew, without her needing to say anything. She turned back toward the shrine and walked, watching the globe in her hand. The cold aspect changed, going from Tier 2 to Tier 3, and the chill around her increased. She walked forward, feeling the chill increase even further as the tier changed to 4. Her old aspect had been Tier 3, a shop-bought aspect. It had been her husband's idea, a way to make their application to be adopted into the Black Viper sect more attractive. There were people with different aspects in the sect, but they were outliers, special cases. Most shared the same one, which made it easier for the sect to share their knowledge, to shape their warriors' techniques and paths. Her path hadn't been as suitable for the aspect, but it was good enough, more than most got. She had never entertained the idea that she could change it, or at least the person that she'd been before she met Ryun couldn't. Now the aspect of cold around her was more powerful than anything that she could have hoped to gain by herself, and there were more steps for her to take to reach the shrine. She took a few steps more, and the cold intensified as the tier changed to 5, enough that she felt a faint pain on her skin. Her enduring body made her better at handling pain, doubling her tolerance, but she could feel her body fighting the cold by itself. 2 hearts beat in her chest, sending blood surging through her body. She was changed, far more than she even realized. She would have been hard-pressed to survive for long in this cold just a couple of minutes before. She reached the edge of the shrine and took a deep breath before taking the last step. The aspect changed to absolute cold and tier to 6, and with that change came the cold. It was a deep chill that penetrated past her skin to freeze her bones, and she felt her 2 hearts speed up. She started to shiver and realized that even with her new power, she wouldn't be able to stay there for long. Immediately she dropped to the ground and started to pull the essence around her, funneling it all into the globe. Her mind focused as she struggled to block all the conduits leading inside of her core. The trick about capturing an aspect was to draw in the essence and separate the aspect that you wanted from the others around you, but instead of funneling it to the core, a person was meant to force it down their hands and into the globe. It was not something that many cultivators could do easily. It required a good grasp on their chi and its movement through the body. Most cultivators relied on their breathing techniques to guide their chi in the manner that their techniques required, but that wasn't necessarily the only way to manipulate chi. With a strong will, one could move it without such help. The globe was a tool, an aid that made the process easier. Onrush knew that some had great enough control to simply funnel the aspect they wanted to their own core without the globe. She didn't know much about how that was accomplished, but it was supposed to be incredibly hard. It required absolute focus, and so it was not something that many learned. It didn't serve to make them more powerful, and so it was not useful. Onrush could feel the cold around her, sapping the heat out of her body, but she didn't stop what she was doing. Her body allowed her to ignore most of the pain, but still everything hurt. Every beat of her heart, every breath she took. The aspect of the absolute cold was even freezing her conduits. It was an effort just to draw it in. She couldn't feel her hands anymore, and she worried that she might have miscalculated, that she wasn't strong enough to survive and gather the aspect. But she had started doing it, and she wasn't about to stop. She felt herself getting sleepy as she stopped feeling the cold, but the globe wasn't full, not yet. She needed to finish what she started. This was a chance for her to become something more, someone more. A person like those she heard stories about, the rankers and high rankers. Beings with talent and power who decided the courses of their own lives. Onrush had been at the mercy of those stronger than her for the entirety of her life, but now she had a chance to change all of that. Ryun had changed her life, had saved her at her lowest point, and she couldn't waste the chance he'd given her. She realized what kind of a person he really was. He wouldn't care if she never gave him a heartfelt thanks. He wouldn't care if she offered her unwavering loyalty. Those things mattered little to him. But he would care about what she did with the opportunities he gave her. The greatest thanks she could give him was to take everything he offered and use it to the fullest. She realized in that moment that she admired him. That unrelenting desire for strength that he had, his refusal to obey the rules of anyone other than himself. He wasn't uncaring, he just cared about different things. A life meant little to him, and he wouldn't hesitate to end anyone who opposed him, but he didn't seek out conflict. She realized that every time she had seen him kill someone, he had always offered them a choice that would lead to a peaceful resolution first. Onrush wondered if she could ever approach his power, if she could become powerful and sure enough in herself to be able to act in the same manner that he did. She wasn't sure, but she wanted to find out. Her consciousness was fading, the cold was killing her, but the essence still flowed through her body, filling the globe in the palms of her hands. And then it was too much, and the darkness swallowed her whole. She woke up slowly. her eyes opening up only to see the moon shining down on her. She turned her head and saw a fire next to her, and then realized she was lying down on something soft and was covered in furs. She blinked and pushed herself up. Her body was shaky, but she felt warm. Ryun was sitting near her feet, looking at her. How long was I out? Onrush asked. A few hours. Your vitality is high enough now that you can recover quickly, but I still had to give you a health potion, he answered. Onrush swallowed hard. She realized just how foolish she had been. She could have died, could have left her daughter all alone. Ryun had saved her, but what if he had decided to let her stay in the cold until it was too late? What if he had been a moment too slow? She felt ashamed. She had been offered power, and immediately she forgot about anything else. Cree could have been left to fend for herself, and all because Onrush had risked herself needlessly. She could have taken the lower-tiered aspect and been safe, but instead she'd nearly died. Don't be ashamed. Ryun's voice made her raise her head. She found his eyes looking down on her, his gaze piercing straight through. Wanting something for yourself is not a sin. Now you think that you were reckless, that you shouldn't have risked it. But those feelings no longer matter. You survived and have grown stronger for it. With this power, you can better protect your daughter. You can provide her with more than you could have just a little while ago. Onrush understood what he was trying to say, even though she didn't agree with him completely. She didn't know if she could just put it behind her so easily, but she tried. "Did I—" she started. In response, Ryun raised his hand and showed her the globe on his palm with a swirl of deep white inside of it. She closed her eyes in relief. She had managed to gather the aspect. "It was close," Ryun said. Onrush stood up, putting the furs that he had covered her with aside, and walked over. She took the globe from him and saw the aspect inside. She would have time to ponder on her actions later. For now, it was enough that she had accomplished her goal. She crushed the globe in her hand and immediately started taking in the absolute cold chi. She felt it follow her conduits down to her core, sending a chill spreading through her body. Her core started to change, then stilled and turned white. She could feel it become lighter, colder, and more powerful. And then it was over, the transformation complete. New notifications jumped up at her and she looked at them. Congratulations, you've achieved a chi aspect of absolute cold. Aspect perk available, absolute cold. Aspect perk. Absolute cold, tier 6. When using infusing techniques, your attacks inflict cold damage. Cold chi courses through your body, making you resistant to cold. Gain plus 50% frost resistance and plus 20% to endurance and wisdom. Congratulations, your Path of the Sword techniques have evolved. Infuse evolved to Infusion of Frost. Surge evolved to Glacial Might. Blade Storm evolved to Arctic Storm. Infusion of Frost. Infuse your sword with absolute cold chi. Any attack executed with that sword will sap heat from the target and deal additional frost damage equal to 2.4 times, 2 times, your wisdom. Glacial Might. Enhance your body with the energy of the absolute cold, making you nearly impervious to cold. You gain 36%, 30% increase to strength and endurance. While the technique is active, you lose 4%, 5% speed per second. Arctic Storm. Gather absolute cold chi around your sword. After a few moments of channeling, create 5 icy copies of your sword and unleash a flurry of attacks around you. Sword copies deal frost damage equal to 6 times, 5 times, your wisdom. She couldn't really believe what she was reading. Her techniques, her aspect, It was like she had become a different person in an instant. She dismissed her notifications and saw Ryun standing in front of her holding her sword in his hand. She hadn't even realized that he had removed it from her hip. He threw it at her and she caught it, and a moment later his awakened sword appeared in his hand. "You should test out your new power," he said, and then he moved forward, attacking. Her eyes widened and she moved, barely managing to get her weapon up in time to prevent him from cleaving her head in two. Not that she really thought that he wouldn't stop himself. She pushed his sword away, knowing that she was only able to do so because he allowed it. Even with all the power she had gained, she still wouldn't be able to fight him unless he held back. She jumped back, using her dash ability to get some distance. The cold on the mountaintop didn't bother her at all now, but she was still wary of getting closer to the shrine, so she moved the other way, circling around Ryun. Her chi anchors had dissolved when she'd removed her aspect, and she didn't have the time to create them now, which meant she needed to use her techniques the old-fashioned way. It surprised her just how much she had come to expect always being able to unleash her techniques at a moment's notice. But this wasn't a life-or-death battle, so she settled in her breathing form, infusing her sword with her first technique. White and blue chi flowed out of her hand and flowed over her sword until it covered it whole, and then the infusion of frost triggered. She waited, looking at Ryun as he walked toward her slowly. And then she felt the cool down on her dash return, and she moved. She got close and low, then triggered crescent. A white and blue arc followed the tip of her sword as it headed toward Ryun's legs. She didn't hold back. She knew that she didn't need to. Ryun's hand blurred, and his sword came up to block, stopping her attack. She pivoted and cut high at his neck. He didn't even move his body, only his hand as he blocked her second strike. She started to unleash more attacks, and then started to notice a thin layer of frost covering Ryun's sword. She doubted that it was doing anything to the weapon, as it was an awakened sword, but she suspected that with enough contact she could freeze and perhaps even shatter a weapon of lesser quality. The chi in her core was flowing through her conduits steadily, but with the amount of chi her core held, it was nothing. She could continue at this pace for hours, maybe even days. As she got a sense of her first technique, she decided to continue on to the next. Ryun was seemingly content to just defend and let her test everything out. She leaned to the side and then used swipe, her hand blurring into a swiping attack to Ryun's side. He blocked easily, and she grimaced. She had hoped to at least force him to move, but it didn't seem possible. She used dash to move away and then switched her breathing form. She felt a deep cold seep into her body as absolute cold chi flowed out of her core through her conduits. She realized that her body temperature was dropping, but her enduring body was strong enough to mitigate the damage of her own chi. She wondered if Ryun had made her pick it because of that. Glacial might settled into her, and she felt her strength and endurance increase. She jumped forward and raised her sword high before smashing down, and Ryun blocked. For a moment she thought that she saw his arm waver under the power of her attack, but she didn't feel like she had pushed him down any. Onrush whirled and attacked, sending powerful strikes against him. She couldn't believe the sensation that she felt. Every one of her strikes was stronger than any she had ever been able to accomplish before. Of course, that didn't mean much against Ryun, but it was still incredible to her. She started to feel herself getting slower. Her new technique gave her greater power and endurance, but cost her speed. She realized that it wasn't a technique that would allow for a constant boost, like the non-evolved version, Surge, and it was probably best used only when necessary. Then she turned to her last technique, her breathing form changing yet again. She felt the chi move through her body and leave it, guided by her will and the knowledge of the technique that had appeared in her head. The chi hardened and became 6 swords floating around her. The cost of the technique was high enough that she even felt the dip in her core. She estimated that it was around 10% of her chi supply. But then she looked at Ryun, who stood there, waiting. With her glacial might still active, she used her ability to dash forward. Going all out, she chained her powers, triggering her crescent along with her fighter's strike perk, which allowed her to make an attack deal double damage once per combat, and then she unleashed her Arctic storm. Faster than she had ever moved before, with more power than she had ever unleashed, her sword arced through the air, leaving a white crescent in its wake as her 6 ice swords whirled and struck. She saw Ryun's eyes widen just a tiny bit, and then her attacks arrived. Ryun took a step back, and his right hand blurred, blocking her crescent. His left hand blurred as well, even as chi surged out of it, executing a technique faster than she had ever seen. His forearm was covered in deep black, making a gauntlet of void chi. Her 6 swords fell on him, and his right hand smashed them out of the air, hitting so hard that they shattered into thousands of little ice shards. But then her eyes widened as her last sword got past his guard and stabbed into his shoulder. But before it could penetrate deep, his hand grabbed hold of it, stopping it from pushing in further. She looked at his shoulder, breathing just a bit harder. Blood was flowing down it as he pulled the ice out and shattered it in his hand. She felt a stab of fear as she saw him look at the wound that was already closing up. But then he met her eyes and smiled. She found herself letting out a breath she didn't know she was holding, and before she could speak, he opened his mouth. "That was very good," Ryun said, and she felt her cheeks flush. She wasn't one to let herself feel this way when complimented, but coming from him, it did feel good. She didn't apologize for managing to draw blood. He had done the same to her many times during their spars, and this was the first time that she had managed to do it to him. She was aware that he probably could have stopped her attack if he hadn't been holding back, if he'd had his enhancing technique active. But it still felt good, and she felt proud for achieving it. He was a cultivator an entire realm above her, and far more powerful than her. "Do you like your new aspect?" Ryun asked. "Yes, I do," Onrush answered. Those were simple words for what she felt, but Ryun wasn't a man who required longer and more elaborate answers. He nodded his head as acknowledgment and dismissed his sword, then walked away and to the small makeshift camp he'd made while she was unconscious, leaving her alone with her thoughts. She took the opportunity to study her stat screens. Name: Onrush Kesh. Race: Human, Infinite Realm. Titles: Adventurer, One Against Many, Beaten but Not Broken, Lord, Class Evolution 1, First Pillar. Essence: 1045 greater. Titles: Adventurer, Hunted more than 100 monsters, +5 to all stats, 5 greater essence. One Against Many, Fight against more than 10 opponents and win, +5 to all stats, 5 greater essence. Beaten but not broken, Survive torture for more than 30 days, +10 to endurance, 5 greater essence. Lord, Achieve Lord Realm, +5 to all stats, 100 greater essence. Class Evolution 1, Evolved your class, +5 to all stats, 5,000 essence. First Pillar, Second best contribution in the Reign of 3 Territories scenario, +5% to all stats, 5,000 greater essence. Perks: Hardened Body, Path Perk. Your body is hardened. Gain 5% resistance to physical damage. You are resistant to disease, poisons, and toxins. Strength of effect depends on endurance stat. Quick Steps, Class Perk. You gain 10% bonus speed when in combat. Fighter's Heart, Class Perk. Once per combat, ignore pain until the end of combat. Fighter's Strike, Class Perk. Once per combat, your next attack deals double damage. Absolute Cold, Aspect Perk. When using infusing techniques, your attacks inflict cold damage. Cold Qi courses through your body, making you resistant to cold. Gain plus 50% to frost resistance and plus 20% to endurance and wisdom. Enduring Mind, Path Perk. Your mind is sturdy. Minus 20% to any mental damage against you, and mind-manipulating effects are less effective against you. Strength of effect depends on intelligence stat. Bottomless Core, Path Perk. Your Qi is a bottomless well. Increase core capacity by 250%. Reduce Qi replenishment rate by 90%. Plus 20% to Wisdom stat. Increases essence draw-in rate based on Wisdom stat. Qi Anchor, Path Perk. You are able to prepare your techniques in advance and trigger them at a moment's notice, unleashing them without the need to change your breathing form. Techniques can be anchored to 3 points in your body. Each anchor takes 10 minutes to set up. An anchor lasts 1 day. Fighter's Stamina, Class Perk. Minus 20% stamina requirements for class abilities. True Body, Enduring, Path Perk. Your body has been reforged into your true self, adopting attributes to reflect your path. Your path is that of the ultimate survivor, and as such your body is forged in that image. You gain a second heart. Pain tolerance is doubled, lung capacity is doubled, stamina effectiveness is doubled, and all stamina-draining effects have reduced impact on you. If chosen, physical changes will manifest themselves. Class: Dualist, U. Level: 60, 0 of 120 Greater Essence. Combat ability: Crescent. Movement ability: Dash. Support ability: Deflect. Cultivation: The Path of the Sword, R. Stage: Mid-Lord. Aspect: Absolute Cold. Base Technique: Infusion of Frost. Branch Technique: Glacial Might. Fruit Technique: Arctic Storm. Passive Skills: Combat Mastery evolved to Sword Mastery, 4 of 10. Danger Sense, 7 of 10. Echo Sense, 4 of 10. Active Skills: Swipe, 6 of 10. Strength, 227. Dexterity, 179. Vitality, 134. Endurance, 166. Intelligence, 131. Wisdom, 169. She had been given a great gift, and she wouldn't squander it. Already she had thoughts about what she could do to make herself a better fighter. For the first time in her life, she felt hopeful for the future. She had power, and she had Ryun. She didn't yet know what they were to each other exactly. She wasn't even sure how he felt about her, if he even really cared. But he had called her a friend once, and she felt like that was enough. Chapter 91. Present. Ryun. Rematch. Ryun sat on the roof of the mansion. The sky was turning dark, and he was focusing on drawing in essence. He had spent nearly all the essence that he had, and was left with just a small amount that he had been saving. All the wealth of essence that he had acquired by cycling on Earth was gone. Most he had spent on Onrush, a small amount on the 2 warriors Jish and Enka, and the rest in the interface to be used for the town. It didn't seem like a waste. He had little need of that essence, and he had made a promise. Getting Onrush stronger was also more than just him fulfilling his promise. Yes, she could now help him defend the town, but it was also because he wanted her to be strong. He remembered their first meeting, her running from the town with her daughter struggling to survive. Ryun had not forgotten that the same people now bowing to her had once been trying to kill her. She had also been the first person he had really spoken to in a long time. The first person he had grown attached to. There was no point in him trying to deny it now. He was aware that attachment had formed. It wasn't any grand feeling, but Ryun was grateful to her. Through their interactions, he had been able to remember much of how to deal with other people. He still hated doing it, but he could at least speak for more than a single sentence without resorting to grunting. Not that he really cared one way or the other, as he had nothing to talk about with the others. For all intents and purposes, the rest of the people in this town lived in a much different world than he did. But Onrush had helped him just as much as he had helped her. He knew that she didn't agree, that she thought that the scales were skewed, but he knew it was the truth. She had given him something more precious than some essence. She had stepped between him and the world and helped him navigate it. In his eyes, that was worth far more. But the world didn't seem to be willing to leave him alone and in peace. Ever since the Black Viper sect people arrived, he had been feeling anxious. In his head, he saw a repeat of the past. He didn't want to fight, he only wanted to be left alone. Yet now he was forced to wait, to base his actions on those of others. It made him angry. He didn't want his life dictated by others, and yet he had to stay. He had given his word to protect this town, and he didn't break his word. He didn't regret that, as he had gained much in return. A second path, knowledge, an aspect, all things he would have been hard-pressed to discover on his own. And even if he had, he would have stumbled in his ignorance. But the more time passed, the more he felt that conflict was going to be inevitable. Ryun sighed. People were so disappointing. But his word was his bond. His eyes were closed, but with his skill he felt everything that happened around him. As soon as the sun had turned to the moon, a little rodent was running down the hill and over the clearing, only to disappear in the woods. He pulled out Kagehime and got ready to start pulling in essence through her when he felt a window on the roof open and a shape walk out. She was crouching, keeping low as she slowly walked over the roof, headed to the edge just next to him. She didn't notice him, as her attention seemed to be on making sure not to make any noise. "Going for a night walk, I see," Ryun said into the night, and she froze, her head snapping in his direction. Ryun sighed and dismissed Kagehime as the startled Cree tried to hide her training sword behind her back. He smiled and shook his head. He was aware that Onrush had forbidden her daughter from training with the warriors, and it looked like little Cree had decided to try some night training by herself. He applauded her desire to get stronger, and even if she still didn't have access to essence, there were still things she could do to get stronger. Cree started, but he could see that she was taken off guard and didn't know what to say. Ryun shook his head and beckoned her up to the top of the roof. "I can't let you go and train alone against your mother's wishes, but I think this is a good time for us to continue our game." He pulled the chessboard out of his storage, the pieces still in the same positions they had been in when they'd paused their game. He placed it in front of himself, being careful to balance it on the beam at the top of the roof. He felt Cree struggle to decide for a few moments, but then she climbed up and sat across from him. Ryun took a moment to really look at her in the moonlight. He wasn't sure, but she seemed taller, and her defiant look was still present on her face. She studied him in turn, not saying anything. "So," Ryun said, breaking the silence, "you didn't listen to your mother?" Kree's eyes met his without fear. "She only said that I can't train with other warriors. She said nothing about me training on my own." Ryun tilted his head. "Then why are you sneaking out?" She looked away, a guilty expression forming on her face. Ryun chuckled and then leaned down to look at the board. If he remembered correctly, it was his turn. He grabbed a pawn and pushed it forward. "Well, I can understand wanting to get stronger," he commented. Cree looked back at him and then at the board. He could feel that something was bothering her, but he didn't want to pry, even if he knew how to ask. She moved her piece, and Ryun thought about what to do next. He wasn't some great chess player. He probably wasn't even average. He had the board in his storage, along with a lot of other useless items. He rarely played, Or at least he thought he didn't, and he didn't remember doing it much with other people. But he did remember playing it with himself when he had been living alone. Cree hadn't been all that good either, worse than him even. He'd had to teach her how to play from scratch, but at least playing with her was better than playing against himself. He wasn't a great strategist or a master tactician. He didn't think about the best way to overcome a problem. He smashed through it. He leaned down and picked up a rook. "Are you and Mom together?" Cree asked. Ryun paused, his hand hovering above the board. He tilted his head at her. "She isn't here right now, so no?" Cree looked at him, an annoyed look on her face. "You know what I mean. Not now, but in elsewhere." Ryun blinked at her, raising her tone. "We do spend some time together, yes." She looked at him intently, studying his face, and then sighed. "I don't mean—" "It doesn't matter," she murmured. Ryun frowned, then thought about what she had asked. "Ah," he said as he realized what she was asking. "You want to know if we are romantically involved." Her face scrunched up in a grimace. "Yes," she whispered. Ryun didn't answer immediately. He knew that most of the town assumed as much. He heard, or rather sensed, the words they spoke when they thought no one could hear them. They all believed that Onrush shared his bed, although they hadn't used any appropriate language when describing what they thought was happening. He knew that Onrush herself had done nothing to discourage those rumors, and had even done things to foster that belief. But he had thought that she had spoken with her daughter and told her the truth, at least. It appeared now that he had been wrong in that belief. He tried to think of what he and Onrush were to each other. Their relationship wasn't all that complicated, really. He trusted her and considered her a confidant, a friend. She was important, but he didn't think that he felt any kind of romantic feelings toward her. He didn't even remember the last time he had felt that way for someone. Before the framework, perhaps? It didn't matter. Ryun didn't care to force his feelings into a neat little box, put them in a category. It was enough that they were there. "No," Ryun answered Kree's question. "We are not together. We are, I guess you could call us friends." Cree looked at him, her eyes boring into his. And then she nodded, apparently finding the truth in his eyes. Ryun wanted to ask her how she was so sure that he was saying the truth, but he stopped himself. No need to put any doubt into her head. They started playing in silence after that. In a couple turns more, he won. Cree looked at the board in surprise, and then her eyes narrowed. "Rematch." Ryun chuckled, and they reset the board, beginning another game. He found that he was enjoying playing. It wasn't as productive as drawing in essence, or any other activity he could be doing, but it was fun. He hadn't had a lot of that in his life. "So you are going to train with a sword like your mother?" Ryun asked. Cree nodded her head, not taking her eyes from the board. "Yes, I'm going to follow her path. She can teach me so we don't need to buy a pathstone." Ryun was aware that paths could be purchased from the auction house or taught in addition to them being available in the shop from the dealmaker. But the ones that came from the dealmaker were unique, and they didn't come with a detailed description of what they could do. Buying one from the shop was a gamble. Still, Ryun knew that Onrush was on the path of the sword, a path that had started as a common one. Her cycling and the changes in her techniques had improved her rarity a bit, but it was still weak in his opinion, although his opinion was naturally a bit skewed. On the other hand, his rarity was only one tier higher. The way to increase it further was one more thing on his list of things to learn about, but few in the town knew anything more than he himself did. Cree learning the path of the sword wasn't bad, especially if she learned directly from her mother. If he understood what Onrush had explained to him, Cree would inherit the same rarity, and if Onrush wanted, she could harvest the same aspect she had and give it to her daughter. Compared to most everyone in the town, Cree would be given a lot more power at the start. Ryun could see how children of powerful people would be given more advantages. Fier had been the same, only he had squandered what had been gifted to him. Ryun hoped that Onrush would make sure that her daughter did things properly. For a moment he even debated passing down his own path, but it didn't seem like a good idea. "How are you feeling about your mother's changes?" Ryun asked after a while. Kree's eyes turned wishful. "It's so cool. I mean, she has red skin and white hair." Ryun chuckled. He had worried that Cree might be a bit distraught by the changes, but in this world, such physical differences were celebrated. They indicated status, power. It was almost enough to make him wish that his own body had something similar. They continued playing in silence, focusing on the game. They played for a couple of hours, and after that they finished another game, again with his victory. Ryun put the board back in his storage. "No, I can play more," Cree complained. Ryun smiled and shook his head. "It's late," he said. He could already see that she was tired. Unlike him, she was completely ordinary in that regard. Besides, your mother has realized that you are not in your room. She should be here shortly. Cree's eyes got round, and she glanced back just as Onrush's white-haired head poked out of the window. Her eyes found the two of them sitting on the roof, and for a moment he saw her sigh in relief. But then she noticed the sword tied to Cree's hip, and she narrowed her eyes. "Cree," Onrush spoke softly, "didn't we have an agreement about your training?" Cree waved her hands in front of her as she shook her head. "I didn't go to train. Ryun can tell you I was here the whole time." Onrush glanced at Ryun, not really believing her daughter. "She speaks the truth," Ryun answered. Onrush took a deep breath and then turned back to look at Cree. "It's late. You should be asleep." Cree glanced at Ryun and then sighed. She waved at him and made her way to her mother. Onrush gave him a quick glance and then collected her daughter, ushering her inside and leaving Ryun alone. He stood up, glancing at the mountains in the distance. Spending time with Cree reminded him that he wasn't a good planner, and that perhaps he couldn't deal with the Black Viper sect in his usual manner. But the truth was that he didn't know what he could do differently. He had his own values, his own way of life. He didn't want to change how he lived. But there were still things that he could do to make sure that he fulfilled his word. He jumped from the roof, forming a cube, and started climbing up in the air, jumping from cube to cube. Quickly he found a secluded spot in the forest, and he turned his attention to his second path. He didn't have enough essence to cycle his primary path, but he did have enough to advance his second path one more time. The next upgrade was for his true body. He placed his essence into his second path and triggered the advancement. Immediately he received a new notification. Slowly he read through it, realizing that this upgrade was different than the others. The choices weren't different bodies. He couldn't change his untethered body, but he had a choice of 3 different upgrades, and from what he could see, each choice was incredibly powerful. Each choice changed his body slightly, upgraded it, and improved the ability it granted him in different ways. He spent a few hours studying each option, the benefits and the downsides. He tried to imagine what he would be able to do with every option, how he could incorporate it in his style, how it would help him fight better. And then, as the moon slowly turned into a sun, he made his choice. The change took hold, and he felt it deep inside of himself. His body was different, but there were no outward changes. A secret weapon. He smiled to himself and turned, heading back to the town. Interlude. Present. Viper. Sect head Ierv Jivan sat in his meditation room, his legs crossed and his mind focused on drawing in essence from around him. The aspect filling the air was thick in the room, incredibly so. That was by design. It had taken Ierv a long time to make it happen. He was sitting on a platform that was suspended in the very middle of the essence-filled room. The floor was filled with black vipers, the monsters whose name his sect had claimed for their own. The wiggling mess of monsters filled the room with a hissing sound, but he had long ago learned how to tune it out, and his meditative mind made doing so much easier. But the vipers on the floor weren't the most important source of the venom aspect in the room. The greatest source was coiled in the indent in the wall, directly across from Ierv's platform. His eyes were closed as he was pushing essence into his core, but some small part of his mind could still tell that the monster, the Black Viper King, El, was glaring at him. As time went on, that pressure reached a crescendo, and Ierv lost his focus. With his meditation interrupted, Ierv sighed and opened his eyes, meeting the gaze of the monster trapped behind the thick bars of iron. He felt like he had managed to keep his focus for longer this time, but he knew that it was all probably inside his head. He had reached his limit a long time ago. He couldn't draw for more than 2 hours inside this room before the pressure exuded by the monster broke his concentration. He doubted that he would be able to increase his limit before he reached the next realm, and he thought that would happen soon. He could feel a breakthrough coming. He was a true cultivator, not some lowly practitioner who had no idea how to get the most power out of his path. Ierv had spent nearly 100 years slowly building up his cultivation, planning every step, making sure to only use the purest of ingredients in alchemical elixirs and tools in order to strengthen his body, his core, and chi. He was on the peak monarch stage and had been stuck there for almost 10 years, not because he didn't have the essence to advance, or because he hadn't cycled through his core, but because he knew the secrets of cultivation, things that only the greatest cultivators in the world knew. Ierv could admit that he had a great advantage over the others. He had been born the heir to the sect leaders of the Onyx Fang sect, a powerful sect in the core territories. His uncle was the sect head, and a powerful cultivator in his own right, one who many considered close to the power of a high ranker. Ierv was a part of the branch family of the sect, blessed with wealth and influence that came with who his parents were. He had the best teachers and every advantage possible. He had been taught how to advance properly, how to devote his time and energy to drawing in essence. While the lesser family members, or those who had proven useful, advanced faster, using cycled essence, he had been denied such a quick way to power. Ierv remembered being young and feeling frustrated with his parents for refusing to give him essence. But that had been before he knew the truth. Now he was eternally grateful to them for not giving him cycled essence when he had just started on his path. To take cycled essence was to cripple yourself, to hinder your own aspect, and slow your advancement. But there was more to advancement than what most suspected. Most who knew the secrets understood that the only way to advance without crippling your core and aspect was to take in pure essence which the framework provided, essence that was purified, or to find a source of essence that was attuned to your aspect. It was why sources of aspects were sought after, why a sect could survive just by renting the source to cultivators. But few truly understood what they had. They sold it simply for aspects, and not for what such places were really meant for. The main family of the Onyx Fang sect knew how to raise cultivators properly, and Ierv's family knew more. But knowledge did not equal power. His parents had been making themselves indispensable to the sect while they slowly advanced. But they had realized that they would never be allowed to threaten the power of the main family, his uncle's family. So they came up with a plan, a way for them to gain more power and eventually take over the family, and Ierv was the instrumental part of that plan. He had been given as many resources that his part of the family could spare, had been given family members and warriors to go and create his own sect far in the frontier. And Ierv had done so. The frontier provided incredible opportunities in terms of powerful monsters and dungeons. Ierv had gained a lot of essence just by attempting to claim a territory, but that had been nearly 50 years ago, and Ierv was starting to see a drop-off in his advancement. He knew the secrets of cultivation, at least some of them, and yet still he couldn't achieve what he needed before advancing to the next realm. At times he felt like it would be better to just advance, but then he remembered. The more one achieved in one realm, the more benefits they would get in the next, and he needed just one more thing. Everything hinged on Ierv rising to a higher realm, gaining enough power to overthrow his uncle, but he knew that that wasn't going to happen for a long time. His uncle was in the immortal realm, 2 above Ierv. But his family had a secret, a font of knowledge that few could claim. Anatolian Farsola, ruler of the empty sky. One of the most powerful beings in the world, a person who used to be a high ranker. Their claim over her was, as most things were, a chance. Ierv didn't know much about her past, and he was wise enough to not try and find out more, but his parents had passed down the story to him, for no other record of the events or even Anatolian's name remained. More than 300 years ago, Anatolian came into conflict with one of her closest allies, the Golden Phoenix. The battle had ended with Anatolian's defeat, and everyone considered her dead. The Golden Phoenix then erased all mentions of Anatolian from the world. Every record was burned, and her name erased from the memory of the world. Few who knew her long ago still remained, but none would suspect that the slave in service to a small sect family was the ruler of the empty sky. Her defeat had resulted in her core being shattered, her body disfigured. She lost her power, left for dead, until she had been found by a traveling cultivator. The man had helped her heal, and when he realized who he had in his care, he collared her, making her a slave. That man had been foolish and weak, but he'd had a good idea. His mistake was trying to find the Golden Phoenix and sell the broken woman back to her enemy. He had come to one of the Golden Phoenix's vassals, seeking an audience, but he was a nobody, and in his greed had revealed what he had in his possession to a middling guard of the sect. Ierv's mother knew immediately the value of what the man had, and so she captured him and tortured him until he transferred the slave's ownership to her before killing him. With that one act, she had secured power for herself and her family. Anatolian was crippled, weak, but she had knowledge, and as a slave she couldn't refuse her master's commands. His mother had found out early that while Anatolian couldn't refuse, she was a spiteful woman, and she found ways of twisting the truth. She had given good advice, knowledge that had allowed Ierv's mother and father to gain great power, but ultimately she had tricked them. They had reached far, but Anatolian had made sure that they would never reach beyond, to the power they dreamed about. Anatolian was a great weapon, but one that needed to be used with great care. She had been given to Ierv, and he had been very careful about wording his questions. It had taken a long time, careful advancement, and the slow building up of his power, and it would take years more. But Ierv was confident that he would reach beyond his parents, that he would manage to fulfill their desires. He stood up on his small platform, suspended by chains, and looked at the monster that followed him with eyes as large as his head. The Black Viper King, El, gave off an incredible amount of venom aspect essence of high tier, and drawing it in served to reinforce his chi conduits as well as his core. Ierv had been attempting to widen his conduits, allowing for a greater amount of chi to pass through them, and he felt like he was close. Ierv turned his head from the monster and grabbed the chain dangling above his head. He pulled himself up and started climbing, getting out of the room. He dragged himself out of the opening in the ceiling and then closed the hatch. He took a deep breath of fresh air and released it slowly. A servant approached, her head bowed as she extended a fresh towel. He grabbed it and wiped the sweat from his face and then the rest of his body. He noticed one of his senior guards standing nearby, waiting. Ierv picked the towel up with his tails and flicked it in the servant's direction as he walked over to the guard. The senior guard bowed. "Honored master, the caravan has returned," the man said. Ierv knew immediately which caravan they were talking about, just as he knew that they wouldn't bother him unless there were issues. Ierv's eyes narrowed as the guard straightened. "What has happened?" The guard looked uncomfortable, but he couldn't ignore his master's question. "The territory was claimed, but it appears that it was not claimed by your nephew. Commander Giroux has been taken to the meeting room by the sect leaders. They are awaiting your presence." Ierv wanted to ask more questions, but he knew that he should get them from the source. He waved to the guard to lead the way and followed. He was still somewhat sweaty from his long meditation in the aspect room, and he wasn't wearing a shirt, but this seemed more important than mere appearances, especially since this would be a meeting between the sect's leaders. Ierv knew that many sect leaders and heads put a lot of weight in appearances, and he understood why. But he wasn't arrogant enough to think that it was more important than other things. Appearances had their place in situations when they dealt with outsiders, but he would not allow something so simple to interfere with the inner workings of his sect. They reached their destination, and Ierv entered the room. 3 people sat on cushioned seats on the floor, while their attendants stood behind them, keeping still. Ierv made his way to the main seat and sat down, crossing his legs in front of himself. To his left was his sister, his closest ally and confidant. Ira wasn't as strong as Ierv was. She did not know the truth about Anatolian, and his parents didn't think that she was competent enough to get the most out of what the slave could offer. But Ierv had always had a soft spot for his sister and tried to guide her toward a right path to power. Sadly, he hadn't been all that successful. She had advanced to the mid-monarch realm, but without following much of his advice. She didn't cycle nearly as much as he had advised, nor had she listened to his warnings about cycle-descents. He knew that it was hard for cultivators to understand, especially since the drawbacks of achieving such quick power wouldn't be seen until they reached higher realms. Still, she was his sister, and he loved her despite her failings. He saw the worried look on her face now, and he felt a pang of regret. He knew that the news they were about to hear wouldn't be good. He had known that from the moment he heard that his nephew wasn't the one to claim the territory. Ira might not be the best mother around, but she did love her fier, and Ierv had sent the boy out of the sect. He knew that Ira wouldn't blame him, however. The boy had made far too many blunders. Another sect head would have executed or exiled him long ago, but she had hoped that the boy could redeem himself. To his right sat his remaining leaders. Both had been his friends when they were young and still in the Onyx Fang sect. He had convinced them to come with him, promised them power and influence, and he had fulfilled his promise. Both were monarchs, something that they couldn't have achieved in the Onyx Fang sect, where only the most talented were given help on their path. Ierv glanced around the room, seeing the somber expressions on their faces. He looked at the guards at the end of the room. "Bring him in," Ierv said, and they moved, opening the door and allowing Commander Giroux to walk inside. The man walked until he was halfway to the platform where they sat, and then dropped to his knees, prostrating himself before them. "Honored masters, I have failed you." "Tell us what happened," Iera said in a tightly controlled tone. To anyone else she would appear completely dispassionate, but Iera knew his sister. Jeru raised his head but remained kneeling. "Honored masters, I did as I was asked. My warriors and I escorted the caravan meant for the contested territory. As soon as we crossed over, we saw the crest in the sky. It was not the crest of our sect, but rather one unknown to us. We feared that another sect had taken the territory before us, but my scouts reported people wearing our colors on the walls of the town. We continued forward, intent on finding out what happened. When we reached the town, we encountered treachery. The people we sent had taken the territory for themselves." Iera leaned forward, her face tightly drawn. "My son? He did this?" He could see the anger in her voice. Iera knew that Fier was stupid enough to do something like that, but the look on the commander's face told him a different story. "I'm afraid that young Master Fier is dead, honored master." Jeru lowered his eyes as he spoke. Hierv saw his sister tense up, but she didn't explode into a fit. She might not be the best cultivator, but she did know how to keep appearances. "How did he die?" Iera asked. Jeru swallowed audibly. "I've been told that he was killed by an unknown cultivator." Ierv frowned and leaned forward. "Not his own people?" "No, honored master." "You said that the territory was claimed by the people we sent," Ierv reminded the man. "It was, but they were helped by an unknown. This cultivator killed Fier and took control of the town, and with a few collaborators, he finished the scenario and gained control over the territory." "And what do we know about this cultivator? What sect did he come from?" Iera asked before Ierv could. "It is not known, honored master," Jeru said. "This man said that he is called Riun Nacht, and he told me that he killed the young master and took what was his by right. He was powerful, honored masters. By my humble estimate, at least a monarch." Ierv narrowed his eyes. He didn't trust the man's estimate. The weak could rarely tell just how powerful those above them really were. But this development was annoying. His sect's resources were spread thin. He had spent all the wealth his parents had given him to build up the sect, but he hadn't managed to secure a great source of income to fuel both the growth of it and his own advancement. The deal with the mercenary guild was enough to keep them comfortable for now, but he knew that it wouldn't last. He was not blind enough to believe what they were saying. The mercenary guild was obviously backed by some great power, probably one of the great sects or guilds in the core. Their presence here was simply to allow them to move people unseen, probably on operations against their enemies in the core. He didn't care about what they were here to do, but he knew that they were powerful. The amount of weapons they had provided told him so. He had pushed for more because he knew that they could afford it. But it was a balance, asking for more without asking for too much. The power level of the people they sent here told him exactly how much they valued the relationship with his sect. This operation of theirs wasn't vital, and so if he pushed too much, they would leave and remove the source of income that he needed. The territory that Fier had been sent to claim would have been a great source, a territory filled with powerful monsters as well as a dungeon. But they didn't know anything about the scenario in order to claim it. He had sent Fier because he couldn't send more powerful people and risk their death in a scenario that might not have been possible for them to complete. But Fier had failed too often for there not to be a punishment. If he had managed to claim the territory, he would have redeemed himself, and if not, well, Iera understood that. But she hadn't expected Fier to be killed by an outsider. She had expected him to fail in an honorable pursuit. But if Giroux was right, and this outsider was a monarch, that changed things.
"What else?"
Ierv asked the commander.
"This cultivator asked me to relay a message. He said that he is open to peace, but that if we refuse, he will end us. He took the goods that we were transporting and gave me this to give you in return."
Giroux pulled out a large crate filled with essence crystals. Ierv leaned down, frowning at them. There was many of them. He stood and walked over, picking one up. He blinked as he saw how much essence they contained. It was a lot, enough to push a newly initiated to mid-foundation, without cycling, of course. Ierv focused on the crystals, extending his senses to them and feeling the essence inside. Then he frowned. The essence inside was pure. It had no aspect. That was... He had never seen essence crystals filled with pure essence. They could only be created by pulling essence out of a core, but doing that would inevitably taint it with the aspect that the cultivator possessed. There were ways of purifying the essence, but it changed form and lost its power. These were raw essence crystals.
"What else did this cultivator say? Anything strange or out of the ordinary? What race is he?"
Ierv asked, intrigued.
"He is a human, honored master, and he just said that he is willing to trade with us, but that if we decide to force a conflict, the sun will turn on our lives. I didn't really understand what that meant, honored master."
Ierv turned the phrase over in his head. Finding strange terms and phrases in the infinite realm was rare, even with all the different races. Over the years, everything had homogenized for the most part.
"Actually,"
Giroux spoke again,
"he said something else before that. I don't know if it is important, honored master."
"Say it anyway," Ierv said.
"First, he said that the sun will set, and then he corrected himself."
Ierv blinked at that. It was even more confusing than the first phrase. He didn't understand what that meant. The sun didn't set, and he failed to see how the sun could turn on someone's life. But there was something about the words that tickled his memory, and so he returned to his seat and adopted his meditation pose. Everyone kept quiet, allowing him the time to think. His meditative mind perk came alive as he tried to find the source in his memory. He didn't know how much time had passed, but then he remembered. He had been sitting with his mother, watching the sun turn to the moon, when she told him that she missed the sunset the most. He had been young, so he didn't understand. She had explained to him that on the old worlds the sun didn't turn to the moon, but instead set behind the horizon, and the moon rose in its place. He remembered thinking that that was silly, that there was nowhere for the sun to go, but she had just laughed and told him that it didn't matter any more.
"A rancor,"
Ierv said as he opened his eyes.
"What do you mean?"
Ierra asked. Ierv turned to look at his sister.
"This cultivator, the phrase he used, he is a rancor. I am certain of it." "Like mother and father?"
Ierra asked.
"Perhaps. If he is only a monarch, then I believe that he is most likely from the 6th iteration."
Ierv was thinking about what this could mean. A person being a rancor did not necessarily mean that the person was strong. It depended on how long they had been in the infinite realm and how talented they were. The most powerful rancors were from the 1st and the 2nd iteration, but then only a few of them had survived, and all of them were high rankers now. The 4th, 5th, and 6th iteration rankers were very different. They had been strong on their worlds, but here they were average. And they had arrived in the world where the previous rankers had created the conditions for them to live in safety. Few of them gained as much power as those that came before them, in most cases because they were glad for the safety. But if they wanted to get stronger, well, then they would find that it wasn't easy. The previous iterations had made sure to make their advancement harder. Only here in the frontier could one achieve any kind of strength, and the frontier was dangerous, wild. Ierv knew that his parents had wanted to continue growing, but they had found that want suppressed. His uncle had been lucky, had managed to find a place in the service of a high ranker, and he had accumulated enough scraps to become strong enough to lead his own sect in the Corps. But few were so lucky. If this outsider was a ranker, he was probably someone who had grown tired of fighting for scraps in the Corps.
So, he wants trade,
Ierv said.
He killed my son,
Ira said, and Ierv understood what she meant. He sighed. Their sect wasn't capable of waging a war with a ranker, even if he turned out to be just a monarch. But Ira was his sister, and Fier had been his nephew after all.
Perhaps a delegation,
Ierv said.
We should learn as much as we could.
Honored Master, Giroux interrupted before Ira could respond.
There is one more thing.
Ierv turned to look at the commander, and Giroux pulled out a parchment and offered it to him. He reached over and took it, unfurled it, and then read through the contents. His brows lifted in surprise at what he read, and then he glanced at Ira, showing her the contents. Her face hardened as she read it, and then she raised her head to meet Ierv's eyes.
I'll go,
Ira said. Ierv grimaced, but he knew that he couldn't forbid it, not when honor demanded a response. Still, if she went, perhaps they could still gain something from this mess.
Very well,
Ierv said, and then called an end to the meeting. Ierv Jivan walked into the garden in the center of his home and found his slave sitting on the grass. She was meditating, but he knew that she couldn't draw in essence, not any more. He was certain that she was trying, but he doubted that it would ever be possible. His parents had assured him that it wasn't. He had heard of her encounter with the current emissary from the Mercenary Guild, a short exchange. He wasn't worried about her identity getting out. Very few still remembered her name, and most certainly not some young girl not even 3 decades old. But she hadn't been meant to be there at all. The guard who had allowed the meeting had been properly punished, and Ierv doubted that it would occur again. It would be hard for the guard to make the same mistake without a head. As he approached, an Italian turned her head in his direction. It was eerie how she always knew when someone was coming. Her cultivation was shattered, and she had never had a class, but she did have a skill that allowed her to sense her surroundings. He didn't know how she could still use it, though, as the slave collar was supposed to suppress her power completely.
"Ah, little bird, come to beg for scraps again?"
she asked cheerfully, the empty and burned holes in her head turned toward him. He grimaced at her name-calling, but she had called him that for as long as he knew, since he had been a child. When he was just a boy, he had believed her just another servant, a slave in his family's employ. But he liked to think that he knew even then that there was something special about her. He would often go to her and ask her questions, silly things that kids wanted to know. And she had been kind to him then, but not any more. The moment his parents had transferred the slave mark to him was the moment when she had started doing everything in her power to cripple him, as she had done to his parents. He could order her not to call him that, of course, but it was more trouble than it was worth. She would just find some other way to show her defiance. He understood that a woman like her needed such things. It gave her a sense of control, even though she had none.
"I believe that I am close to upgrading my chi conduits,"
Ierv commented.
"Oh, and you wish me to congratulate you? Well done, little bird. It took you only a couple of years,"
she said, clapping her hands.
A true cultivator would have done it in months.
Ierv struggled not to lash out. He knew that she was just provoking him, knew that he was more of a cultivator than nearly anyone else. But he also knew that she couldn't lie, which meant it was possible for it to be achieved in the short time period she claimed. But he couldn't see how. He knew that there was more to it, that he needed focus and will in order to make it happen, that it wasn't just a mechanical action that happened like when one used the framework as a crutch.
Perhaps you can tell me what the next step is, what I need to do once I reach the early heavenly realm?
Ierv asked, focusing on the slave mark on his forearm. He felt the command set into the slave, and she grimaced at him.
For the next step you will need to reinforce your body, Anatolian said evenly.
A short and direct answer, but he knew better than to assume that that was all there was to it. He would need to ask many questions, go at it from every possible angle in order to be certain that he was on the right path. Anything less, and she would make sure that he would come to regret it. Ierv settled on the grass. He glanced at his screens, trying to see if there was a clue in his perks that would let him ask better questions. Name: Ierv G. Van. Race: Demacy, Infinite Realm. Titles: Sixth Heritage. Was born to rankers of the sixth iteration, plus 5% to all stats, 500 greater essence. Adventurer. Hunted more than 100 monsters, plus 5 to all stats, 5 greater essence. Hero of Promise. Save more than 10 people with a single action, plus 5 to all stats, 5 greater essence. One against many. Fight against more than 10 opponents and win, plus 5 to all stats, 5 greater essence. Lord. Achieve Lord Realm, plus 5 to all stats, 100 greater essence. Monarch. Reach Monarch Realm, plus 10 to all stats, 1,000 greater essence. Class Evolution 1. Evolved your class, plus 5 to all stats, 5,000 essence. Ruler. Become the sole ruler of a territory, plus 5 to all stats, 5,000 greater essence, small mansion, town upgrade. Black Viper Den. First to clear the Black Viper Den dungeon, plus 2% to all stats, 50,000 greater essence. True Understanding 1. Evolve a skill to Tier 6, plus 20 to all stats, 20,000 greater essence. Monster Hunter. Kill 5,000 different monster types, plus 50 to all stats, 50,000 greater essence. Class: Swift Spear, E. Level: 61. Combat ability: Triple Thrust. Movement ability: Burst Step. Support ability: Swift Parry. Cultivation: The Path of the Venomous Strike, L. Stage: Peak Monarch. Aspect: Black Viper Venom. Base Technique: Greater Venomous Infusion. Branch Technique: Spectral Viper. Fruit Technique: Paralyzing Strike. Cultivation: The Path of the Spearman, U. Stage: Early Monarch. Aspect: Black Viper Venom. Base Technique: Defiant Advance. Branch Technique: Rapid Attacks. Fruit Technique: Heart Striker. Passive Skills: Perfect Spear Mastery. Enhanced Balance, Evolved to Greater Balance, Evolved to Enduring Balance, Evolved to Unnatural Balance, Evolved to True Balance, 4 of 10. Active Skills: Strike, Evolved to Greater Strike, Evolved to Viper's Strike, Evolved to Ranged Viper's Strike, Evolved to Transferring Viper's Strike, 7 of 10. Evade, Evolved to Greater Evade, Evolved to Evading Roll, Evolved to Evading Step, Evolved to Spatial Evade, 4 of 10. Perks: Viper's Heart, Unique Perk. Your body is immune to all negative effects of your own chi if it has an aspect linked with poison or venom. Black Viper Venom Chi, Aspect Perk. Your chi passively enhances your body with the essence of Black Viper's venom. Gain plus 20% to Vitality and plus 20% to Wisdom. Venom Touched Body, Path Perk. Your body is touched by venom. Your very blood is venomous to anyone else. Your body is adapted to survive on venomous blood. Gain plus 50% resistance to venomous effects. Gain plus 20% to vitality and plus 20% to endurance. Meditative Mind, Path Perk. Your mind is trained for extended periods of meditation. It allows you a greater focus on your tasks and allows for the appearance of the quick passage of time. Gain plus 50% to essence draw-in rate. Gain plus 20% to intelligence and plus 20% to wisdom. Ocean of Chi, Path Perk. Your Chi is forged and more powerful than before. Increases core capacity by 20%. Increases Chi density by 20%. Able to use less Chi to achieve more. Gain plus 15% to wisdom stat. Strength of effect depends on wisdom stat. One with the Spear, Class Perk. Increases the leveling speed of any skill that can be used with a spear by 200%. Hastened, Class Perk. You gain 20% bonus speed when in combat. Warrior's Stamina, Class Perk. Minus 40% stamina requirements for class abilities. Reset, Class Perk. Once per combat, reset the cooldown of any of your abilities. Charged Technique, Overwhelm, Path Perk. Your Chi is tightly controlled, and as such you may overpower your techniques by charging them up. 2 times technique preparation time increases the effect by 3 times, but requires 2 times the amount of Chi. Gain plus 20% to wisdom and plus 20% to strength. Power reigns supreme. Overwhelm all in your path. True Body, Mithridatic Crystal, Path Perk. Your body retains all the abilities granted by Mithridatic. Mithridatic Crystal is your truest self. Your body is soaked in venomous Chi, and you may assume the state of the venom crystal. While active, your body is hardened into a crystalline state and gives off an essence of venom, increasing the effects of your venom Chi techniques by 20% in your immediate surroundings. While in the venom crystal state, you gain plus 80% increased resistance to special attacks, but you also gain 40% resistance to physical attack. While venom crystal is active, you lose 25% of total speed. Running out of Chi while in venom crystal will turn your body brittle. Entering the venom crystal when your physical body is damaged will stop the progression of your wounds, and you may regenerate your body through a regenerative meditation and the drawing in of essence. Gain plus 20% to wisdom and plus 10% to vitality. You walk the path of solid power, standing stalwart against all foes. Aspect Manifestation, Venomous Stingers, Path Perk. By manifesting a Chi aspect in the shape of a stinger, the cultivator creates 2 Chi constructs extending from their tails as a powerful offensive weapon. Stabbing with the stingers will inject a large amount of black viper venom Chi into the cultivator's opponent, dealing 8 times, 2 times, your wisdom as venomous damage. Manifesting the stingers takes 5%, 20%, of total Chi supply, and an additional 1%, 5%, every second after. The stingers are attached to the cultivator's body and move with it. The stingers hold all aspects of black viper venom. The strength of venomous effect and cost depends on the Chi cultivation of the cultivator, aspect tier, and advancement. Gain plus 20% to wisdom and plus 10% to dexterity. Physical appearance, age, Path Perk. You have reverted your body's age to its prime and have gained an increase of 50% to your lifespan. Gain plus 10% to vitality, plus 10% to dexterity, and plus 10% to strength. Ruler's Eyes, Suppress, Path Perk. You have achieved a great power, and your eyes reflect your achievement. Their appearance reflects your inner spirit and allow you the ability to suppress those in your presence with the weight of your spirit. You gain plus 10% to strength, plus 10% to dexterity, and plus 10% to wisdom. To gaze in your eyes is to know power. Strength, 473. Dexterity, 689. Vitality, 678. Endurance, 455. Intelligence, 487. Wisdom, 726. Looking at the perks, he began thinking about the questions that he needed to ask. Chapter 92. Present. Ryun. Cloud. Ryun gasped and dropped to the ground, the pain stabbing into his head and making him twitch. He tried to fight the pain off, but it seemed almost stubborn, as if telling him that what he was doing had been incredibly stupid, and he was starting to agree. It took him nearly a full minute to recover and manage to stand back up. He glared at the sword in his hand, a rare anger rising in his chest. "What are you glaring at me for? It's not my fault," Kagehime spoke in his mind. "Do you have any idea what's wrong?" he asked her. "I have no idea how your meatbag body works. Why should I know?" Ryun grunted in annoyance. He forgot sometimes that his sword didn't understand much of anything. In any case, she was right. It wasn't her fault. He had been trying to figure out his perfect cut skill, to find out why it wasn't working. The effects of using it had been getting worse, and this last attempt had completely failed. He had tried to use his skill, and it didn't even activate. Instead, he had been brought down to his knees. He didn't understand why. To his inner sight, it still looked the same. A blade standing tall among his other skills, golden and powerful. It thrummed with power, but every time he reached out and grabbed it, every time he tried to activate the skill, it hurt him, almost like it didn't want to be used. But that was a silly notion. It was part of the framework, the same as his abilities and techniques. He only had to focus and press a mental finger, and the skill should activate. His new active skill worked normally, but only this skill had this issue. He wanted to try again, but he didn't know what else to do. His last hope was to find someone who could shed some light on his problem. Perhaps the encounter with Black Viper sect would resolve itself favorably enough that he could trade for such knowledge. He had tried to find something on the auction that he now had access through the town interface, but none of the guides he saw covered anything higher than Tier 3 skills, and even those were extremely expensive. He sighed and dismissed Kagehime. There was no point in trying unless he learned more. He was doing something wrong, that much was clear. He turned around and jumped up, soaring above the treetops, and started back, cubes of void chi forming and collapsing as he ran across the sky. In record time he reached the town and dropped down to his favorite spot, the roof of his mansion. The people in the town saw him, but they didn't react. They had grown used to seeing him up there, as he had been spending more time in the town since the Black Viper sect's caravan arrived several weeks ago. Onrush had been the one dealing with the town's people and trying to make sure that they were ready to defend the town in case that the sect decided to attack. She had spent some of the essence on the auction, buying some simple defensive formations. Ryun was aware of them. They had been available in the Frameworks shop on Earth. But no one on Earth had the knowledge on how to make them. Here they couldn't be bought in the shop, only in the auction house, where they were put by people who created them. From what he had seen, there were far more different formations here than had been available on Earth. He closed his eyes and started drawing in essence. He had been spending most of his time doing so, as he knew that he would need a lot of essence for his advancement. He hunted monsters, too, but his deal with Airclaw meant that he couldn't just wipe the territory clean of life. And it wasn't like he was getting enough essence from the weak monsters around the town. The cost for his path was high, and with his cycling he really needed an incredible amount of essence in order to advance. Even though it was daytime, early morning by the intensity of the sun, Ryun was still drawing in a lot of essence. He had been pushing his limits since the framework arrived on Earth, and he had become quite adept at shutting off the part of his mind that focused on drawing in, leaving another part free to monitor his vibration sense. As a passive skill it was always on, but its range and usefulness depended on many factors. If he wasn't focused on it, he could sense things to a far shorter range, and only on things that gave off more intense vibrations, such as loud noises. He had trained himself over the years on how to identify what a vibration meant, so he could now tell the difference between a pot falling and hitting the ground and a person jumping from a high place. Sensing speech was a bit harder, since the vibrations were usually less intense, but he had trained on how to do it. And as he focused, the range of his skills slowly increased all on its own. He had trained himself to always expand the range the moment he entered a meditative state. On Earth, he had to monitor everything in order to watch for threats. It had just become second nature, as he was no more able to limit his senses than he could force himself not to hear anything. His mind was almost overwhelmed by the onslaught of information, and it would have been nearly impossible for him to make sense of it all if he hadn't taken the time to train his mind on how to do it, if he didn't have a perk that helped his mind, and if his stats weren't high. He had realized that the higher his intelligence got, the more sources of vibrations he could monitor at the same time. He didn't really spy on people. Everything just got drawn into his mind automatically. He had started discerning various conversations. The topics were the same as they usually were, in most cases at least, and Ryun tried to tune everything out. He didn't begrudge people's words or their doubts. He cared about actions, about what they truly felt, what they did. Over on the training yard, he recognized Kree sparring lightly with the warriors. He knew that Onrush had forbidden her from doing so, but the little girl seemed to have defied her mother's wishes yet again. It wasn't his place to meddle, so he did nothing. Time passed without him moving, and he didn't know how long it had been before his mind latched on to a development. A patrol had returned to the town, and the warriors headed straight for Commander Jish. Ryun heard every word that they said, so he knew before Jish even came to the mansion what he had to say. He was searching for Onrush and was escorted to her office. Ryun knew that she was about to send someone to fetch him, so he was already walking over to the window and toward the office. He entered just as Onrush was instructing a staff member to go to the roof.
"There you are,"
Onrush said.
"We have a development."
"Oh?" Ryun asked, and Onrush just gestured toward Jish. Ryun turned to look at the Cretan. Jish looked uncomfortable, but that was understandable.
"Yes, Monarch."
He bowed his head.
"Our patrol has encountered a Black Viper sect party. They are asking for a meeting on neutral ground near the edge of our territory."
Ryun raised his eyebrow. "They wish to meet peacefully?"
Jish hesitated. "I don't know their intentions, only that they want a meeting."
Ryun glanced at Onrush, trying to gauge her reaction, but unfortunately he wasn't all that good at reading facial expressions. If she was trying to tell him something, he wasn't getting it. "Well," Ryun turned back to look at Jish. "I guess we have no choice, then. We should go and see what they want."
"We should take an escort. I'll get them ready,"
Onrush said. Before she could leave, Jish interjected.
"Pardon, lady. Perhaps it would be best if one of you remained here. We don't know their intentions, and while I am confident in my warriors, I don't know if we could hold out if they decide to attack the town while both of you are away. Certainly not if they send someone in the Lord realm or higher."
Onrush grimaced and met Ryun's eyes. He just shrugged. "That makes sense to me," Ryun told her. "I guess I should go on my own, then, if they need another demonstration." Onrush looked at him for a long minute, but then nodded.
"Agreed. I'll organize the warriors in the town, but you should still take an escort. You might not care about appearances, but these people do." "I can have a squad assembled in a short order, Monarch," Jish told him. Ryun met the Cretan's beady eyes and nodded. "Go. I'll follow along shortly." Jish bowed to them both and then walked out, leaving the two of them alone. Ryun felt him rush to his warriors and give instructions. 2 warriors headed out of town immediately. "So," Ryun started, turning his attention to Onrush, "it seems that they've come to give me their answer." "Ryun, please, I know that you have a different way of doing things, but you shouldn't antagonize them.
What we have done here, what you have done, is already a great insult. If they are willing to overlook it, we need to take this chance and establish peaceful relations." "I am who I am, Onrush," Ryun told her. "If I do not hold to my own beliefs, then I might as well be dead. I do not seek conflict, but I will not bow down to anyone. I've told you this from the start." Onrush sighed. "We are not as strong as you are. We do not have the luxury of thinking like that." Ryun allowed himself to smile. "You are far stronger than you think you are." She didn't respond to that, but he felt like she didn't really believe him. For a moment he thought about saying something more. There were things that he could tell her, that he could reveal. But he had a singular belief, and the conditions for actions were not yet met. "Stay safe, Onrush, and do what you think is best," Ryun said. Her face took on a slightly confused look, but Ryun didn't give her a chance to respond. He left the room and walked out of the office, leaving her alone. He paused before leaving the mansion and started taking out items out of his storage. He changed into his battle raiments of a forgotten king and put on 2 rings that gave him a boost of 20 to his endurance and vitality. His robes also gave him a 20% reduction to physical damage. That was applied to his current resistance, which, with his void-touched body, was substantial, and could be even greater with his new true body perk upgrade. Feeling like he was ready, he stepped out of the door and into the daylight. Jish waited with 6 of his warriors, none of which Ryun recognized. The Cretan bowed, and they set out of the town, where Ryun told them to wait. He walked to the wolves' den and found Airclaw already waiting for him. "I need you to do something for me," Ryun told him. Airclaw tilted his head, and Ryun explained everything. The wolf's eyes narrowed, but then he nodded his head. "I will make sure of it," Airclaw said, and Ryun nodded. He returned back to the warriors, and they walked into the forest, one of Jish's warriors leading the way. The warriors kept a tight formation around him as they made their way toward the edge of the territory. Their formation was protective, as if they were there to defend him, which was amusing to Ryun. They made their way through the forest at a brisk pace, at least for some. To Ryun it was terribly slow. They walked for what seemed like several hours until they finally saw a large rock formation in the middle of the forest about 100 meters away. Seeing it, Ryun paused, coming to a stop. "Monarch?" Jish asked as he saw that Ryun had stopped. "We still have some way to go." Ryun tilted his head as he looked at Jish standing in front of him. The other warriors stood around the 2 of them, their eyes looking around nervously, almost as if they didn't want to look at him. Ryun knew that they were all afraid. They had never been comfortable in his presence. "Are you sure that this is the right way, Jish?" Ryun asked at last. "I've explored quite a bit of the territory. We are taking the long way round." "Apologies, Monarch, but we have explored this territory extensively before you arrived. This is the shortest route," Jish said, his mandibles clicking in a rapid succession. "We should make haste. Making the sect wait too long will be seen as an intentional insult." Ryun closed his eyes, and he sensed them all waiting nervously. He opened his eyes and then met Jish's beady eyes. "Jish, are you sure that this is the path you want to follow?" The Cretan glanced at his warriors, then back to Ryun. "I assure you, Monarch, this is the right way." Ryun glanced at the warriors around him, seeing that all of them were in agreement with Jish. He sighed and shook his head. Perhaps if he was better at interacting with others, if he was better at talking, if he was more approachable, perhaps then things would have ended differently. But he was not, and all people were free to make their own choices and suffer the consequences of those choices. Faster than their eyes could follow, Ryun sprung into motion, his left hand landing on Jish's head even as he summoned Kagehime with his right. Before anyone could react, he crushed Jish's head with his hand, his fingers squeezing the hard carapace and crushing it as if it was made out of brittle twigs. Green blood and soft tissues sprayed all over his hand from between pieces of broken carapace, and the lifeless body of the Cretan started its drop to the ground. With his right, he swiped with Kagehime, cutting through the 3 warriors on his right before they could even react, their heads separated from their bodies. He turned with his new skill, Pounce, his body twisting and launching itself on the remaining 3 who had barely had the time to put their hands on their weapons. He stabbed one through the head and cut out even as he backhanded the Demacy in the middle so hard that his head exploded, sending pieces of gore flying at the last warrior. A horn from the pulverized head flew so hard that it stabbed the last Demacy warrior in the neck. Ryun pulled his sword out of the dead human's head as the last one dropped to his knees, clutching at his neck, blood coming out of his mouth, even as a river of it flowed out of the puncture in his neck. Ryun cut his head in half, ending his suffering. He took a moment to look around, seeing the different colored blood painting the forest floor and his robes. He didn't mind. The carnage had stopped bothering him a long time ago, but he figured that he should at least be presentable. Unfortunately, there was nothing to be done about it now. He walked over the corpse of the dead Cretan commander and approached the rock. He stopped some distance away and spoke. "You might as well come out. I know you are there," Ryun said. Nothing happened for a long minute, and then warriors walked out of their hiding spaces. By his count, there were around a dozen of them. He didn't know if he should feel insulted or flattered, but he didn't pay much attention to them. Another 4 came out, and they had all of his attention. 3 warriors stood in front of a Demacy woman. The 3 were much stronger than the rest, and he could tell by their bodies. 2 of them had split tails, and as that was a physical change, it meant that they were at least in the mid-stage of the Lord realm, like Fier had been. The 3rd didn't have any physical changes, so she either had a form that was like his, or she wasn't yet a mid-lord. Seeing that she was standing with the other, he put her at early lord. The last person was the one that had the most of his attention. The woman had a split tail like the others, but something about her told him that she was much more powerful, and also familiar-looking. By the way the others stood around her, he could tell that she was in charge. The Black Viper sect warriors arranged themselves in front of him in a line, watching him intently as well as the trees behind him. Finally, the Demacy woman frowned and spoke. "You appear to be alone," she said. "I am," Ryun said. "I don't know if you are foolish or confident, but if you knew that they were leading you into a trap, why follow them at all?" the woman asked. Ryun glanced behind him at the dead bodies and shook his head in regret. Because until that last moment, until the instant when they were completely committed to betraying me, there had been a chance for them to take another path. I do not begrudge people their doubts or fears. I know that no one is perfect. They planned to betray me out of that fear, and yet I hoped that they would have changed their minds in the end. All they had to do was lead me down a different path. But in the end, they made their choice. You would have forgiven their betrayal? They had done more than just lead you into a trap. They betrayed you long before now, the woman said. Ryun shrugged. I know. I knew from the day they followed after the people you sent to scheme and plan this moment. But until now there had been a chance for a change of heart. I believe in giving people the freedom to make choices, and they made theirs. So you came with them alone, the woman told them. You walked into this trap willingly. Are you so arrogant as to think that you can get out of this alive? We know everything about you, the way you fight, all that they saw you do. We know that you had reached the monarch realm only recently. You stand no chance against someone like me, who has been mastering the power of a monarch for years. Ryun nodded his head, struggling to smile. She called him arrogant, yet she seemed little different. Of course, from her point of view, Ryun was extremely outmatched, and perhaps she was right. He had assumed that Jish had told them everything he knew about him, but Jish hadn't known as much as he thought. Onrush was the only one that knew more, but not even she knew everything. Ryun was aware of his arrogance, and he had been trying to remedy that, but there were things that were more important to him. He could have confronted the traitors before they left the town, killed them even. For some people, their schemes would have been betrayal enough. But Ryun had given his word that he would protect them, and he had to give them the chance to honor their own oaths toward him. Not because he was a good person, because he wasn't, not really. He didn't care about them in the slightest, but he did care about his own word, his code, his honor. He would not betray his own word without being absolutely certain that they would betray him. He could sense their spoken words, but he knew nothing of their inner thoughts. For all he knew, Jish had planned on betraying the sect to him. It had been a slim hope, but he'd had to see it through. "I hoped that we would come to a more peaceful solution," Ryun said. "There is still time for us to talk and come to an agreement." The woman's expression darkened, and she sneered at him.
"I am Iera G. Van, and your offer of peace is refused. Surrender peacefully, and I might consider granting leniency to the rest of the traitors in the town."
The name was the same as Fierre's, and then he realized that they were probably related. Ryun grimaced. A familial connection made it less likely that she would agree to a peaceful resolution. "I gave Fierre a choice," Ryun said, and the moment he mentioned the name, he saw Iera's eyes narrow. "Our fight didn't need to end in his death. I will give you the same choice. We can come to a peaceful resolution, but if you refuse, I will be forced to kill you." All the warriors across from him stiffened at his words, and Ryun saw Iera think about it. He was surprised at that. He had expected an immediate refusal, but in the end he saw her make a decision.
"If I allowed my son's murderer to go free, it would only erode my authority in the sect. No, as long as I live, there will be no peace. You shouldn't have taken what wasn't meant to be yours."
She made her decision, and Ryun sprang into motion. He was arrogant, he understood that, but he was also confident in his own abilities. Fighting the monsters in the scenario had taught him a lot, but those fights had never been what he was good at. Fighting a single opponent wasn't what he was built for, what he had trained for. He excelled in fighting against a horde of enemies. In an instant his breathing changed, his chi surging through his body. The null mantle settled around him, and he funneled his bonuses to his strength and dexterity. His Chi Controller, Thousand Threads of Destruction perk allowed him to control 3 techniques at the same time, and Chi flowed over him, wisps of black and violet Chi rising from his body, as Chi Sheath covered his forearms in void Chi, creating bracers made out of it. The enemy barely had the time to react. Ryun's Chi control was incredibly fast, and he had never met anyone who was faster than him. Ryun's mind was also operating far faster than normal. His tinker's mind allowed him to think faster, for his perception of time to slow. He moved before most of the enemy warriors had even realized what was happening. Iera and the lords reacted by raising their weapons, but they were too slow to intercept him. With an inevitable step, Ryun reached the far left side of the enemy line. Without a moment's hesitation, he attacked. He decapitated the first warrior and cut through the torso of another before those around could react. He killed 2 more before they managed to respond. Green poison chi settled around them, and they attacked, but Ryun released his Bringer of Sorrow, and those closest to him were rocked by intense emotion, sobs rising from their chest. He cut 2 more before the First Lord reached him. A Demacy, like most of the other warriors, he used 2 swords and came at Ryun without any hesitation. But Ryun's greatest advantage, his stats, were enhanced by his null mantle, and he had already killed 6 warriors, and his vampire perk added a 10th of their highest stat temporarily to his own. The Lord Realm warrior seemed only about as powerful as Fier had been, and Ryun had killed him when Ryun himself had been far weaker. Ryun stepped to the side and lashed out with Kagehime. The Lord somehow saw the attack coming and tried to twist midair, but Ryun's attack was faster. Still, the Lord managed to avoid a killing blow, and instead Ryun cut his legs off at the upper thighs along with his tails. Abandoning the man, he continued forward, quickly killing the weaker warriors. His only way of surviving was to cut their numbers and empower himself. The more he killed, the more his stats would soar, and already he felt himself getting stronger. A vibration in the air was his only warning, and he twisted his head to the side. A needle soaked in dark green chi flew by, and Ryun saw Iera, the monarch, glaring and yelling out orders. He ducked down, using the other warriors as cover from her long-range attacks. 2 lords approached, their weapons glowing with green chi as they attempted to flank him. Ryun's ability came back from cooldown, and he used it. With the inevitable step, he evaded and ended his step on the other side of the enemy formation where the rest of the Foundation Realm warriors were. He cut them down as he evaded their attacks. He remembered his last encounter with poison chi, and he was not about to let it touch his body like he had the last time. They tried to use abilities and techniques on him, and he recognized most of them as ones meant to restrict his movements. But with his void-touched body, all immobilizing effects were 50% less effective, and that was without accounting the difference in their power. He ripped through them, blood and limbs falling all around him. He was focused, killing them as quickly as possible as the 2 remaining lords advanced on him. Iera was throwing her needles, and he used the bodies of the falling warriors as shields. In the back of his head he noticed one warrior turn and run into the forest, but he paid him no heed. His focus had to be in front of him. His sense told him when the needles were coming, and he was certain that the poison chi in them was much more powerful than Fier's had been. He cut down another warrior, and then the weaker warriors were all dead, and only the 4 of them were left. 2 Lord Realm warriors and Iera, who was a monarch, against Ryun. He could tell that Iera was a long-range warrior, and the composition of her party had been clearly made to serve as a support for her. Each warrior he had killed had some kind of a movement-restricting ability or technique. It was just that Ryun was the worst kind of an opponent for that tactic. His stats were abnormally high for his power level, and with every death they just got higher. The 2 lords stood in front of their master and waited, but Ryun couldn't afford to wait. The stat bonus from Vampire was temporary, and he needed to finish the fight as quickly as possible. He jumped forward, heading straight for Iera. His inevitable step was still on cooldown, but even without it, he was incredibly fast. The 2 lords split, trying to flank him. They unleashed their powers and tried to slow him down, and from his right came a dozen green-colored chains tangling around his legs, and from his left came a force of air that made him stumble. The chains nearly made him trip, but he managed to keep his footing even though he was forced to stop, his new enhanced balance skill coming in handy. Then a hail of needles came at him, threatening to puncture holes through him. He put his left hand in front of him and shaped his chi. With his chi-shaping technique, he created a wall in front of himself, thin but strong enough to protect him. Before he could react, the 2 lords reached him. His legs were tangled, and the coordination between the 2 warriors nearly perfect. Ryun pulled on his power even as he started to pull his chi in another direction, and his void aura billowed out of him. He fed it more chi, increasing its intensity as the 2 entered the area around him, and immediately he saw his void chi start to have an effect. They both winced, and he saw their skin starting to flake and break off along with their clothes and weapons. And he acted. He tensed and then used pounce. His body twisted, and the chains broke as he headed straight for one of the lords. A moment of hesitation, of pain as the void chi dealt damage to his body, was all that it took. Ryun rammed Kagehime in his throat and sliced up, splitting his head in two. His vibration sense told him that the other lord was lunging at his back, and he turned around, his left hand slapping the spear in his hands away with the chi-formed bracer. Ryun got in close and then opened his mouth, unleashing the breath of destruction point blank. The Lord Realm warrior's face disintegrated under the plume of black and violet chi, and a headless body dropped to the ground as the wound expanded under the effects of the void chi. Vampire fed him their stats, and Ryun felt himself get even stronger. But then he felt his stats dip, and knew that the first of his stolen stats had begun to expire. He didn't have much more time. He shaped a chi cube and launched into the air, over the chi wall he had made. His sudden appearance surprised the monarch, who watched his wall intently. She reacted faster than he did, her needles flying at him, and he twisted even as he shaped another cube beneath his feet. He launched himself mid-air and flew straight at her, Kagehime ready. Her hand rose, and a spectral viper appeared around it. It lashed out and bit down into his shoulder. Ryun winced as he felt the foreign chi enter his body. Iera took advantage and jumped back, her viper disappearing, and his attack with Kagehime missed her head just by a hair's breadth. Ryun landed and cursed. He felt like his shoulder had gone numb, and he was forced to retreat as she summoned more vipers and sent them flying at him. He didn't have the time to worry about the poison. He could only trust that his vitality and his regenerator perk would keep him functioning long enough to end the fight. As her vipers missed, Iera's tails rose above her head and started to glow, both changing as a construct of chi built itself over them. And then she had two stinger-like appendages at their ends. She bent low and started throwing needles at him, and he moved, evading, and using Kagehime to block where he could not get out of the way. He still had his aura active, so every time a needle entered it, he could see it start to break down, but the intensity of his aura wasn't high enough to destroy them fast enough. He tried to close the distance, but her two stingers snapped down, and two larger needles, completely made out of chi, flew at him, forcing him back. He blocked one with Kagehime, and was surprised when the force of it sent him flying back. Thankfully, his untethered body allowed him to bleed off the force quickly, and he managed to avoid the hail of needles that she threw at him afterward. She was using an ability, as there were far more than 5 needles flying at him when she flicked her hand. Ryun felt another chunk of his stats disappear, but he still felt like he was much faster and stronger than his opponent. Her stats weren't as high as his own, especially not with his null mantle bonus. Yet she was successfully keeping him from closing the distance. She was skilled, she knew her strengths, and had clearly recognized his weakness, or had been told by Jish. Ryun was a close-range fighter, and she was doing everything in order to keep him away from her. He slapped another needle away from his face with the flat of his sword, and then came to a decision. He jumped back, forming a wall in front of himself, and then jumped into the air. Needles followed him, and he started to wonder where she was keeping all of them, but he didn't let the thought get through his focus. He ran at her, jumping left, then pushed from a cube and sailed to the other side, evading her attacks all the way. She fired more of the larger needles from her stingers, and one just nearly missed him and smashed into a tree, showering him with bits of pulped wood. And then he got close enough. He pushed off and dove at her as he increased the range of his aura, dropping his chi supplies to half. He saw her wince as the aura started working on her body, but it wasn't enough to stop her. Her 2 stingers leveled at him as he approached, and he knew that he wouldn't be able to evade. But he expected that he wouldn't be able to evade. She fired, and 2 finger-thick needles made out of chi launched at him, along with a hail of steel needles coated in chi. Just as they were about to pierce his body, he dismissed Kagehime and then changed. His true body broke down, and he could no longer see, hear, or smell. He no longer felt anything from his skin, for he had none. His upgraded body, untethered cloud, had given him a power, and he used it. His body assumed the state of the void cloud, but while his body had been turned into a cloud of void, and he could no longer use his senses, his skill still worked. He sensed the vibrations as the needles entered the cloud-like void that had become his body. He sensed the ordinary needles as they broke down by being exposed to all of his void chi. And then the chi needles, fired by her stingers, entered him. He had known that they would hurt, and they did. His new body made him highly resistant to physical damage, but any special damage, which he suspected included chi attacks, dealt more damage to him. He felt the poison chi disperse into his own. His void chi attempted to disintegrate it, but Iera had powerful chi, and it wasn't a quick process. Through his skill, he sensed his void aura's effect increase as his void cloud boosted it. And then his void cloud body reached his opponent. He felt resistance as they collided, and through his skill he sensed her scream. Needles punched into him, disintegrating but leaving their chi, which was damaging him. He knew that he couldn't stay in this state for much longer. He pulled his power back, and the void cloud reshaped itself into his physical state. He was on top of the monarch, on the ground. He felt the impact of all the poisonous chi he had taken in, and numbness started to spread through his body, but at least he didn't suffer any physical injuries. He saw the fear in Iera's eyes. Her tails were trapped beneath her, and she tried to stab him with needles in her hands. Ryun stabbed Kagehime down as he resummoned her. He pushed the sword through Iera's hand, pinning it to the ground as she managed to stab him in the side with her other hand. The poison she used was paralyzing him, he realized, and he knew that he didn't have much time. His opponent was breaking down, his aura slowly disintegrating her body. Her face was a mangled mess of holes and violet and black wisps eating into her, but she was refusing to die. She raised her free hand, new needles appearing in it, and moved to stab him again. Ryun was nearly out of chi, his right hand keeping one of hers pinned as he felt her try to rip her hand through Kagehime's blade, and his left hand was almost completely numb and useless. He didn't have many options. As new needles stabbed into his left shoulder, he opened his mouth wide and then snapped down, his teeth clasping around the woman's throat. He bit down, and blood filled his mouth, cartilage crunched, and flesh burst around his teeth. And then he ripped her throat out, spitting the flesh out of his mouth and over her face. Her eyes went wide, and she started to thrash, but he let his body fall down onto hers, keeping her pinned. The sound of rushing blood and the vibrations of a heart pumping blood filled his head. The thrashing slowed, and the monarch died. Ryun immediately shut off his aura and remained on top of her, breathing heavily and letting his body heal. He felt that his mouth had gone numb, and he realized that probably even her blood was poisonous. Onrush had mentioned something about that once, but he had forgotten. He pushed his null mantle, switching all of his bonuses to his vitality to help his body fight off the poison. He rolled off of her and tried to focus enough to pull out a vial out of his storage. He didn't need a healing potion, since that helped mostly with injuries. But after his experience with Fier, he had asked Onrush for antidotes. The sect, of course, had such things. Not all of their warriors were powerful enough to survive even their own chi when used over a longer period of time. It turned out that there were no real antidotes for chi poison, but there were elixirs that helped with the purging of such chi. He pushed his own chi through his conduits, letting the void disintegrate the poison as he drank the elixir. He didn't know how long he remained lying there, but he finally felt strong enough to stand. He managed to get to his feet with only minimal stumbling. And then he looked around him. Iera was a blood-soaked mess. Half of her body was disintegrated, and uneven holes in her body speckled around her as his aura ate at her. Her own blood had soaked her chest and her face in dark green, the blood even pooling in some of the holes that his aura had made. She had been strong, stronger than he had assumed she would be. Not in terms of stats or even her chi. He was certain that she was like Fier had been, at least in part. He didn't think that she had been cycling properly. Still, she had been skilled. She'd known her power intimately and knew how to fight well. If Ryun hadn't killed the others, if he hadn't had the boosts from their stats, it would have been a different fight. Fighting her one-on-one would have been much harder than it had been there at the end if she hadn't brought with her an escort. He sighed, feeling regretful. He hadn't been able to use his reeve to harvest any of their essence, but he had expected that. The ability had a cooldown, and it could only be used on those who were close to death. He had killed most of the warriors in an instant, as he couldn't have allowed himself the time to set up reeve and then use it when he was engaged in combat. It was a good ability when he fought a single opponent, or those who were weak enough so that he could afford the few moments it took to use it without the fear of getting stabbed in the back. At least the cooldown for it was much shorter now than it used to be before he'd evolved his class. Ira had been too strong for him to give her a chance to turn things around, so he hadn't risked it. At least he felt like he was learning how to curtail his arrogance, but he still felt disappointed at all the waste of essence. He still felt numb all over, and his ears were ringing for some reason, though he didn't think that he was in any mortal peril. Then his skill picked up a vibration, movement, and he turned around. In the midst of the corpses was a twitching body, and Ryun remembered the Lord Realm warrior whose legs he had cut off. Ryun walked over and saw a pale Demacy, unconscious and close to death from the loss of blood. Ryun was actually surprised that he had survived for so long. It looked like he would get to use reeve after all. He leaned down and activated the ability, the spectral hand superimposing itself over his own. He reached down and pulled out the essence, then devoured it whole. It wasn't as much as he would have gotten for a monarch, but it was a sizable amount nonetheless. He glanced down at his body, seeing the needles still in his side. He grimaced and pulled them out, and then inspected the rest of his body. He was thankful that his clothes were still on. His Void Cloud ability would have destroyed most other clothes, but his raiments had the Equip enhancement, so his clothes just went back into storage and then came back when he stopped using his other state. It was the first time he had used his new power in combat, and it had mixed results. It wasn't suited to fighting opponents like Ira had been. Her focus on chi attacks had really hurt him, but he hadn't really been all that impressed with the other two options he had. He had been given 3 options of an upgrade: Crystal, Cloud, and Liquid. Each kept his original true body's traits while giving him another state. Crystal turned him into some kind of a crystal state and made him more resistant to special attacks, while lowering his resistance to physical attacks and also making him slower. He hadn't been a fan of that, or the ability to stop his regeneration when he switched to that state, not when he had perks that helped with that. Liquid had been a middle ground, but it hadn't appealed to him at all. Cloud had been the only choice for him. It already synergized with his resistance to physical damage, and it boosted his regeneration of physical wounds, at least. It was a good secret weapon, too. He could evade attacks or even regenerate wounds quickly with it, at the expense of chi, of course. He glanced at his screen, looking at the upgrade. True Body, Untethered Cloud, Path Perk. Your body retains all the abilities granted by Untethered. Untethered Cloud is your truest self. Your body is soaked in void chi, and you may assume the state of void cloud. While active, your body becomes a cloud of the void, giving off the essence of void, increasing the effects of your void chi techniques by 20% in your immediate surroundings. While in the void cloud state, you gain a plus 80% increased resistance to physical attacks, but you also lose 40% resistance to special attacks. While full void cloud is active, you have none of your physical senses. Running out of chi while in void cloud will result in death. Entering the void cloud when your physical body is damaged allows you to regenerate it through the expenditure of chi. Gain plus 10% to wisdom and plus 20% to endurance. It had helped him in this fight, as Ira had obviously not expected something like that. It allowed him to weather the hail of needles, although he had still taken a lot of her chi. The decrease to special damage resistance was a pain, but all options had drawbacks. He focused on his hand, localizing the effect just to it. His hand disintegrated as if it was eaten by the void, leaving only a deep darkness in the shape of a hand. It didn't really resemble a cloud, except perhaps at the edges, where violet wisps like gas danced around the void. It was like he was looking at a hole in space, framed by a violet cloud. He shook his head and turned his hand back to normal, his skin reconstructing itself out of the void. He didn't know if he would ever get used to that. He went over all the corpses, taking what he found of value on them and putting it in his own storage. On Ira, he found a large storage ring that had at least twice the volume of his own 2 rings, and it was filled with stuff. He resisted going through it and just pocketed it. Then he sighed and got to work. He pulled out an ordinary sword and got to cutting, taking Ira's head off. He didn't use Kagehime since he had gotten enough of a feel for her to know that she wouldn't appreciate being used in such a manner. When he was done, he got back to his feet, groaning as he felt weak in all of his muscles. The poison was still in his system, but his body and chi were working on getting it out. Regardless, he knew that he shouldn't delay, so he shaped a cube and launched himself in the air. Soaring over the tree line and heading toward the edge of his territory, quickly his senses found his target, and he dropped down, falling through the branches and landing on the ground gently. Just in front of him was a running and out-of-breath Black Viper warrior. The warrior who had run away from the fight looked at Ryun with an expression of what Ryun assumed was fear or horror. Ryun threw Ira's head at him, and the man caught it reflexively. He glanced down and shuddered, a wet spot appearing on his pants. Ryun's nose twitched, but he didn't react to the man's accident. Take that to your sect head. Tell them that I have no desire to continue a state of conflict between us. But if they keep sending people to attack us, I will keep sending them back heads. With that, Ryun jumped up in the air and started his way back to the town. He wondered how Onrush's day was going. Chapter 93. Present. Onrush. Strong. Onrush looked at the bundle of papers in front of her, reports on the readiness of the town and their defenses. Ryun and Jesh had left to meet with the sect's representatives, and she hoped that they managed to avoid a violent outcome, but she couldn't shake the uneasiness she was feeling. She had tried to convince herself and the others that they had a path forward, that the sect wouldn't pursue them if it turned out that taking the territory and the town back would be too costly. But she just didn't know, not for certain. Ryun was strong and would probably be able to do some damage to the sect, and if the state of the sect hadn't changed much since they left, then perhaps there was hope. Yet she had to admit that she knew little about the leadership of the sect. She knew about their power, but she didn't know who they were. Would they step back, accept a slight, or would they be unable to take the hit to their honor? She couldn't know. She could only hope that the price they would pay for trying to take the territory would prove to be too much for them. The reports on her desk told her that the walls were secure, and there wasn't anything she could do to make them better. There just wasn't any time. Onrush had already sent her aides and guards to relay messages to get the rest of the warriors on the walls and ready. She also sent someone to find Airclaw in the den and inform him of what was happening, as she doubted that Ryun would think to do so. She was disappointed that they wouldn't have the pack inside the town, but over the last few weeks it had become apparent that the bonds that they'd tried to foster between the wolves and the warriors were not to be. She had warned Ryun that they needed people with classes or paths who could help foster such relationships. Only 3 wolves had somehow made a connection with the warriors, and the rest had retreated to their den with the rest of their pack. Airclaw had told her that the pack would still patrol the territory, and he would inform her of any dangers. She hoped that they would help in case of an attack as well, but she knew she couldn't count on that. She raised her head from the papers and frowned. She should have been updated by her warriors by now. Her instructions were clear. She tilted her head, focusing on her skill Echo Sense. Unlike what Ryun's skill allowed him, hers didn't let her sense everything around her. She could only perceive things that reached her ears but were outside of a normal range of hearing, echoes of sounds in the distance. She wasn't yet proficient with it enough to be able to tell what the sources of the sounds were, but she could tell that they were there. Suddenly, she realized that the mansion was empty. There were no servants inside, and she could hear a faint noise coming from the outside. She felt her hearts twist in her chest as she remembered that Cree was somewhere outside. She had sent someone to find her and bring her to the mansion, but she didn't allow herself to think for too long. She needed to act. So far, all she had were suspicions, nothing concrete. There could be 100 reasons as to why no one was inside, why her orders hadn't been followed. She looked down at the Sword of Greater Insight, R, tied to her hip, a gift from Ryun, along with the Ring of the Enduring Forest, L, on her finger that gave her a boost of 50 to endurance. She focused on her storage ring and used her armor directly from it. The Equip enchantment allowed the armor of the Leshy King, E, to form directly on her body, and the set of dark green bark molded itself on top of her body, the antlered helmet almost reaching the ceiling of the room she was in. She pulled her sword out and started walking. She already had all of her techniques anchored and ready to be used. She reached the doors of the mansion and stepped out. All around the mansion were walls, about as tall as she was, made out of gray stone, the formations that she and Ryun had purchased for the defense of the town, in case that they needed to surrender the walls and move deeper in. On top of them were warriors, her own, people that she recognized. The people who, until just a few hours ago, had bowed their heads at her in respect. Now they held bows, pulled back and trained on her. Those were not weapons that the town itself had. They had a few hunters proficient in their use, and only 5 bows in the town, and now a dozen of the warriors had them. And she noticed standing among them outsiders in the Black Viper sect's colors. Some she recognized from the time she spent in the sect. There was to be no battle for the Wolf's Grove, as its defenders had already surrendered it. She noticed the 3 people standing directly in front of her. Enka, Jish's second-in-command, and 2 who were familiar to her from before. She knew them both as lords of the sect, Fierre's friends. The warriors had betrayed her, and she knew now she should have expected it. The people who'd come here were ostracized. They would have done anything to get back into the good graces of the sect. She had thought that the death sentence above their heads for the betrayal would be enough to keep them from going back to the sect. But she had failed to realize that there was a way for them to get a pardon by giving the town and the territory back to the sect on a platter. Most of the people in the town were families, warriors, and builders. And if all the warriors turned back to the sect, most of the town's people did as well. Their little experiment was over. Even if she got out of this alive, she had no future. The people had betrayed the oath they'd given to Ryun, and if any had remained loyal, their numbers would be small. Not enough for them to defend the territory on their own, even if Ryun managed to survive.
"Lady Kesh," Enka spoke. "It is over. There is nothing that you can do. By now, Jish and the sect's warriors will have taken care of things on their end. Please surrender. Your daughter is in our custody,
You will be granted a quick death after you surrender the territory, but she will be taken in by the sect. Your crimes will not reflect on her." Anrush closed her eyes and bowed her head. Any hope that Ryun might come and save her evaporated. If he was being led into an ambush by Jish, then they probably already knew how strong he was. She knew that he'd hid some of his strength from most of the people, but she couldn't see a way that he could survive. Yet he had defied that belief before. Anrush had seen him come back from near death, had seen him overcome the odds. She had no notifications, which meant that the territory was still his. As his second-in-command, the ownership of the territory would fall on her as soon as he died. Enko wanted Anrush to give the territory willingly, which she could only do after Ryun died. They didn't need her, as killing all the leaders of the territory would leave the interface free to be claimed. She wondered why they wanted her to surrender. She looked around the walls again, counting the warriors, looking at faces. Only half of the numbers on the walls were from Wolf's Grove. The rest wore the sect's colors, but weren't part of the town. That didn't mean that the other half didn't betray them, but perhaps... She weighed her options. She could do as they asked. There would be no saving her life, as she had been Ryun's closest ally, his second-in-command. Kree could live if what they spoke was the truth, but Anrush wasn't stupid enough to think that her life wouldn't be tarnished by a dead mother branded as a traitor. It would follow her for her entire life, even if the sect did nothing to sabotage her prospects, which she knew was likely to happen. What she had feared would happen before she crossed paths with Ryun was coming to pass, and she felt anger rise in her chest. She had believed Ryun that he could protect them, and now here she stood, surrounded and with no options. His reckless behavior had led them here. The sect had acted before they could. But then she let her anger go. He had never broken a promise to her, and he had given her something. She remembered the conversation from just hours before. He told her that she was stronger than she thought she was. She could feel her chi, a coldness nestling deep into her core. The people in the town knew that she had reached the mid-lord realm. Her body was proof enough, but they knew little else. Not that she had changed her aspect, not that Ryun had given her enough essence that she could cycle. They could see her strange armor, but they knew nothing about it. Anrush did have strength, but she didn't know if it would be enough against so many, against 2 lords of the sect. She remembered Ryun, and how easily he fought while outnumbered against Fier and his warriors. They had been on the same stage. Their power should have been equal, and yet Ryun had prevailed. Could she gamble the life of her daughter on her own strength? She had never believed in herself before. She had known that she was below average, unimportant, and yet she had ruled a town, a territory. She had gained power, perhaps not by hunting monsters or killing powerful cultivators, but by being of use to someone strong. And she had managed to injure Ryun in a sparring match. She had managed to reach his monstrous strength. To agree to their demands would be to surrender to her death, and she had lived through too much in order to go so quietly. Fighting would risk everything, even her daughter's life. But what life would Kree have if she lost her mother? If she was thrown to the mercy of the sect? Anrush knew the horrors that people inflicted on one another. No. She made her decision. She raised her head and looked. There were 24 of them on the walls, weapons trained on her. She wouldn't have much time. She would need to end the fight quickly before they were able to bring their numbers against her. She wasn't Ryun. She couldn't fight against such numbers without a care. The 3 before her were the biggest threats. Enko was weak, but she had still advanced, and the 2 lords were the real danger. She knew them from a distance, but didn't know their styles or their paths. One held a spear in his hand, the other a sword. She would need to finish them quickly without letting them use their techniques. 2 of them together, along with their warriors, would overpower her. She took a step forward, and the people on the walls tensed.
"Please, Lady Kesh, there is no way out,"
Enka said, her eyes looking straight into Onrush's. Onrush wasn't fast. She had no great powers of movement, but her stats had been greatly improved ever since she advanced. She focused on one of her anchors and triggered it. Absolute cold spilled through her body, the glacial might filling her and increasing her strength. The people on the wall tensed as they felt her chi, and the 2 lords gave out orders. Bowstrings released and arrows flew at her. She didn't bother with evading. In truth, she couldn't, as she wasn't fast enough. Her armor protected her, the arrows stabbing into the wood, and only a few piercing deep enough to shallowly puncture her skin. She didn't even feel them, her enduring body making her pain tolerance much greater. She bent her knees and jumped. Her great strength propelled her through the air at a speed great enough that she saw the 2 lords startle. Her second anchor burst, and infusion of frost filled her weapon. She reached the closest lord, her weapon leveled with his chest. He tried to move out of the way, but she had surprised him. He hadn't expected that she could move that fast. The sword pushed through his chest as he tried to twist away, missing his heart, but it didn't matter. Her chi sapped the heat from his body, and frost started spreading from the wound. She had only missed the heart by a hand's breadth. It froze, and he died on her sword before he could even attempt to save himself. She looked at him in surprise. She hadn't really believed that it would work, that she could kill another lord, not that easily. And yet he was dead, supported only by her sword. A roar and a flash of a sword sheathed in a green light brought her back to reality, and she moved, putting the man on her sword in the way. The second lord's sword flashed as the attack cleaved through his former comrade's head. Onrush's mind snapped back to the present, and she felt a few arrows stab into her back from the warriors behind her. Enka had jumped from the wall and into the courtyard in front of the mansion, running toward another few dozen of the sect's warriors. Onrush's spirits dropped as she saw that there were more of them in the town. She didn't think that she could survive them all, but she didn't have the time to think. The Lord was attacking again. She pulled her sword out of the dead body and blocked the Lord's attack, moving back along the wall. She knew that there were warriors behind her, preparing to stab her in the back, and she knew that she had to deal with them. Her danger sense sent her a warning, and she used dash to move to the side. She twisted her body, but not as fast as she had been at the start. Her glacial might was sapping her dexterity, and the precision that her body answered her wishes with was slowing. She saw 2 warriors, their spears aimed at where her back used to be. Crescent and her sword cut through them as if they were made out of paper. An arrow hit her head and snapped her back, the armor protecting her, but she knew that it wouldn't for long. Her danger sense rang, and she used deflect. Her body twisted unnaturally fast, and her hands moved, guided by her ability, deflecting the attack from the Lord. She used swipe and cut down 2 more warriors near her, and then she jumped down into the courtyard. She focused her mind and sent a command to the square, even as she cut down another warrior and moved into their midst. Her armor was incredible, protecting her from the glancing blows that she couldn't evade. The Lord followed her down, but she cut through the warriors, taking cover from the arrow and him. Her attacks were incredibly powerful, but she could see that the drawbacks of her technique were taking a toll. It wasn't a problem still. Her attack might not be as precise, but every time she connected with someone, she killed or maimed them too much to continue the fight. Yet her lack of speed finally allowed them to move out of the way fast enough, and she was left alone in a circle of warriors. And then the Lord arrived using a movement ability. He was too fast for her to react, too fast for her to stop. His body coiled, and he launched himself at her, his sword snapping forward in a stab. Her abilities were still on cooldown, and she had no other way to defend. The sword stabbed into her armor, and after only a bit of resistance it punched through, stabbing through her heart. Pain spread through her body as one of her hearts stopped, and poison chi spread through her body. Immediately she grabbed the hand of the Lord, even as she activated her fighter's heart perk, which allowed for her to ignore the pain until the end of combat. The Lord had a smug look on his face. He was expecting her to be dead, she knew, and Onrush's heart might be pierced, but she was hardly out of the fight. Her true body was called enduring, and that was exactly what it did, endure. Her second heart was enough to keep her alive. Her hand tightened on his, keeping his weapon trapped inside her body, and she saw him realize that something was wrong. His tail lashed out, hitting her midsection, wedging itself between them as he tried to push himself away. Onrush raised her other hand and her sword, preparing to cleave the Lord in half. He screamed out an order, and the warriors around them surged at her, their weapons ready to stab her and finish the job. She only smiled. Activating her fighter's strike perk, she then triggered her last anchor, and her fruit technique activated. 6 swords made out of ice formed around her, and as the warriors moved close, they unleashed a flurry of ice. The Arctic storm flashed and cut anyone close to her, even as her sword came down on the Lord, cleaving him from shoulder to hip. Those around her died, and she looked at the carnage, and for a moment she wondered if this was what Ryun felt all the time, the knowledge that he could casually end lives. Onrush pulled the Lord's sword out from her chest and dropped to her knees. The surviving warriors around her jumped forward, seeing a chance. And then the 3 golems arrived from the square. Following her command, they charged into the warriors and started killing. She twisted and evaded a sword. The golems were there, but there were still too many of the sect's warriors present. She blocked a strike from another, and then used Crescent to cut their heads off. She stumbled on a corpse and fell on her back, an axe coming down on her head immediately. She blocked, her strength much greater than that of the sect's warrior, but with her hands occupied, another tried to stab her in the torso, and she could do nothing to stop him. And then there was a flash of red, and the man was cut to ribbons. Onrush blinked as the weight on top of her disappeared, and she looked around. She saw a blur of white and red laying into the sect's warriors, and she saw them falter. A few more died, and then they were surrendering, dropping their weapons and getting down to their knees. She got up to her feet and looked. There were only a few of them left, standing in front of a large, 2-legged wolf. Airclaw looked down on them without moving, and he turned and glanced at her. Onrush called the golems off and looked around, taking in the surroundings. There were so many dead, and she had killed most of them herself. Airclaw had killed only a handful. Most of it had been her. She, who had always considered herself weak, couldn't believe that she had done it. In the distance she could see wolves in the town and a few more warriors standing among them. Not all had betrayed them then. "What do you want done with them?" Airclaw asked, bringing her back to reality. She looked at the sect's warriors. She wanted to have them killed, but she knew that they would be more valuable alive. "Take them prisoner. But first I need to find Kree," Onrush said, looking around, hoping that her decision hadn't put her daughter's life in danger immediately. And then there was the fact that she couldn't see Enka anywhere. "She is safe in the den," Airclaw said. Onrush blinked, then looked at him. "But they said—" Airclaw shrugged. "They never had her. Ryun asked me to take her to someplace safe, and then to help you if you needed it." Onrush looked at the wolf for a long minute before things clicked into place. "He knew," she said. It was not a question, but Airclaw nodded anyway. Her anger rose again, but then she sighed. She was too spent to be angry. She took a healing potion out of her storage and downed it. She would have a long talk with Ryun about what he was thinking, assuming that he came back alive. Then she would worry about the town and this new mess they were in. But first she needed to see her daughter. Chapter 94. Present. Ryun. Wrong choice. On his way back to the town, Ryun paused at the battleground. The corpses of the sect warriors were still resting there, and he decided to take a moment to look through the items he had looted. The situation in the town would resolve itself one way or another without him. Either the people went through with their plans and betrayed him, in which case he was no longer obliged to protect them, or they would change their minds. Besides, Ryun was confident that Onrush could protect the town on her own. She didn't need him to come and save her every time, and doing so would only serve to make her feel like she was weaker than she truly was. Ryun climbed on top of the rock formation that the sect had used as a hiding place and started pulling things out of his storage. He had gotten quite a bit of essence from killing them, but it was nothing compared to what he could have gotten with his reeve. Still, he had found many items of note on them. The first thing he looked at was a pair of gloves that he had recovered from Miera. They were an enchanted pair, with small spatial storage places inside them. He saw that they were filled with needles, which he could pull out easily and directly into her palms. They didn't seem to be able to store anything other than needles, however. They weren't useful to him, but perhaps he could sell them on the auction. He started pulling out weapons from the dead warriors, swords and spears mostly, all of good quality but unimpressive by his standards. He had taken some pieces of armor as well, the ones that were in good shape at least. None of them could self-repair, so he didn't bother with the ones that were ruined. Most of their warriors wore battle robes that gave small boosts to stats, but again there was nothing impressive about them. The lords had slightly better equipment, but nothing like what Ryun himself had. There were rings, as well as pendants, each giving small boosts to stats, but only a handful. All their gear put together painted a picture to Ryun. These people had good quality gear, but nothing remarkable. They weren't rich, not like what he had assumed when Onrush had been explaining things to him, and while he didn't want a conflict, he certainly wasn't going to run away from one either. Not because he wanted to protect the town. The betrayal had made sure that he no longer felt an obligation towards any of them, aside from Onrush and Kree, but he did not like others coming in to take what was his. He had taken the territory by finishing the scenario. Fier would have failed, even if Ryun hadn't come along, after all. But a part of him was wondering if it wouldn't be better to just leave. He didn't need a territory, not really. He knew what he wanted out of life, to find stronger opponents, to fight, to advance, to have the freedom to do so without having to answer to anyone. He did like having others around, however, perhaps not an entire town, but Onrush and her daughter had been good for him. He had forgotten what it felt like to have someone with whom he could speak. So having a home, a place where he could return to once in a while, did make sense, and Onrush seemed happy enough to lead in his stead. Perhaps he could go and explore, farm essence and advance. But he did need to make sure that it was safe enough for Onrush and Kree. She hadn't betrayed her word to him, and in fact had done more than he had asked of her when they'd first met. Ryun did not forget such debts. So the first thing he needed to do was deal with the Black Viper sect. He hoped that they would see they would lose too much by forcing the issue, but he knew the stupidity of people well enough to understand that sometimes there was nothing that he could do to change things. He shook his head and continued his search through the loot he gathered. Of all the things from the warriors and the lords, only Iera's had worth. She had 2 rings that gave her a boost of 15 to dexterity, and one that gave her a boost of 10 to vitality, and her pendant gave her a boost of 10 to vitality and endurance. Further searching led him to what appeared to be one final ring, a spatial storage. It was larger than his 2 rings, at about twice the volume, and it was filled with a variety of things. There were tables and chairs, a tent, a bit of food and water. There was a small chest filled with essence crystals, around 10 of them, but each held a few hundred cycled essence. He left those alone and turned to another chest that was marked differently and a bit larger. Opening it up, he found that it was filled with small vials and bottles. Immediately he was interested, and he pulled one out, taking a look at it. Elixir of Minor Strength. Drinking the contents will grant +2 to base strength permanently. The elixir loses effectiveness based on how many elixirs of the same type have been previously consumed. Ryun blinked at that, and then looked at another, finding that it was an elixir of minor dexterity. There had to be over 100 little vials in the chest, and he saw that not all were elixirs that granted stats permanently. There were quite a few that gave bonus stats for a certain amount of time. He didn't find any elixir that was rare like what he had obtained from finishing the scenario, but the ones that increased the stats permanently were incredible already. He uncorked one that gave a boost to strength and then downed it. A warm feeling passed through him, and he saw that his strength had increased by 2. He started drinking more, each time getting a boost to his stats. When he drank 3 elixirs, the bonus dropped to 1, and after another 2, the elixir no longer gave him any stat bonuses. From 5 vials, he had gained 8 strength permanently. Although there seemed to be a limit as to how much one could use this to increase their stats, it was still an incredible gain. He started drinking the minor elixirs for all other stats, gaining 8 for the 5 vials for each stat. Then he picked up the elixir of moderate dexterity. There were only 4 of these kind of elixirs, 2 for dexterity and 2 for vitality. He drank both of them, gaining an additional 10 points in both stats. He checked again to see if there were any different types of elixirs, but there were none that gave permanent boosts. Then he noticed that he had a notification, and so he pulled it up and saw that he had gained a new title. Alchemical Tester. Use more than 10 alchemical concoctions to improve yourself. +2 to intelligence, 500 essence. It wasn't a big bonus nor reward, but it told him that there was another avenue that he had missed, another path to gaining power. He brought up his screens and took a look. Name: Ryun Noct. Race: Human. Earth. Iteration 7. Titles: First Kill, Adventurer, Hero of Promise, Transcended, First Body of Iron, First Quickened Mind, First Lake of Chi, Beaten but Not Broken, Cannibal, One Against Many, First Lord, First Chi Manipulator, Class Evolution 1, One Against Horde, First True Body, Hated Foe, One-Man Army, Butcher of Humanity, True Understanding 1, Limit Break, Monarch, Ruler, Alchemical Tester. Essence: 7,354 Greater Essence. Class: Harbinger, E. Level: 65, 0 of 170 Greater Essence. Combat Ability: Bringer of Sorrow. Movement Ability: Inevitable Step. Support Ability: Reeve. Cultivation: The Path of the Final End, E. Stage: Early Monarch, 0 of 60,000 Greater Essence. Aspect: Void. Base Technique: Null Mantle. Branch Technique: Breath of Destruction. Fruit Technique: Darkest End. Cultivation: The Path of the Unbreakable Wall, U. Stage: Mid-Lord, 0 of 12,000 Greater Essence. Aspect: Void. Base Technique: Chi Shaping. Branch Technique: Chi Sheath. Fruit Technique: Avatar. Passive Skills: Combat Mastery evolved to Sword Mastery, 8 of 10. Vibration Sense evolved to Enhanced Vibration Sense, 10 of 10. Enhanced Balance, 6 of 10. Active Skills: Perfect Cut. Pounce, 5 of 10. Strength, 667, Dexterity, 606. Vitality, 746. Endurance, 720. Intelligence, 586. Wisdom, 767. His stats had risen, and his skills had gained a bit of a boost from the fight with the sect. He took a deep breath, feeling content. He loved seeing his progress advancing. He didn't need anything else. Ryun glanced back down to the chest in his lap. There were quite a few vials still in there, and he wondered what to do with them. Most of them were no longer useful to him, but then it occurred to him that they were probably useless to Iera as well, as she would have probably drank until the potions lost their usefulness herself. Yet she still kept them, probably to give out to people as rewards. Perhaps he should give the rest to Onrush, or even save them for Kree. He would have to think about it. Just as he put the chest back into storage, his senses picked up a group coming his way, and he moved behind the rock and hid. There were 4 of them, but only one of them was familiar to him. They reached the field of battle and halted. "What is this?" one of the unfamiliar ones asked angrily and loudly. "You betrayed us?" The other party started to defend itself, speaking in a low enough tone that he couldn't quite make out the words with his hearing, but with his senses he understood every word. They walked around the dead until they found the remains of Iera. He sensed their words, the disbelief and accusations again. He didn't know what stage the 4 were. His senses told him much, but not about power. He would need to look at them in order to be able to tell, but from their talk he assumed that there was no one in the Lord realm. He was glad for that, as he was not yet recovered from his fight. His chi was dangerously low, almost depleted, and his body might be healed by the potions, but it ached all over. As their conflict escalated, Ryun decided to interfere. He stepped from behind his cover and looked at the 4 warriors. All wore the sect's colors, but he recognized one. Enka was trying to defend herself, telling them that they hadn't betrayed the sect, and that she had no idea what happened here. Ryun debated about what he wanted to do for a few seconds, but in the end, he knew he didn't need any more messengers. An inevitable step, and he was among them. He crushed the closest one's head in his palm and kicked the second with enough power to collapse his rib cage. The last he grabbed by the throat and slowly squeezed until he was close to death. Then he raised his other hand and used Reeve. He pulled the essence from the man and then dropped his corpse to the ground. Enka had stumbled back and fell to the ground, then looked up at him, her eyes wide and filled with fear. Ryun realized that he was still covered with blood, Iera's and his own, though such things didn't bother him. "Ah, I gave you so much, shared secrets. And this is how you repay me," Ryun told her. Enka tried to get her mouth to work, but she didn't seem to be able to. Ryun shook his head. "You broke your word to me, and so I am no longer bound by mine." He summoned a sword from his storage, one of the ordinary ones he kept in there. Enka finally found her voice. "Please, master, I beg of you, mercy. Jish made me do it. He threatened me." Ryun grimaced at her words, but he kept his cool. He didn't know if that was the truth, but it wasn't like it mattered. "What happened back in the town?" Ryun asked. "The sect sent people to take the town. I was forced to help them. Please, you must understand." "What happened?" Ryun asked again. She swallowed hard, looking at him from the ground. "Lady Kesh refused to surrender. She fought against the sect's people." "You are here, so I'm guessing that she was stronger than them?" Ryun added. Enka nodded her head. She was. She wasn't that strong before." Ryun sighed. "You made the wrong choice." She opened her mouth, probably to beg for mercy again, but Ryun didn't care. His sword moved before she could react, and her head fell from her shoulders. Ryun turned around and started walking back to the town. It took him a while to get there, since he didn't want to use his chi and go through the air in case there were still threats in the town. But when he finally arrived, he was met with warriors on the walls, though less than there usually were. Only 2 were standing at the gate, but they seemed to be happy to see him, so he didn't think that they were the traders. He knew exactly what had transpired. Jish and Enka hadn't asked all the warriors to help in their scheme. He walked through the town and reached the square, finding Airclaw and Onrush standing over around a dozen bound warriors on one side, those who had been part of the town. Another half a dozen were on the other side of the square, bound as well, but all were strangers to him, probably warriors from the sect. People, builders, workers, hunters, were out of their homes. Half of them were on their knees, and the others were standing some distance away, casting worried glances at Onrush and the ones who were on their knees. Someone noticed him and told Onrush, who turned to look at him. He felt her take his appearance in, and then she relaxed. He walked over and looked at her, seeing that her state reflected his own. "I told you that you were stronger than you thought you were," Ryun said. Onrush's eyes narrowed, and she glanced at the people kneeling. "You knew, didn't you?" Ryun tilted his head. "I did," he answered simply. There was no point in denying it, and he didn't lie. He saw her tighten her fists, but then she seemed to come to a decision. "Come with me. We should talk privately." Without waiting for him to agree, she stomped off toward the mansion. Ryun saw that everyone around them was looking at him, and decided that it was best if he followed after her. He wasn't comfortable being the center of attention, and he kind of liked seeing Onrush with a little more backbone. Chapter 95. Present. Onrush. Word. Onrush stomped toward the mansion, trying hard not to look back. She was angry at Ryun because he'd known that half of the town was planning on betraying them, yes, but that wasn't the reason for her unease. It was fear. She had just about convinced herself that Ryun was dead when he'd walked into town covered in blood and gore. She had interrogated the captives, and she had learned who they had sent to ambush Ryun. She didn't know if she should be happy or terrified that he had come back. They entered the mansion and immediately had their path barred by Cree. Onrush had rushed to the den to retrieve her daughter. She didn't want to think of her staying among the wolves. The fact that she had disobeyed and gone out to train against Onrush's wishes made her angry, but she didn't have the time to have a discussion with her about it. "Mother, Onrush's look silenced her. She knew that tone, the one that she had learned from Ryun, what seemed so long ago, and that she had used when she wanted to appear respectful. Onrush wasn't fooled by it. "I told you to wait for me in your room," Onrush told her. She saw that Cree wanted to speak, but she thought better of it and bowed her head. Onrush watched her turn and walk away. Once Cree was out of sight, Onrush turned and glanced at Ryun, making sure that he was following. She could never be too sure with him. She turned back and walked without saying anything, leading him to a meeting room. She entered and waited for him to get inside before she closed the doors. Ryun made his way to the table and jumped up on it, making it creak. Then he sat with his legs crossed and looked at her, all without speaking. Onrush took a moment to study him. Aside from being covered in blood and gore, she noticed that his robe was filled with holes and small cuts that seemed to be in the process of repairing themselves. His face was splattered with blood, and his chin and mouth were completely covered with it, and she shuddered just thinking about how that had happened. He was a mess, and she could tell that he was moving slower than usual, with more care. He had been injured, but his face still had the same calm expression that he kept on most of the time. She didn't know how much time she spent just looking at him, but he remained still and didn't speak. She still found that eerie about him, The fact that he could just sit there without moving or reacting in any way, that he was so comfortable with silence. Finally, she decided that it was time to speak. "Why did you allow them to execute their plans if you knew what they were planning?" She couldn't think of a reason why he would endanger them in that way. How could he be so arrogant as to think that he could get out of it? He had been in the monarch realm for not even a month, and she had told him that the Black Viper sect had more monarchs that were powerful, and yet he was here, so the ambush had to have failed. Ryun didn't answer immediately, and for a moment she thought that perhaps she had crossed a line by demanding an answer from him. She was aware that she had never been his equal, and that he had a very different understanding of the world around him than most people. But he didn't seem angry. Instead, he looked almost thoughtful, as if he was thinking about how to answer. And just as she was about to speak again, he answered. "Because until the moment when they did it, they hadn't broken their word," Ryun said. Onrush blinked at him. "What are you talking about? They broke their word the moment they conspired against the town." Ryun tilted his head, his face making the expression he often made when he didn't understand something. "People have fears, doubts. I didn't ask them not to have those. Until the moment when they stepped into the light and betrayed me in truth, they had the option of turning back, of letting us know." "That is a generous way of looking at things, but it also put more than just yourself in danger. It put half of the town, the people who they hadn't brought in on their plans, in mortal danger. The sect would have looked for someone to punish, to make an example of, and the people that weren't in on their plans would have been it. You put me and Kree in danger as well. You left me alone while you knew that they would attack the town, while you knew that they had sent people and 2 lords to deal with me." Onrush yelled at him, surprising even herself at the intensity of her anger. And then she remembered who she had just yelled at, and as she opened her mouth to ask forgiveness, Ryun spoke. "Yes, I put you in danger, but I believed that you would triumph. And I have given you power. I have shown you things, helped you advance. But I couldn't give you confidence in your own power." He paused and grimaced. "I'm not good with words, but what I want to say is that you needed that danger. To be like me, you cannot fear the future, the things that you cannot control. The only thing you can do is believe in yourself and your own power, and dare the world to throw something at you that can smash you to pieces. And if it succeeds, well, then you just weren't strong enough." She had always known that he looked at everything differently, but what he was saying, she couldn't afford to think that way, not when she had Kree to protect. And yet she had triumphed, and she could still feel her fingertips tingling as she remembered the feeling of elation, of power. She had fought against 2 Lord Realm warriors, against dozens of others, and she was the one who had been left standing. She knew her strength now. She knew that she could improve more, that she could reach even greater heights, and that such power would let her grant her daughter a better future. Onrush sighed. She couldn't really stay angry at him. She'd known what he was like from the beginning. "You still could have let me know that there was a possibility of betrayal. I could have planned better, or I don't know." "They conspired, yes. But I know how other people operate, how you believe words and act on shadows. I had to be sure that they wouldn't change their minds, because that was the way I live my life, and I do not compromise on my beliefs. In their betrayal, they revealed to me the breadth of their own and the others' loyalties. They are unworthy of having my protection." "Wait," Onrush said quickly. "Not all of them betrayed you, us. Some of them didn't even know that it was happening." Ryun just shrugged. I made a deal with the town as a whole. The people are now fractured, and my word to them void.
Some warriors fought for us at the end.
And when did they join the fight? At the start, or at the end when the battle had already been won? Onrush winced. She remembered them coming in at the end, after Airclaw had arrived and she had already killed so many. This is why I don't like interacting with people. They all just wait for a moment to backstab one another.
What do you want to do then? Keep them all as prisoners?
I don't keep prisoners. They made their choices, he said.
You mean to kill them all?
Onrush asked, her eyes going wide. They aren't worth anything to me. Not really, Ryun answered.
And what about the Black Viper sect? You would let them come and take your territory?
Ryun's eyes narrowed. No. This is mine, even if I were to live here alone. I gave them a choice, and so far they have yet to make the right one. But I don't need a town for that.
You can't just abandon everything that we've been building here.
Why not? She started, flabbergasted.
We could do something good here, something great.
Ryun tilted his head. You would forgive them? Those who betrayed us?
They made a mistake. They were afraid. You said so yourself.
Ryun looked at her for a long moment without answering. She started to worry that he would just go outside and start a massacre. And a part of her knew that he was very much capable of doing it. Finally, he sighed. I put you in charge of the town, so you do as you want with it. My word to them is no longer binding, but my word to you and Kree still holds. So if you want them pardoned, if you want to lead this town, then it is your word that matters, not mine. She closed her eyes in relief, but she knew that there were more things to discuss.
Ryun, the prisoners said that the sect sent a monarch against you, Iera G. Van. Did you fight her?
I did. She was accompanied by Lord and Foundation Realm warriors. Onrush hesitated, but she knew that she needed to know.
What happened to her?
I killed her. I left only one of the sect's Foundation Realm warriors alive to carry a message from me to their leaders. Onrush looked at him blankly, not knowing how to react. Iera G. Van was the sister of the Black Viper sect's ruler. Killing his nephew had been bad enough, but she knew that the sect could look over that. But Iera? She didn't know if they could have peace, not anymore. It would be too much of a blow against the Black Viper sect's ruler's face, and his honor would demand retribution. Even if the sect head was willing to look the other way himself, he would lose the respect and support of the sect if he allowed something like that to pass.
What kind of a message did you send?
Onrush asked. Ryun looked at her with his clear eyes, covered in blood and grime. I sent him along with Iera's head. Onrush closed her eyes. If only the sect had sent someone else, anyone else. But they hadn't. They'd believed themselves stronger than Ryun. What Jish and Enka had told them was the truth, that Ryun became a monarch only recently. The techniques that they had seen him use, his fighting style. But they hadn't known the truth, hadn't understood just how big of a monster Ryun truly was. He wasn't like normal people. He was a rancor, a person forged in a dying world overrun by monsters. His understanding of power was far different than that of those born in the infinite realm. Those born in a world that had been tamed by the rancors that came before them couldn't understand someone like him. She saw Ryun looking at her with a confused expression on his face. Of course he didn't understand. He didn't know who Iera was. He knew little of the politics of the sect. But somehow she doubted that he would have done anything different if he did know. Onrush only hoped that he was strong enough for the answer. Chapter 96. Past. Ryun. Attack. Ryun's face hit the ground hard, and he groaned. He heard his opponent walk over and heard her snicker. "Yeah, just you laugh," Ryun told her. "If we used our powers, it would have gone my way." "In your dreams," Melody told him. Ryun pushed himself off the floor and stood up, then looked at her. She smiled at him, and he couldn't help but smile in return. Their daily sparring matches had been going on for the last year now, and he did look forward to them every day, although the ones where they didn't use any powers, like the match today, were the ones where he regularly got thrown around. It was only to be expected. After all, Melody had higher stats than him. Her class gave her more raw stats, but Ryun could increase his with his technique. In sparring sessions where they used their power levels were far closer to equal. Still, it was good for him to train without them. He knew that he might not have access to his powers all the time. His chi could and did run out, and he needed to be ready to fight without his techniques. But the last year had been a lot easier, ever since Mel and he had received their unique perks. The Eternal Hunter Reaper had made their hunts much safer, as well as allowing them to hunt for longer and take on more powerful monsters. They had cleared almost all the powerful monsters from the surrounding area, and they had even defeated a newly spawned boss monster 2 months ago. It had been an event. A powerful monster appeared, and everyone in range got the notification and a quest. The monster had been tough, but they had managed to defeat it and had received great rewards. Ryun got a sword, an awakened weapon, one that seemed to turn into a shadow the more it was used. And if the experience from his previous life was right, it should be able to level with him. He just needed to figure out how to access it. Mel got one as well, a white spear that almost turned into a cloud the more it was used. The encounter with the 2 monsters that had somehow given them the unique perks had been most fortunate for them. Both of their powers had increased to an incredible degree, and Ryun had managed to gather a lot of essence. His path required almost 1,000,000 essence to advance to the next stage, which was really insane when compared to what Melody needed for her levels. The amount of essence that they got from monsters had seemed to decrease too, at least for those around their power level. That made it incredibly difficult for him to accumulate enough essence just to advance, let alone cycle. But he still believed that it was the best way forward. He had managed to acquire almost 500,000 essence since his last advancement, both by gathering essence, by drawing it in, and from his and Melody's hunts. And that was with her giving him any essence crystals that dropped as rewards, which happened only rarely. His drawing in had become much better, however. He could draw in far more than anyone else in the town could, almost more than all of them put together. He had been saving it, since he wanted to cycle it in one try. He had been doing different things for different advancements. At the start, he had been putting in essence as he acquired it, only pulling it out in smaller chunks. But sometimes he would accumulate the entire amount and pull it out in one go. He had realized that different methods did different things. Putting in more essence before pulling it out seemed to be improving his core. The other method seemed to improve his conduits. He wasn't yet sure of what exactly all the benefits were, so he needed to test things out. All of his time was spent either training, hunting, or drawing in essence, and he loved every single moment of it. He knew that for some the framework had heralded the end of their lives, but for Ryun, life had started only after it had arrived. He doubted that he would have ever had the courage to tell Mel how he felt before, and now he couldn't imagine his life without her. He was happy, living a simple life while pursuing advancement. The best part was that Mel felt the same way. She understood him the same way that he did her. Their settlement was small, filled with like-minded people for the most part. Ryun loved the people around him. No one ever made him feel like he was lacking, like he shouldn't just live the way he wanted to. It was freedom in a way that he hadn't ever experienced before. They hadn't upgraded their settlement, so they didn't have the connection with other settlements around the world. Sometimes Ryun wondered what was happening, how Zack was doing, but in the end they had both decided to follow their own paths and had respected each other's decision. Perhaps someday they would meet again. Mel and Ryun finished their practice and then cleaned up and changed. They had a hunting trip planned for the next day, so they needed to get some rest. As they were leaving the training hall, they were intercepted by one of the town's people. "They are coming," Jonas, their martial arts teacher and the person in charge of the settlement's security, told them. "Damn," Ryun grumbled. "How long do we have?" Mel asked. "An hour or so," Jonas responded. Ryun and Mel exchanged a look, and then he sighed. "It's not like we can pick up and leave." "No," Mel confirmed. "We cannot. I doubt that they will make any problems for us." Ryun gave her a look that she was very much so familiar with. "You really think that they will just leave us alone?" Mel sighed and shook her head. "Not really, I guess." "What do you want to do?" Jonas asked. Mel turned to look at him and answered. "Let the others know. Ryun and I will meet with them when they arrive." Ryun wasn't looking forward to the end of the next hour, but he did know that they had little choice. Mel noticed his expression and put a hand on his shoulder. "It is unlikely that they have anyone strong enough to make any problems or force us to do anything that we don't want to do." Ryun knew that she was right, but he still didn't like it. The last year had seen a lot of changes to the area around them. More settlements had appeared as the more powerful monsters were hunted down by Ryun and Mel. Their settlement had little interaction with these newcomers. They did some barter trading, but the people weren't all that strong, and the area where Mel and Ryun had created their settlement wasn't the safest for less powerful people, even now when they had killed off the most powerful monsters. But a couple of months ago, a new force had moved in, the so-called United Government. They had started absorbing the other settlements, and from what the scouts that Mel and Ryun sent to investigate, not all had agreed to join freely. These people had bullied them into it, and Ryun knew that they would try the same thing here. Ryun knew that the government offered protection, but they also took advantage, or at least that was what Ryun had always thought. It was why he didn't want to join them when they first encountered them. But he knew why they were coming now, and he knew that these envoys were seeking to gain resources and power. They had been asking around the other settlements about who had cleared the boss monster quest, and had even been inquiring about the rewards. Most other settlements knew that it was Ryun and Mel who had done so, but they didn't know what they'd gained as rewards. The government envoys would arrive no matter how much he wanted them not to, and Ryun resigned himself to dealing with them. He followed Mel and walked over to the gates to wait for their arrival. The envoys were a party of 6, none of whom were familiar to him. That was to be expected. The government had been large even when they had last crossed paths years ago, but a part of him had hoped to see a familiar face. The man that led them looked at Ryun and Mel and smiled as they came to a stop in front of them. "Greetings," he said, still keeping the smile on his face. "We are envoys of the United Government. I'm Richard, the leader of this team. We are so glad to see you here. We've been looking for survivors ever since the framework arrived." "I'm Melody, the leader of this town," Mel said. "We know who you are. We have run into the United Government before." The man looked surprised, his smile slipping for just a moment. "Oh, we weren't aware that any of our parties came this far into the wilderness." "They didn't," Mel told him. "We came here several years ago. Our previous group decided to join the government, and we decided to go into the wild and explore on our own."
"You went into the wild willingly?" a woman from the group asked, her tone incredulous. Richard gave her a look, and she looked away. Turning back to Mel, he said, "That is incredible. We would love to hear what you have to say about your adventures." Melody glanced at Ryun and then back to the man. "Of course, as long as you understand that we will not be joining your government. We've been made the offer before, and we have made our choice. What we've built here is our own." The man's smile froze, and Ryun saw him blink. "Well, I'm sure that we can talk about it. Perhaps some of your people would be willing—"
"No," Mel interrupted him. "All of us here have the same goals, and I want it clear that if we allow you inside our settlement, you will not be trying to convince us of joining up."
Richard looked a bit taken aback, but a man from behind him spoke up. "Listen here, I don't think that you realize who you are talking to." The man was probably going to continue until his words became more of a threat, but Ryun had lost his patience. He turned on the presence of the eternal hunter aura, and the man immediately shut up. He saw them realize that something was wrong immediately. They reeled back as their stats were lowered, acting as if they were struck, and then they blinked with their eyes, and Ryun knew that they were seeing the small indicator in their corner that showed them the debuff. He shut the aura off and just glared at them. He didn't like bullies, and he had seen people like these far too often since the framework arrived. The strong thrived in this world, but being strong did not mean one was also decent.
"We have survived in the wild for a long time, and we have done it without the help of anyone else. I hope that you can respect that. We are, of course, willing to deal with anyone who comes to us in peace, but we will not be joining up with anyone."
Richard studied Mel and Ryun more cautiously now, his eyes bouncing from one to the other. "I understand your position, but this area has been granted to Governor Emerson by the government. We are tasked with bringing the people living on his land into the fold." Mel tilted her head.
"We've been living in this area for years. We've cleared the more dangerous monsters and made it safer. It is ours, and a grant by the government we are not a part of does not magically give you the ownership of it."
"I see," Richard said. He glanced at his people behind him, and Ryun saw that all of them were keeping their hands close to their weapons. They were waiting for a signal, but Ryun wasn't overly worried. He didn't think that they were much stronger than what Zack had been before they parted. Both Ryun and Mel were stronger, and the people in the settlement behind them were ready and waiting in case that any hostilities erupted. Finally, Richard seemed to have made up his mind. "I will pass that on to the governor. It's been a pleasure." After that, they quickly retreated and made their way back into the forest, not even trying to stay and gather more information.
"I guess I spooked them more than I thought," Ryun said after they were out of earshot. Mel sighed. "Why must everyone in power be so—"
She trailed off. Ryun nodded, understanding her meaning. Without the civilization of the pre-framework world, it's much easier to just take what you want if you have the power to do so. Melody shook her head, and they turned back, heading into the town. They waited for the government response for a few weeks, but their people didn't come to the settlement again, and both Ryun and Mel started to believe that they would leave them alone. Ryun woke suddenly, not knowing what it was that actually woke him up. He didn't move, however. Instead, he listened. He couldn't hear anything strange, but something inside of him was telling him that there was something wrong, a danger nearby. And then something inside screamed, and he moved before he even realized what he was doing. He rolled to the side, hitting Melody and pulling her with him just as something landed on the part of the bed where he had been sleeping. Mel woke immediately, and as they landed, her hand shot beneath the bed, grabbing her spear.
She got to her feet, and Ryun heard a clang of impact, even as he entered his breathing form. Empower surged through him, and he jumped over the bed as Melody battled someone in the dark. He landed on the other side of the bed and reached down, grabbing his sword. The black blade felt warm to the touch, almost eager as he turned and saw Melody fighting two shadowy shapes. The darkness made it hard for them to see, but both Mel and he had been practicing fighting in the dark. He jumped forward and joined the fight. He stabbed toward the legs of one of the shapes, and his sword punched through, eliciting a yelp of pain from the attacker. Ryun pushed his advantage and got in close, swinging with his elbow in the general area of the attacker's head. His elbow connected, and the attacker fell to the ground. On the other side of the room, Mel swiped her attacker's legs and then hit them over the head with the butt of her weapon. Ryun didn't relax. Instead, he was looking around for any signs of more attackers.
"I couldn't hear them. None of their movements made any sound," Melody whispered.
Ryun nodded his head, but then realized that she probably couldn't see it in the dark.
"A skill? Or maybe a perk?"
"It has to be," Mel answered. And then a loud explosion rocked their home, followed by a bright light. For a moment, Ryun thought that someone had bombed it, but then he realized that it was something outside. He looked out of the window and saw their gate burning. Both of them ran out immediately, and they saw people rushing into their home, attacking those who rushed out of their houses. Ryun felt a rush of anger surge through him as he saw one of his people, his friends, get struck with a hammer in the head. He didn't even know if they could survive that. Melody used her double dash and headed straight for them, and Ryun followed behind, using his chi burst to push off the ground and leap forward. They landed among the attackers and struck. Ryun's sword cut through the sword of the closest attacker and bit into his shoulder, opening up his front down to his stomach. He was getting surrounded, but he activated the presence of the Eternal Hunter aura, and his stats increased, more than they ever had. There were dozens of opponents around him, and each gave him a portion of their stats. He felt Mel do the same, and her presence of the Eternal Huntress struck them as well. They fought against them, trying not to kill but to injure and maim. But no matter how many Ryun disabled, more arrived.
"There are too many of them,"
Mel told him through their mind link. "Stun them," Ryun said as he dodged an attack. He felt Mel's agreement, and he changed his breathing form. They didn't have the time to fight a prolonged battle. Their auras were powerful, but they drained them quickly, and already Ryun could feel his mind become sluggish. And then Mel stomped her feet, and the ground shook, making the people around them stumble. Ryun leapt forward and then triggered his fruit technique. Shatter billowed out of him, a wave of distorted air tinged with silvery chi that struck everyone, throwing them back, the reverberations cracking their bones. He felt his empower dissipate as he didn't switch back to it. He was breathing hard, his chi supplies dangerously low, and his mind pulsating at the strain of his perk. He looked around and saw the other attackers pause, looking at him and Mel. Among them, he saw familiar faces, and a man behind the line closest to him glared at him. Ryun had already suspected, but seeing Richard made it clear that this was a move from the government. Ryun opened his mouth to speak, but the man spoke before he could. "Now, Brega, Ethan," he yelled. The people still close to Mel and Ryun fell back, and a man and a woman stepped forward. Ryun frowned, but the woman brought her hands together, and a field snapped into place around Ryun and Mel. Ryun tried to jump back, but he found himself unable to, his feet being glued to the ground. Then the man pointed his hand, and a wave of something flew out of it, hitting both him and Melody. Immediately, Ryun felt nauseous, his stomach churning. He tried to enter a breathing form and activate a technique, but he couldn't. His throat twitched as he gagged and fell to his knees from the pain. His head got dizzy, the ground twisting around him, and his aura winked out. He saw Mel falling to her knees as well, and saw her trying to get up. His stomach groaned, he felt light-hearted and weak, and then the sensation was gone. He blinked. His body was still recovering from the effect, but he no longer felt any discomfort. He raised his head just in time to see a hammer flying toward him, and a moment later there was just pain, and then darkness. Chapter 97. Present. Onrush. Invitation. The sun was slowly turning into the moon as Onrush made her way back to the mansion. It had been almost a month since the attack on the town and the betrayal of almost half of their warriors, and Onrush was still dealing with the fallout. The people who had turned against them had done so because they hadn't believed that the town could stand against the sect. Onrush understood that, but they had given their word that they would follow Ryun, and they had broken it. They didn't yet understand that they had lost his protection because of that. Ryun was still in the town, but he had made it very clear that he no longer felt responsible for the people. The only reason he was still going to protect them was because Onrush wanted him to, and she was very aware that a single word from her could revoke his protection, perhaps even sign their death warrants. The traitors had been removed from important positions, put on punishment details, which mostly involved physical or demeaning work. She couldn't keep them all imprisoned, they didn't have the resources, and there was also the matter of their families. There was a schism in the town between those who had remained loyal and the traitors. But Onrush knew that many of those who were loyal would have done the same had they been asked and brought into the plot. She didn't know how to bring them all together, how to create a loyal community. Her fight against the traitors had done much to convince the others that she was strong, and for many that was enough for now. She didn't know what would happen once the sect came back with a response, however, and she knew that they would. Ryun's actions would cost them. She was certain of it. Ira Jivan had been respected and loved in the sect, more so than even her brother who led it. She was the master that the sect's public was most acquainted with. While everyone knew and respected the strength of her brother, they looked to Ira the most, simply because she was the one who dealt with the daily issues as her brother focused on growing his power. Her loss could not go unanswered. Onrush feared that the sect head would be forced to act no matter the price to the sect. She knew that she couldn't really blame Ryun for that, as he was defending himself and the town, and yet he had probably doomed them all. Him defeating Ira had done a lot to convince the others in the town about his power, but Onrush feared what would happen if the sect sent more than one monarch to fight him. There were 4 more monarchs in the Black Viper sect, counting the sect head. If they were lucky, the sect head's son had yet to return from his visit with his grandparents, but that still left 3. Onrush doubted that the sect would make the same mistake again. They would send everything that they had next time. And no matter how powerful, Ryun was still just one person. She shook her head as she entered the mansion, dismissing her worries. She had spent far too much time since the battle on worrying. The response would come, and there was nothing that she could do about it but be ready to respond in turn. As she moved through the mansion, she heard noise coming from the backyard, and she changed her direction. Walking out the back door, she saw the small patch of green grass surrounded by short walls. They had yet to turn the backyard into a garden, but it had been on her list of things to do. Out there on the grass was her daughter, Cree, holding a training sword in 2 hands and standing across from Ryun. He kept his training sword to the side, with the tip pointing to the ground, looking completely at ease, while Cree was sweating profusely and breathing quickly. Then her daughter jumped forward and attacked. Her form was passable for someone her age, but many of the styles that she had been taught had been designed for people with much greater physical attributes than what she possessed at the moment. Still, she made a good swing, which Ryun blocked without moving his feet. Onrush watched them fight, or rather, Kree attacking with no hope of ever reaching her attacker. After the battle, Onrush had realized that she had been doing a disservice to her daughter. She had been avoiding training with her, and because of that, the girl had taken the matter into her own hands. She had been sneaking out, seeking out warriors to train with, and she had almost put herself in mortal danger. Onrush had been mad at first, but mostly because she was trying to hide her fear. She could have lost Kree if Ryun hadn't asked his contracted monster to take her. Even then she had been angry at him for doing so without talking with her, but she knew by now that Ryun was not normal, and at the very least he had had good intentions. She knew that she needed to continue Kree's training, only she couldn't bring herself to do so. She had been avoiding it for a reason. Kree's training had been something that she and her husband had done together, and without him, she just couldn't, so she avoided it. But then Ryun offered to do it. Her first instinct had been to refuse, but she knew what something like that meant. No one in their right mind would ever refuse guidance from someone like Ryun. People would pay incredible amounts just so their children could have a few lessons with great masters before they gained access to essence. It had been discovered that it impacted their growth. For a path, they just needed to learn it from someone else. Kree had been supposed to learn the path from her father, but now she figured that perhaps Kree would learn from her the path of the sword. It wasn't the greatest of paths, but it was simple and straightforward. Ordinarily, Onrush would need to teach her how her techniques worked, but they had a few empty class stones in storage, so she used one to record her knowledge of her path with it. It would grant her the path of the sword at the rarity that Onrush currently possessed. Her techniques wouldn't be the same, not unless she took on the same aspect, and Onrush had already gone back and filled another globe with the absolute cold aspect. Her daughter would have a start far above most others. But that was the way of the sects. The parents passed down greater benefits to their offspring, giving them an advantage so that they could advance further than them, if the parents had means, of course. And Onrush could have never even dreamed that she would be able to give so much to her daughter. All of it because of a single fortuitous meeting. Ryun had changed her life. And, like with all things, there was good and there was bad, but Onrush was used to dealing with the darker side of life. Then her attention was brought back to the two in front of her as she saw Kree stumble back and fall on her behind. She stared forward blankly, and Onrush's heart started beating loudly in her chest. Ryun frowned and looked at her strangely, but then understanding came to his eyes as Kree's eyes looked around wildly and then went blank. Onrush crossed the distance and stood next to Ryun to watch her. "I hoped that it wouldn't happen just yet," Onrush admitted while her daughter was disoriented. "Life rarely cares about what we hope for," Ryun said. A moment later, Kree's eyes focused, and she looked at her and Ryun, awe and fear clear in her eyes. Onrush remembered the first time she had met with the deal-maker, a being who ruled over so much of their lives. It was unforgettable. And then Kree's eyes closed, and she slumped to the floor. Onrush sighed and walked over to pick her up. She knew that Kree would be exhausted for a better part of the next day. She'd just had her entire existence changed. It was draining. Ryun followed behind her, and they walked back inside, taking Kree to her room. Once Onrush had her daughter settled in the bed, she walked out and glanced at Ryun, who waited outside. She had come to know him enough to notice that he wanted to speak with her, so she just nodded her head and led him to her room. They passed a servant who bowed as they walked into her bedroom. She knew that by the morning everyone would hear about it, but she didn't really care about what they thought, and the rumors did make it easier for her to rule. It might be a bit unfair that she needed Ryun's shadow looming over her in order to get things done, but it was the truth. He was far more powerful than her. Once inside, she turned around and raised an eyebrow. In classic Ryun fashion, he simply pulled out a chest out of his storage and dropped it on her table. Onrush blinked and moved over to inspect it. It was ornamental and finely made out of carved wood. It was beautiful on its own, but she knew that Ryun didn't care about such things. For him, the contents would be more important. She opened the chest and gawked at the contents. The chest was half empty, but half of it was filled with vials and bottles. She took one up in shaking hands and looked at it, then glanced at Ryun. "These are for you," he said, and she could see that he had no idea what he was giving her. "I already used what I could. These are no longer effective for me." She glanced back at the chest. In it there were vials filled with stat-increase elixirs and potions, but there were also ones that granted temporary boosts. It was a treasure beyond measure. This was why the sect heads and leaders were so much more powerful than the rest of their people, because they had the wealth to buy or craft such things, because they could improve themselves through means other than what was available to everyone. Ryun, with this I could... It is incredible," Onrush whispered, but then she counted how many vials there were left. She realized that she had enough to take for herself until they lost effectiveness, and even enough to give some to Kree. She glanced at Ryun and wondered if he understood what he had granted her. He had shared with her the secrets of cultivation, taught her to always cycle, had given her a powerful aspect, knowledge, and all of it she could pass on to her daughter. Already Kree's future was going to be much brighter because of it. She would grow at a far faster rate than Onrush had. Looking at him and his calm appearance, she just couldn't find the words to express her gratitude. But she knew that she needed to try. She opened her mouth to speak, but was interrupted by a knock on the door. She frowned at the sound. She knew that the staff would be hesitant to interrupt what they thought was happening inside the room, so it meant that it had to be something serious. She closed the chest and put it beneath the table, then crossed over to the other side of the room and opened the doors. Her aide stood there, looking apologetic and holding a scroll in his hands. "Lady Monarch, my apologies for interrupting you, but..." He glanced down at the scroll. "A runner from the Black Viper sect arrived and delivered this message for you." Onrush looked at the offered scroll for a long minute. Of all the answers that the sect could have sent, she hadn't expected this. She reached out and took the scroll, thanking the man before closing the door. She turned back and met Ryun's eyes. "Well, open it." She took a deep breath and then unfurled it. She took her time to read through it, but the more she read, the more confused she became. This was not at all what she had imagined the sect's response to be. "So what does it say?" Ryun asked. Onrush raised her eyes from the words on the paper and looked at Ryun. "It's from the sect head. He is inviting us to the Ven Oren for a peaceful discussion about the future of our two sects. I didn't expect this." "Why not?" This is not how... No, this has to be a trap of some kind. They would have never forgiven the death of Yira Jivan," Onrush said. Ryun tilted his head. "I am very much aware of people's duplicity and their capacity for deception, but the only thing that matters is that there is a chance for a peaceful resolution." "What if they just want us to come to their city so that they can be sure to kill us?" Onrush asked him. "Then we fight. Until they make that decision, there is a chance that they won't make it at all, and it is not like we have much of a choice. To refuse them now would mean that we intend to continue the conflict. I do not. I will only pursue it as long as they do. If we decline, they will just start sending people after us again." Onrush didn't know if she could agree with his way of looking at things. His philosophy was so strange to her that she was almost tempted to call it foolish, and yet he had gotten them all this far. He had earned her trust, even when she didn't agree with him. She glanced back at the scroll, trying to see if there was any hint as to the sect's real intentions in there, but she could find nothing but pleasant words. She knew that no sane person would accept an invitation like this. Going to the heart of their enemy's territory to meet with them? It was suicide. And yet the sect head had sent the invitation regardless, which meant that they had something to gain just from the act of sending it. She just needed to figure out what that was. Chapter 98. Present. Rayla. Visitor. The Black Viper sect was in turmoil, and had been for more than a month since one of the sect leaders was killed and her head sent back along with a message. Rayla didn't know what that message was, but she could guess. The sect had encountered an enemy, and the already failing sect had found itself suffering loss after loss. Rayla didn't know much, only what Ento had managed to learn. The sect did not keep them informed, but there were things that they couldn't hide. The public knew of the death of their leader, and Ento had managed to learn more, which was why her team had gathered. Ento Eist had served as the emissary for the sect for a while, and he had managed to create channels and cultivate sources of information within the sect's upper management. She sat across from Ento, with Naira next to her and Durgabor looming to the side. Ento had learned some new information that was not available to the public. "What did you learn?" Rayla asked. She was extremely interested to know more about the conflict, both because her mission needed the sect to remain where it was, but also because if it did fall, she might get an opportunity to snatch a substantial asset for her people. She needed to redeem herself in the eyes of her superiors and prove to them that she was capable of more than serving as a simple ambassador to a backwater sect. She had decided against reporting her suspicions about the slave that the sect held. She didn't have any proof other than her own memory of a name, but there were still things that were strange about the slave that made her think that her conclusion was correct. She had had Ento find out more, but he was unable to find much. She was a personal slave to the Jivan family, and she had a small training hall attached to the main house. She lived there, and was only allowed to visit the gardens once every few days. Rayla had a loose plan forming, but she wouldn't compromise her main mission unless it looked like it would no longer be possible for it to continue. She needed to know what exactly was happening if she was to make a choice. Ento cleared his throat and started speaking. "The things I managed to learn are not the expansive report that you expected, my lady, but that is not because my sources didn't have access. It is because the sect itself doesn't know much," Ento said. Naira frowned. "They don't know who they are in conflict with?" Rayla's sister asked. Ento inclined his head to her. "Just so. They know that their expedition encountered a single operator who killed their lord and took over control of the town and the people. With them all being undesirables, none chose to come back and report that, at least initially. This person then claimed the territory for his own. The crest of the territory was unknown to the sect, and I was unable to find a match in our own records." Rayla's eyes narrowed. A single person taking over a sect's expedition and claiming the territory did not seem likely. She knew that they had sent strong warriors along with Lord Realm cultivators. They were not as common as people might have thought, not in the frontier. Such an individual would need to be very powerful in order to do everything all alone. But the thing that was more interesting to her was that not even their records had a match for the faction that took over the territory. The Orders had scouted the frontier thoroughly. They knew all the players and factions that operated here. The report did not indicate that any of those factions would be interested in pushing in this direction. "They lost a monarch to them. That means that whoever it is has powerful backing," Naira said. Ento shook his head. "On the contrary, my lady, the information I received paints a different image. The group sent to take the territory back consisted of two parties, one sent to take back the town, and the other led by sect leader Iera G. Van to ambush the leader of the territory. The first group was led by 2 Lord Realm warriors and dozens of Foundation Realm warriors, and was supposed to be reinforced by the people from the town itself, who had reached out in hopes of having their betrayal forgiven and gaining influence by delivering the town and leading the leader into the ambush. The team led by Iera G. Van had consisted of a dozen Foundation Realm warriors, 3 lords, and the monarch herself.
The town had more support than they thought, or the traitors turned on them?
Naira asked. All of them knew how the operation had ended, but Rayla knew that what the sect had sent was a strong force that couldn't be defeated easily.
No, the information the traitors provided was right, and their attack developed according to plan. I do not know what happened in the town, as none of the forces sent to retake it returned. But one of the warriors who had been part of the monarch's team did return, as you well know.
Rayla nodded as she remembered. The warrior had been terrified and exhausted when he'd come back. He rushed into town and immediately told everyone that the monarch was dead in public. The news spread like wildfire, and the fact that he had been carrying a severed head of the monarch in his hands had only added to the rumors and distress among the public. She didn't know who would do such a thing. Sending a severed head as a threat seemed more than barbaric to her.
I've managed to get a hand on a full report from the survivor.
Ento paused, looking around the room.
The monarch's team set up an ambush for the territory's leader. The collaborators in the town managed to lead him away from the town and those who weren't brought in on the plans. The ambush was successful, partly. The man seemed aware of the trap. He killed the collaborators and called out for the ambushers to reveal themselves.
Ento shook his head as if he couldn't believe what he was saying.
Their information indicated that the man who claimed the territory was a sole operator, a single monarch, and a recently advanced one at that. He should have been an easy foe to overcome, especially by a monarch like Iera G. Van, who had been in the monarch realm for years.
Rayla knew that there were different scales of power even within the same cultivation realm. A cultivator's power depended on many factors, many of which were unknown to her, but it was her understanding that Iera G. Van had been more powerful than an average cultivator in the same realm.
The man fought against the monarch's team and defeated them all, alone. He was powerful enough to fight off many different attackers at the same time and come out ahead.
Rayla had been certain that she would hear something entirely different, that perhaps the leader's faction sent an army to help him, or that he was actually someone in a far greater realm, but not that a single monarch had defeated them on his own.
"Are you sure that he was a monarch?"
Naira asked before Rayla could.
"Yes. The survivor had a power-sensing skill, and he confirmed that the leader was in the monarch realm."
Rayla blinked at that. One person fighting against an entire sect, and that meant that they were incredibly powerful. Rayla had grown up surrounded by her family, her older siblings, and occasionally her parents. She had been surrounded by power her whole life. She knew it and what it looked like. For a single person to be able to do what this one did, they would have to be not only powerful, but also talented, a genius, and she knew of only a few people who would be considered as such. Those who were made completely different than everyone else, who stood separate, people who would eventually advance far enough to become high rankers, or become almost as powerful as them, such that a title didn't really matter. Was that what they were witnessing here now? She didn't know, but the situation in the sect was quickly developing, and she needed to stay a step ahead of it. "Did you learn anything else?" Rayla asked. Ento nodded his head.
"Yes, my lady.
The sect head had sent a message to the territory's leader a few weeks ago, an invitation to Van Oren. It is not known by many, only his closest are aware of it. Apparently it is an invitation to a negotiating table. Rayla frowned. She knew enough about sects to know that such an invitation was not genuine. The sects operated on different sets of politics and customs. The message was just a way of opening a dialogue, of the two sides measuring each other. The way that the message was responded to would tell the sect head many things about his opponent, and even a lack of response would be a response in itself. She didn't even pretend to understand the meanings behind their customs and gestures. The elaborate dances that the sects indulged in could barely be understood by even those who studied them back in the Empire. But she knew that even if such an invitation was sent to someone who was not a part of the sect, no one would accept it. Coming into your enemy's home just after you killed their sister and sent back her head? It would be paramount to suicide. Keep trying to learn more. We need to be aware of everything just in case we need to evacuate quickly, Rayla told him. Perhaps this development could serve to grant her an opportunity. Rayla and Durgabor moved over the rooftops of Van Oren. They had been doing so for a while, almost since they arrived. She wanted to be familiar with the town and its layout, but more recently they had been discussing and trying to find the best route from the edge of the town and the walls to the main compound in the mountain. Her plan about stealing the slave, who might be an ancient high ranker, was not yet fully formed, but in case of the sect collapsing as a result of their conflict, she wanted to be ready. Taking her without the slave brand would pose some difficulties, as she could be tracked by the person who held it, and she wouldn't be able to act contrary to the orders she had been given, but there were people in the Empire who could break the connection, and she wasn't going to be doing anything unless she was sure that they could get out with a large enough head start. The moon above her was slowly glowing brighter as it turned into a sun, and she knew that they should head back. More guards would start walking the streets soon, and they didn't want to get captured. But then they saw a commotion. A squad of warriors, led by powerful cultivators, ran down the street, heading for the gates. Rayla and Durgabor exchanged a look, and then she used hand signals to tell him that they should investigate. They made their way across the rooftops and came to a stop on a building close to the walls, hiding behind chimneys. The squad stood in front of the gate, looking as a man walked through. He wore an elaborate robe that she had come to expect from cultivators. They tended to value speed and mobility over protection, so she rarely saw them wearing armor, although she knew that some did do so. His battle robe was regal, black with red and gold embroidery. His head was held high, and his eyes scanned his surroundings, completely at ease, even as he was surrounded by the squad of warriors with their weapons drawn. She could feel the nervousness of those around him, the fear. But he simply spoke something, too softly for her to hear, and the warriors recoiled, some even taking a step back. Rayla didn't know what she was witnessing, but the man was powerful and confident in his power. He tilted his head and spoke again, and then one of the warriors stepped forward, exchanging a few words with the man. A moment later they sheathed their weapons and fell in formation around him before they started walking down the street. Confused by the interaction, and indeed by everything she was seeing, Rayla ducked lower as the squad came close to the building where she was hiding, trying to get a better look at the person in the middle. Just as her eyes landed on him, he turned his head, and his eyes met hers. She froze at the look in his eyes, the force of his gaze. His eyes were filled with a deep well of power, something far beyond ordinary people. She remembered when she'd seen the eyes of the Eirv Jivan. His ruler's eyes were impressive, their color and intensity an indicator of the stage of power he had attained. This man did not have the ruler's eyes. He had not yet reached that level of power, And yet there was something far greater in them. The way that those eyes saw through her, it made her think of her mother, the Butcher of Dawn, of the look that she had in her eyes when she looked at those whom she regarded as lesser than her. Rayla shivered at the reminder. And then the man turned his head back ahead, without any sign that he had encountered someone spying on him. Rayla kept still, waiting for him to tell someone what he had seen, but he didn't speak, and the procession passed their hiding spot and continued on deeper into the town. As soon as they were sufficiently away, Rayla and Durgabor made their way back to their compound and inside, away from sight. "Well," Durgabor spoke first, "I guess that we just met the monarch who can oppose an entire sect." Rayla closed her eyes, wondering what was going to happen next, and what was she going to do about it. Interlude. Present. Viper 2. Ierv G. Van, head of the Black Viper sect, was old compared to the people whom he ruled over. He was just over 150 years old, and compared to the majority of people, he was a genius. He had achieved much power in his time as a cultivator, and while he did have a secret weapon, a helping hand in the form of a former high ranker that was his family's slave, cultivation still required a measure of talent, no matter how much knowledge and secrets one knew. To reach the Lord realm of cultivation was but a dream for most in the sects, and reaching that realm by the time one was 50 was considered the achievement of a lifetime. And even then, few reached that realm properly. The differences in power between those who advanced with the appropriate knowledge and resources and those who did not were not as pronounced in the early realms, but the difference became more pronounced the higher one climbed. Still, achieving even just the Lord realm was hard, especially when there were other, easier ways of gaining power. Most succumbed to the temptation and split their focus, and for the average person, essence was a precious commodity. It was required for survival itself. Everything in the infinite realm cost essence, and a climber, a person that never stopped advancing, had to ration their gains smartly between what they needed for survival and what they needed to advance. It was why advancement was slow. In order to gain more essence, one needed to fight increasingly more powerful monsters, since the amount gained from monsters decreased or increased based on the power disparity. And hunting required essence, gear, supplies, knowledge. There was a cost even before one decided to go out and hunt. Even then, most died. It was why the majority of the people in the Corps didn't advance past a certain point. They climbed until they gained the skills, abilities, or techniques that they needed in order to make a living, and then they started amassing as much wealth as they could to pass on to their heirs, to give them a better chance of climbing higher. The untalented did not have the time to achieve more than that. Every stage of advancement added a few years to a cultivator's life, but in the end, most people lived to be just over 100 years old if they were lucky. Even Ierv, with all of his talent and the resources of his family, had barely managed to reach the required stage of the mid-monarch realm in order to increase his lifespan enough to continue advancing. He knew that he needed to reach even greater stages if he was to ensure himself more time to reach the immortal realm. He knew what it took to become powerful, and it was not just about talent. Resources, luck, drive, intellect, all played a part in the future of a cultivator. It was why those who wanted to reach truly great heights tended to live their lives with more reservation, with greater care for their actions. Like Ierv, they secluded themselves for years at a time to chase inspiration, to draw in essence and slowly grow stronger, risking their lives only when they were certain that it was necessary. And because he knew all of these things, he had found himself completely taken off guard. He stood on the balcony of his home above his city and looked over the walls of his family compound at a procession walking through his city. It was early morning, and he had been asleep just a short while ago, but now he was wide awake. The man who had killed his sister was walking through his city, coming to meet him on his own invitation. Ierv's eyes were good enough that he could see the group, but not in any detail from the distance. He could see nothing about the man now being escorted to him, but he needed to know. Next to him stood his two friends, his remaining two sect leaders. Both were monarchs, powerful, but like Iera, they were disappointing in some aspects. Ierv would have given his left hand to have his son standing next to him instead of them, but Iari was visiting with his grandparents in the core. He did not know what to think. He had not expected the man to accept, as no one sane would. Nor could he have imagined that the man would dare enter Van Oren alone. "This has to be a trick," Irian said. Ierv didn't answer, although he did share his friend's opinion. He wondered what the meaning of this course of action was. His message had been meant to elicit a response. An insult sent back would have told him one thing, and the way it was phrased would have told him how big of a threat the man was. A polite refusal would have told him another thing altogether. But this? It was not something that Ierv could interpret. Finally, he realized that he needed to act. Things were happening, and he had no control over any of them. He needed to get ahead of this. Ierv turned to look at Irian and spoke. "Gather the warriors, everyone who is not needed to protect the walls. Go out and scour our surroundings," Ierv ordered. "The scouts have not reported anything unexpected," Irian said. "We can't afford not to check," Ierv said. He saw that Irian understood, and the man bowed his head. "As you will, master." With that, Irian headed out in haste. Ierv could imagine only a few reasons for why the man would think himself safe in Van Oren, especially since Ierv had not promised guest rights in his message. That part was intentional, as any child of the sect would have noticed and understood that, and he refused to believe that the man had taken Ierv up on his invitation in good faith. An army bearing down on Van Oren was more likely. Ierv had already suspected that the man had to have some significant backing, especially if he was, as Ierv had suspected, a rancor. "What do you want to do?" Ierv's other sect leaders spoke. Nimar was like Irian, a strong monarch by virtue of having spent a long time in the realm, but he, like Iera, did not advance in the best manner possible. While he was powerful, Iera's death told him that neither Nimar nor Irian would be a match for this man. Ierv didn't know if there was even going to be a battle, but he needed to be ready. "I'll receive him in the green room," Ierv said finally. Nimar gave a long look, but nodded. "I'll get things ready," he said, and then bowed. "Master." Usually, Ierv didn't require them to be so respectful in private, but this was a strange situation, and his friends understood that. Ierv didn't watch him go. Instead, he looked at the group making its way through the city. He did not like feeling surprised and being caught unprepared, but he would deal with the situation one way or another. He moved away from the balcony and headed inside, walking to the other side of the house and to the inner garden. He stayed on the second floor, watching from the window as his warriors escorted the man through the compound. The large group had stayed outside, and only 2 were walking next to the man. Not that even 100 lesser warriors would have been able to do more than slow him down. If he had been capable of killing Iera and her team all alone, he was hardly weak. As they entered the inner garden, Ierv got his first look at the man. He was a human. That Ierv had already known, but his appearance did give Ierv information. This particular form of human had arrived in the 5th iteration. The 3rd, too, if Fierve remembered his human history, but they were all dead. If his assumption that the man was a rancor was true, it would mean that the man was more than 500 years old. Too old to have just now reached the monarch realm. He couldn't have lived that long. But then again, rancors did gain unique and powerful titles on the old worlds, as well as unique treasures. It was possible, if unlikely. The man could be a classer pretending to be a cultivator, too, although if he was a monarch realm cultivator, his power split was a bit more equal than that of most people. It was a passing curiosity. He would soon know for sure. Fierve palmed his left hand in his right, twisting the ring on his finger. The man was not yet in range, so he saw nothing, but soon. Fierve was about to turn and head to the green room to get there before the man, but then he saw a movement. An Italian walked into the garden without her guards. Fierve's anger rose. The guards had been chastised for their mistake of allowing the slave to meet with the mercenary guild ambassador. He nearly went down there, but then she walked straight for the man and spoke. He paused, looking at her and at the collar on her neck, his head tilting and his eyes narrowing. He couldn't hear what they were saying, but he saw an Italian chuckle derisively and then turn around and walk away. The man's eyes followed her until she disappeared back inside the house, and then allowed himself to be led away. Fierve was seething. Another event that was not in his control. He wondered just how it could have happened in the first place. An Italian could not have known about the man's arrival. In truth, she didn't even know what was happening outside of her little training hall. Her movements were supposed to be watched, and yet there were no guards with her. Perhaps he had underestimated her. She was crippled, without power, and bound by the slave collar to oaths and instructions given by him, and yet she obviously had more freedom than Fierve had thought. And somehow she knew exactly when to be in the garden to meet with the man, as well as the ambassador before him. He would need to investigate further, but for now he had a more pressing issue. Fierve made his way through the hallways that would take him to the green room before his guest. He entered the large hall usually used for combat demonstration. It was wide and long, with a 2-story ceiling. There were 20 warriors inside, all standing ready on the walls of the room. Nimar stood next to a pillow on the other side of the room, one placed on a raised platform that had been brought there hastily. The room already had banners hanging from the second floor's railing, but Nimar had brought in other decorations. Fierve didn't care much for them, but he understood the need for appearances. He climbed on top of the platform and took a seat. He didn't have to wait for long, as soon one of his warriors walked in, followed by the dark-haired human. His robe was elaborate, but fitted for combat. He did not have any weapons on hand, but he did have 2 rings on his hands that Fierve recognized. One had belonged to Iera, and the other to Fierve. The man was led closer, and he came to a stop before the platform. His eyes looked at Fierve with a cold disinterest that made Fierve nearly frown outwardly. He sensed no signs of nervousness from the man, not even a tiny sliver of fear. He was either confident or a complete fool, one or the other. The silence stretched as the man stayed quiet, and Fierve could feel his people growing anxious as well as angry. The man had come to their home. He was the one who was supposed to bow in respect, to announce himself and his purpose, despite Fierve's invitation. For Fierve to speak first would mean that he would degrade himself in the eyes of his people, and they were already angry because of his sister's death. They had loved her more than they loved him. They feared and respected him, but she had been the public face of his sect. He knew that all the warriors around him, Nimar included, were only waiting for Fierve's signal to jump and rip the man to pieces. But Ierv didn't know all the facts. He didn't know if the man was acting alone or if he had backing. If this was a move by another sect from the core, it could mean that an army was about to invade and kill them all. Ierv knew that he needed to be very careful about his actions. And yet the man seemed comfortable in the silence, enough so that Ierv realized that he would not speak first. That itself was worrying. Either he was so confident that he could risk angering a sect head, which would mean that Ierv had a larger problem than he thought, or the man had no idea about the customs of the sects. That was far more worrying, as it could mean that he was stronger than he appeared to be, especially if he was mainly a classer. A classer who had achieved the monarch realm as his secondary focus could be a terrifying force. It would also mean that a faction that was not a sect was trying to expand in the area that had been claimed by the sects. That could mean war, and there hadn't been a real war between the sects and the guilds in 200 years. Ierv did not want his sect to be ground zero for such a conflict. He had no desire of being wiped off the face of the world. He knew that the silence could not continue for much longer, not if he didn't want an outburst from his underlings, and so he slowly palmed his hand, discreetly twisting his ring. The Eye of Anang Ra was his most prized possession after an Italian. It was a gift he had gotten from his uncle when Ierv set out to make his own sect. The irony of the gift was not lost on Ierv. His goal was to grow more powerful in order to depose, and yet his uncle had given him a great tool to use in the pursuit of that goal. The mythic-rated item was the tool that he had kept hidden from all. Ierv had learned his parents' lessons well. Information was worth everything. The ring's ability activated, and a moment later his vision was filled with screens. Ierv had learned how to keep his cool while he inspected the screens of those he used the ring's ability on, and he knew how to keep his eyes from wandering as he read, and how not to show anything suspicious to the target. And all of that training was put to the test as he read the screen of the man standing in front of him, and struggled not to react. For a moment he was confused, as nothing that he read made any sense. The man was from the 7th iteration? The 7th iteration hasn't even arrived yet. Or perhaps it has, Ierv thought to himself, as his mind tried to make sense of all the information he was reading. He hadn't been paying attention to such events. They didn't impact him at all. But he did remember that the new iteration was supposed to arrive around this time. His son had left to visit his grandparents, but also to prepare for the Centennial Tournament, which was always held after a new iteration arrived. Ierv was shocked by what he was seeing. The man's titles, his perks, his abilities, skills, and techniques, all were visible to him. He couldn't see anything but the names. He couldn't look deeper and see what everything did, but he was familiar with some, and others he could deduce the meaning of. It was incredible and confusing. If the man had only just arrived, how could he be so strong? He couldn't have gotten this strong on his own world, could he have? But Ierv saw the first titles. He couldn't have gotten those in the Infinite Realm. He had been the first lord on his world, the first to achieve a true body. That alone was a feat none of the other rankers had achieved on the old worlds, and only one had in this one. Ierv could feel the tension in the room rise as his warriors neared a tipping point. But he saw the man's power. His stats were incredibly high, and yet Ierv doubted that the man had used the same method to increase his stats as he did. He had the alchemical tester title, but had only gained it recently, probably after killing Ira, and that meant that he used her potions. He didn't know about other ways of using them. It all begged the question, why were his stats so high? He had some titles that Ierv didn't know anything about, and perhaps some of them could be the cause. But there were too many unknowns, and Ierv needed time to think. The man's build was also clear to him, or at least the role it played was. He knew now how he had defeated Iera and her people. The numbers she'd brought against the rancor were the mistake. Ierv raised his hand, and everyone in the room stiffened, except for the rancor in front of him. And then Ierv gave a hand signal. Everyone frowned, looking unsure. Even Nimar looked openly at Ierv, almost questioning him. Ierv made the same signal again, and they moved. Slowly, everyone left the hall, leaving Ierv and the rancor alone. He could not risk giving him fodder to grow stronger if this meeting came to a violent conclusion. The more the rancor killed, the stronger he became. But there were also things that Ierv wanted to speak with the rancor about in private, without the eyes and ears of the sect present. He knew now why the man had come alone, why he didn't bow or speak. He didn't know. He understood nothing about the sects. Ierv didn't know how the rancor had come to be here. Crossing the core from the arrival zone was challenging even for those who lived here, let alone someone who knew nothing about the rules of the infinite realm. And yet the man was here, and Ierv needed to deal with the problem. He turned the ring back, and, when the screens in his sight vanished, Ierv turned his full attention to the rancor, Ryun knocked. And then Ierjivan, ruler of the Black Viper sect, spoke. Interlude. Present. Viper 3. Do you know who I am? The silence was broken as Ierv spoke, his voice echoing in the empty hall. The man standing across from him tilted his head, his expression remaining unchanged. I assume that you are the ruler of the Black Viper sect, Ierjivan, the human said. Ierv nodded his head, confirming the man's belief. He didn't speak immediately after that, as he was still trying to decide what he was going to do. The man before him was a rancor, someone who had survived the death of a world. Ierv couldn't even imagine what that was like. His parents were rancors, but they were nothing like this person. They had no first titles. They had managed to be among those most powerful in their world, but they were not the most powerful. What this rancor had was nothing short of amazing. So many titles, each probably giving him an incredible boost. He was much more powerful than a newly arrived rancor usually was, and Ierv didn't know just how he was able to advance even further in such a short time. And that was what made him hesitate. Ierv's purpose in life was to advance, to become strong enough to serve his family, and before him was a man who could hold knowledge that could help him. Ierv was certain that the man didn't know as much as he himself did. The knowledge of cultivation in the infinite realm was great, among those in the know at least, and he had an Italian to fill in the gaps and give him an advantage. But that did not mean that he or even she knew everything. Cultivation was about inspiration, and the man before him had to have done something in order to get so strong. Something that could help Ierv on his path. The most impressive thing about the man, aside from the number of his titles and their rarity, were his stats. They were far greater than they should be, slightly above Ierv's own. He was certain that the human had not used nearly as many alchemical elixirs as Ierv, nor had he used them in the same manner. The title he possessed made that clear. That meant that his stats were so high without using the many ways to increase them that Ierv had access to since he was young. And yet, what could Ierv learn from this man if he could only resolve the issue peacefully? He cursed himself inwardly for letting Iera go after her son's killer. But he hadn't understood what he faced. None of them did. If only he had sent Irian or Nimar, Their deaths could have been forgiven with greater ease. He would have had to convince Iera to forgive her son's death. He could have done it. But his sister, the sect would never forgive it, and he could not do so even if he wanted to. It would erode too much of his power, make him look too weak.
"And who might you be?"
Ierv asked, starting a dance. He knew already, but he needed time to think. An opportunity was standing in front of him, and he had to find a way to learn something. "I am Riun Noct. I rule the territory your people attacked." Ierv took note of his tone. It didn't change, and it made it hard for him to read the man. He couldn't tell if he was making an accusation or just stating a fact.
"That territory had prior claim. It was not yours to take,"
Ierv told him. "It was not yours either. It belongs to the one who completes the scenario. You failed. I succeeded." Ierv was very much interested in knowing what the scenario even was. Many had failed in completing it, so it had to have been something incredibly difficult.
"Why have you come here?"
Ierv asked him. "You invited me," Riun told him simply, as if it was the most obvious thing.
"You did not think that the message could be a trap? Nowhere in my message did I guarantee your safety, and yet you decided to come alone."
Riun shrugged, as if it wasn't important. "I take a person on their word. Perhaps this is a trap, but until the moment you betray the spirit of your invitation, there is a chance that it is genuine." Ierv was taken aback for a moment, stunned, really. His words were incredibly naive, foolish even.
"That is a very optimistic way of thinking,"
Ierv said. "I follow my convictions, my code. It may seem strange to others, but it is mine." Ierv could see the depth of that conviction in the man's eyes. He could respect that, but his respect changed little.
"What did you hope to accomplish by coming here?"
Riun's eyes never wavered from Ierv's own, which was not a thing that happened often. Few could look at his ruler's eyes for long. "I do not seek conflict, but I do not shy away from it. I came to see if we could have peace." Peace. Ierv wished for the same thing. His sect had been on the frontier for too long without making enough gains to survive. It was falling apart, perhaps slowly, but it was still inevitable, unless they gained more resources and more treasures to sell. The territory the Rancor had taken could have been a lifeline. Even now they could gain from it, through trade or an alliance. And yet his sister and nephew were dead, and the sect, which had already felt the decline, would not remain whole without retribution.
"You killed my sister and her son. Why do you think peace can be achieved despite such actions?"
Ierv asked. "I gave your sister a choice. I did not wish to kill her, but she refused my offer of life. Fier was no different. I gave my word to protect someone he was after. All he had to do was stand aside and leave them in peace, and he would have lived," the human answered. Ierv could imagine what Fier had wanted. His vices were known in the sect. Somehow Ierv found himself believing the man's words. He had no doubt that everything he had said was the truth.
"And who do you serve, then? To take over a territory and my people, it could not have been done without resources,"
Ierv said, prolonging the illusion that he had no knowledge of who the human was. "I serve no one but myself. I have never, nor will I ever, kneel before another."
"And yet you struck a blow against my sect. Are you saying that this was not a direct attack on me and mine?"
Riun shrugged again. "The truth is the same no matter what you believe. I had no knowledge of your sect before I came here." "So, you want me to believe that you just happened upon the same territory we were attempting to claim? That this conflict was just chance?" Iev pressed, wondering how much the man would reveal to a stranger, an enemy. There were still more things to learn about him, even just in simple conversation. "I arrived here only recently. I assure you I had no intention of getting involved in what this conflict has become, but I value my word above all else, and I gave my protection. As long as your sect threatens that, we will be at odds. It need not be this way." Iev could see the man's honesty clear on his face. If only... He had failed by not investigating further, by not taking a further interest in the incident. And because of his failure, his sister was dead. He mourned her, he had loved her, but cultivators understood that death was a very certain possibility, especially if you wanted to climb higher. "What do you want? If you are not connected to any other factions, what is your ultimate goal here?" Iev asked, truly curious. Rion sighed, looking away for a moment, and his expression changed for the first time, becoming wearier, tired. "The only thing I have ever wanted was to advance," the man said, his voice turning wistful. "And yet I've been constantly denied the freedom to live my life in the manner that I wanted. To advance freely is my goal, always. If you threaten that freedom or stand in my way, then I will remove you." Iev saw something lit up in the man's eyes, a fire that reminded him of himself from long ago. Ah, such candor. It is so refreshing, Iev thought to himself. He couldn't remember the last time he had spoken with someone who did not hide behind their words. He closed his eyes for a moment, remembering a time when he had lived for the same reason this man did. The only thing he had ever wanted was to advance for advancement's sake, to get stronger, to go and see strange sights. And then his parents had brought him into the fold. Their plans, the tyranny of his uncle, an Italian. He had been slowly pushed along the path of obligation, of scheming and false smiles, of appearances. How long had it been since he had done anything without it serving his family? He couldn't remember. But he saw the man in front of him, saw in his eyes the fire that would take him far. He felt himself shiver as he realized who now stood before him. This was a man who had advanced like those from times of old, the first and the second iterations. People who came to this world when it was wild and filled with dangers. This ranker was like them, would be like them given enough time and luck. A high ranker in the making. He couldn't be more than a few decades old, and yet he had already achieved what had taken Iev more than one lifetime. And how much had he advanced just since he had arrived in the world? Iev couldn't be sure, but he knew that his growth was not natural. What secrets did he hold? A man who had survived a dying world and risen further than anyone else before him had in the same amount of time. "If that is all that you want," Iev started, "would you consider abandoning your territory, giving it to me?" Iev searched for a way to make things right, to avoid what he knew was likely unavoidable. "I never wanted to lead, nor did I want to rule a territory. Still, I have an obligation to them. You would punish those who were left, and someone I care about does not wish to see that happen." It was not the answer Iev had expected, and yet he could see a path. Perhaps a territory as reparations, an oath of fealty. Convincing the sect would be hard, but perhaps... "And what if you simply joined my sect?" Eirv asked bluntly. "I could guarantee that none of the people you are responsible for would be punished. I would need an oath, a public apology, a punishment for the death of my sister would be required. But we would have peace, and you could be free to advance in whichever manner you desired. And I would get another weapon, another well of secrets." The man, to his credit, did think about it. "I will never serve anyone. The people and the territory, I could give them to you if you promised they would be safe. But—" The man paused, his expression settling back into his calm mask. "On my way here I met a woman, scarred and wearing a collar." Eirv froze. He had almost forgotten that Anatolian had met with the man. He didn't speak, waiting for Ryun to ask a question. "Who is she?" Ryun asked finally. "No one of any importance, just a slave," Eirv said. The ranker could not know who she was. Even if Anatolian told him, he would not know her importance. "What did you speak about?" "Just a slave," the man said, his fist tightening. "I asked her why she wore a collar, and she told me that she was a prisoner, a slave, as you put it. And then she said something that I did not understand. She told me that true cultivators followed inspiration above all else. Do you know what that means, and why she would tell me that?" Eirv was as surprised as the man was, not by what she said, but for her reasons in saying as much to him. She couldn't know who the man was or why he was coming, but she had given him a secret most true cultivators already knew. Everything about cultivation was about inspiration, a moment of insight where everything changed and you made a breakthrough, unlocking or evolving your power. Many did it without realizing, but those who knew could search for any sign of inspiration and lock on to it, increasing the chance that they could push through. "I wouldn't know," Eirv replied, feigning ignorance. The man didn't seem at all convinced by Eirv's words, but he didn't comment on them. "You hold slaves." The statement made Eirv's eyebrows rise. It was true that there were few slaves in the sects, or even the core itself. Only a few factions used them, and they were small and dared not push their trade beyond their borders. But Eirv could see that the man was angry at that. "Only the one. She has been serving my family for a long time." "Ah," Ryun said. "You were not as I had imagined you to be. And yet, all my life I strove to be free, and to let those around me be free to make choices freely as well, whether that choice ended up being to stand in my path or to step aside. I could not give you what you want for as long as you kept someone as a slave." Eirv was about to speak, intending to dismiss his words, when he caught his look. Ah, there was a conviction and determination there. Something in his past, perhaps, something he would not move on. And Eirv sighed, letting his head fall down. He realized that he had been fooling himself. There was no way for this to end peacefully. His sect would not accept, even if he managed to get everything he asked for. They needed to see this man punished, executed, and Eirv needed the sect in order to achieve his goals. It was all such a tragedy, a waste. Chance had made any peaceful resolution impossible, and fate had conspired to put them at odds. He realized that he liked the man, understood him. Eirv had once been like him, but reality was a cruel mistress. He had his convictions and would not betray them, and Eirv had his own. "Well, then," Eirv said slowly, "we cannot have peace can we?" Ryun met his eyes as he answered, "I cannot betray myself." Ierv stood and jumped down from the platform, standing in front of the man, who was just a bit shorter than him. "If there won't be peace, then I cannot let you go. You are too powerful for me to prolong this," Ierv said sadly. The man shrugged. "We can only do what we think is best." Such an interesting man. What kinds of things has he seen? Ierv wondered. It was a waste, a tragedy that they had to have met like this. He felt like they could have been friends. Ierv didn't waste any more time. Burst Step brought him close, his spear summoned from the depths of his soul. The awakened weapon surged forward as it feasted on his chi, the golden spear flashing with emerald energy as it made its way forward. With a triple thrust, 3 attacks headed at the Rancor. The Rancor was taken off guard. His great stats were an asset, but he hadn't expected an attack so quickly. Ryun summoned a weapon, a short and straight black sword, an awakened weapon like his own. He moved quickly, blocking 2 of Ierv's attacks, but the third cut into his shoulder. Ryun jumped back, using an ability, Inevitable Step, to cross the room in a single step. A foolish decision, wasting an ability and using it improperly. Ierv could see what it did. It made any distance the user wanted to cross, as far as he could see, take only a single step. It was more effective when closing greater distances, but when it was used for shorter range it was wasteful, as his ordinary speed would have sufficed. The hall was not large enough to warrant the use of such ability. Ierv's opponent took hold of himself, readying his counterattack. Ierv felt the Rancor's chi move, and he prepared to do the same. His base technique flowed out of him, and greater venomous infusion coated his spear. The chi that Ishi had drank filled the weapon, and it was enough. Its ability triggered, and he could feel the weapon wait beneath his fingers, ready. He didn't let his opponent get ready himself. His chi flowed through him, and Ierv triggered his secondary base technique, Defiant Advance. He surged forward, catching the Rancor off guard again. A wall of chi appeared in front of the man, having formed incredibly fast. It was black and filled with chi of the void, a rare aspect but not unheard of. It was used primarily in support and non-combat paths, and only rarely for the combat ones, not because it was weak, but because it required a powerful body to be useful. Most people could not survive the effect of the constant use of such chi, but the Rancor obviously had no issues. Ierv knew that Ryun's fighting style had to be suited for destruction, so he did not want to let him have the chance to use it properly. He turned, jumping to the side incredibly quickly, the boost of the boots he wore giving him a burst of power when jumping, pushing him faster, and aided by his true balance, his footing was sure. He came around the wall, and his spear stabbed forward. The Rancor moved to block, but ere Ishi moved as its ability was now triggered. Like a viper, it bent and avoided the Rancor's sword, stabbing the man in the arm and injecting his black viper venom chi. The man grimaced, and then a thin sheen of chi started rising from his skin, wisps of chi curling upward. Ryun surged forward, his sword heading for Ierv's head. He leaned back, using his tails to keep himself from falling as he brought his spear back to block. His spear met the sword, which began looking unfocused, as if it was made out of a shadow. Ierv grunted as he was pushed back and into the ground. A follow-up attack came, and Ierv flickered, spatial evade letting him escape as he rolled to the side. The man's stats had increased, a boosting technique. He had cycled, Ierv realized. His techniques had to have powerful effects, and he was moving his chi quickly. Not as fast as he knew was possible, however, and Ierv realized that the man had split his focus. He hadn't cycled only one way. probably a split between filling his core to the brim and draining it to fortify his core, and spending smaller amounts of essence to fortify his conduits. Ierv wondered if the man even knew what he had been doing. But then he already suspected that Ryun was a natural. He used inspiration without even knowing what he was doing. The rancor followed, his left hand hanging lower as Ierv's chi worked on it and made it feel numb. A wave of emotion rippled out of the rancor and hit Ierv, but he had been mastering his own mind for a long time, and it didn't even slow him down. Ryun realized that it hadn't worked, and then something else billowed out, an aura that was oppressive and terrifying. But Ierv had grown up among people far more powerful than Ryun. His ability came back from cooldown, and he burst step forward even as he prepared another technique. He moved his spear, his perfect spear mastery showing the clear difference between them. Ryun fought with one hand, his sword suited for such a grip, but his left hand was free, swinging around aimlessly. The difference between them was like night and day. He hadn't been trained by masters. All that he had achieved himself. It was worthy of respect, but it wouldn't help the rancor now. If only he had another weapon in his other hand, or a shield, perhaps. But he didn't know. Ryun defended poorly, even as he finally made use of his other hand. A bracer made out of chi formed over his forearm, and he tried to block with it, but his movements were wide, and his stance filled with openings. Nicks and cuts started appearing on his body, each injecting just a bit more of Ierv's chi. He could tell that the man had some training in martial arts, but he was slow, unaccustomed to fighting people who were better than him. It was as if he was remembering how to fight as combat went on, and even then his style was clearly flawed. He let the attacks get through his guard, as if he didn't understand the danger. He was unfamiliar with Ierv's style as well, as his tails regularly bashed at the rancor's legs. But Ierv had seen the man's screens, and he knew that in a fight against many he would not have needed to defend so much. His style was developed for those kind of fights. Every kill he made would have healed him right back up and made him even stronger. He was wild and powerful. His stats were greater than Ierv's own, but he didn't know how to use them. His bonus stats made him more than twice as strong and twice as fast, but his body wasn't used to actually using those greater stats. There was a reason as to why people who had powers that could increase their stats trained more with them. The body was only used to the stats that it had most of the time. But his stats, while impressive, didn't matter. Why would they, when he wasn't skillful? When he had no understanding of how to chain his powers? He used his techniques, his abilities and skills, without synergizing them properly, with announcing every attack as if it didn't matter if his opponent could see it coming. Against most, perhaps that would have been enough, but not against Ierv. Ryun was faster and stronger, but he couldn't catch Ierv, and as his body was getting filled with black viper venom chi, he was slowing down. A plume of void chi left his mouth, but Ierv had already used spatial evade to move out of the way. Ierv waited, keeping his swift parry ready, but Ryun never even attempted to use his most powerful weapon. As the fight moved on, he realized that the man couldn't. His perfect cut wasn't going to make an appearance, Ierv decided. He didn't know why, but that let him move with greater freedom. The chi coating his weapon moved as he triggered his branch technique, and spectral viper appeared on it, coiled around the shaft. As Ierv attacked, the viper uncoiled, leaping forward and biting the man on the shoulder. His spear wormed its way around the rancor's block and stabbed him in the stomach. And then an aura billowed out of Ryun. Ierv's viper, made out of chi, dissolved, and Ierv jumped back. He had been waiting for this. The rancor had made a mistake by not leading with it, and Ierv had a handle on the man by now. He was incredible, So much power put into such a finely made build, but he was young in body and young in his understanding. He was not comfortable with his power, not like someone who had stayed at the same power level for decades. He didn't use everything that he had at his disposal, and when he did, he didn't do so at the right times. Oh, the tragedy, Ierv lamented. There were so many things that he could have taught him, so many things that he could have learned from him. Even wild and untrained, the rancor was incredible. A monster on the battlefield, as his sister had learned. But in a duel, one-on-one, oh, the things that could have been. The things that the rancor probably knew but didn't even realize himself. Ierv triggered one of his perks. Venomous stingers formed on his tails, and unlike those of his sister, he could not shoot at range, but the stingers were long and wicked. With burst step, Ierv closed the distance, his triple thrust snapping out and scoring new wounds on the man, even as he fought through the effect of his aura. He half-turned, allowing his tails to stab at him. The rancor's eyes widened, and Ierv could see through the rancor's bloodied face that he was afraid. Chi surged through him, a massive amount of it, and then it billowed out. Only Ierv's experience and foreknowledge saved him as a wave of void chi exploded out of the rancor, destroying everything in its path, the floor of the arena, the second floor above them. It was a sphere of destruction dissolving anything it touched. Ierv was fast, and he had reacted in time, but his tails had taken the brunt of the attack. One was mangled and almost cut in half, and the other looked like it had been chewed by some monster. Violet and black chi was still eating away at his flesh, and Ierv grabbed a potion from his storage, downing it quickly. He saw that his opponent was breathing heavily, his aura no longer active, his eyes glaring at Ierv. He saw him pull out a potion and try to drink it himself, but Ierv didn't let him. He threw his spear, impaling the rancor's shoulder and sending him flying back, pinning him to the wall. The potion fell from his hand and broke on the wooden floor. Ierv used Reset, resetting the cooldowns for his abilities, and then used his burst step again. He reached the rancor and punched him in the stomach, then grabbed his spear and pulled it out. The rancor hissed, and then his body changed. Ierv had seen the effect before in people who were powerful, who knew what they were doing. There were 3 ways to improve a true body, and each had its strengths and weaknesses. Ryun's body appeared to be pulled apart, as if it was turning into nothingness itself, a black void shaped like a man, with wisps of violet surrounding his edges. Ierv knew the power of a cloud state. Cultivators with it were notoriously hard to kill with physical attacks, as any damage to their body could be repaired quickly. And while there were drawbacks, Ierv knew that the rancor had a way to sense his surroundings even though he couldn't see. A moment later, his void aura returned, 10 times more powerful and more focused. The rancor had narrowed the range to only their immediate surroundings and had increased its intensity. Ierv felt his body dissolving and quickly changed himself. His body hardened into a crystal, his skin turned to emerald, and the attack of his chi slowed. His upgrade allowed him a greater resistance to special attacks. It was unfortunate, as the rancor's attack would have killed anyone else, but Ierv's state was a direct counter to his entire power set. Ierv gathered his chi as the rancor floated forward, the aura intensifying as he spent more chi. Ierv's breathing form settled, and his spear flew forward, his chi twisting around it as he triggered his perk, Technique Charge, Overwhelm. He had the time, as his body kept him safe from the aura, the damage being done to his crystallized body only minimal. He felt the rancor try to form another of his techniques, but he didn't let him. He struck first. His spear stabbed forward, punching into the center of the void. paralyzing strike activated, and his technique flowed into the void chi. Lines of emerald spread through the cloud of the void, and he saw the void chi try to dissolve it. But the rancor had exhausted himself too much, and Ierv was stronger. The void trembled, and then the rancor's body reappeared, emerald lines snaking beneath his skin. He gasped and fell to the ground, shaking as he tried to get up. He raised his head, looked at Ierv for a long second, and then he collapsed into unconsciousness. Ierv released his venom crystal, his body turning back to normal. He saw the cracks in his skin, his ruined clothes, and blood flowing down the tiny wounds. He hadn't gone through the battle unscathed, but he had won. He heard a rush of feet and turned to see his people coming into the hall, spreading out around him. They were wise enough to know not to interrupt a battle between monarchs, as a single moment of distraction could lead to death. But now the threat was dealt with. Ierv raised his spear above the young rancor's neck, preparing to stab down. And then he paused, his spear touching the skin of his neck and making a tiny line of blood start to flow. It was all such a waste. How many things did this man know that could help Ierv on his path? What treasures had he brought from his dead world? He couldn't bring himself to do it, and yet his people were all around him, waiting. Ierv turned, seeing Nimar standing close by. "Nimar," Ierv started slowly, the tiredness from the fight catching up to him. "Send word to the dungeons. Tell them to prepare the strongest chains that we have." "Master?" Nimar asked confusedly. "I do not want to repeat myself, Nimar," Ierv said. They were in public now. His subordinate could not be seen to question Ierv like that. Nimar nodded immediately and beckoned one of the warriors, sending him off with instructions. Ierv could see the questioning glances of his people, knew that they wondered what he planned. An execution was the only way forward in their eyes. But Ierv could not let the opportunity go by. Ierv dismissed his spear and looked at the man lying on the floor. He was too strong to be kept imprisoned for long. His sect did not have the resources to do so. If he wanted to get anything out of him, he would need to make him a slave, and getting the resources to create a slave binding on someone like him, with so much power, would deplete the sect's reserves. Riun was not like Anatolian, who had been crippled and left powerless, whose binding was simple. Just his skill alone would make nearly any mundane binding useless, and would require a high-powered collar along with a strong slave binding. And yet Ierv didn't see any other way. He wanted to speak with the man again, wanted to know what he knew. This was not an act of mercy. Regardless, it would take a while to set up a binding ritual. Keeping him contained with mundane bindings until then would be difficult. He would need to have Nimar or Irian watch him constantly, and even then— "And Nimar," Ierv said finally, "burn his eyes out." His subordinate bowed, and Ierv saw understanding dawn in his and the eyes of the others. Ierv nearly chuckled. They understood nothing. Nimar had the warriors gather the fallen monarch and take him away. Ierv was not capable of inflicting wounds that could not be regenerated, like what had been done to Anatolian, but it would give him time, hinder the rancor enough to make an escape unlikely, and he could always give him a high-grade potion and heal him up when he had him firmly under his control. As the rancor was taken out of the hall, Ierv turned his mind to something else. Anatolian had much to answer for, and it was time for him to get some of those answers. Chapter 99. Present. Riun. Memories. Ryun woke in a world filled with pain. His face felt as if it were being submerged into boiling water. He couldn't see, couldn't feel his eyes. For a moment he panicked, but then he realized that he could still see. His skill still worked, and it showed him his surroundings. His range with the skill was incredible, and he could feel everything around him. He was in a small room, chained to a block of stone. In the room with him were two people, both Demacy, if he was sensing right. He made an effort not to alert them that he was awake, but with his skill he looked everywhere. He was beneath the ground, which lowered his range a bit, but he could still feel the entire building he was being kept in. It was filled with people, at least 24. The chains tying him to the stone slab in the shape of a chair were thick, and probably strong enough to hold him. He didn't know if he could break them with his strength, and he didn't want to try yet. All of this happened in the first few seconds of him waking up, his mind working incredibly fast as he gathered information. But as he understood the situation he was in, his mind turned to other things. Emotion came. First anger, then disbelief, fear, and finally resignation. He was angry at himself, angry that he kept making the same mistakes. Every time he told himself that he wanted to change, but every time he did the same thing. It was as if he was incapable of change, as if there was something missing inside of him. But he truly didn't think that things could have gone so badly. No matter what he'd told Onrush, he had a plan. He had been ready. Or at least he'd thought so before meeting with the Black Viper sect monarch. When Onrush told him about Ierv and that he was stronger than his sister, Ryun believed her, but he didn't think that he could be that much stronger. He assumed that he would be stronger than his sister, yes, and a better fighter than her, certainly, but Ryun thought that he could handle him. He had seen the power that Iera had, and she hadn't been stronger than Ryun. She just knew how to better use her powers. Ryun had overpowered her in the end. He thought that he could do the same with her brother, if it came down to it. He had trained with Airclaw since the moment he received the message, planned how he was going to fight. And he had come prepared, his rings filled with the potions he'd taken from Iera's chest, elixirs that could boost him even more, give him stats to overcome any force sent against him. But against Ierv he hadn't even had the chance to use them. The man had pressed him from the start, his fighting style incredible and without any holes that Ryun could exploit. His spear was like a living thing, moving like a snake to attack and slither through Ryun's guard. Every time he tried to attack, to prepare a technique, the man was there. Every time he tried to block, he was just a tiny bit off. With Null Mantle, Ryun had been much stronger and faster, and yet the man could somehow read through his every move. Every one of his attacks or powers was countered as soon as Ryun tried them. He couldn't even get a moment of respite to pull potions from his storage, and when he finally managed to get one out, the monarch had stopped him from using it. Ierv was far more powerful than his sister, more than Ryun had believed possible. Ryun was used to the power difference between stages being smaller. Ierv was just more skillful than him. It made him feel uncomfortable to know that he was stronger, but still not being able to achieve victory. Yet Ryun still felt like he could have won, if only he had the chance to use everything that he had brought. If he could have overpowered his opponent, bridged the gap in mastery with brute power, if only. But he hadn't, and he'd lost. And now he was in chains, trapped. He could feel his heart starting to beat faster as he realized that his actions had landed him in a cage once more. He tried to push his mind away from the memories as he felt the wall in his head shake. He couldn't afford to deal with that now. It shouldn't be this way. He was standing by his convictions, doing what he believed was right. He didn't break his word, wasn't duplicitous, and yet again he had lost. He had seen so many people lie while hiding behind masks, saw them twist and scheme, and he had vowed to never be like them. He came here alone in defiance of what everyone else thought was right and smart, because he didn't want to be like anybody else. He wanted to be someone who was known to always be true, someone who never stood behind false masks, who didn't lie or look for a way to twist things in their favor. That didn't make him a good person. Ryun knew that he wasn't, but it made him honest, and he valued that more than anything else. He realized now that to be able to do that, to be all that he could be, to do all that he wanted, and to end anyone who stood in his way, he needed to be powerful enough so that no one could force him in chains again. He respected Ierv for his power, but Ryun could feel it in his heart. He knew that he could beat the man, that he should have beaten him, that he was powerful enough, if not as skilled. But he lacked something. A part of him was missing, and he was left fumbling in the dark. "Well, look where you've landed us now," Kagehime said in his head. He had forgotten about her in the moment. She had to have returned inside of him when he'd lost consciousness. "He was better than me," Ryun admitted. A part of him was screaming at him for being a fool, but another was elated even now. Ryun had fought against someone who was a true master. He had seen the way he moved, the way he fought. It was inspiring. If Ryun could attain such mastery, match it with his stats, he felt like he would reach true power. "What are you going to do now?" Kagehime asked, and Ryun was brought back to reality. There was only one thing that he could do. He needed to escape. Slowly he reached for his powers, and thankfully found them intact. His chi was recovering slowly, and he could feel his conduits still burning from the enemy chi that had invaded it. He felt like he could still use his techniques, though perhaps not as quickly. His rings were gone, but he still had his void storage. It was a much smaller space, but he had a few items in there. A chi recovery potion that would boost his chi regeneration and clear his conduits. A health potion to heal the rest of him up, but he didn't know if it would help with his eyes, as it wasn't that powerful. He couldn't feel them at all, which probably meant that they were no longer there. Regrowing them would take longer, he knew. His body had high vitality, which let him regenerate quickly. He could heal from his wounds, but regrowing what was no longer there was another thing entirely. He knew that it could be done, but it would take time. Alternatively, he could use a powerful elixir. He had used such elixir before, but he had none like that one now. He had a few other boosting elixirs in his storage, as well as his Vial of Light, Vial of Shadow, and Core Reinforcement elixir. If his strength was enough to break the chains, he could get out, blast his way out of the building, and take to the sky, escaping and finding Onrush and Airclaw in the forest. He didn't think that he had been unconscious for long, a couple of hours at most, a suspicion Kagehime confirmed. So that meant that the two would still be waiting, hidden in the forest. Onrush had insisted on a plan in case things went bad, but he didn't know if the two of them could rescue him. He had underestimated the Black Viper sect, and Onrush, for all the things she knew, had spent most of her life being weak. She had no concept of how powerful some people were. He was thankful that his power hadn't been sealed. He knew from Onrush that such powers or items were rare. But he was still limited. He had a plate attached to his chest that made it harder to breathe, and he couldn't take a full breath, probably to restrict him from entering a breathing form and using a technique. He didn't need to use a breathing form, of course, but using a technique without it would be slower and harder. The 2 guards in the room would most certainly notice. That left him with his strength, without the boost from his technique or his skill. He had used Perfect Cut once before to get out of chains, but he didn't know if he even could use it now. The skill had been getting worse and worse. He could risk using it and dropping unconscious again, and yet the possibility was still there. Ryun could feel the panic rise up in him again. He did not want to be chained, did not want to be imprisoned. He didn't think that he could take it again. What he went through last time was... He didn't want to remember it. He had tried very hard to forget. Slowly he tried to move his hands, to push against the bindings, testing their strength. He felt the chains bite into his skin, but they groaned under his power. He wasn't strong enough, not without his boost. But he felt like he could break them if he managed to trigger his technique and put everything in his strength. But the sound the chains made alerted the guards, and he felt them move. "What do we have here?" one of them said. "Looks like he is awake," the other said. "Go and call Master Nimar," the first one said. The second opened the doors and left, heading up the stairs just outside his cell. The one who was left came closer, and Ryun thought that this was his chance. He flexed with all of his strength, even as he pushed chi through his body. The chi moved slowly, without his breathing form, but it was moving. The man next to him jumped forward, pulled something from his hip, and then stabbed it in his shoulder. Ryun screamed, and his chi scattered back to his core. His muscles spasmed from the pain as the man twisted the knife. The weapon was burning him. It felt as if he was on fire. He could hear sizzling sounds and smell his burnt flesh. And then the man pulled the knife out, and Ryun sagged against his bindings. "Don't try that again," the man told him. Ryun couldn't even respond with the gag in his mouth, and without eyes he couldn't glare at his tormentor. The heat of the blade made him remember being scorched before. He was going to kill that man before he was done. He was not going to be held prisoner, not for any amount of time. He had to get out. Nothing else was acceptable. He had failed. He hadn't been smart enough. He hadn't considered that Ierv could be that much more powerful than his sister. Arrogance. It was what he had been trying to curtail in himself, and yet he didn't want to be someone who didn't believe in his own power. He didn't know what the balance was. Had coming here been a mistake? Perhaps, but he might have won. If he had known just how stronger Ierv was, he would have prepared better. Or perhaps he was fooling himself. Perhaps he wouldn't have been able to change the outcome no matter what. Perhaps he wouldn't have been able to change years of habit in a couple of months. Without his skill and without a part of himself, he was incomplete. The doors to his cell opened again, and he realized that his skill had slipped from the pain, as he hadn't noticed the 2 people that entered the room. The guard that had left before and a new person entered, but one Ryun knew. He had sensed him before. Although he couldn't be certain without his eyes, he believed him to be the monarch who had stood with Ierv when they had met. Master Nimar, he tried to use his chi. The man bowed as he spoke. "Foolish," the newcomer Nimar said. "You would do well not to try and escape, prisoner. The honored master wants you alive, but there is much that we can do without killing you." Ryun tried to speak, but the gag in his mouth prevented him. The man walked over and pulled it out. "Perhaps you could take these chains off, too, and tell me that again," Ryun said before he could stop himself. He was angry and off balance. The strike came just as he expected it to. A fist smashed into the side of his head, making his ears ring. "You know," Nimar continued, "I cared for Iera. I want nothing more than to cut your head off the same as you did to her. If it wasn't for my master's orders, you would have been dead already." "Iera," Riun started. "She was a good foe, powerful. I gave her a choice. She did not have to die. All she had to do was stand aside." "A good foe?" Nimar asked. Riun felt the man's body tense, and then his fist hit him again. "She was a great leader, and you are nothing but some trash that doesn't know its place." Riun felt the man walk over to one of the guards and take the knife from his hands. Then Nimar turned around and walked back. "I think that you need a lesson in where you actually belong." The man cut into his skin and drew another scream from Riun. He pulled the knife back and then cut again on another part of his body, and continued doing so for a long while until Riun's body was shaking from the pain. And then, when he finally thought that the man was done, when his body started to slowly repair the damage, he did it again. The hot knife entered Riun's body, pushing beneath his ribs, and the searing pain filled him. Riun hissed in pain. All the other wounds on his body, half healed because of his high vitality, screamed in agony. He felt the wall in his mind cracking, and memories moving by too fast for him to understand them. The pain reached a crescendo, and his mind went white. His entire existence flashed as it opposed the pain, and then it all collapsed into a tiny point of black. He felt himself falling, going through the tiny opening leading somewhere deep within himself. It was agonizing, even more so than the pain. After an eternity, the pain ended, and Riun found himself before a familiar wall. It was a wall that had always been there, always keeping a part of himself at bay. But now it felt weak. It was filled with cracks and holes falling apart. Beyond it, he could hear a roar, a pounding. The other part of him wanted out, and the wall was crumbling. Riun was afraid of what was behind it, but it could no longer hold the memories at bay. He reached out and struck it, shattering the wall. Another part of himself roared in pain and suffering. He saw a monster standing before him, a black wolf with a mask on its head. Riun felt memories surge from the monster and into him. And then he remembered. Chapter 100. Past. Riun. All of his pain. Riun woke up screaming, the boiling water being poured down onto his back, making him recoil and jump to the side. He tripped on the body in the corner and hit the wall of his cell. Laughter came from above him, and he glared at his jailers. They emptied their buckets and then walked away, getting out of his line of sight. They were keeping him in a hole, something that looked like an old well. It was deep, but he could climb it. He had climbed it up, only to get clobbered on the head by a hammer. He hadn't expected anyone up there the first time. After, they had brought Miss Riva to the pit and cut her throat, telling him that for every time he tried to escape, they would kill one of his people. He hadn't tried escaping again. He spoke with Melody, using their unique perks to speak mind to mind. She was being held somewhere else, along with other women and cultivators. She was too strong for them to keep imprisoned forever, but like Riun, they kept her a prisoner with their threats. Any attempt to leave would see their people and Riun dead. He had been in the hole he didn't know for how long, several days at least, and they'd been torturing him daily, never letting him sleep for long, throwing stones down on him, pouring boiling water on him. He was healing faster than an ordinary human would, but his skin was still covered in blisters. He woke up the night after their attack to find himself in the hole, and his jailers standing high above asking him questions. They wanted to know where he and Mel kept their treasures, the loot that they'd gained from finishing the event. Ryun hadn't been as cooperative as he could have been. That's when they had brought Jonas to the pit and cut his teacher's throat before throwing him in. They told him that for every time he refused to tell them the truth, they would kill another of his people. So he couldn't escape, and he couldn't lie. He told them everything then. It was not like Ryun and Mel had much. Once they found everything, they still didn't believe him. That's when the torture started. He hadn't been able to talk with Mel in days. His mind was in a state of half-sleep all the time. And when he managed to reach out to her, he would quickly find himself exhausted. Now he looked around his cell, seeing the bodies of Jonas and Riva still down here with him, pushed against a corner, rotting. There was a bucket in one corner filled with waste that they dropped a rope down for once every few days. At least they were feeding him daily. He knew why they were keeping him separated from the others. He was their insurance that Mel wouldn't try anything, and that they couldn't cooperate and organize an escape. If she tried to escape, they would kill him first, and then start with the others of their people. But they didn't know about their perks. Ryun glared at the edge of his hole, wishing for someone to come close to the edge and topple inside so that he could smash their head in. But quickly his body's tiredness caught up with him again, and he slipped into sleep without getting a chance to try and talk with Melody. The cycle continued. His rest was interrupted every time that he fell asleep, so long that he had lost track of time. His entire world was boiling water and pain, the two bodies in the corner mocking him for his failure, whispering horrible things to him. He was going mad, and at the same time he couldn't think, couldn't concentrate on anything. He had never realized how much a body relied on sleep. Even with his greater stats and his ability to stay awake for longer, he still needed it, and it was being denied to him. Finally, he found himself waking up one day without the boiling water being poured down on him. Instead, it was as cold as ice. The intense cold made him shiver, but quickly he realized that he felt rested. He could hear a murmur in the background, but he tried to focus and tune it out. Finally, he had had a good night's sleep. He looked around warily, trying very hard not to look at the bodies. And then someone spoke. "Rise and shine," a voice said from up above him. Ryun raised his head and saw a bald man standing there looking down on him. "I hope you had a good rest. You are going to need it." Ryun immediately felt his heartbeat quicken as his mind tried to imagine what new horror they were going to throw at him. "You see, the boss man has decided that letting you use our pit for free isn't going to fly no more. So, since you are a cultivator, from now on you will contribute like the rest of your people. We will expect you to draw in essence and create crystals daily. And don't even think about keeping some for yourself. We know how much cultivators can produce per day, and you will be giving us the full amount. If we even suspect that you've been skimming and trying to gather enough to buy some weapon or something from the shop, we will kill another of your people. Understood?" Ryun didn't respond, but he was thinking furiously. The man didn't mention the essence that Ryun already had gathered. But then only Melody knew about that, and he doubted that she would betray him, if they even knew to ask. Most people used their essence as soon as they got it, and they mentioned that they knew how much cultivators could produce per day. That hadn't been true for him for a long time. His cycling had improved the rate at which he could draw in, and he had pushed himself further. He could take in much more than any other cultivator, but they didn't know that either. "Well, I guess you are not in a talking mood, but I will be expecting the first delivery of crystals from you by tonight. the Baldy said, and then moved out of sight. Ryun immediately started thinking about what he could do to get an edge, to find a way to escape. He had essence that he could use. Perhaps there was something useful to be found from the deal-maker that they wouldn't be able to see from up high. A voice interrupted his thoughts. "Ryun, are you awake?" For the first time in a long while, he heard Melody's voice clearly. "Mel," he said as he felt her reaching for him. A wave of emotion followed his words. "Oh, thank God! I've been trying to get through to you for days." Ryun didn't remember that, but he hadn't been fully aware for a while, as far as he could tell. "Yes, they let me rest. They want me to make essence crystals for them. That's what they have been having the other cultivators do for weeks now. I feared about what they had been doing to you when I couldn't reach you. They assured me that you were safe, but I couldn't reveal that we can talk with our minds. And at times, when you managed to talk to me, you didn't sound so good." He blinked. He didn't remember talking with her. He hadn't known how much time had passed, but then the previous days flashed through his mind and he started to shake. His stomach churned and he heaved without being able to throw anything up. He remembered his skin boiling, then peeling away as it healed itself. The rocks breaking his bones, the confused state that he had been in. It had been weeks, but his mind was trying to protect him. He glanced at the two bodies in the corner, still sitting there and rotting. He was covered in filth and dried blood. He started hyperventilating, his mind going blank. But then he heard a voice yelling in his head and he snapped back. "Okay?" I'm fine," Ryun managed to send to her as he tried to get himself under control. He couldn't think about the past again, not now. "Ryun, how are you? Really?" Ryun looked down at himself, seeing the blistered skin, the bones mended poorly. He looked thinner, and he realized that even though they let him rest, he was far weaker now compared to how he used to be before. "I'm not good." "I feared that was the case. We are planning an escape. I hoped that you could join in, but I'll have to come and rescue you." Ryun smiled. He didn't have a problem with that, but he did want to contribute. "I'll try to speak with the deal-maker. Perhaps I can find something to help me escape." "Don't take any unnecessary risk. These people are all too willing to kill. As long as we are useful to them, they will keep us alive." "Mel, did they torture you too?" Ryun asked as he tightened his fists. They keep me with the women. They put me in charge so that I could keep the others in control." That was not an answer. Ryun felt her emotions for a split second, coming and going in a blink of an eye. He felt fear, shame, and anger. He wanted to ask her more, but he felt himself tired from the effort of speaking with his mind, and he knew that this was not the time. "I'll let you know if I come up with something," Ryun finally told her, and she let him know that they had planned their escape for the next week, when the guards cleaned their quarters again, which they did once per week. Ryun felt himself falling asleep, and waking up what seemed to be immediately after. He felt sore all over, and he saw a bucket laying next to him filled with food. He had slept for longer than he'd thought. He tried very hard not to look at the bodies of his friends as he ate, and then he put his hands together, placing essence in his path and then pushing it out. He used only a small amount, what he thought an ordinary cultivator could have possibly gathered in a short time, and with that he glanced up. He could hear chatter up there from his jailers, but he couldn't make out much. They did seem to be having fun. He needed to act, to find a way out. Ryun turned inward and entered the world of the deal-maker. One moment he was in the hole, and the next he was sitting in front of the deal-maker. The being looked the same as always, shrouded in a large robe with a hood drawn up that was filled with darkness. Ryun opened his mouth to speak, but he was interrupted. "Before you even ask, I do not directly interfere in mortal matters," the dealmaker said. Ryun's fists tightened, and he felt his nails bite into his palms. He had planned on asking the dealmaker to help, but he knew better. This being wasn't a benevolent god. It was an overseer and nothing more. The framework had brought so much pain and suffering, so much death, and the dealmaker didn't seem to care. But Ryun knew better than to antagonize the dealmaker, so he kept his thoughts to himself. "I'd like to make a deal," Ryun said. "Of course," the dealmaker said. "What do you seek, and what do you offer?" Ryun knew that he needed one thing if he was going to help Mel in their escape. He needed power and health. "I need something that can heal my body, make me as fit as I was before I was imprisoned," Ryun said. "I have essence saved up." He had been saving in order to cycle. His next advancement required 900,000 essence, and he had managed to gather almost 150,000. He was hesitant on spending it all, but he knew that it would be better for him to spend it and be free than to save it and die. The dealmaker shook his head. "You do not have enough essence for what you are asking. I could sell you a health potion, but even one of those costs at least 100,000 essence, and a health potion would not help you now. Your body needs to be restored, not just healed." Ryun blinked. He opened his mouth and then closed it. He had hoped that he would be able to find something, but he should have known better. His body was ruined, and it seemed like wounds already healed couldn't be healed again, even though they had healed wrong. "But there is something that can restore me?" Ryun asked. "A restoration potion, yes, but it costs more than you can pay." Ryun grimaced. This was his only chance of helping with the escape. "And what about a deal?" "Perhaps. I could give you the potion in return for your unique perk," the dealmaker said. Ryun blinked. He hadn't expected that. He knew that the perk was powerful, but is it really worth that much? The dealmaker didn't answer immediately. Instead, he let the silence stretch until it was uncomfortable. Finally, he answered. "The creature that gave it to you was never intended to be here. It tricked the framework, tricked me, and came here to escape its end. But this was not a place meant for it and its partner could not survive. And yet they had found a way to keep a part of themselves alive. Their power was not meant for this framework. The system managed to constrain that power, but it is not stable. You are better off without it." Ryun was taken aback by that. He had already suspected that something was different about it. "Why didn't you remove it once we got them?" "It was already a part of you then, and I do not interfere with mortal affairs. It didn't belong, but by becoming a part of you, it managed to fit into the framework. Removing it with your consent is another matter entirely." Ryun was tempted, but still the perk was a powerful addition to his power set. He didn't want to part with it, not even for this. "I'm sorry, but no thank you. I don't want to have it removed," Ryun said. "Isn't there anything else? Something that I can do for you in the future, maybe?" "You speak as if you are going to survive for long enough to pay me back," the dealmaker said. Ryun frowned. He was thinking that they were going to get out, yes, but he could see from where the dealmaker was coming from. "You gambled with me once before," Ryun pointed out. "Yes, and you have managed to do much in your time within the framework. Perhaps another gamble isn't out of the question." I don't have the essence now, but I might be able to pay it back in the future? Ryun asked. I don't usually make such deals with mortals, mostly because few even attempt to ask such things of me. They would rather buy things through my shops than come here in person. You have returned to see me, and that alone is more than what most ever do. The dealmaker nodded. Very well, another gamble. I shall give you the restoration potion, and in return 20% of all the essence you gain in the next 2 years will be going to me. And you will make sure that all monster-spawning portals on this planet are closed by the time it comes to an end. If you do not, then even if you become strong enough to be among this world's rankers, you will die along with it. Ryun kept his eyes fixed on the darkness of the dealmaker's cowl. What he was asking was impossible. He would never be able to achieve something like that. He would need an army just to search for them and to be able to close them all down. He didn't know exactly how many there were, but when he and Zack spoke with the government, they had estimated hundreds of thousands, if not more. But that was still better than losing his perk, at least in his eyes. Perhaps he would be able to do it. Ryun nodded his head and spoke. I agree. A moment later, a vial filled with pink liquid appeared in front of him on the table. Ryun reached out and took it in his hand, reading the screen that popped up. Elixir of Greater Restoration. Drinking this elixir will restore the user's body to its optimal condition, refilling a cultivator's core, regenerating stamina, regrow missing body parts, curing any illness, and purging any poisons. The restorative effects are instant. Ryun closed his eyes in relief. With the potion, he wouldn't be useless. He turned his eyes back to the dealmaker. Mel and he had lost against these opponents once before. He needed to be stronger. He knew that he couldn't advance his path. He didn't have enough essence, but there was another way, a way that would give him power quickly. I'd like something else as well, Ryun said. If you can pay or make a separate deal for it, the dealmaker told him. Ryun nodded. He didn't want to make another deal, considering the one he'd already made was going to be hard enough to accomplish. I want to purchase a class, Ryun said. The dealmaker waved his hand, and orbs came out of the darkness behind him. A countless number of them just floating in the nothingness. What kind of a class do you want? Ryun remembered his first conversation with the dealmaker. He had been offered 3 paths that had been incredibly costly, and he had won one of them. He knew that he would get only a short description of the class and not what it could do. He would need to have the dealmaker narrow down the choices for him. A rare class, Ryun said, and orbs started disappearing and rearranging themselves. There were still too many there for him to look through them all. He thought about what he wanted. Firstly, he didn't want a class that cost too much. He planned on leveling up with what he had left, and he wanted to benefit from the stats as soon as possible. He knew that this wasn't what he wanted to do, that he didn't want to follow the path of classes, but his cultivation was too expensive to help him now. Ryun needed something that would let him get stronger quickly, something that would be immediately useful, and perhaps something that could benefit his cultivation in the long run. He looked at the dealmaker for a long second and then spoke again. Show me classes that could help my cultivation in the future, Ryun said. The orbs shifted again, many disappearing, but there were still hundreds of them. He did some quick math in his head based on what Mel had told him and came up with a number. Show me classes that do not cost more than 130,000 essence. Many of the orbs disappeared, leaving only 10. Ryun looked them over slowly. Their descriptions were incredibly lacking, and he realized just how lucky he had been when he had chosen his path. He could have gotten something that was completely worthless to him, but now he knew much more. He couldn't just consider the class itself, but the perks as well. Which class he picked would guide some of his choices of perks later on, or at least that was what Mel thought. He didn't need the class to help him escape. He was confident that he could do it with his path alone, and he didn't want to rely on newly received powers. He needed it for stats. But there was no point in him picking something that wouldn't be useful. He tried to think of anything else he could ask to narrow the choice down further. He tried to think of what his fighting style was, what kind of perks would be best to synergize with his path. His path of the final end excelled in making him stronger, in giving him bursts of speed and destroying his enemies with powerful attacks. He needed something to make him even stronger, something that would let him survive at close range. Which of these classes are geared toward melee range? 6 orbs disappeared, leaving only 4. Ryun read their names again. Herbalist, Siphon, Enforcer, Harvester. Ryun wasn't sure why Herbalist was still there, but then again, he hadn't specified a combat class. There were short descriptions of the class, a single sentence that told him next to nothing, and he needed to choose based only on that. He could take a support class, the Herbalist, or, if he was understanding right, the Harvester. In the end, however, he didn't. Only one made him interested: Siphon. The description said that it allowed the classer to use his opponent's power against them by taking their power, similar to his unique perk. He hoped that it would be a good addition. He picked the class and purchased it, spending 128,000 essence, leaving him with just enough to level up to level 15 and get his first perk. He said his goodbye to the dealmaker and left the being's strange world. He found himself back in his hole, the potion grasped in his hands. Immediately he started shaking. His body ached, and he started remembering the torture. He had forgotten about the effects of being in the dealmaker's world. He hadn't felt any pain, nor had he even thought about what had happened to him. He wondered why it never occurred to him to enter the dealmaker's world while he was being tortured. It could have given him respite. But he realized that it was almost as if he hadn't known about that before he went back and remembered. And as he was thinking about it, that knowledge again began to slip from his mind until he couldn't remember what it was he was thinking about. He glanced around, looking for a good spot to hide his potion, but there was only one place. He shivered as he crawled to the 2 corpses. He put the potion between them and arranged it so that it was beneath. He hoped that they would forgive him eventually, but he knew that they were dead because of him. He could feel himself tire again, and he made an effort to reach out to Mel and let her know that he would be ready. After a quick conversation, the darkness came, and nightmares plagued him. Days passed, and the day of their escape arrived. Ryun had prepared as much as he could. He had leveled to level 15 and gotten a class perk. He picked a perk called Feast, which allowed him to heal when he killed enemies. It felt like it would synergize well with his unique perk and overall fighting style. He had also received all 3 of his abilities. He glanced at his screens, looking at the class and his stats. Class: Siphon, R. Level: 15. 0 of 4,000 essence. Combat ability: Inflict pain. Movement ability: Power step. Support ability: Siphon strike. Strength: 55. Dexterity: 56. Vitality: 78. Endurance: 91. Intelligence: 45. Wisdom: 62. The combat ability seemed useful, but he wouldn't know until he was able to use it. It was supposed to inflict mental pain to anyone in a short range around him, probably something like what hit Mel and him when these people had attacked them. The movement ability let him push off the ground with 3 times his strength, making him basically leap a short distance. And Siphon Strike was the most interesting. It was an execute ability, one that would only work on people who were close to death. It would supposedly let him siphon 15% of the essence from the target, from all the essence that they had ever used. It was incredible. The dealmaker had come through. That ability in and of itself would let him advance his path at a much faster rate, even though its cooldown was half a day. But right now, the most important thing were his stats. His class's main stats were Vitality and Wisdom, and he put the rest of his points mostly in Endurance to let him handle more pain, and the rest in Strength and Dexterity, while he put nothing into his Intelligence. Thankfully, he didn't have a problem with stat sickness. His path gave him stats equally, and with the class it looked like the max difference increased as one leveled. Ryun was ready, waiting to drink the potion, restore himself, to escape from this hellhole. He knew that a part of him had been put aside, that his mind was protecting him from what had happened, and he tried as much as he could not to think about it. "We are ready. We are starting tonight," Mel sent to him. Ryun closed his eyes and debated using his potion immediately, but he didn't know if the effect would have some kind of a visual component. He didn't want to alert the guards until they were all ready. He didn't know much about Mel's side of the plan, but he did know that she and the women with her would try to break out of their cell. Ryun was supposed to do the same a few minutes later. After they had drawn most of the guards to them, he was to hit their captors from behind. Neither of them knew where the other was being kept, but Ryun and Mel could feel each other no matter the distance. Ryun sat on the ground and waited, trying to calm his mind, which wasn't nearly as easy as it used to be. But he swore to himself that he was going to make them pay for what they had done. The time came, and Mel told him that they were starting. Immediately Ryun retrieved the potion and started counting. He didn't speak to Mel. He didn't want to distract her. Instead, he waited, listening. He heard it when the alarm started up above him. He saw when one guard's head peeked over the edge to look at him before retreating quickly. He heard them speak and then running feet hitting the ground. It was time. He opened the bottle in his hands and drank. Immediately he felt a heat spread through him, and he screamed as his bones cracked and set themselves correctly. He was engulfed in a white glow that was healing him. The restoration lasted for a few seconds, and when it was done, he felt whole. He realized that he had been living with the pain, that he had gotten used to it. Now he was fully healed and strong again. The guard who had been left above him came to investigate, his head looking over. Ryun moved his chi, settling into his breathing technique, and Empower filled him. He crouched and then used Power Step, pushing himself off the ground, soaring up almost to the top of the hole. He hit a wall and pushed off it, jumping higher. The guard was surprised, but he still readied his weapon as Ryun left the hole and landed across from him. The man used a movement ability, covering the distance, and Ryun used his Inflict Pain. The man's muscles twitched, his hammer strike going wide. Ryun leapt at him, one of his hands grabbing the man's hammer, and the other filled with chi as he prepared his second technique. He punched him in the face, releasing a chi burst point blank. The man's head was blown away, and Ryun turned, running for the doors. He left the room and saw more along the corridor. He didn't have the time to check if there were more prisoners, so he hurried in the direction he felt Mel being, all the while listening for signs of combat. Quickly he heard sounds of fighting in the distance, and he headed that way. "I'm out, heading your way," Ryun sent. A moment later, Mel responded. "Be careful. There are many of them. We are making our way toward the gates." Ryun tried to be as careful as he possibly could, to be stealthy and avoid people until he met up with Mel and others. The closer he got, the more he could feel Mel's emotions. There was a lot of anger, but also fear. He increased his speed and hurried. And then Mel spoke again. "They have some kind of magical defenses, barriers. They are slowing us down and surrounding us." "Can you punch through?" "We are, but they are still slowing us down. We've already lost 3 people." Ryun grimaced as he made his way down a corridor. He kicked open the doors and found himself in the streets. The sounds of battle intensified, and he could see lights flashing in the night above the buildings. 2 guards saw him and immediately headed his way. Ryun's face twisted, and he launched himself forward, killing them quickly. He had no mercy for them now. He ran down the streets, heading toward the sounds of fighting. Then he rounded a corner and came to a large square in front of a gate. He saw his people, 8 women, along with Mel, no men. All were dressed in skimpy outfits. Mel was using 2 swords to fight, and he saw dead bodies all around her. There were barriers around them, and 24 enemy warriors around at least. One of the women was hitting a barrier in front of the gate. Ryun realized that he would need to cut through the people surrounding them to reach her, and he prepared to do so. But then one of the warriors started yelling something, and those around him all startled and started to pull back. It surprised Mel, but Ryun as well. They had almost gotten them entirely surrounded, and then they retreated. The warriors were still yelling at each other, and Mel looked around. Ryun jumped into the air and on a statue nearby. Mel noticed, and her eyes met his. He saw her smile, and that her eyes were filled with so much pain. She had suffered while imprisoned just as much as he had. Ryun jumped down, intending to cut his way through, when the world went white. A wave of force and heat sent him flying back, smashing him into the statue. He blinked his eyes and then looked at the source. A pillar of white fire stretched to the sky, engulfing the entire square. The barriers around it absorbed most of the damage, but they had all failed. Some of the buildings were on fire. And there, in the center where Mel and the rest of his people were standing just a moment before, was nothing but scorched bodies. He felt something snap deep down inside. His world twisted, and agony spread through him. A howl filled his head, and then there was emptiness inside of him. A void, a nothingness where once another part of him had used to be. He scrambled through his perk, trying to reach her, the presence that had always told him that she was there. In its place, there was nothing. He knew that she was gone, but he couldn't believe it. He got to his feet and started walking forward, ignoring the stunned people around him. They were talking amongst themselves. One of them was yelling at another. "I told you to shut it down. We had them." "There was no shutting it down, I told you. It was intended to activate once the gate barrier failed and hostiles were inside the square. The moment they broke through the gate barrier, they killed themselves." Ryun walked past a man and into the scorched center. The heat hit him, but he didn't care. He tuned the people out and walked to where he had last seen Mel. Once he reached that spot, he looked down. On the ground was a scorched form, only vaguely resembling a human. All around it were scorched bodies. Even the metal that had once been weapons was melted and flowing around them. Ryun reached down, the emptiness inside of him aching, a pain unlike anything that he had ever felt. 1,000 times worse than having his skin burned, his bones broken. 1,000 times worse than sitting in waste and near decaying bodies. He knelt, and his hand reached down to touch the body. His finger touched her shoulder, and the body collapsed into ash that spread around him. "Hey, who is that?" Ryun heard someone say. His breathing started to quicken. He could hear something howling in his head, a howl of sorrow unlike anything that he had ever heard before. His ears started ringing, his sight sharpened. He could feel people walking toward him, hear their footsteps. And then he felt his perk rip out of him. A red haze exploded forth, the presence of the eternal hunter filling the entire square with what appeared to be translucent red fog. He heard the people around him yell out in surprise, in warning, but he didn't care about them anymore. Notifications appeared in his eyes, but he dismissed them without even looking. His mouth opened, and both he and the thing inside of him howled at the night sky, filling the air with a primal sound that was too great for his voice to handle. His roar broke halfway through, ending up sounding like a high-pitched screech. He turned and saw them. They killed her. They took her away from him. They killed her. He didn't get to touch her again. They killed her. They ripped her away from him. They killed her. Ryun exploded forward, a snarling beast. He reached the first and crushed his windpipe, taking his weapon and laying into everyone and everything around him. He killed and killed. They tried to defend. They cut him and stabbed him, but with every kill his skin sizzled and the wounds closed over. He didn't stop. His ears were still ringing. His sight was filled with a red haze that intensified more and more until he could no longer see anything. His heart felt like it was being stabbed by needles, like it was being frozen and thawed over and over again. He wasn't in control anymore. His body moved on instinct alone. His entire existence was pain and rage. He lost himself in his mind, standing in an open field, looking ahead at a form in the distance. He tried to reach her, to run and catch her, but she was out of his reach. He called until his throat was raw, but she never even turned around. Yet he never stopped. The world around him aged and died, collapsing until he found himself standing in a room. His mind was clearing up, the ringing in his ears disappearing. He blinked his eyes slowly, even as he breathed quickly, his entire body covered in blood and aching. In front of him, on his knees, was a man, looking at him with hate in his eyes. "You will not get away with this. I have powerful friends. You will pay for what you have done." Ryun looked around the room, seeing only dead bodies. There were women dressed in night dresses and warriors, guards on the ground. He blinked and saw a familiar face looking back at him. A woman, Riva's sister, lying on her back with her throat cut and her eyes staring wide at him accusingly. His head was numb, his perk was no longer active, and he felt spent. He looked at the body on the ground, uncertain. I couldn't have done that. No, it was them. He forced himself to look away. He turned back to the man who was glaring at Ryun, and he realized that the man was injured, his hand having been chopped off. "Who are you?" Ryun spoke. His voice was hoarse, and he winced at the pain. "I am the governor of this region of the United World Government." The man seemed to think that this somehow made what he had done all right. "Is this what the United World Government stands for? Taking other people as prisoners, as slaves, torturing them? And why? Because we didn't want to join you?" Ryun bit out. The man sneered at Ryun, still not understanding his position. "This territory has been granted to me. You had no right to it." His eyes narrowed at the governor. "The government doesn't know, does it? You bullied the other settlements and attacked us on your own." Ryun didn't agree with the government, not with the way they ran things or how they were ruled. But he didn't think that they would do something like this. Bully, perhaps, but the people he met with seemed more interested in preserving humanity, in survival. Ryun felt the man move, intending to use an ability or some other power. He didn't let him finish. Ryun smashed the sword in his hand straight into the man's forehead, and he stiffened, dropping to the ground. Ryun looked around at all the death, trying to recall what happened. But he couldn't remember. He had blacked out. Something inside of him ached, and then he was reminded. Melody was dead. And he turned back, walking to the square, following a trail of dead bodies in the streets of the town. He saw doors smashed to pieces and dead bodies inside. Warriors, yes, but also others. Men, women, old and young. He didn't look at them. He couldn't. He didn't regret the killing. He only wished that he could remember doing it, that he would have made them suffer more. He reached the square and found the mound of ash. He knelt and looked at what was left of her. He loved her. She had been the one good thing in his life since the framework had arrived. He had been happy with her. She was his light, a partner who understood him and didn't judge him for who he was, who had shared his beliefs. He hadn't realized how much he had come to rely on the perk that they shared, the fact that he could always feel her, that he could sense her emotions, that he could talk to her whenever he wanted to. She had been his everything. And now there was only cold in his heart. There was no more color in his sight, only shades. His body felt as if it were covered in hoarfrost and dust, but the thing that hurt him the most was the silence that was playing in his being. She wasn't there anymore, and he didn't know what to do. He looked at the ash, and his eyes fell on something. His hand stretched, and he touched something firm. He grasped it and pulled it out, only to see a white orb covered in her ash. His heart fluttered, but then he read the window that hovered above it, and darkness swallowed him again. She was truly dead, and nothing he could do would bring her back. Her smile would never again lighten his face. No longer would he smell the scent of cherries on her breath. Never again would he hear her laughter, her intimate whispers. She was gone, and only silence remained. Only oblivion in his mind and heart. She was all of his pain. Ryun was alone. With only the night and the stars as his witnesses, he shared his pain. He wept, and a long time later the sky covered him as he fell asleep. Chapter 101. Present. Ryun. Awake at last. There are moments in a life when everything crystallizes, when a person can look upon all of their past, when they can see every decision they ever made, can see how their life has taken shape. For some, it comes as a moment of revelation, a moment when they realize that the person standing next to them is the love of their life, when they look upon a parent and realize that the parent had been right when they had tried to shield them from life, when they realize that they had misspent their youth doing things that didn't matter. Or perhaps they realize that they hate their job, their life, or even a partner, when they decide that enough is enough and that they didn't want to be unhappy, that they want a change. No matter its form, it is a moment of true insight when a person can accept who they were and decide on a path to take toward a better future. Some of those who are granted such an insight choose not to accept who they are, clinging instead to the lies that they had wrapped themselves in. They would rather believe in the mask that they had stitched together than look upon the truth. Lies were easier to handle. I am a good person. I have no choice. I love you. I hate you. I know you. I am right. I am happy. Lies which let them keep fooling themselves into being something that they are not, that prevent them from ever growing beyond what they had crafted themselves to be at that moment. but to look upon oneself and see all the bad alongside the good, to see everything and accept it. There is power in knowing who you are, in accepting the truth. For Ryun, that true moment came when his memories returned, smashing into him like a star falling from the heavens, an impact that sent ripples outward, shaking up everything inside of him. The memories didn't change much about how he saw himself. He knew very well who he was. There was no grand realization about his life. Ryun had already been granted a moment just like this one, or perhaps just a glimpse of it once before, when he had been chained by Fier, when he had watched Onrush and Kree on their knees. In that moment he had accepted who he was, a monster. It had given him power. And yet, that moment had ended up being forgotten as well. He hadn't remembered his revelation, not consciously at least. It was clear to him now that the wall in his head had harmed more than just his memory. It had done more than just take what was most important to him. He had been crippled in other areas as well. A man operating on autopilot, following the intent of his true self without really knowing why. What his memories gave him was context. But what his mind focused on as his memories came back was only one thing: her. He had forgotten her. He had lost his love and all that he had come to associate with her over their time together. Memories of his life when he had been happy, even before the framework arrived, because by the time she had died, Mel had been his happiness, and he couldn't remember one without the other. The time he had spent with her was shorter than the time he had spent alone, but she had been the cornerstone of all that was good inside of him. And without her, he had no reason to live. He could only survive. The wall had kept his emotions behind it: love, pain, compassion. What he felt since the wall went up had been only a pale shadow of true emotion. His world had been a painting brushed in shades of gray, and only now could he see the true color. He felt his unique perk, Eternal Hunter, Reaper, settle into him again, and he felt the hole where the perk's twin should be, where her presence was supposed to be. Melody was gone, dead a long time ago on a world that was no more, and even he had forgotten her. He yearned for all of this to be just a dream, but he knew, deep down, that it was nothing of the sort. His mind was restructuring itself slowly, but that thought made everything else fade into the background. It was a crime worse than anything he could have committed, and it was he who had asked for it. Because the pain had been too much. Because the power of an aspect of true death could not function properly without its twin. Because he was losing control. Because he was not powerful enough to control a remnant of the aspect of true death that was going insane, and that insanity was making him grow weaker. But now the wall was down, and Ryun was the one in control. He was finally powerful enough to handle the unbalanced power. The remnant of the Reaper, one half of the Eternal Hunters, was fading. The only reason it had survived so long was because it was the anchor for his memories, sealed behind the wall in his head. But now it was spent, and the memories were back where they belonged. Sorrow filled Ryun's heart. Sadness at what he had lost, pain at the way their lives had turned out, hatred for the ones who had taken her from him. He had punished those who had murdered her and his people. He remembered everything now, even the times when he had blacked out, when the part that was the unbalanced half of the aspect of true death took control and rampaged. The death of Mel felt like a wound that had been reopened, and it made him wish that he didn't need to forget. If he had remembered her, he would have made the bastards suffer a fate worse than the quick deaths that he had given them. He remembered what he had done when he'd blacked out of control. He had killed everyone in his path, the guilty and the innocents, and yet he didn't know if he regretted that. They were not nearly as innocent as he had been accused of by Zachariah. They might not have had an active role in what happened to Ryun. Some might not have even known what had happened in their own town. But they had to have suspected, had to have known what kind of a person their governor was. Yes, they might not have had enough power to do anything, but they still stood by and watched. Turning their heads from evil was just as big of a crime in Ryun's mind. He remembered his conversations with Zach, and he felt sadness for a moment. Things hadn't needed to turn out the way they had. Some of the things Zach had said were true and right, but Ryun hadn't been in the right state to listen then. Half of him had been missing, and the Reaper had been just underneath his skin, filled with madness. But he understood better now why they had come after him, why they never left him alone. In retaliation, he had fought them, had wiped entire cities off the face of the earth. His actions had brought about the deaths of many others indirectly as well, by him leaving gaps that were filled by the monsters. Humanity had died because of his actions, and they had named him the World Ender rightly. Even though he hadn't personally killed every single person out of the millions who had survived in the framework-run world, he had been responsible nonetheless. He regretted some of those deaths, those that came when the barely functional world order collapsed because of what he did. But he accepted that. There was no changing the past. Ryun knew that, and he didn't dwell on it. He had done evil things, monstrous things, but he had never acted without cause, even though his former best friend might have thought otherwise. Ryun did not subscribe to the old-world beliefs of morality and laws. He did not think that those things could exist in the framework. Not when someone who had more power could do whatever they wanted to those who were weaker. Those who had power invited challenge to that power. That bred discord, war. There was no way to eliminate that. Power was everything. As the old memories settled, as his heart filled with sadness, he realized that his body had frozen, and he remembered where he was. Captured and chained, imprisoned again. The heat radiating from the knife below his ribs hurt, but that pain was nothing compared to knowing what he had lost. His mind was in turmoil, but his anger was focusing him. These people were keeping him prisoner. They dared to presume to call him trash, to think that they were better than him. Quickly, he could feel the new memories falling back into the background as his mind went into survival mode. There was no time to dwell on his pain, on the events of the past that he had remembered. What he needed was to escape. "Don't tell me that just this was enough to break your mind." The man, Nimar, Ryun remembered, pulled the knife out of Ryun's body as he spoke. Ryun was aware of how it looked to his captors. One moment he had been screaming, and then gone deathly quiet. "What, no smart comeback?" Nimar asked. Ryun felt a calm settle around him as he ignored his captors. They were insignificant, already dead. With his memories, he understood much more than he previously had. So many things he had forgotten. The things he and Mel had talked about, their theorizing about the nature of their powers, their training, sparring, their discussions on tactics and the best ways to utilize their power. So many things lost. He had lost his basics because all of them were tied to her. She was the one who he'd trained with, who he'd learned with. The thing that was left afterward was wild and powerful, but only half a person, a being incapable of change because he didn't know himself. Nimar's hand shot forward, punching him in the jaw. Ryun's head snapped to the side, but he didn't react. The man and the two guards were talking, but Ryun ignored them. Instead, he turned inward, remembering a moment when he had unlocked something greater. He had been so stupid, so ignorant. It was only now that he'd had a moment of insight, when he had experienced all of his life stretched before him with every memory, both old and new, bared naked for him to see, that he understood. A part of him had been subdued ever since he had evolved his skill. His perfect cut had stopped working, and he looked for the answer as to why for so long. But in the end, it was so simple. His skill had evolved in the moment when he accepted who he was, when he understood what cut meant to him. He had achieved understanding of the skill. He had seen a vision of greatness, had felt what the woman in the small cabin felt. He remembered the casual flick of her wrist as she parted the sky, the understanding in her being that she could cut whatever she wanted to. Now he understood that he had taken a part of himself, the part that was the monster, the world-ender, and infused it into his skill. He had taken his truth, the understanding of who he was, carved it out of himself, and put it into the skill, shaping the understanding of his skill to fit himself. For him, perfect cut meant to be the monster that would cut down everything in its path, to know that if an obstacle tried to bar his way, he could flick his wrist and part it in two. What a fool he had been! The skill had hurt him because he didn't understand that it had never been about simply pressing a mental trigger. It had never been about power. Skills were not about those things. They were about understanding, about relating the skill to a part of himself. Ryun let himself calm. His mind cleared, and he felt for his skill, a blade piercing high above his other skills in his inner sight. It quivered, as if it feared being forced again, but Ryun didn't try. Instead of pulling it out, he reached for it gently, cradling it, and retaking the part of himself that was the world-ender, bringing it to the forefront. The skill, in turn, flowed into him, filling his body, and he knew that it was there beneath his skin, ready to be used. He realized just what exactly skills were, understanding about oneself, a way for a person to use their inner reality to affect their surroundings, to force their own reality onto the world and bend it to their will. It was so simple, and yet so hard. He would not have understood if he didn't have the context of his entire life, if he couldn't see everything and accept himself as he was. The framework allowed for the slow advancement of skills through the tears, of grinding them out, but Ryun suspected that that was always supposed to only teach someone about the core of what the skill was. He doubted that anyone could achieve what he had if they didn't understand themselves. He had taken a piece of himself and infused it into the skill, and that was what had made it evolve. As that understanding hit him, Ryun felt something strange, something that he had never felt before. It was almost as if he had heard pinging inside of his head, and then something coalesced in his mind, in his imagination. An image floated in front of him, words in a box, a notification. If he still had eyes, Ryun would have blinked, but he didn't, and he wasn't seeing the notification. It was just there in his mind. It made sense to him that the framework could display information in other ways. With so many different races, some might see things differently, and it had to be able to show information to everyone, even those without the eyes. He tried to adjust to the strange sensation and read the notification. New skill evolution available. Beyond understanding, perfect cut. Specialize and focus your understanding of perfect cut to unlock a skill quest. He didn't understand what that meant, but it told him that he was on a right path. His head snapped to the side as a fist hit him in the temple. The pain was great enough to snap him out of his mind and back into reality. His vibration sense was a passive skill, always active, and now he could tell how it was infusing a part of him. He couldn't discern what part of him it was connected to, nor did he understand how it worked just yet. He'd had a revelation, but he still knew little. He didn't even understand if what he had done with perfect cut had any downsides. His senses painted his surroundings in his mind, a mental map, the positions of his captors, their weapons, their clothes. Everything in the world vibrated, but Ryun wasn't as capable of telling apart things that were stationary. Only when something was moving through the air did he get a clear image of it. Of course, he could tell where those stationary objects were, but he realized that he needed more. "Do you understand?" Nimar yelled at Ryun, his hand squeezing his jaw painfully. Ryun looked with his sense, mapping out his surroundings further. The building he was in wasn't large, but it was occupied by maybe 24 people, some chained just like he was. In order to escape, he would need to get free and fight his way out. He wondered where his gear was, his rings and robe. Would Ierv have taken them immediately or left them for his people to remove? As long as Ryun was alive, the storage rings were useless to him, as breaking the connection was a painful and lengthy task. Not enough time had passed for that. So, better to have his people store them somewhere. The question was, would they have stored his gear somewhere else, or was it nearby? There were many rooms in the building, and some did look like they were storage rooms. But Ryun's sense didn't seem to be great enough for him to discern his own gear, not if it was stationary. All things had their own vibration, and he knew those of his possessions. Perhaps if he could focus with greater depth, or maybe he had triggered a skill advancement once by need and understanding. Could he do it again? Ryun tuned out the pain as the man punched him again, his words ignored. This man's stats were too low to deal him any real damage. Most of the pain Ryun was in came from his fight with Ierv. Ryun reached out to his enhanced vibration sense, focusing on it and trying to understand what it was at its core. It allowed him to sense vibrations in the air around him. He didn't hear the sound that was carried. It was as if he had another separate sense that detected a vibration at its source immediately. He knew that because he sensed something before he heard the sound that was the source of it. But could it only sense acoustic vibrations, or perhaps it dealt with something more? He knew more now, remembered things from long ago, things that he had learned in another life, on a world that was far different than this one. All things had a frequency, and if he could sense that, perhaps he could have a greater picture of things that weren't making a sound. He could feel the skill straining against something, his understanding clashing with parts inside of him. And then it was as if the world shifted around him. The image inside of his head, painted by his skill, sharpened, and he saw more. Again, he saw a notification appear, and he looked at it. Enhanced Vibration Sense, 10 of 10. Sense 1,000 different types of beings. 237 of 1,000. Reward. Skill Evolution. 3,000 Greater Essence. Text stricken. Enhanced Vibration Sense evolved to Tier Evolution, evolved to Resonance Sense. His skill had gone up 1 tier. Not the massive evolution like the one he had gained before, but it was what he needed at the moment. He wondered if the need had something to do with the skills as well. He had needed to be free the last time his skill had evolved. His sharpened senses searched around him, and in a storage room nearby he found what he was looking for. His 2 storage rings were sitting on a table, a Demacy man looking down on them. Ryun couldn't tell what he was doing, but he had something in his hand. Perhaps he was trying to break the bond. Perhaps there were items that could do it quickly. Either way, Ryun didn't want to let him have the chance to try. Ryun turned his blind head toward the man standing above him. A Monarch Realm cultivator, someone who was supposed to be on the same level of power as Ryun was. But the man in front of him was nothing. He was a speck of dust compared to him. A man who had lived a life of leisure, who had cultivated for decades or more to reach his level of power. What did he know of true struggle, of strength? Ierv was the only one he had ever met who had been able to match him, and even he fell behind in terms of raw power. Ierv had far greater mastery of his power than Ryun, perhaps even now when he remembered. But in terms of raw power, he had never met a cultivator that was his match, not even Ierv. Nimar noticed the change, and he leaned down. "It seems that the fight with our master addled your head. Or perhaps you have always been like this, a simpleton, trash that has nothing in common with civilized people." Ryun let himself relax as he brought his skill to the forefront. "You live in a world where infinity is something that can be achieved, where you can devote yourself to a task and grow without obstacles, and yet this is all that you can be, all that you have achieved. To be a petty bully, more powerful than others, but still nothing but a worm squirming in the ground." "I am not the one in chains," the man retorted. "You should have known your place instead of interfering with our sect's business." Ryun shook his head, almost sadly. "My place is on top of a mountain of bones and ashes, on the tallest peak of a world that no longer exists. What could you know, you sad little thing? When first I came here, I thought myself ignorant. I thought that I needed others to teach me. But you are all so disappointing, all so lacking. Alone, with no guidance, I have risen beyond what you could even imagine. What need do I have of what you know when I alone am greater than you can ever be? You understand nothing. You feel nothing. My pain caused the death of a world, but you, for all of the gifts that have been granted to you, the safety that you enjoy, and knowledge that is offered freely, you still cannot dedicate yourself to what truly matters." The man didn't respond immediately, but Ryun felt his body stiffen. He wondered what kind of an expression he had on his face. The 2 guards were silent, their weight shifting from one side to the other nervously. They had detected the change in him without even knowing what it was. "And what is it that truly matters?" Nimar asked. Ryun smiled and gave him the answer. "Power," Ryun said as his nails bit into the chains and the slab of stone beneath him, and then he used his skill. Perfect cut. The power flowed out of him, the understanding that no binding could ever hold him with his being unable to destroy it. No obstacle could bar the path of a man that had killed a world. All things parted in his wake. The chains split with almost no sound, toppling down as the stone beneath him shifted. His nails cracked from the strain of his skill being channeled through them. The 3 inside the cell moved immediately, drawing their weapons. Nimar leapt forward, the knife in his hand heading toward Ryun's head. But he was so slow. Ryun moved his head, the knife stabbing into the stone behind him. He twisted, his hands snapping the cut chains. He freed himself, then bent and used every muscle in his body to punch as he had been taught long ago. His other hand leaned on the stone behind him to leverage his power. His fist hit the man in the ribs and picked him up, sending him flying across the room and into a wall, cracking it. The two guards froze as Ryun stood. The noise would alert the others, and so he moved. Kagehime appeared in his hands as he cut their heads off without them even registering. He pushed off the ground with his pounce, straight at the recovering monarch. Nimar's chi was moving through his body in preparation of a technique, but Ryun reached him in an instant. Kagehime stabbed into the man's stomach and pinned him to the wall. Nimar gasped as he grasped the sword and tried to pull it out, while his tail snapped from behind him in an attack. Ryun grabbed it with one of his hands, then let his sword go, leaving it in his stomach as the man was too weak to pull it out. And then Ryun pulled his hand back and snapped it forward with all of his strength, aiming at the man's throat. His hips twisted as he used his entire body to punch. His fist connected, and Nimar's throat collapsed under his strength, the man starting to choke. Nimar's hand went to the side, and a potion appeared in it, but Ryun grabbed it and crushed his fingers and the potion in his palm. He watched the man's wide eyes as he suffocated. Ryun pulled his hand back one more time, and then struck forward with Reeve. He pulled the essence out of the monarch as he died. Ryun looked at the man's eyes, lifelessly staring ahead. Dead because he believed that he was safe, because he hadn't expected an attack, because his stats were far lower, because his body wasn't a defensive type that could survive for long enough against Ryun. Arrogance, the same thing that he had tried to change in himself. But people didn't change overnight. To change years of habit and belief in barely a few months was far harder than his previous self had assumed, especially when he had been crippled by the wall in his head. People did stupid things, and did them over and over again. He had been the same as they. But his belief in himself came from the knowledge that he was strong, that he had lived through something that no one in this world could have imagined. He had not been arrogant when he had come to speak with the Erv. Unprepared, perhaps, but not foolish. Ryun knew himself now, knew that he was stronger. People ran toward the doors of his cell, and Ryun recovered Kagehime by dismissing her remotely and then summoning her again to his hand. The body fell to the floor as Ryun took position behind the doors of his cell. The doors swung open, and people rushed in. As soon as they saw the dead on the floor, they started to turn, but never finished the movement. Kagehime ended their lives quickly. Ryun felt around himself. The noise hadn't been as loud as he had feared, and the others hadn't yet moved to check. He focused and pulled a potion out of his void storage. He drank the health potion first, feeling his body recovering from the wounds that hadn't yet healed. His eyes tickled, but they did not regrow. The potion wasn't strong enough. Next, he drank a chi recovery potion, and he felt his body's conduits clearing up slowly as his chi started regenerating and filling up his core. On a whim, he pulled out another bottle, the core reinforcement elixir, and then downed that one as well. The effect was much more intense. He felt a cold spread through him, his core shaking as the strange elixir filled it and then forced it to expand. He felt his chi regenerating faster, and then some unseen pressure compressed it, increasing its density. In a couple of heartbeats, the effect was done. Ryun felt much better, and his chi stronger. He walked out of his cell and headed to the storage room. When he reached the doors, he pulled his chi out of his core and entered a breathing form. Null mantle filled him, and he put all of his bonus into strength. He kicked the door down, sending it flying across the room, ricocheting off the floor and hitting the ceiling before it smashed into a shelf and splintered into pieces. The man inside ducked, but before he could even realize what was happening, Ryun was there. He grabbed the man's head and squeezed, crushing it in his palm. Without looking at the falling body, Ryun turned to the table. He could feel objects on it that were familiar. He reached out and took them in his hands. The rings were his, and he sighed in relief. Quickly he checked inside his original storage ring, and after a while found what he was looking for. 2 items, lying forgotten in a corner. A weapon and something else. He shook his head, but he was thankful that he hadn't discarded the 2 items when he hadn't remembered what they were. He put the storage rings on his fingers and then tried to sense for his robes. He couldn't find them, either because they were too damaged for him to recognize, or because they weren't in the room. It didn't matter in the end. He pulled another set of clothes from his storage and put them on. He equipped only things that increased his stats, pushing them higher. He headed out of the room and paused for a moment. He could escape, he knew that. He could leave and escape the city with his void cubes. And yet, he had come here for a reason. Because the sect would not let him be, just like the people back on Earth wouldn't. In their eyes, he had committed a crime. He killed Fier and Diera, their leaders. Ierv would never forget that, not as long as his people could not. Perhaps what had come to pass was his fault. He had killed a man who was a bully, who abused his power, and was after someone who he had promised to protect. Onrush. Ryun could see clearly now, could see why he was drawn to her. The similarities. But he put those thoughts aside for the moment. Perhaps the sect wasn't guilty. They merely acted in the way they thought was right. There were innocents here like there had been back on Earth. And still, did that even matter? Ryun did not believe in absolute good and evil. The sect was probably good for the people living in it, and yet for Ryun it was an obstacle. Ierv had a slave, a woman who he had leashed, whose freedom was being denied. The sect used its people to further the advancement of a few, and perhaps they did get something in return, protection, a sense of safety. He could run, abandon his territory, and go off alone. But he didn't want to. He had spent his entire life trying to become strong enough so that he wouldn't need to bow down to anyone. And he knew that he had the power to remain where he was. In the end, what right did they have to keep coming after what he had taken? What made their desire and will more important than his? Nothing but the ability to project their power over those who were weaker. But this world was built on that power. Those who could be all that they wanted to be did so, and did not allow anyone to stand in their way. If they could not, then they bowed and respected the rule of those stronger than them until they could change that. Ryun's philosophy was simple. He wanted to live freely as he saw fit, and if anyone was to stand in the way of that, he would cut them down. There were always going to be people who wanted to kill those who were weaker, to take what was not theirs. Hate and pain. They were inescapable in the world where power meant all, and Ryun was never again going to let another cause him the same pain he'd felt when Mel had died. He focused on his ring and started pulling out potions. Temporary stat increases, skin strengthening, potions that improved his senses, everything that he had planned to use against Ierv, but had no chance to during their fight. When he was finished, a dozen empty vials stood on the table next to him. Ryun took a deep breath and stepped out of the room. He wasn't going to run. It was time that the infinite realm met the real him, and for everyone to know why he had been named the World Ender. Chapter 102. Present. Ryun. World Ender. Ryun made his way through the building, which he assumed to be a prison or a dungeon of some kind. There were other prisoners here, but he didn't set them free. He didn't know who they were or why they were imprisoned. Some probably deserved their fate. Guards had noticed his presence, and he made no effort to hide it. He wanted them to know. He wanted them to raise the alarm as he swiftly made his way through the corridors. His null mantle was increasing his stats, and he had arranged his bonuses to his strength and dexterity equally. With what he had from the potions, and from what he got for every guard he killed, already his stats were higher than they had been when he'd fought against Ierv. He wasn't going to leave anything to chance this time. He cut down the guards running at him, people who probably didn't even know who he was, how much stronger than them he was. A bell started ringing outside, an alarm was being raised, and Ryun jumped forward. He killed those who tried to bar his way and ignored those who were running away. He smashed through the reinforced doors of the building and out into the street. The bell was being rung from the top of the building, an easy place for him to reach and stop, but he didn't want to do that. Stats from those whom he killed filled him, and he jumped high into the air, forming a void cube and standing above the city stretching below him. He couldn't tell if it was day or night, but there weren't that many people on the streets. As he took in the situation below him, he started moving the chi inside his body, preparing a technique. He could feel people running, gathering up, carrying weapons, warriors answering the alarm. He noted the buildings from which they came running out across the city, as those were most probably the barracks. He knew that he didn't have much time before Ierv arrived, so he jumped down, his true body slowing his fall and letting him touch the ground softly and silently. A group of a dozen or so warriors were running down the street, unaware of his position. Ryun leapt at them from behind, Kagehime cutting down two before they even realized that they were being attacked. The chi in his body churned and exploded outward as he released the darkest end. The wave of void chi annihilated the rest of the warriors around him, the wave spreading far enough to smash into the buildings. The stone of the street beneath his feet was devoured by his chi, leaving him floating on a cube he shaped quickly after. The outer walls of the building were damaged enough that roofs collapsed, and the buildings surrounding him followed. Jumping into the sky, he headed toward one of the palaces he had noted, even as stats from those who had died filled him even more. He reached the barracks and sensed the people preparing to head out. Ryun shaped his chi, one of his new techniques. He remembered experimenting with his techniques, one of the few things that he hadn't forgotten, but he had forgotten some of his ideas, things that he had theorized were possible. Changing the technique, allowing his instinct to guide him, chi left his body and hardened around his body, covering him in armor made out of void chi. A notification appeared in his mind, but he dismissed it. Ryun pushed himself off his cube and fell from the sky, right through the roof and into the main room. He landed in a crouch, a sizzling sound coming from the floor as his armored feet pressed into it. The people around him yelled as they reached for their weapons, but there was no time. Ryun let the part of him that was the world ender sing through his sword, fueling his body with the pain he didn't want to think about. All his pain thrummed inside his body, and Ryun moved. Pounce twisted him around toward the Demacy who was about to fire an arrow at his back. Kagehime sang through the air, and the man was cut in half. Ryun continued on, killing more and more, his stats climbing higher and higher. He felt one of the warriors raise something that Ryun was unfamiliar with in his hands then, and then Ryun felt power. Something that he had seen before. Ryun turned, pushed off the ground to reach the man before he could activate the item, but he was too late. His hand smashed into a wall. His sense narrowed to only a small circle around him, the prison barrier trapping him inside. It was a formation array, like the one which had killed Mel. People on Earth had used these, but they didn't know what they were. Not even Ryun had. But since coming to this world, he had become enlightened. The essence formation arrays were cultivation-based tools and weapons, and they could be created by cultivators. He was interested in learning how to do so, but he didn't let himself get distracted. He moved the bonus from his mantle around and pushed it all into wisdom before entering a breathing form and moving his chi. A moment later, Darkest End billowed out and smashed into the barrier surrounding him, overwhelming it. The barrier cracked, and his chi exploded outward. The warriors and everything else around them were consumed by the void. Ceilings lost their support and fell. The roof caved in and smashed down on top of Ryun's head. His chi armor protected him, and he jumped out of the collapsing building. Something exploded after he was out, and debris was thrown in every direction, the fire spreading from the rubble of the barracks to fall on the surrounding buildings. Ryun dropped to the ground, looking for his next target. His senses found another group of warriors running down a street, almost 100 of them. He took to the sky, using his cubes to reach them quickly. He felt his chi supply dip to almost half, and he pulled out a chi regeneration potion, downing it quickly. His chi started to regenerate again, but somehow he felt like it was slower than last time. He hadn't checked if he had used a different type of potion, or perhaps they were simply less effective the more they were used. He reached the group and stopped in the air above them. They noticed him and started firing long-range attacks, arrows made out of chi as well as balls of fire. Not all of them appeared to have the same path. They were weak, their attacks barely even reaching his position, but one of them felt different. A man was standing among them, his spear held ready and his heartbeat slow and steady. If Ryun was to guess, this man was a monarch as well. Ryun wondered if he was going to be a challenge, but knew that it was unlikely. His stats had soared with every kill, and even though he had been losing some of the early stats he had gained with his vampire perk, he was killing so fast that they were still increasing. Ryun moved his stats around, putting more back in strength and dexterity. He pulled up the screen in his mind to see how high his stats were, and if perhaps he would need to adjust something before engaging. Strength, 662, plus 15, plus 50, plus 189, plus 1217 equals 2133. Dexterity, 601, plus 25, plus 50, plus 276, plus 1217 equals 2169. Vitality, 741, plus 20, plus 50, plus 51 equals 862. Endurance, 715, plus 20, plus 50, plus 69 equals 854. Intelligence, 581, plus 15, plus 50, plus 73 equals 719. Wisdom, 762, plus 15, plus 50, plus 81 equals 908. He was tempted to increase his wisdom, but even without the bonus, it was enough to overpower those below him. And yet he didn't want to take a chance, not again. He switched some of the bonuses his null mantle provided to his strength and dexterity and put it into wisdom, increasing it to almost 2,000 points. He let himself drop from his cube and threw the hail of attacks that hit his void armor. Nothing passed through to hit his skin. He landed on the ground gently, and his opponents attacked immediately. Abilities tried to entangle him in spectral ropes and chains. Mental attacks struck at his mind, and ranged attacks flew at him. Ryun's wisdom was high enough that the chi sheathing his body was stronger than his opponent's attacks. He walked through the onslaught, his stats letting him overpower their attempts to hinder him. How easy it was to fight against so many. He had blundered the fight with the Yerv. He hadn't had the chance to activate his powers, to use his potions. The man had an answer to everything that Ryun tried, but he was not going to let him get that chance this time. When he met Yerv in battle again, he would be filled with more power than the man could counter. He would smash through his greater mastery with brute strength, because that was Ryun's greatest advantage. Raw power, the capability to increase his stats beyond what anyone else of his level of power should have. Temporarily, perhaps, but it didn't matter in the end. Inevitable step allowed him to cross the distance, and he swung his sword. Perfect cut filled Kagehime, and a large spectral blade superimposed itself over her. His skill contained all the forms of cut, and now he used something resembling a greater cut. He cut a dozen of the warriors around him down, his blade extended and more powerful than they could handle. Bodies split in half before him, and a portion of their stats filled him, pushing him higher. He laid into them, swinging and killing quickly, using their numbers against them. A few managed to get past his armor, lucky strikes that cut into his body between the chi armor, but with so much death, Feast was healing him almost instantly. He couldn't see anything, but his skill thrummed. He sensed everything around him in far more detail than he had ever before. Without sight, his skill was so focused that he managed to evade or block attacks that he was certain he wouldn't have been able to catch before. This was who he was, a one-man army, a man who could enter a city and take all of it on, growing stronger the more opponents he had. A man was sneaking through the dying warriors, his spear filled with chi and ready to skewer him. And then he saw an opportunity when Ryun turned his back. The monarch leapt, an ability making him cross the distance almost instantly. But Ryun had been following him from the start, had given him an opening. Ryun twisted to the side with pounce, and the spear flashed through empty air. The monarch was surprised, his body freezing for just a moment. Then he recovered and began a follow-up attack. But a moment of hesitation was enough. Ryun had been preparing his attack. He unleashed his void aura, a manifestation of his aspect made real. He increased the range to encompass all of the enemy warriors and fueled as much chi as he could in it to increase its power. The aura erupted around him, and the warriors screamed as their bodies disintegrated, the void consuming them from outside. The monarch survived for longer, his spear swinging toward Ryun to kill him, but he had already lost. Ryun blocked with his sword, and then stabbed him in the shoulder, throwing him to the ground and pinning him there as he disabled the aura. His core was nearly spent. He drank another potion as the last of the warriors died, and his stats soared by more than 1,000, spread over every stat, but mostly in strength and dexterity, because that was what their main stats were. The monarch on the ground was trying to slip from Ryun's grasp, but his body was collapsing, the void chi still disintegrating him as it slowly dissipated. Ryun leaned down and raised a hand. Reeve. He killed the man and pulled out his essence. He stood and sensed around. He could feel almost the entire town. More groups of warriors were gathering up, heading his way. But the one he was waiting for had only now reached the burning barracks. He had the time for one more group, to steal more stats before he led Ierv to where he wanted him to be. He was just about to jump into the air when he noticed something. There were people nearby, watching him. It wasn't anything special. He had felt many others in the city, and he didn't go after those who didn't stand in his way or who weren't warriors, but some had died because of his actions. He had collapsed buildings, started a fire, and more would die before the night was done. These people had weapons, but hadn't attacked him yet. He realized then that two of them were familiar to him. He leapt forward and landed in front of them, tilting his head as if he were trying to look at them closely, but his eyes were still burned out. He couldn't be sure without his sight, but two of them had been there when he'd arrived in the city, hiding on a rooftop. They had appeared to be hiding from the sect's people, so he didn't know if they were affiliated with them. There were 5 people standing in front of a gate. 2 were women, both holding different kinds of spears. One had a long 2-handed spear, while the other held a shield and a short spear. One of the men had 2 daggers in his hands, and the last 2 simple swords and shields. Ryun didn't get the same feeling from them that he usually got from cultivators, but that didn't mean that they weren't. He was only going off on his instincts, and not any power that could tell him exactly what they were. Still, they hadn't attacked him yet, and had stood by and watched as he massacred the warriors. Finally, Ryun pointed his blind eyes toward the woman that stood in front, and from their positions he figured that she was the leader or the strongest, which was the same difference. "I know you," Ryun said, and felt them all stiffen. "You were there when I arrived, sneaking around the rooftops." He sensed them look at one another, and the 2 women shifted. Ryun frowned as he took in their positions, the way that their bodies reacted in the silence as if there was some source. It was familiar to him, but he couldn't put his finger on it. "We don't want any disagreements with you. We don't want to fight," the woman said. Ryun tilted his head. "Perhaps, but I have an issue with this sect, and here you are in it." "We are not part of the Black Viper sect. We are here only as emissaries for our guild," the woman said. "Emissaries who crawl around rooftops, hiding from their hosts? That is interesting," Ryun said. The woman didn't respond, neither to confirm nor deny his accusation. "Well then, do not stand in my way, and you and I will not have any issues. But perhaps I will call on you later. I am interested to hear what you are actually doing here. For now I have some matters to deal with." It wasn't important, but it was interesting. Perhaps they were from another sect. He turned to go and then stopped. I apologize. I was rude. My name is Ryun Noct. With whom do I have the pleasure of speaking with?" He waited for a long beat, and then the woman responded. "My name is Rayla Orn." Ryun wondered if she had lied to him. He wondered if she was going to run the moment he left. But those were thoughts for later. Already he had spent too much time here. Some of the stats he had taken had expired, and in the distance he felt the air moving in his direction. Ryun jumped into the sky and leapt away, leaving the interesting woman behind. He headed in the direction opposite of where Ierv was. A large group of warriors were gathered in a square, and they seemed like a perfect opportunity, the perfect spot for his fight with Ierv. But first he was going to take more power from them. He would take their stats and show what it meant to stand in the way of the World-Ender. Interlude. Present. Viper 4. Ierv waited until his people took the rancor away. Nimar was fully capable of taking care of things from now on. The man would be unconscious for a few hours, enough time for Nimar to secure him. After, Ierv sent a runner to find Irian and tell him to return. He was fairly confident that there was no army waiting to descend on Van Oren. He knew that he needed to speak with an Italian, but he had time now. He walked to the main house and had servants bathe and clean him. He relaxed, letting the effects of the battle drain out of him. The fight hadn't been easy. The rancor was freakishly strong, far too much for anyone of his level of power. Just his titles alone had to grant him an incredible amount of stats. Ierv had won because he had been better trained, yes, but also because he denied him his strength, because he had known what to expect. His ring was one of the most important tools in his arsenal, but also an incredibly dangerous one. He couldn't let knowledge of it get out, not only because it would invite trouble, but also because it would rob him of an advantage. As he relaxed in the bath, he turned his thoughts back to the rancor. Riun Nacht, a human from the 7th iteration. That knowledge alone would be worth a lot. Ierv wasn't certain when the new iteration had been scheduled to arrive, as that information wasn't as important to him here on the frontier. He would need to make inquiries. The rancor's presence here was a curiosity, as was his level of power. For someone to reach that kind of power on the old world, it was unheard of. Still, Ierv would need to show his people something, to prove that sparing the man's life was worth not getting revenge for his family's deaths. But Ierv knew that there were things that he could learn from the man if he only had a chance. All that he did was in the service of his family, trying to make his sect strong enough that it could threaten his uncles. For that goal, he was willing to sacrifice everything. His parents wouldn't care for Iera's death. She was a disappointment in their eyes. He knew that. To them, the sliver of knowledge that the rancor could provide would be more than equal trade for the death of their blood. At times, Ierv resented them for that, but he did understand them. They wanted to be strong, just like he did. But it was more than that for Ierv. Those with power had responsibilities, something that his uncle and parents cared little about. But Ierv did, and he knew that if he was going to be able to do some good, he needed time, knowledge, and power. Paying a price for his goal was inevitable. The death of his people, of his blood, was just the latest in the long list of prices that he had paid, and he would pay much more in the future. But appearances were important in the sect. The strong ruled, and the weak followed. Ierv had regained some of his face by defeating the man who had killed his family, but without an execution he would need to show to the sect that it hadn't been done because of a weakness. He wished that he could have resolved their conflict peacefully, but there was no way for him to do that and remain in control. His people wouldn't have stood by while he made peace with the enemy. The law of the sects had always been to conquer or be conquered. A few hours later, relaxed and rested, Ierv dressed and headed out of his home. He crossed his compound and made his way to a lone building next to the mountain's side. The training hall wasn't large. It didn't need to be, since it housed only one person. The guards bowed to him nervously as he passed without speaking. They had failed again, but he wasn't going to punish them until he learned more. Inside, he found an Italian kneeling on the training mat in the center of the floor. From behind, she looked like an average Damasi woman. Her hair was long and the color of midnight, while her horns were white and curving backward, framing her hair. Her tail curled around her and was longer than average. She did not have the double tails that most people in Ierv's sect had, but that was because her true body wasn't the same. She heard him come in and slowly stood up before turning around to face him. The burns on her face struck him first, as they always did when he interacted with her. He could tell that she had used to be attractive, but the mangled mess that was her face had robbed her of her beauty. Ierv knew that the scars and burns stretched all over her body. He had never seen them himself. He had tried to ensure that she could keep at least a modicum of dignity, as much as a slave could have. It was why he had given her this training hall and the rooms behind it, why he didn't keep her in a cell. She had served his family well, and even though she had crippled his parents' chances of advancing properly, she had allowed them to rise further than they could have hoped to reach on their own, and Ierv was very careful about not blindly listening to her advice.
"How may I help you, little bird?"
An Italian asked, and Ierv detected the hint of mockery in her tone. As ever, he was unsurprised. She worked very hard on retaining as much control as she could over her life, and speaking in such a tone was a way for her to feel better. Ierv understood that, and he had allowed it. But now he was angry. Twice now she had slipped her guards, and twice now she had interacted with someone that she shouldn't have. He had no idea why she would do so, and that worried him. She shouldn't have even been able to slip her guards once, let alone twice. She wasn't supposed to have any of her power.
"An Italian, have you regained any of your power?"
Ierv asked, focusing on the slave mark on his hand and forcing her to answer. An Italian stiffened, but then she answered, "No." Ierv took a step forward.
"Do you have access to any type of power at all?"
"No." Again, he didn't think that she would be able to lie to him, but still he needed to be sure.
"How did you slip past your guards?"
An Italian shifted her weight. Ierv was certain that if she still had eyes, she would have glared at him.
"I knew when they would be distracted."
Ierv frowned. It didn't seem possible that she could have slipped past the guards so simply. He tilted his head, thinking about his next question.
"Tell me, why did you slip your guards and meet with two outsiders?"
She froze, and he could see her struggle as she tried not to answer, but the slave collar around her neck glowed, and she was forced to speak.
"I needed to speak with them."
"Why?" Ierv asked.
"In order to—"
She tried to close her mouth, to refuse to speak, but she couldn't hold off against the collar, not without her power.
"In order to regain my power."
Ierv blinked as she sagged, breathing quickly. He took 2 steps and reached her, then grabbed her shoulder and twisted, eliciting a yelp. There was no cure for what had happened to her. Her core and conduits had been obliterated. Her skills had been tied too much to her identity as a cultivator and could not function without her path. There was nothing for her to do. She couldn't take a class, either, as the slave collar prevented that.
"How can you regain your power?"
Ierv asked, both frightened and eager to hear the answer. Knowledge like that could change his entire life.
I don't know,"
an Italian bit out. Ierv was taken aback by her answer. He didn't understand. Why would she risk so much by showing him that she could walk freely if she didn't know?
"You had to speak with them in order to regain your power, but you don't know how you could regain your power? How did you know that you had to speak with them? You've never met them before,"
Ierv yelled. She struggled, trying to keep the knowledge from coming out, but she was powerless against the slave mark.
"An item."
The words slipped past her lips.
"An item? What item?"
Ierv asked. An Italian sagged as the fight left her, and she spoke slowly and barely above a whisper.
"A relic grade item. The Book of Fates."
Ierv's eyes widened. A relic grade item was something that only the greatest of high rankers possessed, and even then only a few of them had such things. They were the most powerful items in existence.
"What does it do? Tell me everything."
Ierv shook her. He couldn't believe that she had something like that she had managed to hide it so long. He didn't see how it was possible, but he needed to know.
"It gives you glimpses into a future, letting you walk a desired path," Anatolian said.
Ierv blinked, waiting for her to speak more, but she kept her mouth shut, his question technically answered. He focused on the mark on his hand and spoke again.
"Explain how it works, in detail," he demanded.
Anatolian grimaced, but she started speaking.
"It allows you to ask a question, and then it will show you 3 moments in the future, if what you want to accomplish is possible. If you act in the manner shown in these visions of the future, you will end up on the path that you asked for."
Ierv felt his heart start beating faster. With that item, he would be able to achieve his goal. All he had to do was ask how to become stronger than his uncle.
"Where is it?"
"Gone," Anatolian said.
"It was a consumable item. It only had 3 charges."
His heart dropped into his stomach, an opportunity lost.
"You used it 3 times? Tell me what you asked, what you used it for, and when."
He could see her face twist as she was unwilling to speak, but she answered nonetheless.
"The first time I used it was on the old world," Anatolian answered slowly. "I gained the book as a reward, and the first thing I asked it was how I could become the strongest ranker on my world. It showed me 3 moments and decisions. I followed them to the letter, and I ended up achieving my goal. The second time was when we arrived in the infinite realm. I asked how I could become the most powerful cultivator in the infinite realm, and again I gained 3 visions, and I achieved my goal."
She paused, her face grimacing as if she was remembering something uncomfortable.
"The last time was after I was betrayed, when I lost everything. I asked the book how I could regain my power."
Ierv looked at her, thinking furiously. Did this mean that no matter what, she would regain her power? Was this conversation a part of that as well? Could he kill her and make the future she asked for not come to pass?
"The third question, what did you see in your visions?"
Ierv asked at last.
"The first showed me walking along the river and being found by a cultivator. It showed me what I answered to his questions. I did as the vision showed, and he figured out who I was. He made me a slave,"
Anatolian said, her voice dripping with hatred.
"The second didn't happen for a long time, until only just recently. It showed me a vision of myself standing in your garden and speaking with a human woman. The last had been today, when the human man arrived."
Ierv wondered how she knew what they were, but if she had seen the vision in her head, then perhaps. But this only provided him more questions. All 3 of her visions were now done, and that would mean that she was on the path of getting her power back.
"But how did you get past the guards? Why did you tell those strangers the things you did?" "I can feel a tugging sensation when a vision approaches. If I follow that sensation, I always reach the place of where the vision takes place. I didn't evade your guards. I walked past them in the moment when they were distracted. I don't know why I said what I said to them. I just followed what the vision told me to say.
Ierv was breathing quickly, and he realized that his fingers had been pressing into her shoulder. He let Anatolian go and took a step back. How could they have never known about this? How did they never ask a question that would bring it to light? And yet, Ierv knew that they needed to be very specific when asking her questions. "How many more secrets do you have, Anatolian?" Ierv wondered. "Too many to count," Anatolian said, her voice low. Ierv hadn't meant it to be a question, as he already knew the answer. He let go of the mark, and he felt her sag in relief. He wondered what to do now. If she was going to regain her power, then he and anyone close to him were in danger. But she had used the item a long time ago, and only now did she finish with her visions. Who knew how long it would take for her to fully regain her power? What even would trigger such a recovery? And he knew that without Anatolian, he would never achieve his goal. He was a capable cultivator, more talented than the great majority, but he didn't have the raw talent that allowed him to push through on his own. He needed to follow in another's footsteps. He opened his mouth to ask another question, but then he heard footsteps behind him. He turned just as the doors opened, and one of his warriors entered. Ierv was about to reprimand her for interrupting, but he saw the expression on her face. "What happened?" Ierv asked. "Honored master," she said with a half-bow. "We are under attack." "What?" Ierv asked, as all of his attention shifted to the matters of his sect. "Who? From where?" "Inside the city, master. The prison raised an alarm, and then the reports aren't clear as to what is happening, but people are dying." Ierv jumped forward, Anatolian and her revelations left behind as he headed out, the warrior trailing behind him. He reached the wall of his compound and climbed on top of it to look over at his city. It was night, but he saw torches being lit, warriors running all over the city. Irian's warriors had just returned from their scouting of the surroundings, so they were ready. He saw something in the air above the city, standing there, and he recognized the rancor from the reports of him using his techniques. He had gotten free, and Ierv didn't know how that was possible. He ran down the wall and out of the gates, leaving orders for his warriors to follow. There had been no way for him to escape, Ierv had been certain. The man hadn't used his perfect skill. It would have been foolish of him not to use it in their fight if he was able. He could have been killed before he'd woken up. Ierv hadn't miscalculated. The chains that they had were capable of holding someone with his stats, and Nimar wouldn't let him use his techniques to try and escape. And yet, he ran through his city, heading toward the barracks where he had seen the man drop from above. Ierv summoned his spear and channeled his chi, getting ready for another fight. He knew that he needed to reach the man as quickly as possible. He knew his perks, knew that with every kill the rancor would just get stronger, and he had already been too strong during their last fight, even with Ierv not letting him get a chance to use any of his powers effectively. A large explosion came from the direction of the barracks, and Ierv hurried. He arrived at the scene only to see the barracks blown apart, walls collapsed and others obliterated. A fire was spreading over the surrounding buildings. A formation array had to have malfunctioned and exploded. He saw warriors lying on the ground, a few others pulling their comrades from the rubble. He ran over and grabbed the closest warrior to him. "Where is he?" Ierv asked. "Honored master." The man tried to bow, but Ierv waved it off. The fact that he was rarely seen by those who served him was a hindrance now. If he were closer to them, but this was not the time to think about that. "Tell me where he went, the direction, anything." We didn't see, master. He attacked out of nowhere. We were gearing up to head out. Orders came from Monarch Irian for us to gather in the main square to coordinate a defense. The man continued, but Ierv was already moving. Irian didn't know what the Rancor could do, and he was gathering warriors in one place. Ierv had to get there before him, to scatter his warriors and deal with the Rancor himself. He shouldn't have let him live, but the allure of knowledge had been too great. He knew that his sect was failing, that his cultivation was slowing, even with Anatolian's guidance. She had found ways of telling him only a tiny bit of truth, forcing him to go slowly lest he made the same mistakes as his parents. At this rate, he was not going to reach the immortal realm in time. And now this. Already he had lost face. His enemy had escaped and dealt a blow to his sect. There would be no keeping him alive this time, not if he wanted to remain in charge of his sect. Another opportunity had been wasted because he believed his measures to be enough. He didn't know how the Rancor had managed to escape, but it didn't matter now. He needed to salvage his position, and the first step in doing so was to stop the Rancor, and quickly. He felt a massive expenditure of chi nearby, and he changed his direction, heading straight for it. He found 100 warriors dead in the street. He found Irian among them, dead on the ground. He didn't let himself linger. He leapt forward again, heading to the square, knowing that the Rancor would be there. He cursed the fact that he didn't have any power that would let him cross great distances quickly. He used his burst step as often as possible, but it was not meant for this. As he ran, he pulled out potions out of his storage, drinking them while running. He needed to be ready for a fight. He reached the square and found the warriors gathering, their weapons ready, the squad commanders waiting for someone higher in rank to come and tell them what to do. Someone noticed him, and a cheer went up. The warriors didn't salute, but they came to attention. Up above them, a shape dropped to the ground on the other side of the square. The Rancor fell, his speed slowing off the closer he got to the ground until he touched the stone gently. He stood on a raised platform next to 2 statues made out of white marble. Even from this distance, Ierv could see that he had no eyes, but only a burn scar across his upper face that had already healed somewhat. He had been killing Ierv's warriors without his sight. It didn't seem possible. The Rancor, Ryun knocked, smiled at him, and then the man's body tensed as he prepared to jump at the warriors in front of him. The warriors were all looking at Ierv, unaware of the threat behind them. How many would the Rancor kill before Ierv reached him? How many would get away? Would he be able to deal with the Rancor again? Ierv's hand went to the ring on his finger, hiding it behind his back. He needed to know how much power his opponent had accumulated, and he needed to get his people out of the square. Before he had the chance to turn his ring, however, a red haze exploded out of the man, making everyone in the square startle, Ierv included. A new indicator appeared in the corner of his eyes, and he quickly pulled it up. You are in the presence of the Eternal Hunter. Minus 25% to all regenerative effects. Minus 25% to all stats. Death mark. Ierv's eyes widened as he felt the loss of his stats. Like a physical blow, it made him stumble, and he knew that he had grown weaker. Quickly he twisted his ring and saw the man's screens. His stats were insane, approaching the flat stats of high rankers. That wasn't supposed to be possible, even with empowering powers. He had a new perk as well, something that Ierv hadn't seen before, which was impossible. Unless the Rancor had hidden it from him somehow, but Ierv didn't know, and that scared him. Even if the man couldn't utilize those stats efficiently, all it would take for Ierv to die was one mistake. The Rancor had done the exact thing that Ierv had done before their last fight. He had arranged things so that he was the one with all the advantages. Ierv couldn't fight that. He had no idea what his new perk did, and nothing in the reports he read even suggested an aura like this one. He had never used it before. Ierv could feel the fear rise up in him, the knowledge that he was against something beyond him, someone who was a monster like the ones who sat silently on their thrones in the core. This was not a person that he could defeat. He looked into the empty eye sockets, looked at the burnt flesh, and saw his future cut short. His promise and obligation to his family gone, and all because the two of them were thrown one against the other. Not even by their own actions, but the actions of others. Ierv hated knowing that he was in this position because of something someone else had done. He had never cared about ruling a sect. The only thing he wanted to do was advance and get strong enough to help his parents' plans, enough that he could do some good. And now he saw that future being cut short, devoured by the monster in front of him. The man was about to leap forward, his sword ready. Ierv looked at his warriors, about to be slaughtered, and he took a step forward with a shout. Chapter 103. Present. Ryun. Surrender. Ryun stopped above the square, standing on his chi cube. His bond perk, Shadow's favorite, obscured him from sight, making him difficult to see in the shadows. The perk was what told him for certain that it was night. It could only be activated when he was in deep shadows, which meant that the moon above him had to be obscured by clouds, shrouding him. As he watched the gathering of warriors in the square and waited for Ierv to catch up, he put his stat bonus back into his strength and dexterity. There were almost 200 warriors down on the ground, a perfect place for his rematch with Ierv. He could already feel himself becoming excited. It had been a long time since he had been himself during a good fight, and he needed to pay Ierv back for his eyes. With the presence of the Eternal Hunter and the amount of warriors down below, he knew that he would be able to overwhelm him quickly and show them all what he was capable of. He had glanced at his perk and saw that it still provided him half of the stats that he drained from his foes, even with its other half dead. But he didn't want to think on that. It would still be more than enough. His stats were ticking down slowly, but he still had far more than he'd had the last time. Ierv arrived, and Ryun dropped from his cube. He landed gently on the other side of the square, putting the warriors between them. All he had to do was cut through them, activate his aura, and he would be unstoppable. He sensed Ierv put his hands behind his back, grabbing hold of his ring. He had done that the last time they fought as well. But Ryun didn't think that whatever that was would matter. He smiled at the man, and then he released his aura. Immediately something ripped out of him, and then power filled him. His stats rose, climbing to incredible heights. He pulled up his stat screen inside of his head and looked. Strength, 662, plus 15, plus 50, plus 179, plus 1217, plus 1311 equals 3434. Dexterity, 601, plus 25, plus 50, plus 256, plus 1217, plus 1969 equals 4118. Vitality, 741, plus 20, plus 50, plus 49, plus 965 equals 1825. Endurance, 715, plus 20, plus 50, plus 65, plus 960 equals 1810. Intelligence, 581, plus 15, plus 50, plus 72, plus 984 equals 1702. Wisdom, 762, plus 15, plus 50, plus 72, plus 978 equals 1877. So much power was filling him. His stats had risen to an insane height. But he had been this strong before, when he had fought an entire city, when thousands had come and tried to take him down. They had failed, and the Black Viper sect was going to fail as well. Ierv was strong, but the moment Ryun was able to get free in the city, the moment that he had been faced with an army, was the moment that Ierv had lost. Alone, the man would have had a chance, but with so many people, so many targets for his perks, there was nothing that he could do. He gripped Kagehime tighter, only now realizing that he had given her a name in the wrong language, but it was a small thing. He pulled out an item out of his void storage, a small vial filled with shadows. He made sure to keep it hidden inside his palm. Without eyes, he realized just how much he had relied on sight before losing them. The others were all the same. The vial of shadow was going to be a perfect tool for him now. The moment he got close to Ierv, he was going to open it, cover everything around him in shadow. That would ensure that he wouldn't get a chance to pull something and counter him. He felt Ierv move across the square, and Ryun followed. And then Ierv shouted. His voice rose over the noise of the startled warriors like a sonic boom that made everything come to a stop. Even Ryun hesitated. His sense focused on the sect head, and he sensed Ierv drop his spear on the ground as he spoke in a thunderous voice. "Throw down your weapons and kneel," Ierv said, his voice loud but also desperate. Ryun was frozen, startled, as the warriors noticed him, and then Ierv's voice boomed again. "I order you all to drop your weapons and kneel," Ierv shouted, and snapped Ryun back to reality. Ryun sensed them do as their leader ordered, and he felt rage fill him as he sensed Ierv do the same as his warriors. Inevitable Step brought him in front of Ierv, Kagehime on the man's throat, biting into the skin and drawing blood. "What the fuck do you think you are doing? What kind of trick is this?" Ryun managed to say through his anger. "I am surrendering to you," Ierv told him calmly. If Ryun still had eyes, he would have glared at the man, but now he couldn't even blink at the stupidity he was hearing. "You are surrendering. To me?" "Yes," Ierv said. "There is no point fighting with you now." "And what? You just have this fantasy where I accept your surrender and go away? I should slit your throat this very moment." Ryun felt the warriors behind him tense, but no one moved. He could tell that they were all in as much shock as Ryun himself was. What the hell is he thinking? I am nowhere near stupid enough to fall for this. "I have a goal that I must accomplish," Ierv said simply. "I can't do it if I am dead. If we fight, I would most certainly die, along with likely everyone else in my sect. I don't want that." Ryun pulled Kagehime back and stomped the ground. His foot smashed the stone, sending a quake across the courtyard. Everyone in the square yelped. Some lost their balance and fell to the ground. He smashed the ground again, and a building nearby groaned, and a wall cracked, a roof toppled. He turned his face in the direction of the warriors, and he stomped again. He only needed one of them to move, one of them to attack him, one of them to get to their feet, and he could kill them all. Ierv was still kneeling. The shaking didn't make him lose his balance. As Ryun waited, the man spoke again. "Everyone remain kneeling." Ryun rounded on him, raising Kagehime as if he was to strike. "Are you really going to do this? Rob me of this fight?" Ryun needed it, the battle, to end him for everything that Ierv had done. He did not suffer anyone to stand in his way. But Ierv just remained kneeling, not saying anything. Ryun's fist tightened around his sword, his jaw clenched, his nostrils flared, and then he lashed out. "Arrgh!" Ryun thundered in Ierv's face. "How dare you!" Ryun raised Kagehime and then swung. His sword came down, and Ierv didn't move, his face turned up, probably looking at Ryun's. Kagehime stopped next to the man's neck again. Ryun was breathing angrily, trying to see through the trick. But he didn't sense anything that would suggest it was. You had a chance to end this peacefully, he yelled in the man's face. I came to you, and you said that there would never be peace between us, that you could not remain in charge of your people and make peace with me.
That still holds true, Ierv said slowly, and Ryun wished that he could see his face, that he could search for any clue as to the man's real thoughts. I am surrendering myself and my sect to you.
You imprisoned me, burned my eyes out, Ryun roared. I should rip you to pieces and then end everyone else here. Level this city to the ground.
He stomped the ground again, his massive strength making the ground shake again. In the distance, the sound of something collapsing was heard, but Ryun kept his focus on the man in front of him. Ierv answered calmly. Any other sect head would do exactly that. If they had the power, they would take what they wanted for themselves. But the man who came to speak with me, who walked into my city alone on an invitation from a message that was clearly not sent in good faith, that man would not. You have no idea who I am, what I've done. I don't need to know your past. Only know who you are now, Ierv said. But the man was wrong. Ryun had not been himself when he spoke with Ierv, and now he wanted nothing but to kill everyone around him, to show them who he was and what he could do. He needed to end them, to bring about their last breaths, to rip their souls and send them to eternity. And what does your surrender mean? Is it just a ploy for buying time? I do not trust you nor anything that you promise me. What would you have me do? Go back to my territory and hope that you don't decide to stab me in the back? Ierv shook his head. I surrender to you the Black Viper sect in its entirety. All of our territories, all of my people. I will give you an oath of service if you require it of me. And what would that oath matter to me? The people in my territory already betrayed an oath that they gave me when they worked with your people to betray me. Why would I ever trust something like that? I kept you alive, imprisoned, yes, but still alive. I could have killed you. If that is not enough to let you know that I am not a bloodthirsty maniac, I will bind myself to you in a formal contract, Ierv said, eliciting a gasp of surprise from people around them. Ryun had no idea what that meant, but he didn't like it. I don't keep slaves, Ryun sneered at the kneeling man. A contract isn't the same as a slave collar, Ierv told him. Ryun could feel his aura thrum through him. He knew that he had enough power to kill them all now. He could flick his hand and obliterate Ierv's entire upper half. It would be easy, too. Ryun's aura drained Ierv, making him weaker, while it made Ryun stronger. I've already slaughtered hundreds of your warriors, Ryun said. Am I to think that your people would forgive that? That they will forgive what you yourself couldn't forgive the last time we spoke? The death of your sister and nephew, the deaths of their friends and family. Am I to accept your surrender and then wait for the knife in my back? Ierv shook his head. There could be no peace between us as long as we both wanted to remain as equals. I couldn't have done so and retain what I have. Now I know that fighting you will end in my death and the end of my ambition. I would rather relinquish my power and still have a chance of achieving my goals, rather than try to fight you and fail. I am not your equal now, and the people of the sects understand power. You have shown them your power, and I do not lose face by bowing before someone who is stronger. I lose only my rule. But you have not fought me again. You are a coward. You kneel on the ground and say that I am stronger without letting me show you as much. I have been a cultivator for a long time.
I know when I am outmatched, Ierv told him calmly. Or you just want to get me away from so many people, as you had last time, catch me off guard and then kill me, Ryun said. Ierv seemed too familiar with what Ryun could do, more than what reports he could have gotten would tell him. He had surrendered as soon as Ryun used his perk. Ierv seemed to know how strong it made Ryun. I can only give you my word that it is not so, as I've said already. I will bind myself to you in a contract if you wish, Ierv said, and moved his hand. Ryun's grip tightened on Kagehime, but he didn't seem to be doing anything hostile. Ierv placed his hand over his chest, and then Ryun heard a ping in his head. A notification appeared in his mind, and he looked at it. Ierv G. Van has initiated a contract of servitude with you for a duration of 50 years. While the contract is active, any action against the contract holder and their interests will lead to harsh punishment from the dealmaker. Do you accept? Y/N. Ryun hadn't even known that something like this was possible. 50 years? Ryun asked. That seemed like a long time to him. As I said, I do have my own ambition, and I think that serving you may help me achieve my goal. Ryun grimaced. From the way Ierv had said that, it almost seemed like he didn't think that that was a long period of time. Ryun wished that he still had his eyes, so that he could see Ierv's expression, try to see what he really felt. Ryun remembered their fight, the sense of helplessness, as Ierv expertly countered every move that Ryun made. Even then Ryun had been more powerful, and still he had lost, because Ierv had an answer for everything that Ryun could do. And now Ierv was doing it again. In an instant he had found an answer for Ryun's power. Again he had defeated him. Ryun had no problem cutting down anyone in his path. He had done it before, he will do it again. But with a single act, Ierv had taken himself and his sect to the side. With their surrender, they had stepped out of his path, no longer directly opposing him. Again, Ierv had won. Again he had bested Ryun. Rage was building up in him, almost enough for him to lash out and kill everyone anyway. But Ryun had his code, and it hadn't changed from before he arrived to the Infinite Realm. Ierv remembered what Ryun had told him. He remembered that Ryun did not suffer anyone to stand in his way. Ryun was certain that he would have been able to kill the man, to kill his warriors, and it seemed like Ierv agreed. Was his offer genuine? That was the question. Abandoning his position in return for his life would be a smart decision, and Ryun did not think that Ierv was stupid. But how far would he be willing to go? The slave woman, Ryun said abruptly. Send someone for her. Ierv didn't say anything immediately, but then he spoke. What for? Ryun leaned down, just above the man's head, pointing his empty sockets at his eyes. I do not hold slaves. He sensed Ierv startle at that, his mouth opening to speak, but Ryun spoke before he could. You wish to serve me? Fine. I will accept your surrender, but I will not have someone in my service owning slaves. Ierv seemed conflicted, his body tense. But finally he spoke, calling to a nearby warrior and sending him running. Ryun stood there and waited, his senses watching over everything in the square. His head thrummed with the power of his perk, and he could feel the remnant of the aspect of true death, the Reaper, still holding on. The activation of the perk kept the Reaper from fading. Then Ryun remembered what the slave woman had told him, and something struck him. Inspired, he reached to the remnant of the aspect and tried to pull it in closer. He felt it resist, as if it wanted to fade away, but Ryun had a better use for it, and so he grabbed hold of it. He found the remnants of the wall that the dealmaker had put in his mind, and he took the pieces and built an anchor. Then he placed the Reaper inside, preventing it from disappearing completely. Movement startled him, and he turned his attention back to the square, finding that the warrior was back and leading a woman to him. Ryun hadn't realized that what he was doing had taken that long. His carelessness could have cost him. Ierv could have attacked while Ryun had been lost in his mind. He focused on Ierv, who was looking at him with his head tilted to the side. "Incredible. You just had a moment of inspiration, didn't you?" Ierv shook his head. "Cultivators spend their whole lives searching for just one such moment, and often find nothing for as long as they live. And you, how many such moments have you had in your life, I wonder? Perhaps this was the best outcome for all of us."
Ryun didn't say anything, and the warrior led the slave woman to them.
"What is this, little bird?" the slave asked.
Ryun could see that she was breathing with some difficulty, and he realized that his aura was almost suffocating her. Something was wrong with her. He had realized that the moment he met her, but he didn't want to let his aura go just yet. Ryun turned his empty sockets to Ierv and spoke. "Release her," he said simply. Ierv glanced at her, and Ryun could sense him hesitating. But then he stood up and walked over. Ryun tried to focus on them, to see if he could feel something from them, but he felt nothing as Ierv placed his hands on the collar around her neck. A few moments later the woman shuddered, and then the collar clicked open. Ryun was actually surprised that it had been so simple, although there had probably been a lot that he wasn't aware of. "Good," Ryun said, then turned his focus to the contract that Ierv had offered. He accepted it and got another notification telling him that he had another active contract. He saw that he had a tab with 2 contracts listed, one with Airclaw and now one with Ierv. He hadn't seen it before, which meant that either it had just appeared or the wall in his head had kept from him even more than he thought. "I thank you for accepting. I know that there is much between us that needs to be settled, but you have my word that I will work hard for the duration of my contract," Ierv said. "I hope so. Otherwise we will have a bloodbath," Ryun said. He turned and faced the woman who had her hands on her neck, feeling the skin that was no longer covered by the collar. "You are now free," Ryun said, and she startled. "If you have someone or some place where you wish to go, I will see to it that you have enough resources to do so. Just let me know." She tilted her head, her long hair spilling down over her shoulders. "I don't have anyone," she said. "What is your name?" Ryun asked, and he felt Ierv stiffen, but the man didn't comment. You may call me Tali," the woman answered. "Well, Tali, if you wish it, I will make sure that you reach whatever place you want to go. You need only speak." I think that I would like to stay here for now," Tali told him. "Then it will be so," Ryun said before turning back to Ierv. "This woman is to be treated as my guest." Ierv nodded his head quickly, but Ryun could tell that he was nervous. Ryun wasn't sure if leaving her here would be the best choice, but he had too much to deal with to concern himself with her. His head was a mess. He needed a day or more to gather himself. "It will be as you say, honored master," Ierv said. Ryun grimaced, his whole body stiffening. "Do not call me master, ever." Ierv seemed confused by that, but he nodded his head. "As you wish, then, honored elder." He disliked it, but he understood that these people had their own culture and ways of doing things. He nodded his head. "Fine," Ryun said at last. "I need to take care of some things. I will be back in the morning. If you try and betray me, I will wipe this town off the face of this world." Just as Ryun was to jump to the air, Ierv spoke again. "I have an elixir that will regrow your eyes in a couple of hours.
I offer it to you as proof of my goodwill."
Ryun was tempted to agree, but then he decided against it. He realized that without his sight, his other senses, as well as his skill, were getting better. He wanted to explore that for a while, at least. "Not now, but I appreciate the thought. Be ready, Ierv. There will be changes as soon as sunrise, and I hope that you can convince your people that it is in their best interests to honor your surrender." He felt Tali startle as he spoke. She opened her mouth to speak, but then she closed it as if she thought better of it. He could feel that her attention was on him, as if she was studying him without her sight. Before anyone else could say anything, Ryun took to the sky and headed out of the city, toward the forest, to find Airclaw and Onrush. He disabled his perk and his null mantle as he got away from the city. He sighed in relief. The effort it took to keep the skill and his technique going had been great. The amount of stats had also felt strange, as if it was almost too much for him to handle. He would need to train and test things out as soon as he had a chance. But for now, he needed to find his two closest allies. He had many things to tell them, and he needed a lot of advice. Hopefully, Onrush would have some insight into sect politics, because he had no idea what to do about what Ierv had just done. Chapter 104. Present. Onrush. Twilight Melody. Onrush was in a state of confusion. She had spent the last day hiding in the forest around Venoran with Airclaw. They had come along with Ryun, mostly because she had insisted. Ryun's decision to go and speak with the Black Viper sect head was nothing short of insanity, and while she had grown used to that from him, this was a step too far. Going into the home of your enemies was not only insane, but stupid, at least in her mind. But then again, she wasn't as strong as Ryun was, nor was she a ranker. All of her experiences with him had taught her that he was not like ordinary people, and there was no point in her trying to understand him. They had made a rough plan. Ryun would go and talk with the sect leader, while Airclaw and Onrush stayed hidden in the forest, waiting in case things went wrong. In truth, she knew that there would be little that they could do if things went sideways, but they had made a plan, if a poor one, that she knew he'd agreed to only to get her off his back. They had spent the entire day in the forest, hiding from the many patrols that had left the city to scour the surrounding area. They'd been successful in evading them, mostly because of Airclaw. The monster-turned-contracted beast was far more capable in a forest than the scouts, but as the day continued and the sun turned into the moon, Ryun didn't return. Airclaw wasn't really a good conversationalist, which only made Onrush feel even more anxious. Her and Kree's entire future depended on Ryun, and while she had gained much in terms of strength, she had discovered a new drive in her life. She wanted to reach higher, and Ryun was the only person who could help her. The day turned into night, and they still remained hidden, watching the town. Until when the night was half over, something happened. An alarm was raised, and then sounds of fighting erupted out of the city. Onrush just knew that Ryun had done something, and then when an explosion filled the air, she knew for certain that it was him. It just seemed like something he would do. She turned to Airclaw, wondering if they should go. Ryun couldn't hope to fight an entire city on his own. They decided against it, though, choosing instead to monitor the situation. Eventually the sounds of battle quieted, and then, a while later, Ryun found them. Onrush was shocked when she saw him, seeing him wearing mismatched gear that she hadn't seen before. His face was burned, his eyes had been removed, but he took it in stride and told them what happened. An abridged version of the events, she was sure. He told them that he and the sect head had a disagreement, that he then ended up in a dungeon, and that he then convinced the sect head to surrender. She hadn't believed him at first. It seemed impossible. He didn't elaborate or answer her questions,
but instead asked them to watch over him and proceeded to kneel on the ground next to them and start meditating. She was so confused that she did exactly as he asked. He remained in that position for several hours, until the moon turned back into the sun. Then he stood and told them to follow as he led them to the town. Onrush had still been in shock when they entered the city. The warriors at the gate were glaring at Onrush and Airclaw, but avoiding looking at Ryun. She recognized the looks in their eyes. They feared him. Ryun made his way down the streets, seemingly knowing exactly where he was going. She had known that his sensory skill was incredibly powerful, but being able to use it to navigate his surroundings, she didn't think that she could do as well without her eyes, even if she had the same skill. And yet here he was, acting as if nothing was wrong, as if he was not diminished at all. Perhaps for someone like him, she thought, it wasn't a handicap. The people had heard about their arrival, and many were out on the streets. Ordinary people, crafters, children, merchants, all of them were looking at Ryun with thinly veiled fear. No one said anything as they passed. She wondered just what exactly happened to make them all feel that way, but she knew that Ryun could be terrifying. Finally, Onrush realized that he was leading them up to the main compound, the place where the sect head and other leaders lived. Onrush had never been even close to it. She had visited Venoran in the past, but she hadn't lived here. She had lived in the main city of another territory, one much smaller than Venoran. Now she couldn't help but feel like she was entering a place she didn't belong. There were guards stationed at the gate, almost a dozen of them. They were standing in front of the gate, and she recognized two of the people standing in front. Both were in the Lord realm, part of the sect's warriors. They didn't move as Ryun walked up to them. They were standing defiant, and she feared what Ryun would do. Then he released his aura, focused on them so that she only felt a portion of it. Terror filled the warriors and blood drained from their faces. It lasted for only a split second, and then it was gone. As soon as it was, every warrior dropped to the ground, knelt, and bowed their head. "Honored Elder, welcome," one of the Lord Realm cultivators said. Ryun didn't comment. Instead, he took a step forward, and the warriors rushed to get out of the way and open the gates for him. Onrush and Airclaw followed behind, receiving strange looks from the warriors. Ryun led them into the buildings, through a small garden and inside what looked to be the main house. Servants greeted them, bowing and offering to guide them, but Ryun didn't seem to need directions. He led them through the house, the confused servants looking at Onrush and Airclaw as if they were debating, asking for instructions. They made their way through the residence and down beneath the ground into the mountain. Finally, they reached an elaborate set of double doors that had already been opened. Ryun entered, Onrush and Airclaw following close behind. Inside the room was only one person, the head of the Black Viper sect, Ierv Van. Onrush nearly bowed to him. He had always been such a distant figure in her life. A sect head, her ruler, a man who had achieved the monarch realm, who was at the edge of the heavenly realm, a prodigy, a master. A part of her saw him and felt all her feelings about him justified. He looked like a master, his robes elaborate and fine, perfectly arranged, his hair pulled back between his horns and tied in a tail at the back of his head. He was impressive. But then, as Ryun entered, he bowed. Something seemed wrong to her about that image, about a man who was so powerful bowing to Ryun. And then it hit her. Ryun was the same as the sect head. She had just never looked at him like that because he was growing so fast, because he never demanded any deference from anyone around him. He didn't care about those things. But now she saw him standing next to a sect head as a superior. "So, did you change your mind?" Ryun said. "Am I to expect a trap?" I can no longer act against your interests. To do so would be to incur the wrath of the dealmaker, Ierv told him. Onrush blinked, confused, but then she realized what the sect head was saying. He had made a contract with Ryun. She nearly let her surprise slip past her lips, but she managed to contain herself. Again, she wondered just what exactly happened. What could have led the sect head to forget the death of his blood, of his people, and surrender? She could understand running if Ryun was stronger, but this, it didn't make sense to her, and yet the man didn't seem resentful of his decision. "We'll see," Ryun said. "Why did we meet here?" "I have already sent messages to the other 2 territories, informing them of the change in leadership. They will want to come and see you for themselves, but that is for later. For now, there is one thing that we need to do. Transfer the ownership of the territories and the sect to you," Ierv said, and gestured at the object behind him. A tall pillar of black and green stood at the center of the back wall, a framework interface. Ryun tilted his head at the man. "I do not wish to rule. I simply want to be left alone, to be free to advance." "As do I. And yet life always seems to interfere. You have no choice now. Either you kill me and throw this sect into chaos, or you accept and try to keep order. Even with this, many will leave, unwilling to follow an unknown power like you. Others will remain, for they respect those who are powerful, hoping that you will pass down some of your knowledge and power to them. Advancing requires an incredible amount of resources, as I am sure you well know. To do it well, you need a sect, need people to help you gather wealth. It is the only reason why I made a sect in the first place." He could see that Ryun was uncomfortable with what Ierv was saying, but he didn't comment. Taking that as an agreement, Ierv walked to the interface and placed his hand on it. Several moments passed, and then he pulled his hand away. "There, it is done. I hope that you will do well by my people, honored elder." Ierv bowed deeply. Ryun's face twitched, a strange expression to be seen on his burned face. And then Onrush received a notification, letting her know that she was now listed as a second in command of 3 more territories. Ryun?" she asked as she blinked through everything written on her screen. "I trust no one here more than you, Onrush," Ryun said simply. Ierv then finally turned and looked at her, as if she only now had become important. "Ah, Onrush Kesh, a warrior in one of Fier's squadrons. I've been told that you have gotten stronger. I see now that the reports did not do the reality justice," Ierv said, his eyes boring into hers. But then he turned to look at Ryun. "I know the value of trust, but Lady Kesh is fairly young and inexperienced in the matters of sect politics and rule." Ryun smiled. "And I suppose that you are a much better choice to lead? Nothing must change with your surrender?" Onrush blinked at the way Ryun spoke. He was different. She had noticed a few things when he found them in the forest, but now she could see it clearly. Before, he seemed more dispassionate, uncaring. Now there was emotion in his tone, color. It was disconcerting to see. "I admit that not even I am a perfect choice," Ierv said. "But if you do not want to lead, I can understand it. I had done the same, stayed secluded and focused on my advancement as others ruled in my stead. My power alone kept the sect safe, and while I was consulted on decisions, I did not take care of the day-to-day. I might not be the best choice, but, well, you killed all the better ones. That was your fault. You didn't need to send them against me, Ryun snapped back. The past is the past. I did as I thought best at the time. I need this sect, need resources in order to advance. I couldn't allow you to take the one territory that might have helped my goals. And yet here we are, and you no longer have a sect. Do you think I should just leave you in charge and let you advance, allow you to get stronger than me? As I said, Ierv started, before I believed that I could defeat you, I did defeat you. Fighting you the second time would have only led to my death, and I cannot achieve what I want if I am dead. This was the only option where I could retain both my life and still have a chance of achieving my goals. The contract will prevent me from harming you, and you have my oath of service. If you allow me to pursue my goals independently, I will serve you well. And what exactly are your goals? Ryun asked. Ierv looked a bit hesitant, but then he sighed. I guess there is no point in hiding anything. I have thrown in my lot with you because you hold incredible power, and because I didn't want to risk death, but also because I believe that you can help me. Help you with what? My goal has always been the same, to become strong enough to overthrow my uncle and take control of his sect, Ierv answered. Ryun didn't react, but then he didn't understand. Onrush knew who his uncle was, what sect he ruled over. The Onyx Fang sect was incredibly powerful, influential. It was one of the servant sects of the Big Three, Zhenxuan. His uncle was the Onyx Fang, an immortal realm cultivator of great power, trained by the high ranker, the Spear of Sorrow himself. To even utter something like that was ridiculous. To actually try and do it. So, Ryun started, a family squabble? Ierv shook his head. No. My uncle enjoys much privilege and power, and he has earned much of it. But he is arrogant and cruel. My parents are bound to him with contracts, as anyone who has any chance of overcoming him is. My other siblings are as well. The only reason I was spared it was because I was deemed untalented. My parents managed to convince my uncle that I was not worth the contract. I came here in order to try and reach the level of power where I could take over his sect. I believe that I can do better than he if I ruled. Onrush didn't know if she believed what he was saying, but then she couldn't imagine ambition like that. Ryun likewise didn't seem impressed. As long as you don't stand in my way, Ierv, and do not break my rules, I do not care what you do, Ryun told him. But I will not let you remain in charge. Onrush is my voice. She will be making the decisions. You may advise her, but all the power will be in her hands. Ierv glanced at her, then back at Ryun. I do not think that my people will take well to that. The ones from the other territories especially. She is in the Lord realm, like most of those who remain in leadership positions within the sect. If they have a problem, they may bring it to her personally. When she smashes their heads into the ground, they will understand that even though they occupy the same realm, they are nothing alike, Ryun said. Onrush blinked at the praise, feeling proud. She knew that he really believed that and wasn't merely talking her up. As you wish, Ierv sighed. There are issues that we must discuss. What is most pressing? Ryun asked. The state of the sect. With everything that has happened, I fear that we are close to collapsing. Onrush was taken aback. She hadn't known that things were that bad. Why? Ryun asked. I settled these territories so far in the frontier in the hope of gaining wealth quickly, of growing and building a powerful sect. The reality has not been kind. We have few resources to exploit here other than monsters. But hunting is dangerous, and we lose many to it often. What we do harvest from monsters is enough to secure us food when sold in the core, since what we can produce here is not sufficient. But our costs are increasing while our earnings are decreasing. We will not be able to sustain this for much longer. I have managed to secure a few ways of getting income, but it isn't enough. The reason I needed your territory was because it was a high-tiered dungeon. I was hoping on clearing it and finding enough treasure to get us back on our feet. Onrush hadn't known about that, but it made sense why the Black Viper sect was looking to add another territory when they were already crumbling. Ryun turned his empty sockets on Ierv. A dungeon? Yes, one which couldn't be accessed without the territory being claimed. That means that it is a replenishable dungeon, which are an incredible source of income. Once we conquer it, we could sell admittance to adventuring teams, perhaps even the adventuring guild itself. They are always on the lookout for powerful dungeons to clear, Ierv answered. Ryun didn't answer immediately, but Onrush could see that he was very much interested in that. That sounds very interesting. First, we will need to make sure that people accept your rule. They will then need assurances, Ierv said. Ryun grimaced. I really shouldn't have accepted your surrender. You did, and I know that you will not break the implied word you gave. You rule now, and as such you are responsible for all of the people in the Black Viper sect. Right. First, we are changing the name, Ryun said. Ierv looked taken aback for a bit. Why? I don't like it, Ryun said bluntly. And we are no longer that sect. If these people are going to become ours, then we need a new name, a new start. I understand. It will be as you say, Honored Elder. Do you have a name in mind? Ierv asked. Ryun's head rose, his scarred face turning strange. Onrush could see the sorrow in his expression. And then he opened his mouth and spoke. From now on, we will be known as the Twilight Melody Sect. Chapter 105. Present. Ryun. Tali. Ryun walked through the city of Venoran. His city now. It hadn't really set in just yet. He hadn't had a chance to really reflect on everything that had happened. Ierv's surrender had been a shock, but also an opportunity. Now he didn't have the threat of the sect over his head. Still, not everything was perfect. It had been 2 weeks since Ryun had taken control of the former Black Viper sect territories, and there had been incidents. His appointing Onrush as essentially the head of the sect had not gone well. Many of the Lord Realm cultivators objected to that, at least until she showed them just how much better than them she was. It was not ideal, but so far there had been peace. Ierv had kept his word and was helping Onrush with running everything. He had also spoken to Ryun privately, offering to share what he knew about cultivation in return for what Ryun knew. Ryun wasn't yet sure if he wanted to go that far, but it was a possibility. So far he had taken to walking around the city, letting the people see him. He still hadn't healed his eyes, instead using the situation to train his other senses and help train his skill. Even though he could, Ierv had the potion, and Ryun was fairly confident that he could go out and kill monsters, letting his feast perk boost his regeneration. For now, it wasn't necessary. He was relying on his skill. He could hear, or rather sense, what the people had to say about him. Many were afraid. The stories about his rampage through the city, killing warriors and monarchs with ease, had spread. Many had left the sect, deciding to return back to the core instead of staying here with a monster who had killed those close to them. Few cursed Ierv, surprisingly. Most praised him and his dedication to the sect. They saw his surrender as saving them from Ryun. He had killed almost 200 warriors before he had encountered Ierv, and he would have killed more. Most people respected the man more because of his decision. It had been the only move that he had to counter Ryun, and it had saved his life. In Ryun's book, their encounters were 2-0, with both points going to Ierv. Ryun took the time during his daily walks to clear his head. His mind was settling, but he was still feeling the effects of his revelation. He found himself prone to anger, and often had to pull himself from lashing out at the smallest things. That he could handle, but the pain that came with remembering Melody, that was another thing entirely. He was mourning someone who had died a long time ago. It didn't help that his memories seemed so vivid to him now. But he knew that he needed to keep going, that she would want that for him, and so he did. Ever since his memories returned, he had experienced many different changes. He remembered his training sessions, the things that he had learned but forgotten. His skills had increased a bit, and one more had evolved since his breaking out of his cell. His sword mastery had evolved into a sword art without a need for a skill quest. He had gained a great deal of essence from the 2 monarchs he had killed with his ability, almost enough for him to cycle through his main path once, but he was a bit hesitant to do so. He needed to think about what he wanted to do. Now he was trying to figure out what to do. He had killed the people of the sect and was now walking among them. He knew that at the time they had been enemies, that they had been in his way. And yet, it hadn't been their fault that they were at odds. It hadn't been Ierv's fault either. It had all started with Fier, his hunt for Onrush. Such a little act, Ryun's decision to help her, because she reminded him of Melody. He knew now that that was what had drawn him to her. She had the same fire inside of her, the same spirit. Because of that decision, he had killed Fier, taken over a town and claimed a territory, and because of that he had come into conflict with Ierv and the sect. If only people were simpler. If only they could have had peace from the start. But people were people, and Ierv was unwilling to part with his power as long as he saw a way to keep it. In that, at least, he had been predictable. He had cared about his appearance of power, couldn't allow Ryun to defy him, not until he had been faced with his own death. It seemed too easy of a decision, but Ryun understood Ierv better now. His goal was the most important thing to him, and he always made decisions that he believed would give him the best path to achieving that goal. Their clash was a consequence of other people's actions, not anything that they themselves had done, but Ryun remained wary of the man. He had killed Ierv's family, and Ryun couldn't really understand how he could forget that so easily. He had tried talking with Onrush about it, but to her it didn't seem so strange. To those living in the sects, death was a common occurrence. What they cared about was appearances and power. Ierv had no choice but to attack Ryun if he was to keep his power, regardless of how he felt about the deaths of his sister and nephew. He had done so because he felt like he could win, and he had. But when Ryun escaped, his power had soared, and Ierv recognized that he couldn't win. In that case, it was acceptable for him to surrender. He hadn't lost face for his submission, but he had lost his rule. Ryun still didn't understand the way that the sects worked and the way that people in them thought. But for now, he trusted Onrush to explain to him how everything worked. He took an effort to focus on the city around him, sensing their conversations, listening in. He had been trying to figure out what the life of an ordinary person in the sect looked like. It was incredibly average, simple. Most of the people around the city were cultivators. Some didn't even have a class or a skill. They focused only on their cultivation, if he could call what they were doing focusing. Their desires were the most basic desires there were. They worried about getting food, about their family, about their simple lives. They earned essence based on their contribution to the sect, or rather its territory, with the territory interface giving out essence based on what they did, giving them a monthly contribution. It was similar to quests, actually. They worked, and based on that work, the interface allocated essence for them. It was a way for non-combat classes to earn essence, but Ryun had found out that even the warriors gained essence through these quests. Most people here called them simply contributions. Even Ryun himself would be allocated some for his role as a sect head. He already had a notification that informed him that he would earn essence monthly depending on the performance of the sect. People didn't need to hunt monsters, but of course the amount they got from the interface was much lower, making their advancement slow and hard. They needed essence for things other than advancement. They paid a tax that went to the joint sect pool to be used for improvements, and they needed it in order to survive. To buy food and clothes, to invest in their work, all these things made it hard for them to advance. The stronger they were, the more expensive the food they needed. Apparently, one needed to eat food that was close in the tiers of power to one's own advancement in order to provide nourishment. Ryun hadn't known about that, or ever had a problem with it, but then again he had always been eating meat from monsters that he hunted. But that also meant that they had to pay more for food. Advancement was therefore slow, both because they had to save essence to do so, and because they didn't know how to cultivate properly. Their paths were weak, their understanding of techniques and chi non-existent. It was sad. Ryun didn't know yet what he was going to do about it, but he knew that if he was going to rule the sect in truth, then he would need to change things. He was still not sure about being a sect head, as his past experiences with others hadn't been the best. But there was some truth in what Ierv had said. A cultivator needed support, and even Ryun, with all of his advantages, knew that he could do more if he had better resources. The sad truth was that he saw no ambition in these people for more. Surviving was enough for them. And now many were wondering what was going to happen to them. They feared him, and they wondered what kind of a leader he would be. It was disconcerting how easily they accepted someone they had never met as their new sect head. But in their conversations he often heard the same words repeated. He is strong. That seemed to be all that mattered. Ryun shook his head as he found himself back at the main compound. Van Oren was nestled at the base of a mountain, a half-circle of walls keeping it safe from the monsters. The main compound was located above the city, on a small plateau that extended out of the mountainside. It contained several buildings, the servants' dorms, the main house, the guest house, the gardens in the center, and several underground areas. Ryun had been headed to one of those underground areas when he sensed something and stopped. He observed for a long moment before changing his direction and heading toward the backside of the compound. There he found a training hall, a bit on the small side, with a house attached at the back and a small garden as well. Inside of it was only one person, and Ryun made his way inside. He made sure not to make any noise, which his silent hunter perk made easy. Inside was a Damacy woman, moving on top of the padded mat in an elaborate dance, going through stances and fighting an invisible opponent. Ryun had been certain that he had been completely silent, and the woman didn't outwardly show any signs that she noticed him. Anyone else would have assumed that they were still hidden, but Ryun's skill allowed him to sense the smallest changes in her body, especially since he was focusing solely on her. He walked in, abandoning his hiding spot behind one of the walls in the entryway. "How did you notice me?" Ryun asked. The woman, Tally, didn't stop her movements, and she didn't answer immediately. When she seemingly reached an end of her exercise, she turned her head toward him.
"You were completely silent, but when you are as old as I am, you learn to trust your other instincts. My gut told me that I was being watched. That, and I've been expecting you for a while now."
Ryun tilted his head. Both of them stood face to face, and both of them were blind. It was a strange situation. "And how old are you exactly?" Ryun asked. She tilted her head in turn, almost mirroring his movement.
"Don't you know? Didn't Little Bird tell you who I am?"
Ryun frowned. He had asked Ierv who the slave was, but he had been less than forthcoming. The only thing he had said was that she had been in the service to his family since before he was born, and that she was something like a teacher. Ierv seemed like a completely different person when speaking about the blind woman. At times Ryun could tell that Ierv was afraid, but he could also sense the man's guilt. From the few conversations he had with him about her, he gathered that Ierv hadn't really wanted to keep her as a slave, and yet he had done so. If Ryun was reading Ierv well enough, that could only be because having her as a slave helped him with his goal. He did not. "He doesn't say much about you, and I didn't press. We had other things to talk about," Ryun said.
"I understand. Ierv has always been far too kind, even as a child. He never learned how to be ruthless properly from his parents. I doubt he would have surrendered to you if he was like they are," Tally told him.
Ierv saw that he couldn't win. He chose to survive instead of throw his life away. It was smart, Ryun said. Tally shook her head almost in amusement.
"He is a rare breed. People like him rarely survive in the sects. The others are all arrogant, defiant. They would have fought, even when the odds were impossible, rather than suffer the loss of power."
"Then I am grateful that he isn't like them," Ryun said simply.
"So, he truly told you nothing about who I am?"
Tally asked. "Only a few things, but I am more interested in learning from the source," Ryun answered. He had learned that her injuries couldn't be healed by any known means, and that she had been with the Ierv's family for a long time. He remembered meeting her before he'd lost his eyes. She hadn't seemed old, but the scar that was very similar to his own made it hard to really tell her age. But if she was older than Ierv, then she had to have been very powerful before she had lost her powers, enough so that she survived for so long without advancing.
"Perhaps we can make a trade," Tally said.
"A trade?"
"Just like you are interested in knowing who I am interested in knowing who you are. Not many cultivators would choose to come to the frontier, and even less could fight an entire sect on their own. Ierv isn't a weak cultivator, and from what I am told, you are in the same realm as he is. That is interesting."
Ryun shrugged. "Ask what you want to know, and I will tell you. I do not keep secrets."
"You should reconsider that. Knowledge is power. But for now, I will take advantage of your openness."
Tally paused, the fingers of her left hand gently tapping her thigh.
"Why did you come here, to the frontier? Not many rankers like you would take such a risk."
"How did you know that I am a ranker?" Ryun asked. He didn't think that she would have had the opportunity to learn as much.
"When you had Yer free me, you used the phrase, 'as soon as sunrise.' Only rankers use such phrasing."
Ryun chuckled. He hadn't even thought about that, but of course people who were born here wouldn't be using the word sunrise, as the sun didn't rise here. It merely turned from the moon to the sun. "So you are familiar with rankers?"
"You could say that," Tali said. "You are human. If what I overheard from the others is correct, then your variation on human form means that you can only be from the 5th iteration, which doesn't make sense. If you were only a cultivator, then you would have been too weak to have survived this long. You would have died long ago, which means that you are most likely at least 3rd-tier classer pretending to be a monarch. Why are you here, really? Who are you working for?"
Ryun would have blinked at her conclusion if he still had eyes. She had come to the wrong conclusion, but he could see how she had come to it. "I'm afraid that you are wrong about that," Ryun told her.
"Really? Which part? You can't be a skill user unless something has drastically changed since I was last in the Corps."
"You are wrong about most of it, actually. I am not from the 5th iteration," Ryun told her. The woman immediately took a step back, her entire expression changing.
"You can't be from the 3rd. They are all dead."
Ryun was surprised by her reaction. "No, I come from the 7th iteration."
"What?"
she hissed.
"That's not possible. You can't."
"I assure you that it is the truth. I would have showed you if you could see, if you show me yours." She crossed the distance between them and offered her hand.
"Take my hand."
Ryun did so, and then a scrambled mess appeared inside his head. He couldn't make out anything. It appeared that whatever happened to her did a lot of damage.
"Now you give your word. Make your screen visible,"
she said in a tone that implied she would be obeyed. That made Ryun even more interested in who she really was. But she was right. He had given his word. He did as she asked, and then did what he usually did when he made his name and iteration visible, except this time in his head. As an afterthought, he showed her his level and main path, without showing her what techniques and abilities he had. He was interested to see her reaction. A moment after he did so, the woman pulled her hand back in shock.
"You are telling the truth." "But—"
She seemed at a loss for words. "I arrived in the Infinite Realm only a short while ago, in the territory nearby. I have never been to the core, nor do I know much about the way things work here."
"How much did you advance since you came here?"
she asked, her tone hurried. "I haven't advanced my class since I arrived, only my cultivation and skills. I was in the Mid-Lord realm when I arrived here."
That is impossible," she whispered. "No one has ever been able to achieve so much power on the old worlds, not even me."
Ryun tilted his head. "Not even you? You are a ranker, then?" She caught herself.
Yes, I am a ranker as well, much older than you, but you have advanced so far in such a short time, and if you've managed to scare Ierv, then you know enough that you haven't crippled yourself. But there must be so much that you don't know.
I've done well for myself, I think, Ryun said.
Yes, you have.
Her voice turned thoughtful.
You asked who I am. Who and what I was doesn't matter, other than the fact that I am old and that I was powerful, knowledgeable. Ever since I became a slave, I have been an unwilling teacher, forced to teach those who kept me enslaved. But now I am free. You have freed me, and I owe you a debt. As payment, I will teach you the secrets of cultivation in return for one thing from you.
And why do you think that I need to be taught? I have discovered secrets all on my own, and I know my path.
You know what worked on the old world, but the rules are not the same here. There are things in the infinite realm that did not exist on your old world, ways of increasing your power and fortifying your base that you couldn't know about.
Ryun could concede that what she said was the truth, but he was wary of her offer. He did not know if he could trust her. You said that you wanted something in return?
Yes, a promise that you will look for a way to restore me, to heal my cultivation, and give me back my power.
You yourself said that I know little. Would it not be better to find someone who would have an idea as to where to start?
No one in the infinite realm knows how to fix me. If a way exists, it is something that has not yet been discovered.
And you think that I am your best chance at finding it?
Better than any other option I have,
Tali said, but Ryun could detect something else in her tone. She did think that he could help her. He only wasn't sure why she would think that. As for her offer, he wasn't really sure about it. None of the people he had found on here had known much, and only Ierv had seemed like someone who knew more than they. But then, if Tali was the one who had taught him, then perhaps she could offer him something. He sighed. He did not like giving his word lightly. He would need to make sure that what she had to offer was worth his word. Now he only needed to find a way of learning what she could offer before agreeing to anything. Chapter 106. Present. Ryun. Instructions. Ryun sat with his legs crossed on the padded mat in Tali's training hall, with her sitting across from him. He wanted to see what she could offer him, to see if it was worth his word. Tali didn't seem quite happy about what he was asking. He could tell that she had assumed that he would jump at the opportunity to learn from her, but he didn't know who she was, so her knowledge meant little to him. He could, however, make a few assumptions. The fact that Ierv's family had kept her for so long meant that she did possess knowledge. "So tell me what you can teach me about," Ryun said. Tali seemed a bit uncomfortable, but she answered quickly.
I am a cultivator, and I can teach you much.
I already know much, Ryun countered. She grimaced.
I know that you think you do, but if you have arrived in the infinite realm just recently, then you do not know everything. To start, why don't you listen to what I have to say?
Ryun gestured with his hand, but then remembered that she was blind. He waited for a bit to see if she would react, but she didn't. So she couldn't perceive her surroundings. He shook his head and spoke out loud. I'm listening, Ryun answered. She nodded her head.
Good. As you know, There are 3 ways to achieve power: class, cultivation, and skill. The class is the simplest and, in my opinion, the weakest. You will find many people in the Corps disagreeing with that opinion, as is their right. I'm not saying that a classer can't become strong, but their power is too rigid. If there is a single word that can be used to describe each way of gaining power, then for the class it would be consistent. Their advancement is steady and their growth even. They gain power early and keep attaining it at the same rate. Their class changes based on their achievements and their feats. For cultivation, the word would be inspiration. A cultivator gains power slowly by accumulating essence and enhancing their body and chi. But a cultivation path is more complicated. It is not straightforward. It is filled with opportunities, but also dangers. A bad choice can cripple you for life or halt your advancement, prevent you from reaching higher. Skill is the hardest way of attaining power, and the word that describes it is understanding. It requires something that few people have.
Ryun found himself drawn into her words and found that everything she said made sense. It put into words what he felt inside himself.
The biggest mistake many people make is that they spread their essence too widely, trying to advance in all 3 areas. I can see that even you have done this, but for you it is a bit more understandable. Surviving the old world is hard, and you knew little. But you need to decide what your focus is, and then put most of your effort in it. I would suggest picking one of the 2 remaining areas as your supplement, but you need to abandon one area completely.
Why? Ryun asked.
Because the higher you climb in each area, the more you are shaped in the image of your power,
Tali said. Ryun frowned. What does that mean?
You've reached the monarch realm. You must have noticed,
Tali said slowly. Noticed what?
Your path is more than just a set of techniques. It is a way of life, a precept for your entire being.
Ryun tilted his head in confusion, and when he didn't answer, Tali spoke quickly.
Take Iev as an example. He follows the path of the venomous strike and the path of the spearman. Both of these paths complement each other. His main path makes him always seek the opportunity to strike where his opponent does not expect, to poison their perception of the fight and force them to make mistakes. And his second path allows him the patience to always look for an advantage, to keep his opponent from utilizing their greatest strengths. The higher he reaches, the more those tendencies will slip into his being, shaping his personality to take on those characteristics. I do not know what your path is, but you must have noticed the nature of your path seeping into your fighting, feelings that drive you to do something. Learning how to manage your 2 paths is one of the key parts of being a high-realm cultivator.
Ryun was stunned. He hadn't known about that. But as she spoke, he found that he had felt such things, but never put them into words, even back on Earth. The drive to end all in his way, to finish them completely. Once he started a battle, he rarely stopped, even when his opponent couldn't fight anymore. He remembered the cities on Earth that he'd ended and realized that it had been like something was pushing him. He was on the path of the final end, a path that was meant for destruction, for the end of all things. Even his aspect seemed perfectly made for his path, and he wondered if it was just a coincidence or if his actions on Earth had somehow made it happen naturally. The aspect of true death, his perk, fit his path completely. The path of the unbreakable wall seemed to be meant for someone who was unwavering, who didn't break in the face of an onslaught. Would he start to act in a more rigid manner as he traveled that path? It seemed that he had underestimated just how much he didn't know. Even when he had known that there were things to learn, he was blind to something like this. "Can I remove those effects?" Ryun asked.
"Do you want me to teach you?"
Tally countered. Ryun grimaced, but he realized that he had been relying on himself for far too long. Even with Onrush, he would just let her do everything and stay on the outskirts. He hadn't trusted anyone since Melody. In order to learn from someone, he needed to be able to trust them. "I do not know you, Tally. How can I learn from you if I don't know what your goals are?"
"I want to restore my power," she answered.
"That isn't enough," Ryun said.
"Who I am would mean nothing to you, and such knowledge might even put you in danger. But if you want to trust me, I can do as Yerv had done, and we can make a contract. Not one of servitude. I will not serve anyone ever again, but perhaps one of confidentiality. I would make an oath not to reveal anything about you or your power for as long as I live. In return, you agree to give me your trust and let me teach you how to grow stronger,"
Tally said. Ryun thought about it. It seemed like a generous offer. He had learned that there were many different types of contracts for different needs. When Ryun didn't respond, she spoke again.
"We can make a full teacher and student contract, one which will protect both of us. Neither of us would be able to divulge the secrets of our respective powers."
Ryun sighed. It seemed like he did need guidance. He had been lucky with Yerv, lucky that the man hadn't been strong enough, and lucky, too, that he was reasonable, at least to a point. Ryun nodded his head and then agreed verbally. A moment later, a notification appeared in his head, and he read through the contract. Everything that she said seemed to be covered, so he accepted.
"Well, now that is settled, maybe we should start with you telling me everything that you know and everything that you did?"
Tally asked. And so Ryun told her. He was never good with keeping secrets. A part of it was arrogance, since there wasn't anyone who could threaten him even if they knew, and the other part was simple. He didn't want to hide who he was. It had never been him. He wanted to live his life openly and freely. Tally listened to what he had to say patiently, asking questions every now and then. She paused when she read his titles, and Ryun wondered what she thought about them, but she didn't comment. She continued to his path and wanted to know how he advanced, how he cycled, how much essence he could draw in, and where he usually did it. When she found out about Kagehime, she asked how long he had been drawing in essence through her. She asked when he had gained an aspect, and asked how he obtained it. She asked to see his screens once more, and he showed her only after hesitating for a moment. He had seen just how ignorant most everyone here was, and he knew that it was because they didn't share secrets. He did not want to be like them. She looked at his screens in silence, without commenting. After a while, she asked what his class abilities did, and Ryun wondered if he should answer. But she couldn't share that secret, and she wasn't really a threat to him, crippled as she was. He told her, and she seemed surprised at some of the effects. Finally, he finished with telling her everything, and she turned thoughtful.
"You've been very lucky,"
Tally said.
"but also smart and insightful."
"Thank you," Ryun said.
Lucky in that you cycled so much before you had an aspect, Tally said. Cycling pure essence is fine, but if you want to see real gains, you need aspects that are related to your own. The closer, the better. It is why people don't generally go for aspects like yours, those that are hard to find. But I personally agree with your decision to use the aspects that you found on yourself. It is one of the benefits we rankers enjoy. Our acts on the old worlds fill us with single-use aspects. Drawing them out and combining them was a good decision. But if you had gained an aspect as soon as you had reached the infinite realm, and then proceeded to draw in essence from your surroundings, you would have harmed your cultivation, your aspect. It would have made it incapable of growth. She shook her head. Thankfully, you are not too far gone now, and you are fortunate to have never used cycled essence. That essence is tainted with the aspect of those who created it, and would have watered down your own aspect. You only need to stop drawing in essence from your surroundings. Your ability gives you pure essence, which isn't bad, but you need to cycle with related essence. Shadow is good. It is the absence of light which is related to void. But you will need to find another closely related source if you want to keep drawing in essence. Ryun remembered giving Onrush essence, and he feared that he had harmed her. He told Tally what he had done, but after hearing everything, she waved her hand. Again, you were lucky. Your essence was pure before you gained an aspect, and in any case, if you had her remove her old aspect, then her new one wouldn't be affected. The amount of cycling you were doing was good, but you will need to gather at least one full cycle with just related aspect essence, which will help you in the future immensely. You've split your focus a bit with cycling full amounts and smaller chunks, but that isn't bad, not exactly. Your chi channels and your core are equally enhanced from it, but I would suggest a better focus. She paused, her finger tapping against her knee. You are fortunate to have such good titles. You have far too high stats for anyone of your realm, and that is without using the resources that most of them have available. The potions that you drank are a good example, although there are better ways of using them. Pooling them all in a bath and staying in it for several days would have given you more stats, if not a title. But those were lower-level potions, so you have not wasted much. I can see that stats are your focus, that even your techniques are geared toward taking advantage of greater stats. I will need to come up with some exercises for you to make better use of them. At that, Tally sighed. You've also made mistakes. I can see how your class is useful, and I will not ask why you needed it, but you need to make a decision right now. What do you want your focus to be, and what will you use as supplement? Ryun didn't even need to think about it. My focus is my path. She nodded her horned head. Then you need to stop advancing in one of the two remaining areas. Ryun tilted his head. Why? You've already spent a lot of essence in both your class and cultivation, and you have achieved a perfect skill. It isn't good. Just like a cultivation path has a drawback, like how it shapes you in the form of giving you a precept, so do the other two areas. A class is more dramatic. It narrows you down, makes you obsessed with the core of your class. And skills, they are the opposite. They don't change you, but they make you incapable of change. To acquire a perfect skill, You need to take a piece of who you are and attribute it to the skill. That action makes it powerful, makes it able to warp reality, but it seals that part of yourself in time. You will never be able to change that part of you again. The more perfect skills you acquire, the more unchanging you become, until you reach a point where you are incapable of inner growth. A classer grows through their evolutions. The meaning of their class changes, and they change with it. For cultivators, the change comes from battling the precept of our paths. But those who've achieved true power through skills, they are so true to themselves that reality can bend around them. Their power comes from complete understanding. You can choose either class or skill as your supplement. Their effects won't be so pronounced if they are not your focus, but you need to do it now.
Ryun thought about what he wanted to do, mulling over her warnings. His class had been instrumental in his growth, had allowed him to reach where he was right now. But he also felt like he didn't need to have it evolve any further. The amount of essence he could take with his ability was already insane. If he could take more, it might let him climb faster, but from everything Tally told him, cultivation was not about speed of advancement. His skills had proven more useful in some ways. They allowed him to compensate for the weaknesses of his paths, and if he was being honest, he preferred them. He felt like he knew himself fairly well, like he could advance them quickly. "I'll continue with skills," Ryun said. She sighed, but nodded her head.
Skills are the hardest to master, but you have already managed to understand one. I know of only one person who was able to do that at your age.
"Really?" Ryun asked.
Yes, but he isn't like normal people, even those who are incredibly powerful. It doesn't matter.
She shook her head.
For now, I would suggest you focus on cycling and reaching the peak monarch realm. It will take you a long time, even with your ability, but you will advance faster than most. We will also need to see about getting elixirs and potions to improve your body. Finding an aspect that will be useful to help you reinforce your channels and core further. There is a lot to be done, but that is the path of cultivation. We do not get to rest. Every moment in our life is spent cultivating and working in order to increase our future gains.
Ryun nodded. That, at least, he understood. Then he had a thought. "I know that you said that I shouldn't level my class, but I have enough essence to reach the next perk level. Would that be—" Tally sighed again.
Your age shows itself. You are so eager for new powers. It will not harm you much as long as you stop leveling after. If I had met you long in the past, I would have counseled you to focus solely on cultivation, but it is what it is. My debt to you requires me to help you to my utmost capabilities, so my advice is that you do not try to reach level 90 in your class. That is the point where most classers gain a class-defining perk, and it is a point where you will start to feel the effects of your class exert themselves on you. Better to keep your focus away from that.
Ryun nodded his head and thanked her for her advice. "I need some time to think on everything you've said. I'll come by tomorrow for another lesson." Tally waved her head and got to her feet. Only then did Ryun notice the tiredness in her body. She was exhausted as she walked away and into her room behind the training hall. He felt her collapse on her bed and realized that her injuries ran far deeper than he knew. He wondered what had happened to her, but he wouldn't pry, not yet at least. But he did like the woman. There was a regal tone to her voice. She spoke as if she expected to be obeyed, not at all like someone who had been a slave. He realized that he hadn't had a chance to ask her about their conversation in the garden, as he had forgotten about it, but there would be other conversations. He glanced at his screens and then put levels into his class. He hit level 75, spending 2,640 greater essence, and he got the choice of a new class perk. Rapid Regrowth. Once per week, regrow a lost body part. Speed of regrowth depends on your vitality stat. Harbinger's Due. In combat, every strike you make sends a weakened version of your Bringer of Sorrow ability at your opponent's mind. Strength of effect depends on your wisdom stat. Blood Lord. In combat, blood that touches your body becomes a part of you, coating you in an armor made out of hardened blood. Effect starts off small and increases depending on amount of blood. It had been a while since he'd had to choose a class perk. Bloodlord, aside from being gross, was useful, but not to him. He had his chi armor now. Harbinger's Due was interesting, and he wondered what he would be able to do with it. But the first one was the most interesting. He wondered if he had gotten it as a choice just because he had lost his eyes. He didn't need it to regrow his eyes. He felt like he could do that without any potions at all, even if it would take a long time, and there were potions that could restore him. But having something like that perk could be a good thing, depending on the speed. It could help him in combat in cases where he lost a limb unexpectedly. In the end, Rapid Regrowth seemed to be the best choice, a defensive perk that could help him in a pinch. He made his choice, assigned his stats, then looked at his screens. Name: Ryun Noct. Race: Human. Earth. Iteration 7. Titles: First Kill, Adventurer, Hero of Promise, Transcended, First Body of Iron, Beaten but Not Broken, First Quickened Mind, Cannibal, One Against Many, First Lake of Chi, First Lord, First Chi Manipulator, Class Evolution 1, One Against Horde, First True Body, Hated Foe, One-Man Army, Butcher of Humanity, True Understanding 1, Limit Break, Monarch, Ruler, Alchemical Tester. Essence, Greater, 54,128 Greater Essence. Perks: Void Touched Body, Path Perk. Your body is touched by the void. Damaging effects of the void have less effect on you. Immobilizing effects are 50% less effective on you, and all physical or chi attacks deal 80% of their total damage to you, plus 40% to endurance. Tinker's Mind, Path Perk. Your mind is quickened, able to think faster than ordinary humans, able to alter perception of time for the user, plus 15% to intelligence. Strength of effect equal to 2 times your intelligence. Void Forged Core, Path Perk. Your core is forged by the essence of the void. Increased core capacity by 20%, increased chi density by 40%, plus 20% to wisdom stat. Able to create a personal void space inside of your core. Size of void space dependent on wisdom stat. Feast, Class Perk. Killing enemies heals you. Strength of effect depends on vitality stat. Vampire, Class Perk. Killing enemies adds 1/10 of their highest stat to your own temporarily. Strength of effect depends on level. Regenerator, Class Perk. Heal rapidly when in combat. Strength of effect depends on vitality stat. Silent Hunter, Class Perk. Your movements don't disrupt the air around you, making you nearly silent. Strength of effect depends on dexterity stat. Chi Controller, 1,000 Threads of Destruction. Your chi control is nearly perfect. You are able to finely manipulate your chi and use up to 3 techniques at the same time. Control depends on wisdom stat. Gain plus 20% to wisdom. You weave 1,000 threads of chi, each thread filled with power. As you weave, you ensnare all those who would stand in your way. True body, untethered cloud, path perk. Your body retains all the abilities granted by untethered. Untethered cloud is your truest self. Your body is soaked in void chi, and you may assume the state of void cloud. While active, your body becomes a cloud of the void, giving off the essence of void, increasing the effects of your void chi techniques by 20% in your immediate surroundings. While in the void cloud state, you gain a plus 80% increased resistance to physical attacks, but you also lose 40% resistance to special attacks. While full void cloud is active, you have none of your physical senses. Running out of chi while in void cloud will result in death. Entering the void cloud when your physical body is damaged allows you to regenerate it through the expenditure of chi. Gain plus 10% to wisdom and plus 20% to endurance. Indomitable, title perk. You are immune to all mind-altering effects from opponents that are on a lower tier of power than you. Reaper's Aura, title perk. You can no longer be scanned by any abilities, techniques, or skills from people who are on the same or lower tier of power than you. You may manifest the Reaper's Aura, filling all within your presence with dread. Great Hunter, contract perk. Any person whose blood you have drawn is marked by your power. The mark allows you to track them no matter the distance between you. Shadow's Favorite, bond perk. When standing in shadows, your form blends into the surroundings. Strength of effect depends on the depth of the bond with the awakened object and the darkness of shadow. Void Chi, aspect perk. Your chi passively enhances your body with the essence of the void, making any foreign essence in your body disintegrate. The speed of the effect depends on the power of the foreign essence. Gain plus 20% to strength and wisdom. Aspect manifestation, void aura, path perk. Manifest your chi in the form of an aura around you, dealing void damage equal to 0.5 times, 0.1 times, your wisdom per second. Anything marked by the void chi takes an additional 1/4 of the total damage dealt over the next 4 seconds. Eternal Hunter, Reaper, unique perk. You hold the essence of twin aspects of true death. You are one part of two and are inescapably linked with your other half. Your mind is linked with that of your other half, allowing you to speak to each other regardless of the distance. You may sense your other half regardless of distance. You gain the presence of the Eternal Hunter aura. When active, you gain Death Mark. Anything with a soul killed by you has its soul completely destroyed and returned to oblivion. You gain the ability to sense death. Nearby enemies suffer minus 25% to all regenerative effects and minus 25% to total stats. Half of the drained stats are granted to you and the other half to the scythe. Rapid Regrowth, class perk. Once per week, regrow a lost body part. Speed of regrowth depends on your vitality stat. Class, Harbinger, E. Level, 75, 0 of 330 greater essence. Combat ability, Bringer of Sorrow. Movement ability, Inevitable Step. Support ability, Reeve. Cultivation, The Path of the Final End, E. Stage, Early Monarch, 0 of 60,000 greater essence. Aspect, Void. Base technique, Null Mantle. Branch technique, Breath of Destruction. Fruit technique, Darkest End. Cultivation, The Path of the Unbreakable Wall, R. Stage, Mid-Lord, 0 of 12,000 greater essence. Aspect, Void. Base technique, Chi Shaping. Branch technique, Chi Armor. Fruit technique, Avatar. Passive skills. Combat Mastery, evolved to Sword Mastery, evolved to Sword Art, 1 of 10. Vibration Sense, evolved to Enhanced Vibration Sense, evolved to Resonance Sense, 5 of 10. Enhanced Balance, 9 of 10. Active Skills. Perfect Cut. Pounce, 8 of 10. Strength, 674. Dexterity, 612. Vitality, 777. Endurance, 729. Intelligence, 593. Wisdom, 796. It was an incredible feeling seeing his own growth, but he knew that he had far more things to do. He was supposed to meet Onrush and Dierv for another session. They were trying to figure out a way to save the sect, to find a source of income that would let them stay afloat. Dierv had some options, but the one that seemed the most likely to succeed was the dungeon, and Ryun couldn't help but feel eager to go and test himself. The fact that he hadn't gotten to fight Dierv again made him feel anxious. But first, the meeting. He stood up and walked out of the small training hall, heading toward where he could already feel Onrush and Dierv waiting. Chapter 107. Present. Rayla. Call from home. Rayla couldn't help her nervousness. The events of the last week had been confusing, to say the least. The monarch that had been in conflict with the Black Viper sect had come to the city, accepting an invitation to a negotiation that was clearly not meant to be taken up on. She remembered seeing the man's eyes and knowing that he was powerful. The events after were still unclear to her, but in a span of less than a day, the man had been defeated, captured, and escaped, slaughtering hundreds before then taking over the sect. She still couldn't wrap her head around that. She had met with Ierv Van, and he had not struck her as a man who would surrender so easily. But then she remembered the strange monarch, his burned face, and the death that he left behind himself. And now she had been invited to speak with the sect head of the newly named Twilight Melody sect. None of Ento's records indicated a sect with that name existed before they'd learned of it, which meant that the man had created a new sect. If he had been backed by someone from the core, he wouldn't have done that, which only served to make this entire situation even more confusing. She didn't know what to think, or even what to do. Her task was in jeopardy, and she needed to gather information about the situation if she was to make a decision. The problem was that few people who Ento had as his informants actually knew anything of worth. She had to piece together things from what they could find out from the general population, and that did not paint the whole picture. Now she had been invited to meet with the new sect head alone. A part of her worried about going, and Naira's suggestion that they run away did not help her in the least. Rayla didn't want to fail again. And then there was the matter of Anatolian Farsola, the ruler of the empty sky. Everyone in the city was talking about her, about the slave who most hadn't even known existed, having been freed by their new sect head. Rayla didn't know what to make of it. Was he somehow related to the ruler of the empty sky? A former apprentice? She didn't know, but the fact that the high ranker was now free complicated things even further. Her idea of rescuing her was no longer viable. She couldn't offer the high ranker freedom when she already had it. For now, she needed to focus on the meeting in front of her. She needed to evaluate the state of the sect and see if their remaining here was still viable. She didn't know how many things would change with new leadership, but she needed to gather as much information as possible. She arrived at the gates of the main house and was escorted inside by 2 Damacy warriors. She followed silently, doing her best to keep her nerves in check. She was led into the same room where she had met with Ierv Van, only this time the occupants were different. Ierv Van was there, but instead of sitting in the center of the platform, he was standing in front of it and to the side, next to a red-skinned human woman. Rayla let her eyes linger on the unknown woman for a second, taking her appearance in. She wore simple but well-made clothes, and Rayla couldn't see any high-quality equipment, but the woman's body told her that she was at least in the mid-lord realm. A powerful warrior, on par with Rayla herself, potentially stronger. Class levels and cultivation realms didn't equate to each other equally, but she could make an educated guess nonetheless. The third person in the room was a surprise to her, as it was a contracted monster, a silver-furred wolf hybrid with black streaks through his coat, crouching on the edge of the platform. She saw his brown eyes take her in, and nearly shivered. Quickly she looked to the last person in the room. It was the man who she had watched slaughter almost 100 warriors in an instant. The top half of his face remained scarred, but she could see signs of healing. His sockets were beginning to fill up. It would take weeks, but he would eventually heal, although he would remain scarred, she knew. Unless he used a powerful potion or healing power. He was the most intense of the four, for all that he was sitting at the edge of the platform with his legs dangling down. He wore simple clothes, with only 2 rings on his fingers and no other weapon visible. Even without eyes, she could tell that he was focused on her, that he could somehow see her. She had surmised that he had to have a power that allowed him to monitor his surroundings after watching him fight. But a power that could provide as much as he seemed to get from it was hard to come by, and harder to master. She bowed the same way she had when she met with Iev, holding the position for the full 3 seconds before straightening up. The man in front of her tilted his head, and then spoke. "Rayla Orn, we meet again," the new sect head said. His voice was playful, as if he was completely at ease. Rayla glanced at Iev Jivan in to the side, seeing him seemingly at ease as well. She wondered how they could even be in the same room. If someone was to kill Naira, she knew that she wouldn't be able to be in the presence of their murderer. But she understood that sects had different values, and that they were raised differently, especially those who came from powerful parents. "You summoned me, honored Master Noct." Rayla inclined her head. The man's smile froze at her words, and she shivered, wondering what she had said. "Please," the sect head said, "do not call me Master. And since you are not a part of this sect, Ryun will suffice." Rayla blinked. She had yet to encounter someone in a position of power who would allow someone weaker to call them by their name, but she couldn't refuse. She was a guest. "As you say, Ryun." Rayla felt uncomfortable saying it, but the man's smile widened. "Now, I hear that you are here as an emissary of a guild," Ryun said. "Yes, I was sent by the mercenary guild, last return. We are attempting to claim a few territories beyond the frontier. Master Jivan had been gracious enough to agree to our proposition," Rayla said, bringing up the deal with the former sect head immediately. She didn't know the details of the transfer of power, but if they could stand in the same room, perhaps she could get the deal to remain standing as it is. Ryun tilted his head. "Ah, is that so?" Rayla fought the urge to swallow. There was something about the man that reminded her of her older siblings, of the way they got when they knew that she had done something wrong but didn't want to let her know that they knew. "Yes, we are, of course, hoping that we will be able to continue this working relationship with you and your faction," Rayla said, trying to see if he would slip anything about his backing. "My faction is myself only, I am afraid. But I do think we can work something out," Ryun said. "The deal you had with the Black Viper sect will hold, but I am very much interested in hearing more about your faction, your guild. I've been told that you are mainly a classer, and I would love to hear your perspective on it. If you would do me the courtesy of indulging me in conversation, I would appreciate it immensely." Rayla was startled, thinking furiously of a way to politely decline. The more she spoke, the more risk there would be of her saying something that she shouldn't. But on the other hand, it would be a good opportunity for her to gather information on him, and in the end she decided that the risk was worth it.
"I would be honored, Ryun."
"Good. I will call on you when I have the time. I look forward to getting to know you better." He smiled at her again, which looked entirely too sinister without the upper half of his face. A while later, Rayla sat in the meeting room on their compound. As soon as she returned from the meeting with the new sect head, she had been dragged there by her sister. Durgabor and Ento were already inside and waiting. She took in the looks on their faces and frowned. "What happened?" she asked. Ento walked up to her and offered her a small golden orb. Rayla blinked at the item, recognizing it immediately. She met Ento's eyes questioningly. She hadn't known that they had that here. Ento saw the question and shook his head.
"A runner came from the guild, a priority delivery."
The orbs were not only extremely rare and expensive, they were a risk. There were people who could track their links, and she knew that the Order wouldn't risk sending one if it wasn't of utmost importance. She took hold of the far link orb and activated it. She felt the connection get established, and then a few moments later an unfamiliar voice spoke through it and directly into her head.
"Knight Orn, this is a Priority 1 message for you and your team. A monster swarm is headed in your direction. You are to evaluate the danger to our operation and make a field decision on your action."
"A monster swarm? Is the return starting already?" Rayla asked hurriedly. "It wasn't supposed to come for a while yet."
"No, the monster swarm in question is a naturally formed one. The great swarm is still being built on. This monster swarm is rated as a Category 3. Evaluate the state of the frontier sects and their chances of survival. If there is risk to your lives, abandon your mission and return to the Tower of 5 Orders." The link snapped, and Rayla blinked. She looked around the room, seeing the expectant looks on the others' faces. She sighed and let them know what was happening. "A Category 3 isn't that bad," Naira said. "I mean, you remember the one that attacked back home when we were, 13? It got taken care of in a couple of hours."
Rayla shook her head.
"That was a monster swarm that attacked the home of high rankers. Enra and Viren were there, remember?"
Rayla said, reminding Naira of their older brother and sister.
"You can't compare their power to that of the sects here on the frontier. They do not have people as powerful as they are."
Durgabor leaned in. "So, what are we going to do? A Category 3 isn't a death sentence, but if the monsters breach the city, they could threaten us as well." Rayla closed her eyes to think. She felt like there were more things to gain here, like she was at the edge of something great that could help her people, something that would redeem her in the eyes of the Order. "I've just been invited to speak with the new sect head. There are so many things surrounding him that we don't know, and I think that I have a good chance of learning something that could help us." Naira tilted her head. "You think he is from some important faction? That you can turn him to our side?" There were many lower-power individuals that had been bought by the Empire. Very few knew who exactly they were working for, but for all intents and purposes they were on the great Empire's side. Rayla didn't know if she could turn Ryun Nacht. The man didn't seem like he was someone to follow others. "I still know too little about him, but perhaps there is something to be gained. I have a strange feeling about him," Rayla added. "Strange how?" Naira asked. Rayla opened her mouth, but didn't say anything. She couldn't exactly put it into words, but something about the man intrigued her and frightened her. A Category 3 monster swarm might be dangerous, but she would need to try and gauge the power that the new sect head wielded to evaluate their chances of survival. A monster swarm was a slow-moving threat. There was time for her to think about it. For now, she would focus on Ryun Noct. Interlude. Kree 1. Kree Kesh sat on the roof of the ruler's mansion in the Wolf's Grove town. Her mother and Ryun had been away for a while now, more than a month, but she hadn't paid that much attention to the passage of time. She had finally gained access to essence. She could finally advance. It was supposed to be a great moment for her, a time when everything would change. And yet, it didn't feel that way. Her mother had given her gifts. A path stone, a consumable item that would teach her the basics of her mother's path. She had told Kree that she had recorded her latest understanding of her path of the sword with all of her upgraded techniques. Along with that path, she had also given Kree an aspect sphere, one with a Tier 6 aspect, absolute cold. Kree hadn't known that her mother had such a thing. She knew about her previous aspect, and when she asked how she obtained this new one, she learned that Ryun had helped her mother gain something far more powerful than she possessed before. That didn't surprise Kree. She had always liked Ryun. He was like someone out of the stories she used to love when she was young, a master who took a hero at the start of their journey in and taught them what he knew, who gave them secrets of cultivation, showed them how to defeat the villain. She didn't know why her mother was so reserved around him. Then, just after Kree received the gifts, her mother left along with Ryun, leaving her alone in the town filled with people she didn't care for. She was supposed to help Kree advance for the first time, teach her how to do so properly, but she wasn't there. Kree understood that there were issues that her mother had to deal with, but she still felt bad. She didn't want to use her mother's path without her, but also she had been dreaming about asking Ryun to teach her his path. It seemed so great and powerful, like a path out of the stories. She had dreams of being powerful and wiping out her enemies. It seemed far more interesting than just fighting with a sword. On the other hand, she didn't want to disappoint her mother, not after everything that she had been through, everything that she lost. Kree felt that rejecting her mother's path might hurt her, and she didn't want to do that. But she also couldn't help but think that her mother would want for Kree to be as strong as she possibly could, and she was certain that Ryun's path was stronger. But as time passed, she felt more and more anxious to begin her journey. So she sat on the roof and looked down at the pathstone, like she did most days. The sun was slowly turning into a moon, and she again debated using it. Her mother's path wasn't bad. It was more than most people got. But Kree, while still young, understood differences in power. She didn't want to be like everybody else. She wanted to be more than the others, to be powerful like Ryun. She had heard the news that he had taken over the Black Viper sect, and that only made her want to wait and try to convince him to share his path with her. She knew that she didn't really have any right to ask, that she wasn't related to him. A powerful path was usually something that was reserved for a bloodline, and she knew that he was likely to refuse her. Yet she couldn't help but dream about it, what she could be. But then reality seeped back in, and she realized that it was unlikely to happen. She looked at the pathstone in her hands and prepared to use it. "You seem troubled." Kree was so startled that she nearly fell from the roof. She managed to catch herself at the last moment and turn around to glare at the intruder. Her curses died on her lips as she saw a man without his eyes standing there. She was about to scream when she recognized him. "Ryun?" Kree asked. The man smiled and nodded his head. "I apologize. I did not mean to startle you." Kree blinked as she looked at Ryun, realizing that he had managed to sneak up on her without her noticing anything at all. "He is just so cool," she thought to herself as she smiled back at him. You're back! Where is Mother?"
"She'll be here soon. I came ahead. The caravan was too slow for my taste," Ryun told her. Cree couldn't help but stare at his eyes, or where they should be.
"What happened to your eyes?"
Ryun tilted his head and answered. They were burned out. Cree liked that about him the most, that he would answer almost any of her questions, that he didn't seem offended by something that others would be. She had no idea how other people lived their lives when they couldn't speak about certain things, but Ryun would always give her an answer. He might say something that she couldn't understand, sure, but he rarely just refused to answer. Before she could ask a follow-up question, his lips quirked upward, and he continued. "I was captured and had my eyes burned. But as you can see, I escaped. And now I rule a sect, even more territory than I had before. It is annoying, to say the least." Cree blinked. She didn't remember hearing him speak more than a few words in a single sentence beyond perhaps a few occasions. He seemed much more cheerful than his usual cold self. He was even smiling.
"Isn't that great, though? You are a true sect head now. I mean, a lot of people would give everything to be in your position."
"Those people are fools who do not understand what it means to lead. To lead, one needs to be responsible for others."
"And are you? Responsible for everyone, I mean?"
Cree asked. I don't know yet. Some have accepted me quickly, others are unsure. The remainder are downright rebellious. Leading people has never been my strength. I always let others do it for me." Cree knew that already. Her mother had been the leader of the town in all but name.
"So, why are you here then, and not in Venoren?"
"The sect is in dire needs of resources. It is failing, and according to Ierv Jivan, there is a dungeon here that can help us deal with that problem." This was exactly why Cree liked Ryun so much. Cree smiled at his response. He didn't speak with her like she was a child, like she wasn't capable of understanding things. He talked to her like she was an equal, and he trusted her enough to tell her the truth.
"A dungeon?" she asked excitedly.
"Oh, can I come?" Ryun chuckled, and she blinked. She didn't think that she had ever heard him make that sound. There really was something strange about him now. He seemed somehow more relaxed. "You've only just started on your path. I doubt that you could survive a single monster in there," Ryun told her. Cree felt her face heat up. Of course she couldn't go with them. She'd just gotten so excited about a dungeon. They were supposed to hold incredible treasures, especially for people who cleared it first. For a moment she was glad that he couldn't see her face and her embarrassment.
"About that,"
Cree started, feeling a bit self-conscious.
"I didn't actually use the Pathstone yet. I was going to wait for Mother."
She raised the stone in her hand to show him, and then quickly put it back down, feeling foolish for showing it to him when he had no eyes. Although, when she really thought about it, she didn't know how he even arrived here if he didn't have his eyes. Before she could ask, however, Ryun spoke. "Ah," Ryun said. "I have been keeping her busy, haven't I? I am sorry about that. But she will be here soon, and I am certain that she will have some time for you." Cree just nodded her head, more for herself than for Ryun. She did want her mom there when she finally took on a path. But on the other hand, Cree glanced at Ryun, thinking about whether she should ask him. Somehow he noticed that she was having trouble deciding, and he spoke. "You can ask me anything, Cree," he said kindly. She hadn't ever heard him use that tone. It almost made her think that he was an imposter. But he still had the same kind of presence, the impression of greatness that she could never hope to reach. Still, he was different somehow. Something had to have happened to him while in the sect. She took a deep breath and decided on asking her question.
"I was hoping that perhaps you could teach me your path?" She steeled herself for an immediate rejection, but instead Ryun sighed. My path is not suitable for you, Kree. It is a path of destruction. Your mother's path would suit you better.
Her path is one of destruction, too. She just uses a sword to do it,
Kree protested.
And in any case, Mother told me that powerful cultivators can have two paths. I could learn both.
Ryun didn't respond immediately. It would be a long road for you to reach that point.
But I do plan on reaching it,
Kree said. Ryun turned his head to the side. We would need to speak with your mother first. But, perhaps. If you had asked me before, I would have refused you. Learning my path would not be easy, and depending on your aspect, it would change to be something else.
Really?
Kree asked, immediately getting excited.
You aren't joking?
No, Kree. If your mother agrees, then perhaps. We will see. She jumped forward and hugged him. She felt him stiffen for a moment, and she realized that she might have made a mistake. But then he reached out and embraced her back. She heard him sigh and relax, and she wondered when he'd last gotten a hug. One day later, her mother arrived in town, and with her an entire caravan filled with warriors as well as supplies for the town. She wasn't included in any of the talks, of course. She was just a kid, at least according to everyone else. So she did the only thing that she could do. She found a hiding place on top of the roof and listened in. The garden behind the mansion was occupied by Ryun, Kree's mother, and Demacy, who she had learned was the former sect head of the Black Viper sect. They spoke about some pretty boring stuff, like how many resources their sect needed in order to survive, how they were planning on working the land south of town where Ryun placed something that was supposed to make growing crops easier and faster. She didn't understand half of it, but she persisted in listening, in hoping that they turned to more interesting things. She was also pretty sure that Ryun knew she was there, as at one point he turned his head in her direction and smiled. But he didn't reveal her location, which only served to strengthen her opinion of him. He was the coolest person she knew. Not that her mom wasn't cool, of course, but Ryun was so much more. They spoke at length about some kind of a gathering where Ryun was supposed to earn the loyalty of the sect and take their oaths, but apparently they agreed that that had to happen once they conquered the dungeon and brought back treasure. According to the Demacy, that would bring Ryun much goodwill. He didn't at all seem bothered that he wasn't the sect head anymore. But if what her mother had to do all the time for just one small territory was any indicator of the kind of work that it required, Kree didn't blame him at all for that. She didn't think that she could spend a day at a desk reading boring papers. Finally, they turned toward the dungeon. Apparently, no one knew what kind of a dungeon it was, and the Demacy urged caution. Ryun seemed more relaxed about it, but then Kree figured that he wasn't afraid of anything. They talked for a while, trying to decide who would go, and in the end they decided that only the three of them would go. Apparently, Ryun didn't trust the former sect head enough to leave him alone and out of his sight for long. Their meeting came to a close, and they headed back inside. Kree immediately shuffled back over the roof and inside, hurrying to her room. A few minutes later she heard a knock, and then her mother entered. She smiled at Kree, and she walked up to her and hugged her firmly. Kree relaxed in her mother's embrace, but didn't let her hold her for long. It was embarrassing, and she still wanted to bury her head in the ground for hugging Ryun the previous day. "I'm sorry for not being there, especially at such an important time for you," Kree's mother started. Kree shrugged and shook her head. "It's okay. I know you were busy." "Yes, but I should have made time for you, and I didn't. Forgive me." Kree looked up at her mother and her earnest expression. "Of course I forgive you, Mom. You don't even need to ask." Her mother smiled and gave Kree one more hug. This one Kree let last for longer. After a while the two separated, and her mother pulled something out of her storage ring, a small box. She opened it and showed Cree the contents. It was filled with potions, and Cree looked at her mother in confusion.
"I had planned on giving you this as a gift, but with everything that's happened," she trailed off. "No matter. We're here now. These are potions that will give you extra stats. They are incredibly expensive and rare, and Ryun gifted them to me. I kept some for you."
Cree's eyes widened. She couldn't wait to try them, and it didn't surprise her at all that Ryun had given them to her mother, although she did wonder why he was showering her with so many gifts. She didn't know how she could deal if he was looking to do something like court her mom. He was cool and all that, but she pushed those thoughts away as her mother spoke again.
"I've spoken with Ryun. He tells me that you haven't used your pathstone yet, and that you asked him about teaching you his path?"
Cree looked down at the floor. She was ashamed of doing that. Her mom had given her so much, and she felt like she wasn't being grateful.
"I'm sorry about that. It's all right, Cree. I understand. I should have thought more about this. If you learned his path, you would be getting much more than what I can offer you," she said. "But I want you to be sure about this. There are other options. We have access to the sect's pathstones now, and there are some good paths there. None of the same rarity as Ryun's, but good still. I'm not sure. I just know that I want to become strong, like you and Ryun."
Her mother sighed and then nodded her head.
"I want that for you too. Once we are back from the dungeon, I will take the time, and we will think about what we can do for you. There are things that I need to teach you, lessons that I've learned from Ryun. You will advance, and do it properly."
Cree couldn't help but grin. Things were finally starting to move in the direction she wanted. Interlude. The Wandering Drake 1. Zenker Brokentail sat on the corpse of a monster, gathering his breath. It had been a good fight, if a bit long. The final boss of the dungeon had been powerful, its scales nearly impenetrable, even by his standards. It had taken a long time for his skills to deal enough internal damage to take the monster down, and he had spent many of his concoctions in the process. To be fair, he had used most of them while clearing the rest of the dungeon. The Desert Kingdom dungeon was, as its name implied, a kingdom, a massive pyramid structure in the desert, reaching high up to the sky and stretching deep beneath the sands. It was so massive that it was larger than some territories Zenker had encountered. Packed with an entire slew of monsters, taking the dungeon down hadn't been easy, but gaining another title had been worth it, even if he had spent the greater majority of his arsenal in order to do it. That realization made him curse. He would need to call up his laboratory and make more. One never should explore unprepared, after all. He knew that was going to be a pain, since he wasn't an alchemist, even though he had the titles. He cheated. He didn't know alchemy. He had just been lucky enough to find something that could do such things for him. Thankfully, this dungeon had provided him with a treasure trove of ingredients, including a couple that he had never encountered before. He jumped down from the corpse of the elder Crocodile King and looked at it. It was at least 3 times as tall as he was, and many more times that in length. One of the largest monsters he had ever encountered, harvesting it would be time-consuming, and unless he wanted to spend the next few days trying to pry the monster's scales off, he would probably need to go through its mouth in order to get its blood. Powerful monsters always had powerful blood that could be processed for unique effects. The last time he had restocked his arsenal, his alchemical supplies had already been running low. He remembered thinking that he should go and replenish them, but he had been too far from anywhere where he could purchase them. What was available in the framework shop wouldn't be of use to him, as he had no powers related to alchemy, and so he couldn't refine what was available in the shop into the materials that he needed. The alchemical elixirs and concoctions available in the shop weren't really what he needed in the first place. Thinking about it made him realize that he didn't even remember the last time he had returned to civilization. It had been hundreds of years at the very least. He looked through his storage, a massive room almost the size of the cavern he was now standing in. Grimacing at the mess inside, he looked at one corner designed for alchemy-related materials and saw that his supplies were almost non-existent. He cursed. Summoning his laboratory now would only serve to annoy it and have it insult him for being irresponsible, something he didn't look forward to. He was lucky enough that his awakened item did not like talking in his head. Zenker didn't think that he could take that. His alchemical laboratory was far too useful for him to break the bond regardless. It was a treasure that any alchemist would kill for, a fact that it constantly reminded Zenker of. Still, he would gather the materials and store them, and use them once he managed to resupply. That would mean going back to civilization, and he didn't care for that. Zenker sighed as he tried to think if summoning his laboratory was worth hearing its criticisms. It could do the work without the alchemical supplies, but if he asked it to work without them, it would probably spend the entire time it was out trying to annoy Zenker to death. A shuffling sound made Zenker turn, and instantly his entire body became alert. He was fairly certain that there was nothing living in the dungeon, so when he saw a shape walking toward him, he frowned. Quickly, he realized that it was not a monster, or not a living one, at least. It was an undead skeleton, a minotaur variant. It was tall, as all minotaurs were, its horns growing to the side before turning upward. The bones were thick and all white. Zenker hadn't noticed any other undead in the dungeon, but then he realized that it was not part of the dungeon. As it got closer, he noticed that its pale bones were not ordinary bones at all. They were bones of a minotaur that had undergone a true body change, one that had probably made the bones extremely durable. On them, Zenker noticed tiny scripts, formation arrays inlaid in the bone with great elegance and skill. "Well, fuck," Zenker cursed softly as the skeleton made his way to him, its legs more shuffling than walking, and its posture bent. It was dragging a large two-headed axe behind it in one hand. As it neared him, he had the chance to study it in great detail. Everything about the skeleton seemed simple at first glance, but taking a closer look would reveal the art made out of the bones, hidden as to appear ordinary. The skeleton stopped in front of Zenker, and its skull tilted, the empty sockets seemingly studying him. And then the scripts on its bones ignited with eerie orange flames, just as two bright orbs of the same color filled its sockets. The skeleton's entire stance shifted. It straightened to tower above Zenker, dropped its axe, and then crossed its hands in front of its chest. "Zenker," a voice echoed out of the unmoving skull. Regal in tone, Zenker's name had been spoken as a greeting all by itself. "Eradimus," Zenker greeted back. "You haven't turned to dust yet, I see." The orange orbs flared as if to indicate an emotion, but Zenker didn't spend much of his time near skeletons and so had no idea what it meant. "You are a very hard person to track down, lizard." "Huh. It's almost as if there's some reason for that," Zenker shot back. The orbs dimmed as they bored into the drake's eyes. "Do you have any idea how much effort it took to find you? I had to send skeletons in every direction we suspected you went, and I had to make them strong enough to survive the unclaimed lands. I spent a mountain of treasure, and still it took me almost 50 years to find you. All you had to do was take a Far-Link orb with you, and this could have been avoided."
Zenker snorted.
"Yeah, and then I would have had to contend with you assholes calling me every few years to deal with your nuisances. At least this way I knew that you wouldn't try to find me unless it was really important."
The orbs changed again, and Zenker waved his hand before the possessed skeleton could speak again.
"What do you want, Erasmus? I left the Corps for a reason."
The skeleton bowed its massive head, and the voice speaking through it sounded once more.
"You made a promise to the Cabal when you joined us. I have come to remind you of that promise."
Zenker closed his eyes and sighed as he remembered.
Is it time again already?
The 7th iteration arrived months ago, and the next centennial tournament will be held in 2 years' time. The Inner Council expects you to be there to preside over the activities and ensure everyone's safety. Zenker cursed himself mentally for ever agreeing to that. In his defense, he had been bored when he joined the secret cabal. Truthfully, he had thought that it was going to be fun, and it allowed him to ignore most of the politics of the Corps. On the other hand, he didn't really think that the organization would survive so long. But here they were, and the Inner Council still survived, and most of what the Inner Council did turned out not to be all that fun. They mostly dealt with backroom deals and bribes, with only the occasional head-smashing. Boring.
"You don't need me, Erasmus. I mean, Urel alone can keep everyone safe," Zenker told him.
"Aside from you making a promise," Erasmus's voice echoed through his mouthpiece,
"there are additional issues."
"Like what?" Zenker asked.
"The other high rankers have decided that they want to participate. Separately, of course, and in their own category."
"What?" Zenker exclaimed, surprised.
"Are they insane? What the hell have you been doing, you decrepit bag of bones? I thought the Inner Council was made to prevent the others from doing stupid shit like that."
The flaming orbs flared up again.
"And we have been doing exactly that for 1,000 years, successfully, if I might add. We've seen no major wars since we started working in the shadows. Yeah, instead we just have 1,000 small wars all the time. And you forgot the big one. You know, the one where an entire iteration was nearly wiped out? That was a miscalculation," Erasmus said.
Zenker rolled his eyes.
"You do realize that that miscalculation is about to jump out of hiding and bite the others in their tails, right? It is being handled. We will not make the same mistake again,"
the voice speaking from the skeleton said. The other high rankers didn't know that the 3rd iteration had survived, and the Inner Council had made sure to keep that knowledge from them. They didn't want to allow that particular slaughter to continue.
Zenker snorted. "We'll see. It is inconsequential. Your presence at the tournament, however, is not. We need you to make sure that their matches don't turn into a bloodbath, both among them and the audience."
Zenker shook his head.
"They're not stupid enough to start anything at the tournament, are they?"
The skeleton looked at the drake dispassionately, which made Zenker sigh.
"Fuck," he said. "They are that stupid."
The skeleton remained completely still, and yet the burning orbs in its sockets still managed to convey emotion.
"The Grey Horde has shown interest in leaving her hive. Thankfully, she doesn't plan on participating, but we can't risk an incident with her there. Which is why we need you," Erasmus said. "The rest of us will be present as well."
"Fine," Zenker said finally. He had exerted a great amount of effort not to get drawn into petty politics,
But that didn't mean that he could allow chaos to reign in the Corps. He really did not want to miss the tournament and have some upstart, newly minted high ranker piss off the queen of the triumphant hive. Zenker vividly remembered the last time she'd been pissed off. She had buried an entire territory in her hive's forces and wiped a mountain off the face of the world. That had then pissed him off, since that mountain had been one of his favorite spots to relax on. He hoped that she wasn't still mad about what he'd done in retaliation. "I'll be there." The skeleton's head bowed in gratitude. "It might not be as dull as you think it will be. There have been some other developments. Like the 7th iteration. No human rankers arrived in the starting zone." "What? That's impossible," Zenker said slowly. "But true nonetheless." "None? There had to have been at least a few rankers from Earth." "There were only 2, Erasmus said. Zenker blinked, even more confused. "I thought that you said that there were no human rankers." "None in the starting zone. The 2 arrived outside of it. It is our belief that they hadn't arrived there because they were too strong for the arrival zone." "Too strong?" Zenker asked, intrigued. "One of the humans made his way to Urel. She reported that the human was one of only 2 surviving rankers. The one who spoke with Urel was powerful and had evolved class and cultivation realm before reaching the infinite realm." That Zenker had never heard of anything like that. No one had ever managed to get that strong on the old worlds. Well, not counting himself. Pure skill users were rare on the old worlds, and none had ever gained the same understanding that he had there. Apparently, the 2nd human ranker is even stronger. Their Earth was at war with this 2nd individual, and they killed most of the others. "Ah, another of the crazy ones?" Zenker asked. Dealing with people like that was annoying at best. "We do not know as yet. We haven't been able to find the 2nd one. But we are keeping our eyes and ears out," Erasmus said. "Planning on taking them out?" "No. We'll get eyes and ears on them first, and then see if it is necessary at all," Erasmus answered. Zenker shrugged. "So how are the high rankers reacting to this?" "They don't know. They are confused and trying to find out why no one from Earth arrived," Erasmus answered. "Ha!" Zenker chuckled. "Whose idea was it not to tell them?" "Urel's, of course. She likes watching the others scrambling around like children." Zenker shook his head. Urel really was one of his favorite people, when he cared enough to tolerate the rest of them. It was too bad that she didn't like exploring as much as he did. "So, anything else I should know?" Zenker asked. "Nothing urgent, but the Spear of Sorrow is approaching our levels of power," Erasmus told him. Zenker grimaced at that. All high rankers were powerful, people who had achieved something deeply personal and great, but there was a large difference in powers between the different high rankers. Among their numbers, there were a few, like the Grey Horde, who were a whole tier above the rest. The last time the Inner Council had met, there were 12 individuals who they privately called Titan Rankers, a category all in itself. The Inner Council had 7 members, and all of them were Titan Rankers. The Grey Horde, on the other hand, was one of the other 2 in the Corps who were unaffiliated with the Council. 3 more were in the Empire of the Exiles. If another was approaching such a level of strength, then the Inner Council needed to act. Not all people were meant to have such power, and once someone became powerful enough that they could topple entire armies by themselves, they became a threat to civilization itself. "How long?" Zenker asked at last. "I estimate a couple of decades, if she continues advancing at her current rate," Erasmus told him. Well, that wasn't really his concern, not yet. He didn't spend a lot of time in the Corps anyway. The Inner Council would deal with her as it did with everyone else, make her understand that going on a rampage and uncontrollably slaughtering people would not be allowed, if that was what she intended in the first place. They did not enjoy cutting any life short, nor did they impede anyone's rise to power. They tried to curtail the rest of the high rankers' attempt to suppress the others, at least as much as they could without revealing the fact that they were meddling, because they knew what was out there, beyond the territories they had explored. The Inner Council understood that they needed powerful people, but they also knew that they needed people who could be reasoned with. Meddling was not, however, Zenker's task in their group. He was the one who explored beyond their borders. Zenker shook his head. I'll head back as soon as I'm done here. It shouldn't take me more than a year to get back to the Corps. Do try not to get distracted. We will be expecting you at the Citadel, Erasmus said, and then the flames went out. The skeleton became an ordinary minion again. It turned around, picked up its weapon, and started shuffling back, probably returning to its master. Zenker shivered at the sight. He never understood how someone could trade their body for a vial and bones. But it was not his life, and, hell, he had made strange choices himself as well. He turned back to the corpse of the monster he had killed and tried to think of the best way to harvest it. He did not enjoy the thought of going back among people, but he also saw the necessity. What separated Zenker from the other high rankers, what made him a titan, were his skills and treasures. If he didn't have his awakened item, he would have been at a great disadvantage. His stats were unremarkable compared to some of the others. Erasmus himself probably had higher stats than him, and he wasn't one to focus on stats. Compared to Urel, who was a classer and had probably the most perks of anyone in the world, Zenker had only a few. But Zenker's skills, coupled with his arsenal of unique treasures he had discovered over his long life, made him nearly unstoppable. Stats were a powerful tool in a person's build, but they didn't matter to a skill user. Skills didn't become stronger because of stats, but based on the skill user's understanding of them. Zenker had survived the old world with barely any increase in stats. Physically, he had been the weakest ranker from his world, but he had still been the most powerful, all because he had understanding, because he could wrap his mind around deeper concepts that were the basis of all skills. He glanced back at his screens. The fight through the dungeon had improved one of his passive skills, and it had evolved once more. He glanced at the rest of his Tier 6 skills. He had yet to decide on the way to focus them. It was not a decision to be made quickly. He didn't take many skills, as he generally liked to focus on one or two at a time, which allowed him to put all of his mind to the task of evolving it. But skill focus was different. What he decided to do now would shape how his skill would manifest in the outside world. A perfect Tier 6 skill was in many ways more general than a Tier 7. It could utilize all the forms of its previous evolutions. It was broad. Narrowing it down and focusing on one effect would make it more powerful, but it would lose some of its utility, and so Zenker always made great care in how he narrowed his understanding of a skill. Name: Zenker Brokentail. Race: Drake. Doris. Iteration 2. Titles: First Kill. Kill the first monster in the Framework Run world. 5,000 essence. Adventurer. Hunt more than 100 monsters, plus 5 to all stats. 5,000 essence. Hero of Promise. Save more than 10 people with a single action. Plus 5 to all stats. 5,000 essence. One against many. Fight against more than 10 opponents and win. Plus 5 to all stats. 5,000 essence. Alchemical Tester. Use more than 10 alchemical concoctions to improve yourself. +2 to intelligence, 500 essence. Enlightened. First in the world to evolve a skill to Tier 6. +10% to base stats. 5% of all bonus stats counted as base stats. 100,000 essence. True Understanding 11. Evolve a skill to Tier 6. Evolved 11 skills to Tier 6. +20 to all stats, per Tier 6 skill. 100,000 essence, per Tier 6 skill. Alchemical experiment. Use more than 100 alchemical concoctions to improve yourself. +10 to intelligence, 5,000 essence. Skill Lord. 3 skills evolved to Tier 6. 11 skills evolved to Tier 6. For every 3 skills evolved to Tier 6, gain 2% of all bonus stats as base stats. 1 against Horde. Fight against more than 100 opponents and win. +10 to all stats, 10,000 essence. One-man army. Fight against more than 1,000 opponents and win. +40 to all stats, indomitable, 500,000 essence. World Explorer. Explore the entirety of the post-framework world. +150 to all stats. Explorer's Soul. 10,000 essence. Alchemy Innovator. Craft a unique alchemical elixir. +50 to intelligence. 10,000 greater essence. Monster Hunter. Kill 5,000 different monster types. +50 to all stats. 50,000 greater essence. Hollowed Mountain. First to clear the Hollowed Mountain dungeon. +2% to all stats. 50,000 greater essence. Alchemy Master. Craft 1,000 different types of alchemical concoctions. +20 to intelligence. 2,000 greater essence. First Skill Master. First to specialize skill understanding. +10% to all stats. 50,000 greater essence. Beyond Understanding 7. Focus and specialize your understanding of a Tier 6 skill. 7 skills. +250 to all stats. 100,000 greater essence per focused skill. First Immortal Skill Master. First to achieve 3 Tier 7 skills. +100 to all stats. Aging process halted. 200,000 greater essence. The Wandering Drake. Unique. Reach at least a combined power of 9 tiers and embody an ideal. +400 to all stats. 5% of all bonus stats count as base stats. Wandering Instinct. 100,000 greater essence. Sky Reach. First to clear the Sky Reach dungeon. +2% to all stats. 50,000 greater essence. Alchemical Improvement. Use more than 5,000 alchemical concoctions to improve yourself. +50 to intelligence. 5,000 greater essence. Monster Bane. Kill more than 5 million monsters. +200 to all stats. Monstrous Aura. 50,000 greater essence. Ember Throne. First to clear the Ember Throne dungeon. +2% to all stats. 50,000 greater essence. Desert Kingdom. First to clear the Desert Kingdom dungeon. +2% to all stats. 50,000 greater essence. Perks. Indomitable. Title Perk. You are immune to all mind-altering effects from opponents of a lower power level than you. Rending Claws. Skill Perk. All attacks with your claws hold a fraction of your My Claws as Blades skill. Attacks will send vibrating edges slightly further than your attack range. +20% to strength. Range and power of effect depends on strength stat. Chain Movements. Skill Perk. Your My Art Wandering style has no pattern. It explores as you yourself do. A fraction of that power bleeds into your ordinary movements. Anyone observing you will have difficulty reading your movements. +20% to dexterity. Strength of effect depends on dexterity stat. Piercing Gaze. Skill Perk. Your My Eyes See All allow great insight. Once per day, you may read the full stat screens of any being. +10% to wisdom. Wandering Instinct. Title Perk. traveling aimlessly has a chance of leading you to the secrets of the infinite realm. True Step, skill perk. Your My Way barred by none allows for sure steps. Once per day, you may move to any point, no matter the distance, instantaneously, as long as you can see that destination, plus 10% to dexterity. Reverberating Strikes, skill perk. All strikes with your fists hold a fraction of your My Fists as sky itself and send out reverberating shockwaves. Plus 10% to strength. Strength of effect depends on strength stat. Instinct of the Wind, skill perk. Your body holds a fraction of your As Leaf on the Wind. Once per day, any attack that you don't sense coming that would strike you, your body evades on its own. Plus 10% dexterity. Thorn Scale, skill perk. Your scales are infused with the fraction of power from your My Scales as Thorns. Any attack against you sends back a tiny portion of damage back to the attacker. Plus 20% to endurance. Strength of effect depends on endurance stat. Monstrous Aura, title perk. You may manifest the monstrous aura, filling all within your presence with the weight of all the dead monsters you have slain. Passive skills. Perfect Unarmed Mastery, My Art Wandering Style. Perfect Sight, My Eyes See All. Perfect Trained Body, My Scales as Thorns. Perfect Weakness Sense. Perfect Memory. Enhanced Hearing, evolved to Echolocation. Evolved to Greater Echolocation, 4 of 10. Active Skills. Perfect Slash, My Claws as Blades. Perfect Sprint, My Way barred by none. Perfect Evade, As Leaf on the Wind. Perfect Strike, My Fists as Sky itself. Perfect Swipe. Perfect Aim. Strength, 4762. Dexterity, 4654. Vitality, 4497. Endurance, 4668. Intelligence, 4359. Wisdom, 4158. He would probably go with Perfect Weakness Sense, as it was one of his most useful skills. He turned around, looking at the dead bodies in the cavern. The entire pyramid was filled with corpses, and he would need to harvest as much of them as possible. He didn't get to his level of power by abandoning resources. He did not enjoy the thought of returning to civilization. He would need to restock his supplies before heading to the core, and he did not want to go there unprepared. Reaching into his storage, he pulled out a small item, just big enough to fit inside his palm. The Compass of Desire was one of his most valuable possessions, one that had led him to a great many of his treasures. Now, as he opened it, he found the needle spinning in a circle aimlessly. He closed his eyes and focused, thinking on the thing that he desired the most at the moment. It spun around for a bit more, and then stopped, pointing in a direction. Zenker sighed, glancing at the corpse of the big monster in front of him. He could already tell that it was going to be a long day. Chapter 108. Present. Ryun. Dungeon. The dungeon, hidden in the mountains, took the better part of 3 days to find. Unfortunately, the people who had known its exact location had died with Fier at Ryun's hands, so they had to search for it. Ierv, Onrush, and Ryun had gone into the mountains alone. Onrush had confirmed that Ierv had no way of breaking his contract since it was being enforced by the dealmaker, who didn't appreciate when someone tried to circumvent him by ignoring the spirit of the contract. Once someone made a contract, they could not break it without consequences, the least of which, apparently, was the loss of all powers, and it went up from there all the way to death. Ryun had no choice but to look at Ierv's surrender as genuine, and his talks with Ierv had shined some light on his thinking. Apparently, Ierv's advancement had slowed, and he hoped that something that Ryun knew could help him advance again. Ryun wasn't sure about helping the man just yet, even with the contract. For now, he settled for keeping a close eye on him. According to Ierv, this dungeon was supposed to be populated by powerful monsters, near monarch level, too much for an ordinary Lord Realm cultivator. Onrush was stronger than average, and he hoped strong enough to be able to survive. Even if she was slightly weaker, that would be good for her, as it would force her to improve and give her more essence for her kills. Ryun lamented the fact that Airclaw wasn't with them, but he understood why that was. He had had talks with his contracted partner, or rather exchanged a couple of words. Ryun understood how Airclaw felt. His pack had basically exiled him because he was different, even though he had evolved in order to help them. The pack didn't seem to be all that appreciative from what Ryun managed to gather. Airclaw hadn't ever been the most talkative of people, but now he spoke even less. Ryun knew that the wolf was feeling lost, depressed. He could see it, recognize it, because he himself had felt that way. Ryun had made the decision to try and help him work through his issues, but right now he just had no time. So he'd done the next best thing and left him with Cree, asking the wolf to teach the girl how to sneak around the forest better. Onrush hadn't been all that happy with that, but Airclaw had saved Cree's life once before, and the girl liked the wolf. Hopefully some of Cree's cheerfulness would help Airclaw. After much searching, they finally found the dungeon entrance nestled in a crevice high up the mountain. It was a stone door with strange glyphs carved in its surface, and next to the door was a round orb nestled into the stone of the mountain itself, glowing softly. "That is the access point," Ierv said. "You will need to grant us access through there. You only need to do it from here the first time. Whenever you want to add permissions for other people to enter, you'll be able to do so through an interface." Ryun nodded. The dungeon before him was what was referred to as a respawning dungeon, meaning that once it was cleared, it would be repopulated after a certain amount of time. Factions fought over such dungeons often because, depending on what kind they were, they could provide a source of resources that replenishes itself. They could sell access to adventuring teams or wealthy individuals that wanted to use them as training grounds for their warriors. They could only be accessed once a territory was claimed, which was why the Black Viper sect was trying to claim the territory. The other type of dungeons were termed wild, meaning that once it was conquered, it didn't replenish. Generally, those had better treasures, and their locations could then be used as settlements or cities if they were large enough. Plus, they couldn't be claimed. Being a first to conquer either dungeon would also give you a title, which was another reason why they were fought over. "We could sell the first clear of this dungeon for enough to set up the sect for a century," Ierv commented, and not for the first time. "I understand where you are coming from, but you said yourself that the treasure inside, along with any resources we find, will be enough to keep the sect afloat. A title is far more important, trust me on that," Ryun said. Ierv turned his head to look at Ryun and sighed. "I think you are right about that." Ryun walked over and put his hand on the orb, and immediately an interface popped up in his head, asking him who he wanted to allow into the Heartstone dungeon. It gave him a short list, with only Onrush and Ierv populating it. This came as no surprise, as he already knew that it would show him only people who were near an interface point he was using, or the entrance itself in this case. He gave them access and then pulled his hand back. The stone doors immediately opened up. "Its name is the Heartstone Core Dungeon," Ryun commented as the doors came to a stop. "Heartstone?" Ierv asked, clearly surprised. "That can be very useful indeed." "Why?" Ryun asked. There was no point in keeping his ignorance a secret. The leaders of Wolf's Grove knew that he was from the 7th iteration, and even though Onrush had assured him that she'd spoken with them and asked them to keep it a secret, he knew that such things always came out. So he'd told Eärv himself, and somehow Eärv hadn't seemed surprised, although he tried to act like it. Riun had seen through it. The man had known about that before. Riun just didn't know how, unless someone had told him. The traders who tried to sell him out seemed most likely.
Heartstone is a type of ore. It has stone-like properties, and it has a significant water content, which makes it highly malleable, but it is also incredibly durable. It is most commonly used in the construction of golems. There are few factions that work with golems, but there are some. If we find the right buyer, we can sell them access to the dungeon and anything that they can harvest inside. Based on the name, I believe that we are most likely to encounter primitive golems inside as monsters.
Riun tilted his head. How strong are golems generally?
They are very powerful, tough, and strong, but very slow. I will be mostly useless for this, as my venom will not work on them, Eärv admitted.
Riun nodded. He had already thought about that. His and Onrush's aspect should be more effective. You can use your attacks without your chi techniques, Riun said. Eärv shrugged, but Riun could tell that he was a bit uncomfortable. Riun took a deep breath. This would be his first real fight since he had all of his memories back. He didn't count his slaughter of the warriors. He had been unstable then, as all of his memories slamming into his head at the same time had left him a bit off balance. But now time had passed. He'd had an opportunity to reflect, to remember everything that he had done. The memories of Melody still filled his mind, and he knew that they would for a while. He regretted much, but not everything. His war with the government had been bloody, and many innocents had died, but he wouldn't change his actions. He knew that what he had done had been revenge, but he still felt justified after everything. As for the others, he had caused the death of the world. So many had died because of his actions outside of that war, and for them he was sorry. Other organizations outside of the government that might have survived had fallen under monster swarms, all because of him. People that had no connection to him, who had never known about him, them he felt regretful about. But he couldn't change the past. He could only move forward. He took a step and entered the dungeon, feeling Eärv and Onrush following close behind as the doors closed. He couldn't see anything, of course, since he was blind, but the other two didn't seem to have any issues walking. "Is there light?" Riun asked.
"Yes,"
Onrush said, her hands tightening on her sword.
"Pale blue light running across the ceiling like glowing cracks."
Riun nodded. He could feel the opening up ahead and many moving shapes. Based on the vibrations they made, they were very heavy. They left the long corridor and stepped on a platform, more like a balcony with 2 sets of stairs to either side leading down to the lower floor. Down there, Riun could feel 3 shapes, almost twice as wide as he was, but only about as tall. They were thick, but he couldn't tell more about them, so he whispered to Onrush.
"What do they look like?"
Riun asked.
"Like gray stone golems. Their heads are small, and they have no necks. They look heavy and are very thick. I think they could probably pulverize the heads of weaker opponents quite easily," Onrush said uneasily.
Eärv nodded and then added,
"They have a gemstone in the center of their mass, which is what powers them. Destroying that will destroy them, but the gemstones are quite valuable. If we can damage their bodies enough, they will still go down. Then we could recover the gemstones."
"We'll see what we can do," Riun said. "But don't hold back on these ones. We need to see how strong they are." "Are we going down there?" Onrush asked. "Not yet. I want to try something." Ryun sat down on the floor at the edge of the platform. The golems seemed locked in their patrol, moving from one side of the room to the other without paying attention to them. Ryun figured that they would become alert once they came close enough. He pulled his attention from his skill and back into his mind. He remembered his talk with Tally, remembered her words the first time they met, about inspiration. He remembered what he'd done when he'd accepted Ierv's surrender. In his head he found the remnant of the aspect of true death, the Reaper. It couldn't speak with him, it was just intent and emotion, and even that was faint. Ryun started a breathing form and then changed it. Pulling his chi in different directions, he followed his techniques only in its base form, but he wanted to achieve something else now. He allowed his instinct to guide him, his inspiration. He shaped his avatar, and the chi-formed copy of him stood next to him, mirroring his stance. Immediately he pulled the Reaper out of the box he put it in, and then pushed it out, guiding it to the construct of chi that he had just created. He felt like it wanted to go, to disappear, to fade, but Ryun didn't let it. It had given him its power, had safeguarded his memories, and it deserved more. He could feel that the Reaper wasn't really the full being, just a remnant, but that was enough. It flowed into his chi construct and settled in. And a technique that had been nearly useless to him in combat suddenly was far from it. Congratulations, your Path of the Unbreakable Wall technique has evolved. Avatar evolved to Avatar of the Reaper. Ryun smiled and felt something like a faint connection that he had known once before. It made him feel sadness again, for he had lost the full version of that connection. This was nothing but a pale imitation created by him based on what he remembered, but it allowed him control over the independent avatar. Ryun stood, as did the avatar. It still looked like a copy of Ryun, as he didn't know enough about how to alter the avatar to appear more like the remnant's original body. Perhaps in the future he could. Ryun spoke. "Come." He stepped off the platform, and his avatar followed. He could feel its drain on his chi, but it was less than it used to be. The things that Tally told him about had helped, and he had made a more efficient version of the technique. The golems stopped and came alert immediately. Ryun activated Null Mantle and then summoned Kagehime. He felt a tiny drain on his chi as the avatar did the same. Ryun wondered if he could use it to fire off techniques and decided that he would need to test that out as well. But not now, when there were other people around. He didn't want it to go wrong and have his technique injure someone. Onrush and Ierv dropped down behind him, and he felt them both activate their techniques. The golems charged them, and Ryun jumped forward, heading for the one on the far right, leaving the other two for Onrush and Ierv. He reached the golem and jumped to the side as it tried to swipe at him, his avatar slashing at its leg and cracking the stone. Ryun wasn't sure if it was the avatar acting on its own or if he had given a command, but as he danced around the golem, striking at it with his sword, the more he realized that it wasn't the Reaper's remnant, but Ryun's own commands. What was left of the Reaper wasn't the real thing. Just like the dealmaker had said, it was a fragment of a remnant. It was a thing that had taken on Ryun's memories and had a personality of a sort, but only an echo. It was through the connection with the Avatar that he was sending commands, and the Avatar obeyed immediately. It was like he was fighting with two bodies. With it, he cracked one of the golem's legs, and stone ruptured, forcing the monster to the floor. Ryun kept up his attacks on the downed monster and killed it a few moments later. He felt it die as the gemstone in its core stopped vibrating. He took a deep breath, satisfied with his experiment. The avatar of the Reaper was an incredible weapon, and if he could manage to do what he believed he could through it, it would be even more so. The drain on his chi was substantial, especially with his null mantle active, but not enough that it was unusable. He dismissed the avatar and felt something pass through the connection he had made and flow into his core. He frowned. He had expected it to go back into his head. He tried to feel his core and chi for anything unusual, but everything seemed fine, and now was not a good time to be distracted. He turned his attention to the other two golems and their opponents. Ierv was dancing around his golem, his spear flashing out to hit its joint every time the golem went in for an attack. He used his abilities to enhance his strikes, and had already taken out one of the golem's arms. Onrush held her sword in two hands, her aspect and chi filling her. She had an empowering technique that increased her strength quite a bit, so she didn't quite dance around the golem. Instead, she would wait for it to attack, and then move just enough out of the way. He sensed her do just that as the golem attacked again, and she raised her sword, using the crescent ability, which Ryun was familiar with, cutting downward. Her sword, empowered by frost, smashed into the golem's shoulder, and a wave of ice spread over the golem. It tried to backhand her, but she was already out of the reach as she had jumped back the moment she finished her attack. He could sense that her absolute cold was somehow having an effect on the golem, making it move with less speed than before. When Ierv had mentioned that the material the golems were made out of had a higher water content, he had hoped that Onrush's aspect would be effective. Ierv finished his golem by destroying all of its limbs, and then finally doing enough damage to the main body while it was on the ground, leaving the gemstone intact. Onrush kept fighting for a bit longer. Her attacks were slowing it down, and it had cracks all over its body. But she wasn't strong enough to break through, even with her empowerment technique. In the end, she was forced to stab the golem in its gemstone, using one of her perks to enhance the attack. She cracked the gemstone and destroyed the golem that way before her empowerment technique made her too slow to be able to dodge the golem's attacks. As soon as the last golem was down, a chest appeared at the end of the room near a door that led deeper into the dungeon. Ryun headed that way immediately, but Ierv stopped him with a hand on Ryun's shoulder. "Wait. We need to check if it is really treasure," Ierv said. Ryun blinked. "What?" "It could be a monster. Some dungeons spawn them instead of real treasure," Ierv said. "A mimic? Are you telling me that those things are real?" Ryun shivered. He had read enough stories about murderous boxes to know that they were not fun to deal with if one was unprepared. "They are," Ierv said, and then picked up a rock on the ground and threw it at the chest. It hit the top and bounced off. "We should be good." Ryun narrowed his eyes at the chest, wondering if the treasure inside was worth taking the chance. He could obliterate it at a distance. In the end, he shook off the childhood fear and found it to be a normal chest filled with low-level healing potions, as well as a few stamina ones. Gathering them, the trio continued on deeper into the dungeon. Chapter 109. Present. Ryun. Practice. The dungeon was huge, a massive labyrinth of corridors and caverns. Ryun couldn't see anything, but he could feel some of their surroundings, at least roughly. Onrush told him that it looked like parts of the caverns had structures carved out of them, pillars and such bearing engravings. There were stone halls and corridors, making the area out to be some big underground city. Ryun had a nagging suspicion about that, given the things he remembered and what he had seen here, including the conversations he'd had with the Infinite Realm's monsters. But as his memories came back, and he remembered the things like his and Mel's encounter with the aspects of true death, he became more certain about his suspicions than ever. The Infinite Realm was filled with the pieces of other civilizations, those from other versions of the framework, like the one that the aspect of true death had come from. It was littered with other races from across the universe who hadn't been chosen by the framework, who had been destroyed and their pieces taken to be reused. That told him a lot about the cruelty of the framework, and he wondered if perhaps the infinite realm would be scrapped and something new brought into being. But he didn't have much time to dwell on those thoughts, not while inside the dungeon at least. They had encountered several different types of golems. There were the guardians, which were slow but strong, as well as other types which were faster and had elemental powers. Apparently, one more reason why Heartstone was so sought by golem makers was because the ore could be imbued by aspects, giving it elemental powers. It was an ore, even though it kind of looked like stone, and they had been collecting all the golems they defeated into their storage rings, or their pieces, actually. While not as valuable as the raw ore, their bodies could be refined and used for new creation. What treasure they were getting was varied, but mostly of good quality, principally rare pieces of equipment and alchemical ingredients and potions. Little of it would be useful for Ryun, but they had already killed a few hundred golems and gotten substantial rewards for doing so. They would either sell the equipment in the core or distribute it to the sect's inner market. Their progress through the dungeon was slow, and they didn't take on more than 5 enemies if they could help it. Ryun could blast through them easily, but Ierv and Onrush had some problems dealing with them. Ierv because he relied on his venom aspect to take down his opponents, which didn't work against golems, and Onrush because she wasn't yet strong enough. On the other hand, the golems were giving them a lot of essence. Ryun himself had already gathered a few thousand greater essence, and Onrush even more. The dungeon had proven lucrative already, even if they were moving slowly. But that was fine with Ryun, as it allowed him to test his powers, to try different things and practice. He realized just how rusty he was. He wasted chi when he didn't need to, and he relied far too much on his stats. That had to change. They continued moving through the dungeon, going deeper into the mountain and coming up on another group of golems. Their shape wasn't like the ones they had encountered before. Ryun could sense that they had 4 arms, each ending in a long blade, and they were more humanoid-looking, being taller and thinner. The golems were in another cavern, standing in the center and blocking the 3 ways out of the room. The entire dungeon seemed to be a series of interconnected corridors that were almost labyrinthine, but every room was like a small arena with monsters inside just standing and waiting. Ierv had informed him that respawning dungeons were generally that way, whereas wild dungeons resembled living and breathing towns or cities. "Tell me," Ryun said. He hadn't figured out yet how to pull up the names and tiers of monsters inside his head like he could with his screens. Perhaps it wasn't even possible. Onrush answered him. "They are dark in color, almost metallic. Perhaps they have some kind of related aspect. Their blades look sharp. Tier 3. He nodded. He knew that monsters didn't have cultivation realms, but something nagged at him. He could tell that cultivation had had a hand in their creation. It wasn't something that he could explain, but he felt it. The ability of the material to absorb the aspect and take on its properties would imply something like that as well. Ierv didn't know much, as golems weren't his focus. Ryun thought about what they should do. Ierv was probably even more at a disadvantage here, as the metallic nature of the golems would likely be an additional hindrance. Onrush could probably handle one, as her absolute cold could affect them. So he made a quick plan. Walking toward the 4 golems and getting their attention, Onrush followed behind while Ierv stood back. Ryun's null mantle was already active, and he pushed his bonuses into his wisdom. His chi moved as he prepared another technique just as the golems noticed him and moved. They were faster than the other types they had encountered before. Ryun waited for one to get close, and then unleashed his breath of destruction. A plume of void chi, shaped into a destructive breath, left his mouth and hit the golem in the shoulder, disintegrating it and half of its right side along with 2 of its 4 arms. The golem stumbled, and Ryun got in close, grabbing it by its remaining arms before then throwing it back toward Onrush, letting her deal with a handicapped opponent. The 3 other golems came at him, their 4 arms swinging at him. Ryun's skill told him exactly from where every attack came, and he moved, evading and leading the 3 golems away from Onrush and her fight with the damaged golem. Once on the other side of the room, Ryun focused on his Void Aura perk. He left it at its original range, as the golems were already in it. He kept his sense on them, making sure that all of their attacks were mundane, only physical, while he evaded. Once he was certain, he activated his untethered cloud. His body switched states, from solid to something resembling gas, a void in space. The golems attacked, and their blades cut through the cloud, passing through without injuring him. He still felt their passage, and he sensed that his void chi had damaged the blades as they passed. His physical damage resistance was incredibly high, even without the cloud being active, but he could feel that if they attacked long enough, he would start taking damage. So, while the golems tried to damage him, he activated his Void Aura. The aura blasted out of him. 3 meters around him in all directions were suddenly filled with void chi. He furiously spent his chi, half of it in a single burst to increase the damage output. The effect was immediate, and strange to observe through his sense. The golems started disintegrating from the outside in, the void eating at the surfaces of their bodies and quickly carving uneven holes as they moved, trying to cut him. He held his aura for 2 seconds, and with all of his bonus in his wisdom, the damage was insane. 1 golem's legs broke as they lost enough mass that they could no longer support the rest, and as the golem fell, its body cracked and fell apart. The other 2 simply suffered too much damage and fell over. Ryun shut his aura off and followed the remaining effect of his void chi as its remnant ate away at the mass of the golem's bodies, then turned his senses to the fight on the other side of the room. Onrush was using her sword to block and attack the golem with sure and powerful strikes, each carrying with it the aspect of cold. The golem seemed covered in something which he figured was a sheen of frost, and it was definitely slowed down. He could hear creaking as it moved. There then came a crack, and the golem fell to the ground, unmoving. Onrush stood above it, catching her breath. She wasn't really tired, he could tell, but the golem wasn't the easiest opponent for her. Ryun checked his essence and saw that he had gained around 1,000 essence from this room, some probably for the one he crippled, but most of that one should have gone to Onrush. Ierv walked up to them, looking at the dead golems.
If we had high-tier crafters in the sect, they could use their bodies to craft powerful weapons and armor. Regardless, they will fetch a good price in the core, Ierv said, then shook his head. This dungeon is too hard for us.
What do you mean? We haven't had any issues. Not really, Ryun asked.
I mean, it isn't too hard for us 3. Even I could fight these golems, with a good team and the right items, at least. But we are relying on this dungeon to be a source of income for us. If we can't farm it every time it is respawned, then we will not be using it efficiently. There are very few people in the Twilight Melody sect who could beat the golems. And I doubt that you will be willing to spend all your time here farming it, Ierv answered. Ryun nodded his head. He had no desire to do that. He had learned that the more times one did the same dungeon, the less essence one got from it. Even if he could use his reeve on every monster, it wouldn't be an efficient use of his time.
It was really annoying that Reeve didn't work on them, but he figured that it did make sense. The golems weren't ever really close to death, exactly, and his ability specified that as a requirement. Golems were either on or off. They could sustain incredible amounts of damage and still operate as if they were at full capacity. Still, he was getting a lot of essence from killing them, so he didn't complain. Others had no cheat abilities like he did. "You said that we could rent it out," Ryun reminded him. "I think we will have to do that, but that will complicate things. It might bring attention to us that we might not be able to handle," Ierv said slowly. "But we can discuss that after we finish the dungeon." Ryun wanted to know more, but he agreed that they should continue. He walked over to the treasure chest that had spawned near the end of the room and chucked a piece of stone at it. When it didn't wake up and try to eat his face, he got closer and opened it. He sensed a single object inside and reached down for it. Blade of Weight, E. Plus 15 to Strength. Once per fight, you can activate Weight. Weight. Double the weapon's mass by increasing its density. Ryun read the screen that popped up inside his mind. It was a good weapon, with a powerful effect if put into the right hands. The sword itself was double-edged, large and heavy, a two-hander for sure. He turned around and looked at Onrush. The weapon would suit her perfectly. He smiled as he walked over to her and offered it. "I think you should take this," Ryun said. Onrush looked down. Ryun presumed at the sword. "Didn't we agree that everything goes to the sect?" Ryun sensed Ierv shift his weight, but he didn't chime in. "You are a part of the sect." He could see that she was reluctant, but finally she accepted and murmured a thanks, too low to be heard, but he sensed it. They chose a path and continued forward. Ryun wasn't sure how long they'd been fighting golems, but it was good practice for him. The monsters weren't so weak that he could destroy them effortlessly, but they weren't so dangerous to him that he needed to use his full strength all the time. He had the time to test out things and practice using his powers, too. After what seemed like hours of fighting all types of golems, they reached the final room. In it was the final golem, the boss of the dungeon. The cavern they were in was large, a half-globe that stretched so far above that it was almost to the edge of his senses. The room had 8 massive pillars and a large round square. The boss stood in the center and was the largest golem they had encountered yet, at least 3 times as tall as Ryun, and shaped more like a human being. "Describe it to me," Ryun said. Onrush stepped up next to him. "It looks like a massive beast, a cross between a human and something else. It is almost lifelike, but its skin is completely pale white. But the detail... or rather whatever it was based on, has short fur, and it looks like it's been carved in heartstone. I can't tell what kind of heartstone it is made out of." "Mithril, I believe," Ierv chimed in. "Right," Onrush said with a quick nod. "It has 2 swords at its sides, too, each as tall as I am." Most of this Ryun himself could tell with his senses, but perhaps not in as much detail. "It is Tier 4, Enduring Golem," Onrush said. Ierv grimaced. "A tough opponent." That was the strongest monster in the dungeon. Ryun knew that tiers of power weren't exact measures of power, but something about the golem made him think that it was strong. He had spent all of their fights so far paying close attention to the golems, seeing their limits, their strengths and weaknesses. "Let me take it alone," he said. "Ryun," Onrush started, but he just turned in her direction and smiled. "I know. I do tend to be somewhat arrogant. I promise you that this isn't an example of that. I need to test myself when I can use everything that I can, to go all out and see how powerful I really am when I am whole." He knew that neither Onrush nor Ierv understood. They hadn't known about the wall in his head. Onrush suspected something, though, had seen the change in him, and he had noticed her looks when she thought he wasn't paying attention to her. He would need to have a conversation with her, but now was not the time. He took a step forward, and the two didn't try to stop him. He took a deep breath and started pulling potions out from his storage. He drank a few potions that would temporarily boost his stats, then pulled out Kagahimi into his right hand. He entered a breathing form, and chi armor sprang into existence around him. He activated Null Mantle and arranged his stats equally into strength, dexterity, and wisdom. Finally, he pulled out a vial from his void storage. The vial of shadow was now attached to a piece of string, and he put it around his neck. The golems so far had all been using vision and sound as their primary senses. He didn't know how that was accomplished or why, but it was a weakness. Ryun opened the cork of the vial and felt Onrush and Dierv startle. He could feel something that reminded him of shadow essence when he drew it in, and he knew that he was now shrouded in a half-sphere that spread 10 meters around him, but the darkness didn't impede his sense at all. He jumped into the air, the dark sphere around him following, using the vial as its center. He shaped a cube and started jumping around the cavern, picking up speed. The golem in the center noticed and moved. It raised its weapon and started tracking the ball of darkness. Ryun finally picked up enough speed and pushed off a cube, flying straight at the golem. It swiped its 2 swords toward the darkness, aiming at its center. Ryun shaped a cube with his hand and swung around it, changing direction. The 2 swords hit the cube and shattered it, but Ryun had already flown to the side. He shaped another cube on his foot and pushed off, shooting straight at the golem's side. He cut, using a weaker version of his skill, and Kagahimi hit the golem's shoulder, cutting shallowly into the metallic surface. The golem swung around immediately, and Ryun shaped a wall, putting more chi in it and making it stronger. The wall of chi stopped its swords, rebounding them and making the golem stumble backward. Ryun fell to the ground, and then used Pounce to launch himself at the golem. He could tell that it couldn't see him as it swung widely and missed. It was now completely engulfed in his darkness. Ryun used Greater Cut, and a blade superimposed itself over Kagahimi just as he swiped at the golem's knee. His sword cut into the limb, going halfway through before it moved incredibly quickly and saved the rest of its leg. Then a shockwave left its body in a sphere, a kinetic strike that threw Ryun off the floor and sent him flying. Quickly, he twisted mid-air and shaped a wall beneath his legs, catching himself and bleeding off the momentum thanks to his true body. Kinetic attacks were too ineffective to hurt him. He launched himself forward again and activated his Presence of the Eternal Hunter. Immediately he felt a boost to his stats, and the golem slowed. Ryun moved around it, attacking, cutting and slashing, cutting pieces of it off. The golem was powerful, but it couldn't see him, and it was too slow with its aura to react in time to catch him. He felt its swords giving off some kind of heat and figured that it was using another ability, but it didn't matter if it couldn't catch him. Ryun figured that he had tested his mobility enough, and moved to the final part of his attack plan. He jumped back out of the golem's range, leaving it out of the darkness. He switched his breathing form and summoned his Avatar of the Reaper. Feeling the connection blossom again, he felt like a being with 2 bodies. Dropping his chi armor, he began moving his chi in preparation for his most powerful technique. As he did so, he felt that the draw was doubled as half of his chi flowed into the Avatar, just as he'd intended. He jumped forward, heading straight at the golem that was filled with cuts all over its body. The Avatar jumped forward and out of the darkness, and the golem focused on it, moving forward to attack. Ryun jumped into the air just as the Avatar dodged beneath the golem's swords and got in close. Ryun landed on its shoulder and triggered his technique. Darkest End billowed out, both out of him and the avatar at the same moment. The avatar crumbled from the force, and the expanding sphere of destruction had already left the construct. The two spheres hit the golem from both sides, each sphere pushing the golem into the other. The golem's body disintegrated under the two destructive forces of the void. The floor beneath where the avatar had stood just simply disappeared, too, as it was eaten by the void. The golem's head snapped off and ricocheted out of the impact zone, and was sent off flying across the cavern from the forces that annihilated its body. And then the waves dissipated, leaving a hole in the ground and nothing else left of the golem's body. Ryun shaped a chi cube below his feet and then put the cork back into the vial, the darkness rushing back as he closed it. He stood in the air and saw the notifications appearing in his head. Congratulations on clearing the Heartstone Core Dungeon. New title available. Reward. Heartstone Core title now available. Heartstone Core. First to clear the Heartstone Core Dungeon. Plus 2% to all stats. 50,000 greater essence. Ryun did a double take at the reward and then smiled. The dungeon had given him a great deal of essence, speeding up his advancement significantly. He sensed Ierv and Onrush both staring at him, or at least that was what he thought they were doing. He jumped across the room as he let go of his techniques and landed near them. So, want to see what kind of treasure we got? Without waiting for an answer, Ryun turned around and headed for the chest. He was really interested to see what they had won. Ierv had implied that clearing a dungeon for the first time should give better rewards than what those doing it after would get. And since their rewards so far had been unremarkable, he was really hoping for something great. He approached the treasure chest, first throwing a piece of rubble at it to check if it was a real chest. Then he opened it and sensed inside. There were some essence crystals in the corner, as well as a basket filled with potions. But Ryun, sensing something more interesting inside, reached in and pulled it out. It was a soft fabric, and as Ryun felt around it, he realized that it was a cloak complete with a hood. Its screen popped up in his head, and he read through it. Mantle of the Undying, L, plus 50 to vitality. While wearing this cloak, all healing effects on the user have 50% increased effectiveness. Ryun's mouth opened in surprise. It was an incredible item, and it would suit him perfectly. With his feast perk, it would synergize incredibly well, letting him heal even faster. He put it aside, but planned on claiming it for himself. Then looked at the potions. He read each one and then smiled. The treasure at the end of the dungeon seemed to have lived up to what Ierv had suggested. Ryun turned around to the others and let them see. They had found many powerful treasures before now, things that Ierv felt they could sell for a good price, but what was in the last chest Ryun was going to keep for them, and for the sect. He had many half-formed thoughts, and perhaps it was time that he started turning them into plans. He ruled a sect now, and he wanted to do something more, to be more than what he had become on Earth. Ryun was free to do whatever he wanted, and for the first time in a long time, he was fully himself. This concludes Monsters and Legends by Ivan Kal. Narrated by Phil Thron. Copyright 2021 by Ivan Kal. This unabridged audiobook is published by arrangement with Ivan Kal and was produced in the year 2021 by Tantor Media Incorporated, a division of Recorded Books which holds the copyright thereto. Please visit tantor.com for more information on our growing library of unabridged audiobooks.